Throughout the ages, tales have circulated regarding the existence of ethereal realms. The discourse surrounding these mystical domains has been abundant, with renowned scholars and poets of various dynasties articulating their perspectives. As one poetic verse recounts, from the Qi to the Tang, this mountain lies desolate, the spirit realm is solitary, seldom visited by wanderers. Another line muses, the spirit realm defies description, and the craftsmanship of phantoms is indeed elusive. In the bustling city of Shencheng, first-year university student Zhang Yuanqing, by a stroke of fortune, acquires a VIP cardinal, a passage card to the spirit realm. Chapter 1. The Gift. Shanghai City, tea 7:30 in the morning. In a dimly lit room, Zhang Yuanqing is abruptly roused from slumber, clutching his head and curling up like a shrimp upon the plush bed. A searing pain engulfs his head, akin to the sensation of steel needles embedded in his skull, causing his scalp to spasm and leading to auditory and visual hallucinations as fragmented images flash through his mind amidst a cacophony of meaningless noise. Zhang Yuanqing realizes that his chronic ailment has resurfaced. With trembling limbs, he rises from the bed and opens the drawer of the nightstand, fumbling through it until his fingers grasp a bottle of medication. Eagerly, he unscrews the cap and pours out 5 or 6 small blue pills, swallowing them hastily. Within mere moments, the excruciating pain that rends his very soul begins to subside, gradually yielding to a sense of calm. Zhang Yuanqing exhales a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Fortunately, such an agonizing state cannot persist for long, as his body is unable to endure the strain. It is precisely this peculiar ability that allowed him to gain admission to the prestigious Shanghai University, ranked among the best in the nation. Zhang Yuanqing refers to this condition as brain overload, convinced that he is on the brink of evolving into something extraordinary yet, due to the limitations of his physical form. This transformation is frequently interrupted. When he conveyed this speculation to the doctor, the physician expressed his incomprehension, yet was profoundly shaken and suggested that he consult the psychiatrist downstairs. It must be due to a poor night's rest. I'm simply exhausted. It's all Zhang Yuer's fault for insisting on coming to my room to play games in the middle of the night. Though he voiced these sentiments, a heaviness settled within him. For Zhang Yuanqing understood that the efficacy of the medication was waning, and his condition was deteriorating. I will need to increase the dosage. Zhang Yuanqing donned his cotton slippers and approached the window, swiftly drawing back the curtains. Sunlight poured in eagerly, filling the room. In April in Shanghai City, the spring radiance was splendid, and the morning breeze was refreshingly pleasant. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door as his grandmother called out. Yuanzi, it's time to get up. With the beautiful spring weather and the weekend upon him, how could one squander the bliss of a leisurely morning? I'll give you 3 minutes if you don't rise. I'll splash water on you. Chapter 2. The Disappearance. Is this from Brother Bing? After reading the contents of the letter, Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow. What does it mean to change one's life? What does it mean to be unmanageable? Honestly, the message lacked clarity. He once more directed his gaze to the black card, scrutinizing it repeatedly, confirming that it was merely an unremarkable card. If one were to argue its uniqueness, it would be in its delightful texture, as the material seemed rather rare. Could it possibly be a supreme card from an exclusive club? Only a man of my exceptional caliber could truly appreciate the company of a 36D beauty. Lei Yibing has been Zhang Yuanqing's close companion since childhood, affectionately nicknamed A Bing. 2 years his senior, they lived in the same alley before his grandparents acquired a new home. Lei Yibing, with his dual A's in agility and AC in intellect, has always stood up for him, typically leading the charge in fights and enduring the consequences. If anyone dared to mock Zhang Yuanqing for lacking a father, a Bing would swiftly come to his defense. Thus, Zhang Yuanqing has always called a brother Bing. During high school, a Bing's academic performance was less than stellar, prompting him to attend university in the neighboring Jiangnan province. Since then, their communication has dwindled. As Zhang Yuanqing slid his black card into the pocket of his tactical jacket, he teasingly messaged Brother Bing. Which exclusive club supreme card is this? At least provide me with an address or contact information. He decided to call Brother Bing instead. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a deep male voice resonated from the speaker. Hello, this is Lei Yibing's father. Uncle Lei? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, but quickly expressed his joy. However, a moment of silence was followed by a sorrowful voice. Yuanzi, I am in Jiangnan province. A Bing has gone missing. Brother Bing is missing. Zhang Yuanqing stood frozen in shock. After a few seconds, he asked, both confused and anxious, how could Brother Bing go missing? He just sent me something. He went missing the day before yesterday. Your Aunt Zhou and I received a notification from the school yesterday and rushed over immediately. Uncle Lei's tone was heavy with despair. Have you reported it to the police? What did the authorities say? Zhang Yuanqing asked solemnly. Uncle Lei remained silent for a long while, hesitating before he spoke. This matter is rather difficult to articulate. It is rather peculiar that Ah Bing has gone missing. Peculiar? What does that mean? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Uncle Lei remarked, Ah Bing disappeared from the dormitory the night before last. The police reviewed the surveillance footage in the dormitory corridor, discovering that he had not left his room throughout the entire night. However, by the following morning, he was nowhere to be found. His dormitory mates stated they had seen him before going to bed, and upon waking, he was simply gone, leading them to believe he had merely stepped out. Zhang Yuanqing blurted out, how could this be possible? Could a person simply vanish into thin air? Such an explanation would not even convince a 3-year-old. Suppressing his inner anxiety, he lowered his voice and said, Uncle Lei, could it be that Brother Bing offended someone at school? His first thought was that Brother Bing had crossed paths with someone who held influence locally, resulting in the surveillance footage being tampered with, which often indicated a cover-up by the school authorities that in this age of information overload, anyone who has been online has likely heard of similar occurrences. Uncle Lei's tone was laced with frustration and concern. Moreover, you must inquire among the students at school. If Brother Bing has indeed upset someone, surely at least one of his peers would be aware of it. Feeling somewhat reassured, Uncle Lei added, understood, Yuanzi. Please don't worry, I will inform you as soon as I receive any updates. It is implausible for someone to disappear without cause if the surveillance failed to capture anything. It is likely that it had been manipulated. The question remains, who could Brother Bing have possibly offended? Yet, as a third-year student, who could he have antagonized? Wait, the disappearance from the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. The delivery from Jiangnan province to Shanghai typically requires 2 to 3 days. By this timeline, it was the very night after Bingo had sent me the package that he vanished. Is this mere coincidence? Or is there a deeper connection? As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively reached for the black card in his pocket, only to freeze in shock. The black card was gone. Had it fallen to the ground? Zhang Yuanqing hurriedly glanced down, his gaze sweeping swiftly across the floor of the room. Nothing. He crouched down to look beneath the bed, where a layer of dust lay scattered alongside some coins, pens, buttons, and other miscellaneous items, but no sign of the black card. That card had vanished, yet he distinctly remembered placing it in his pocket. How could it have simply disappeared into thin air? Linking Bing Ji's mysterious disappearance, the peculiar letter, and the inexplicably vanished black card, Zhang Yuanqing felt an inexplicable sense of dread and confusion wash over him. Could the black card be connected to Bing Ji's disappearance? Or perhaps it holds crucial clues? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to reignite his memory using his old ailment. He first poured cool water into a glass, retrieved a bottle of medication from the bedside table, twisted it open, then removed his shoes and lay back on the bed. Having completed these actions, he closed his eyes and remained still, conjuring an image of his father's face in his mind. The trigger for his old ailment was to calm his mind and visualize a scene, preferably one he had encountered before but couldn't quite recall. This would stimulate his brain's vitality, gradually warming it up, culminating in a boiling surge of mental acuity. After many years, the visage of his father had become a mere blur, yet he remained the epitome of perfection. As time ticked away, the father's face gradually transitioned from indistinctness to clarity, ultimately revealing every minute detail, while Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced violently, akin to an engine operating beyond its limits. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to reverse. The images from an hour prior unfolded like scenes from a cinematic masterpiece, each frame flashing before his eyes. He recalled unwrapping a parcel, perusing a letter, and stowing a black card into the pocket of his tactical jacket, followed by sending a message to Soldier Brother. From that point onward, For the next 30 minutes, he remained motionless at the table, scrolling through short videos for several minutes and exchanging risque images with his GA. Ming group, but he saved a few exquisite pictures, then indulged in a brief reading of a novel. Yet, preoccupied with thoughts of the card, he dialed Soldier Brother. After the call concluded, the crucial moment arrived. Panic surged through him as he paced frantically around the room, the very place where he was most likely to misplace the card. In his recollection, he visualized himself frowning as he wandered the room, reaching out to grasp the black card, only to discover it was gone. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes flew open, terror etched across his face. Gone. The black card had vanished, seemingly into thin air. What on earth did Soldier Brother send me? In an instant, a shiver ran down his spine. With no time for contemplation, a cacophony of chaotic noise enveloped him, as if countless voices collided in a tumultuous chorus, while fragmented images surged forth in his mind. Like an erupting volcano, warm liquid coursed from his nose, and his head felt as if it had been pierced by a steel nail. He crawled towards the head of the bed, his face contorted, trembling as he poured 5 blue pills into his mouth. With a shiver, he grasped a cup of water and tilted his head back, swallowing both the pills and the water together. After a moment, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the edge of the bed, his complexion pale as he gasped for breath. At this point, he could ascertain that the disappearance of Brother Bing was undoubtedly linked to the existence of the black card. Brother Bing vanished after sending me the black card, and that card possesses an air of mystery. It is evidently no ordinary item. This inevitably led one to ponder whether he had encountered some form of threat, compelling him to relocate the item. But why did he not hand it over to the local security bureau, instead opting to send it to me? Could it be that a mere university student, who had never harmed a soul nor engaged in any illicit activities, was deemed more trustworthy than the officers of the police station? To achieve such a feat, one must undoubtedly wield considerable influence. Brother Bing's decision to withhold the black card from the local security bureau suggests that the bureau itself is untrustworthy, or perhaps the individual or force responsible for his disappearance had sway over the local authority. His decision to send the black card to me was likely due to his awareness that my grandfather is a retired sheriff and my cousin is the captain of the security team, thus providing me with a substantial network in Songhai City, rendering the people from Jiangnan province incapable of affecting me. This matter must be conveyed to my cousin, Ding Dong. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ringing, echoing from the entrance. His grandmother's footsteps soon followed, traversing the living room to the entrance before she turned the doorknob. Who are you looking for? Hello, we are investigators from the Kanyang District Security Bureau. May I ask if Zhang Yuanqing is home? Grandmother has grown increasingly cold and unfeeling. I understand. Zhang Yuanqing quickly capitulated. He was well aware that his irritable grandmother could indeed take drastic measures. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in his career, becoming a strong and commendable woman praised by relatives. Later, his mother purchased a home of her own. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing found the empty, spacious flat unappealing and continued to reside with his grandparents. After all, his mother was often out early and returning late, frequently traveling for work, fully dedicated to her career. On weekends, even when not working overtime, she would resort to ordering takeout come mealtime. The most she ever said to him was, "Is there enough money? If not, tell your mother." Having a mother who could infinitely satisfy his financial needs sounded quite appealing. However, Zhang Yuanqing would always smile and reply to his mother, "The pocket money from grandma and aunt is sufficient." And there was also his little aunt. The woman who insisted on coming to his room to play video games last night was indeed his little aunt. Zhang Yuanqing stifled a yawn, turned the doorknob of his bedroom, and made his way to the living room. This residence belonging to his grandparents spanned 150 square meters, including shared areas. He recalled that when they sold their old house to acquire this new one, the price per square meter exceeded 40,000. Now, 6 or 7 years later, the housing prices in this neighborhood surged to 110,000 per square meter, nearly doubling. Fortunately, his grandfather had the foresight to make that exchange otherwise. Zhang Yuanqing would have had to sleep in the living room, as he could no longer share a bed with Hai's little aunt at his AGT, the long dining table adjacent to the living room. The source of his headache was noisily sipping porridge, her pink slippers playfully swaying beneath the table. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with a round, egg-shaped face that exuded a certain sweetness, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. The tousled waves of her hair cascaded around her, lending her an aura of lazy allure, a result of just awakening. Her aunt, Zhang Yuanqing, was 4 years her senior. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanqing emerge, her aunt licked the porridge from the corner of her mouth in surprise and remarked, "Oh, you're up. So early, this isn't like you." "Your mother's doing?" Zhang Yuanqing replied. "How can you speak so harshly?" "I'm merely stating the truth," she countered, scrutinizing her aunt's flower-like visage, vibrant and enchanting. "It is often said that the night does not forsake those who endure its hours, it grants them dark circles beneath their eyes." However, this adage seemed inapplicable to the woman before her. In the kitchen, her grandmother, hearing the commotion, peeked out and shortly thereafter emerged with a bowl of porridge in hand. Her hair, a mix of dark strands with silver, framed a pair of sharp eyes that signaled a rather irritable disposition. Although her skin was lax and marked by faint wrinkles that had dimmed her former beauty, traces of her youthful charm were still discernible. Zhang Yuanqing accepted the porridge from her grandmother, gulping it down before inquiring, "Where's Grandpa?" "He went out for a stroll," her grandmother replied. Grandpa was a retired police officer, and despite his age, maintained a disciplined routine, retiring at 10 each night and rising at 6 in the morning. Her charming aunt, sipping her porridge, cheerfully announced, "After breakfast, they'll take you shopping for clothes." "Such kindness from you." Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to agree, her grandmother shot her a glare filled with disapproval. "There you go, and I shall break a dog's leg." "Mother, how can you say such things?" My aunt retorted with an expression of disdain. "I merely wish to purchase a few spring outfits for UNZ. Is that so displeasing to you? Though he bears the title of nephew, he is still family." Grandmother, unwavering, declared, "Do you wish to have your leg broken as well?" My aunt merely scoffed and lowered her gaze to her bowl congee. Upon overhearing the verbal sparring between the two, Zhang Yuanqing understood that grandmother had likely arranged yet another matchmaking endeavor for my aunt, while the whimsical aunt intended to drag him into the fray. This had been their customary approach, taking her nephew along to blind dates, where, within mere moments, the socially adept nephew would charm the prospective match, engaging in spirited conversation that spanned from pressing socioeconomic issues to global dynamics, leaving her with little to contribute. She would simply sip her drink and scroll through her phone, while the suitor would feel as though he had showcased a wealth of social experience and insight before a beauty, leaving him elated and self-satisfied. Zhang Yuanqing, from a young age, was a paragon of delicacy and charm, often lauded by neighbors for her striking beauty and sweet demeanor, endearing her to the elders. Given such a lovely daughter, grandmother took great care to guard her fiercely, instilling strict rules against early romantic entanglements and forbidding outings with male classism. Atesh during her middle school years. The youngest daughter indeed did not disappoint throughout her university years. She had never entertained a romantic relationship. However, upon entering the workforce, and particularly after her 25th birthday, grandmother began to feel a sense of urgency. In her mind, it was one thing to dissuade early romance, but quite another to allow her to become a leftover woman. How many years of youth does a woman possess? Thus, she summoned her circle of friends, scouring the corners of the earth for suitable young men, diligently orchestrating opportunities for her daughter's matchmaking. "Grandma, it is evident that she is not yet inclined to engage in a romantic pursuit. A forcibly coerced fruit is seldom sweet." As Zhang Yuanqing savored his bun, he boldly suggested, "Would you consider arranging a blind date for me? I assure you, my fruit is quite delectable." Grandma retorted with indignation, "You are still young, what is the rush? With plenty of female classmates at the university, cannot you find one yourself? Be careful, or I shall give you a good thrashing." Though she hailed from the southern regions, Grandma's temperament was anything but gentle. She had a fiery spirit. Even Zhang Yuanqing's mother, a formidable career woman, dared not confront her. "I am grown up. After all, I have been a skilled artisan for several years now." Zhang Yuanqing mused inwardly. His aunt, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, appeared even more radiant. She donned a fluffy, round-necked knitted sweater paired with a long coat, and her slender legs were elegantly encased in lithed skinny jeans, tucked neatly into black combat boots. Her attire embodied a minimalist, forest-inspired, style neither garish nor ostentatious, yet exquisitely refined. With a playful glance that conveyed understanding, his aunt grabbed her bag and swayed her hips as she announced, "Mom, I'm off to a blind date." Moments later, she opened the bedroom door. Grandma was tidying up in the living room upon seeing him emerge. She paused her chores and regarded him silently. Zhang Yuanqing mimicked his aunt's tone, declaring, "Mom, I too am heading out for a blind date." Seated at his desk, he picked up his phone and sent a message to his aunt. "Though the expedition has not yet commenced, I feel as if I am already doomed, often causing heroes to we." "Pete, speak plainly," she replied. "I have been detained at home by Grandma. You should go on your date without me." His aunt responded with a voice message. Zhang Yuanqing opened the package, and the speaker emitted the irate voice of Jiang Yue. "What use are you? Dear nephew, come here quickly. Your aunt cherishes you the most, Mua." Ah, women, with a mere display of affection and cuteness, do they think they can provoke my grandmother's ire? At the very least, a red envelope should accompany such antics. At that moment, a somewhat jarring ringtone resonated. Zhang Yuanqing proceeded to the living room and, under his grandmother's watchful gaze, pressed the intercom's talk button in. Querying, "Who is it?" "Delivery," the voice echoed from the speaker. Zhang Yuanqing pressed the door release button. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 minutes, a delivery man clad in uniform ascended the elevator, cradling a package in his arms. "Is this Zhang Yuanqing?" "Yes, it is. I haven't made any online purchases." His face bore a look of confusion as he signed for the delivery. Glancing at the package details, he noted that the sender was not listed, but the address was from the neighboring Jiangnan province, Hangqing. Inside, a protective cushion enveloped a black card and a yellowed letter. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the black card, which was the size of an ID. The material appeared metallic, yet felt remarkably warm to the touch. The card was exquisitely crafted, adorned with delicate silver cloud patterns along the edges, and at its center, a black full moon. The black moon was intricately embossed, with irregular patches clearly visible on its surface. What could this be? With a heart full of curiosity, he opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. "UNZ, I have acquired something quite intriguing. I once believed it could alter the course of my life, yet my capabilities are limited, rendering me unable to wield it. I feel that if it were in your hands, it would pose no issue. As brothers, this is a gift I present to you." Lei Yibing. Chapter 3. Character card. The investigator from the Public Security Bureau of Kanyang District, the unit where my cousin works, has come looking for me. A shiver of instinctual apprehension coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. Just as he was about to sneak a listen at the bedroom door, a thought struck him. He swiftly opened his phone and deleted the chat history and call records he had with Bingyu. He then folded the letter Bingyu had written to him and tucked it beneath the potted plant on the windowsill. Only then did he feel reassured enough to crack the door open and observe discreetly. From the entrance, his grandmother's voice echoed with a question. "What do you need him for?" She did not invite the investigators inside, but instead blocked the doorway. "We need to ask him a few questions. Here are our credentials," replied a young woman with a sultry voice. His grandmother paused to glance at the credentials before frowning and stepping aside. At the opportune moment, Zhang Yuanqing opened the door fully and scrutinized the investigators entering the living room. The lead investigator was clad in a formal black suit, complemented by a white shirt and black waistcoat. He leaned on an ebony cane, his gaunt features framed by meticulously styled hair and a pair of small mustaches, exuding a distinct British charm reminiscent of the Ritterny gentleman from the Republican era. To his left stood a strikingly beautiful young female investigator, her features sharply defined, hinting at mixed heritage. A playful smile graced her lips, and her expressive, sparkling eyes radiated vitality. Standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, she possessed legs akin to a supermodel's. Attired in formal wear with her blouse neatly tucked into her trousers, accentuating her slender waist and ample bosom, exemplifying elegance and precision. The final investigator displayed a rather stoic demeanor, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and slightly disheveled hair, exuding a distinctly nerdy, technical aura. "I am Zhang Yuanqing. What brings you here?" As Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized them, the investigators were equally assessing the young man. The mixed-race female investigator smiled warmly and said, "We are investigators from the Public Security Bureau of Kanyang District and have some questions for you. We kindly ask for your cooperation in our inquiry." "Very well." Zhang Yuanqing gestured for them to take a seat on the living room sofa. His grandmother poured cups of water for the three investigators, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at her grandson. She could not fathom why her usually cheerful and sociable boy, whom she had raised with such care, would require the attention of police investigators. The disheveled young investigator pulled out a notebook and pen, twisting the cap off. Meanwhile, the man with slick-back hair, seated on the sofa with his cane, stated earnestly, "Do you know Lei Yibing? We have been friends since childhood. Why do you suddenly inquire about him?" A wave of doubt washed over him. His cousin was the captain of the second team at the Qingyang District Public Security Bureau. Given that these investigators had come to visit, they must have researched his family background. Logically, knowing they were visiting the family of a colleague, there should have been some form of communication or greeting exchanged. Did they lack even this basic understanding of social niceties within the system? Yet, there was no sign from his cousin, which clearly indicated he was unaware. Otherwise, he would have at least called to inform him. "Ah, my close friend." The man lightly tapped his polished leather shoe and, with a measured tone, remarked, "It is as follows. Lei Yibing has gone missing. The Public Security Bureau in Shencheng, Jiangnan Province, has contacted us, stating that prior to his disappearance, he dispatched a parcel addressed to you." His gaze, deep and penetrating, seemed to peer into Zhang Yuanqing's very soul. "Is this true?" Zhang Yuanqing's expression morphed into one of astonished bewilderment. "Gone missing? How could that be?" The diligent officer, a meticulous technician, interjected, "Indeed, just moments ago, I received a parcel, yet it bore no sender's name. I was puzzled as to who would send me such a package." Zhang Yuanqing nodded gravely. Denying the situation would be futile, since the police could trace the delivery. Reviewing the community surveillance would be a mere formality. The man with the slicked-back hair nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Meanwhile?" The grandmother beside him exhaled in relief but could not suppress her concern for Lei Yibing. That child had grown up under her watch, despite having moved away years ago. What was in the parcel? It was empty. Empty? The man narrowed his eyes, his seemingly omniscient gaze scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing. "Though I may have deceived you, the black card has vanished without a trace, rendering it as inconsequential as if the package were indeed empty. You need not fear investigation." Zhang Yuanqing did not flinch. He met the man's gaze earnestly and replied, "Upon opening the parcel, I found it devoid of contents, save for a protective air cushion. In fact, the parcel still resides in my room. You are welcome to inspect it. In matters fraught with potential peril, it is indeed most prudent to confer with one's kin." The man with slicked-back hair subtly gestured to his female subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "If it is convenient, we would like to inspect your room and your computer. Additionally, please show me your mobile phone. Checking the computer is acceptable, but please refrain from accessing the browsing history and the study materials stored on the hard drive." Zhang Yuanqing calmly unlocked her phone screen and handed it over. The man with slicked-back hair took the phone, while the female investigator re-entered the room, holding the phone in one hand. He swiftly swiped a few times with his thumb before returning it to Zhang Yuanqing, then patiently awaited further developments. A quarter of an hour later, the female investigator emerged, her long legs striding confidently, and this time, she shook her head. The man with slicked-back hair nodded slightly and said gently, "Thank you for your cooperation. We shall not intrude any further." Zhang Yuanqing hurriedly inquired, "May I ask about Lei Yibing's situation?" Her question stemmed from genuine concern as well as a desire to maintain her cover. It would indeed appear suspicious to hear of her childhood friend's disappearance without seeking further information. Lei Yibing had vanished from his dormitory, and the surveillance cameras in the corridor failed to capture any footage of him leaving. According to a roommate's account, he had seen Lei Yibing asleep in bed when he got up that night to use the restroom. However, by morning, he had mysteriously disappeared. After 24 hours of being unable to reach him, their counselor notified the school authorities, who promptly reported the matter to the police. For more detailed information, you will need to contact the local Public Security Bureau. This echoes what Uncle Lei mentioned. It seems the local security agency has made no progress whatsoever. Perhaps this individual simply does not wish to divulge information to me. Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding. The man with the slick-back hair, accompanied by two subordinates, approached the security door but paused midway, turning to say, "If you discover any clues, you must inform us immediately. Do not conceal anything from us." Just as Zhang Yuan was about to nod in agreement, he heard the man's smile carry an ominous undertone as he added, "Otherwise, you might be the next to go missing." The next to go missing? What does he mean by that? Is he threatening me? If I do not surrender the black card, will I vanish like Brother Bing? Thank you for the warning. Brother Bing would undoubtedly oppose the card falling into the hands of the security agency. Otherwise, he would not have sent it to him. Moreover, as a close ally and childhood friend, he trusted that Brother Bing would not betray him. Meanwhile, his grandmother's expression darkened, and she coldly stated, "Do not see him off. The man with the slicked-back hair chuckled softly, pulling a business card from the left pocket of his suit and handing it over, saying, "Contact me anytime if needed." After Zhang Yuan accepted the card, he led his subordinates away. How did Ah Bing go missing? Sigh, I should find time to visit Ah Bing's mother, Zhang Yuan thought. Once they departed, his grandmother expressed her concern, saying they had been neighbors for over a decade and shared a bond of familiarity. Zhang Yuan, appearing weary, replied, "I was up playing with my aunt until 2 or 3 in the morning, and this morning my old ailment recurred, waking me. I was already sleep-deprived. And in my quest to find Brother Bing and the black card, I further strained my mental faculties. My exhausted mind is now in a fog." Closing the door, I stepped on my heels, discarded my shoes, and fell onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. In a sleek black business vehicle, Li Dongzi reclined on a leather armchair, a gold-inlaid cane leaning against the side of the chair. He cradled a goblet in his palm, swirling the crimson liquid within. "Guanya, did you uncover anything noteworthy in the room?" He turned his head to gaze at the mixed-race beauty seated beside him. Guanya languidly leaned against the plush chair, her long legs perfectly aligned, her delicate face etched with seriousness. "There is a significant discovery." "Speak," Li Dongzi replied with gravity. The tech-savvy individual in the back seat also diverted his attention from his phone, leaning in to listen. Guanya's tone turned somber. "That fellow seems to have a peculiar penchant for black stockings and mature women. His study materials are replete with images of sophisticated ladies. Yet his trash bin remains inexplicably pristine. His social circle is quite extensive, encompassing various groups, but he only engages actively in gaming and LSP groups, while muting notifications from all others. Apart from a gaming console, his room harbors no other forms of entertainment. It appears this young man possesses a rather reclusive disposition. By the way, Chong, do you know what LSP stands for?" The mixed-race beauty playfully struck a pose reminiscent of a popular game, eliciting puzzled expressions from her companions. Li Dongzi quickly raised his hand to interject, his irritation palpable. The long-legged beauty, unfazed by her furious superior, replied with a smile, "Let us not be so dull." A touch of humor can enliven the atmosphere. Gradually suppressing her smile, she continued, "I found nothing suspicious on his computer, but beneath the potted plant on the windowsill, I discovered a letter sent to him by Lei Yibing. Lei Yibing indeed sent something to him, most likely a character card, though the profession remains unknown." Li Dongzi fell silent for a few seconds, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. "Come back tomorrow, if he hasn't gone missing." Chapter 4. The eerie arrival in a state of drowsiness, Zhang Yuanqing sensed something soft and ample pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a round, delicate face adorned with a mischievous grin. His aunt hummed teasingly, "You little rascal, daring to stand me up. I shall sit upon you till you can't breathe." She perched herself atop her nephew, leaning forward and then forcefully settling down. Zhang Yuanqing let out an exasperated grunt. Nearly gasping for air, and in a fit of annoyance, he arched his back, flipping the woman over. Amidst his aunt's startled exclamations, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Unbeknownst to him, he had slept from morning until night. "Time for dinner." His aunt lay sideways on the bed, delivering playful kicks to her nephew's backside. "Please refrain from retaliatory measures. I uphold respect for my elders and kindness towards the young, and I shall not stoop to your level." Zhang Yuanqing slipped to the edge of the bed, donned his shoes, and exited the room. The living room was suffused with an enticing aroma, where his grandparents sat at the dining table, feasting. His grandfather, with silver hair, tall and slender, bore a serious expression, rarely smiling. "So, how do you find the match we've arranged for you this time?" His grandmother inquired with anticipation at the table. "Quite satisfactory, a 6-figure salary. A corporate executive. I'm pleased." His aunt nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. "You always say that, yet you end up blocking them each time." Grandmother extended her finger and gave her daughter a sharp poke on the head, admonishing her, "Be more mindful, consider your age." Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing, standing by, reveled in the misfortune, only to receive a sharp kick from Jiang Yuer. The two began to kick each other beneath the table, causing the dining table to rattle incessantly. A single shout from grandmother made Zhang Yuanqing and her aunt immediately bow their heads to eat. Working late, Zhang Yuanqing could not conceal her disappointment, letting out a soft sigh. Upon returning to her room, she locked the door and picked up her phone to dial her cousin's number. Since a face-to-face conversation was impossible, she opted for a call, although communication over the phone could never quite capture the clarity of an in-person discussion. The call connected swiftly, but the speaker emitted a message indicating the phone was turned off. "In a meeting?" Zhang Yuanqing sighed as she hung up. Her cousin, Serving as the captain of the security team, had a hectic schedule and irregular habits. Such instances of being unreachable were not uncommon, and she had grown accustomed to it. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling, allowing her thoughts to drift, assuming that Bing Ji's disappearance was orchestrated by someone. With the target being the black card, caution was paramount. The most prudent course would be to hand the black card to her cousin, who could then relay it to the higher-ups. Given the administrative level of the Public Security Bureau in Songhai City, the influence from Jiangnan province was limited. However, the issue was that the black card was missing, which was the most troubling predicament. Zhang Yuanqing scratched her head in distress. She could only confide in her cousin and let him report to his superiors, then follow the arrangements. After all, she was merely an ordinary university student, powerless to effect change. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt a sharp pain and warmth on his forehead. He instinctively reached up to scratch it, only to find the sensation intensifying. Bewildered, he rose from his bed and approached the dressing mirror by the window to scrutinize his reflection. The mirror revealed the visage of a young man, with delicate features and fair skin, untouched by the harshness of society or the passage of time. Instead, he radiated the vibrant energy of youth. However, on his forehead, there was an enigmatic black circular mark, vividly defined, with irregular patches clearly visible. At the base of the mark, there was a progress bar indicating 90. Zhang Yuanqing staggered back in shock, rubbing his forehead vigorously, but the mark remained, stubborn as a tattoo. Why is there such a thing on my forehead? When did it appear? Confused thoughts surged through his mind, mingling with feelings of panic and disorientation. Wait, this pattern resembles the black moon on the card. At first, he was taken aback, but then clarity dawned upon him. The black card had not been lost. Rather, it had merged with his being in a manner beyond his comprehension, manifesting as the mark on his forehead. Just as he pondered this, he noticed the progress bar beneath the black moon mark had changed to 92, accompanied by a pulsating sensation, and his forehead felt increasingly warm. What is this? A supernatural phenomenon? Advanced technology? A mere illusion? In this moment, the contents of the letter resurfaced in my mind. It was a gift capable of transforming one's life. The black card was indeed a treasure, thus, my earlier conjecture proved correct. Someone coveted this card. Brother Bing, unwilling to let the adversary succeed, sent it to me, consequently leading to his disappearance. Zhang Yuanqing, filled with concern for Brother Bing, simultaneously gazed with anticipation at the progress bar. What would transpire once the progress bar reached 100? Having witnessed the extraordinary before him, he brimmed with curiosity about the forthcoming changes. After enduring several more stings of pain, the progress bar at the bottom of the black card finally completed its journey, reaching 100. In the next moment, a voice devoid of emotion resonated in his ears. Character card reboot completed. Name, to be named, please name immediately. Race, human. Class, Night Wanderer. Level, 0. Skills, none. Experience, 0. Moral value, 60. Initial value, beneath the moral value. An additional note appeared. Do not allow your moral value to drop below 60. Previously, you may not have had a choice, but now, please strive to be a good person. Staring at the luminous blue character attribute panel before him, Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily bewildered, pondering what this was. Tentatively, he inquired, System? As a proficient internet surfer, being well-versed in various matters was essential. Please name the character immediately. The attribute panel, suspended motionless in midair, displayed a glowing blue handwritten box. It is not a system. Otherwise, the level of intelligence would be exceedingly low, rendering communication impossible. Embracing a mindset of proceeding step by step, Zhang Yuanqing extended his finger and inscribed his name. Zhang Yuanqing, warning. Please refrain from using this name. Unable to utilize his real name? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to write a second name, Primordial Supreme Being, naming successful. The spiritual realm will commence in 10 seconds. Primordial Supreme Being, we wish you luck. Before he could regain his composure, the countdown of 10 seconds had already elapsed. Ding. The spiritual realm map has been activated. Welcome to the Night Wanderer Xiling Tunnel, number 0079. Difficulty level, S, type, solo, death type, main task 1, survive for 3 hours. Main task 2, explore the 0079 spiritual realm. Current exploration level, 0. Note, non-spiritual realm items are prohibited. Introduction to the 0079 spiritual realm. Are you familiar with the Xiling Tunnel? One of the 10 bizarre tales of Songhai. The Xiling Tunnel was constructed at the end of the last century. During its construction, a work crew entered the tunnel on a rainy night to excavate. and from that moment on, they vanished within the tunnel, never to reappear. The Public Security Bureau organized search teams for several days, eventually locating a worker who had participated in the excavation that night in the mountains, while the others remained untraceable. Although the survivor managed to endure, he was afflicted by some inexplicable trauma, leading to a derangement of his mental faculties. Regardless of the inquiries posed by the law enforcement officers, he could only repeat one phrase incessantly. He uttered, "Do not enter the temple, do not enter the temple." The voice faded into a whisper, becoming almost inaudible, while the surroundings before him resembled the rippling surface of a lake, distorting and blurring. Gradually, the scene stabilized, the dim light illuminating the uneven walls, and beneath his feet lay a path paved with fine pebbles. Where was this? Zhang Yuanqing looked around in astonishment, realizing he found himself in an antiquated tunnel, with vintage xenon lights casting a feeble orange glow from the arched ceiling. Chapter 5. The Ancient Temple and Abandoned Tunnel. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of panic as he scanned his unfamiliar surroundings. Anyone would feel disoriented in such a strange environment. A tunnel? Was this not the Shelling Tunnel from ghost stories? As a native of Songhai City, he was well aware of the Shelling Tunnel, one of the 10 notorious ghost tales. In his childhood, when he mischievously refused to sleep, his grandmother would frighten him with these tales. But the real Shelling Tunnel could not possibly resemble this antiquated version. This was a spiritual realm, not the actual Shelling Tunnel. The confined atmosphere instilled a sense of unease, and Zhang Yuanqing cautiously proceeded forward, the only sound accompanying him being the solitude of his footsteps. As he walked, he pondered his predicament, reflecting on the information conveyed by the voice in his mind. Undoubtedly, he had encountered a supernatural phenomenon, transported into the realm of ghost stories, destined to complete a task decreed by a mysterious force. That voice had bestowed upon him 2 assignments: to survive for 3 hours and to explore the spiritual realm. Difficulty level: S. Solo death type. This death type instills a profound sense of dread within me. Surviving for 3 hours signifies the presence of immense peril. Exploring the spiritual realm. It appears to involve traversing this tunnel, implying that danger lurks within its confines. He silently tensed his nerves, while a question flickered through his mind: what rewards await upon the completion of this task? Given that it is indeed a task, there must assuredly be some form of reward. According to the previous attributes panel, my profession is Night Wanderer, yet my level stands at 0 rather than 1. Becoming a Night Wanderer must be one of the rewards, but what exactly is a Night Wanderer? Zhang Yuanqing meticulously analyzed the information at hand. At that moment, the old-fashioned xenon lamp beside him flickered erratically, as if the circuit were unstable. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he faintly discerned the silhouette of a figure donning a miner's helmet standing beneath the lamp. Turning to look, the xenon lamp resumed its steady glow, no longer flickering. The shadow of the figure wearing the miner's helmet seemed to have been merely a figment of his imagination. After this frightening encounter, Zhang Yuanqing felt a pressing urge to vacate this haunted place and hurriedly made his way toward the tunnel's exit. Had they not followed? The orange xenon lamp elongated a shadow, and alongside it trailed a dozen other shadows. They have been following me all along. A chill surged from his feet to his head, sending shivers coursing through his body. Zhang Yuanqing's face turned pale as he sprinted away in a frenzy. At long last, the tunnel's mouth emerged before him, with the moonlight outside casting a cool, frosty glow. Zhang Yuanqing burst forth from the tunnel, leaning against his knees, bent over and gasping for breath. Once he had regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The full moon hung like a disk in the night sky, solitary and resplendent, its brilliance rendering the stars dim in comparison. The lush forest bathed in moonlight cast vast, dense shadows. He found himself in a desolate wilderness. The xenon lights within the tunnel flickered a few times before plunging into darkness. The entrance to the tunnel loomed black and serene, resembling the maw of a beast poised to devour. He needed to leave quickly. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine as he ascended the rugged mountain path. They stood in the shadows, untouched by moonlight, silent as if bidding him farewell. Startled, Zhang Yuanqing retreated a few steps before turning and sprinting up the mountain. The foliage on either side of the path was thick, casting delicate shards of moonlight, sufficient for him to discern the way ahead. Yet, the eerie silence of the mountains was unsettling. The absence of insects and birds rendered his footsteps alarmingly loud. Glancing around, the full moon hung like a disk, the shadows of trees swaying, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something in the darkness was observing him. He lost track of time, and as beads of sweat formed on his body, Zhang Yuanqing finally emerged from the dense woods, his surroundings suddenly expansive. The moonlight flowed like water, the stillness profound, and at the end of the rugged path stood an abandoned ancient temple, quietly standing in the darkness. This temple had been forsaken for countless years. The large door at the front was marred and blackened, riddled with holes, while a lantern hung from the eaves lay shattered on the ground, leaving only its bamboo frame. The plaque still remained, draped in cobwebs, hanging askew beneath the eaves. But the light was too dim to discern the inscription. The steps before the temple were cracked, weeds flourishing in the crevices. In this desolate wilderness, far from any village or shop, how could a temple exist? Wait a moment, a temple? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized. As if the voice from the ethereal realm's information introduction echoed in his ears, "Do not enter the temple, do not enter the temple." According to that peculiar voice's warning, I should refrain from entering the temple. No, I have emerged from the tunnel. Which means what I am truly meant to explore is this dilapidated ancient temple. Hesitating at the temple's entrance for a long while, Zhang Yuanqing cautiously took a step forward, advancing towards the ancient temple standing in the darkness, crossing the crumbling threshold. Before him lay a vast courtyard, overgrown with waist-high wild grass, where a decayed incense burner, half a person's height, lay toppled among the weeds, weathered by countless years of wind and rain. Beneath his feet was a path paved with blue stone slabs, with tufts of wild grass sprouting between the cracks. Following the undulating withered grass with his gaze, he looked towards the end of the stone path, where a worn main hall stood, elevated on a high foundation with 6 steps leading up to it. Faint, yellowish light seeped through the lattice door of the main hall. Is there light? The surroundings were silent and desolate, the bright moonlight cascading down, yet in such an environment, that flicker of illumination brought Zhang Yuanqing no warmth. It only heightened his sense of dread. As he trudged through the clusters of withered yellow grass, he remained vigilant, making his way towards the main hall, the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply in the empty expanse. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's ears pricked up. He heard an additional footfall behind him. Something was trailing him. He abruptly turned around. The night was as still as water, the wild grass flourishing, yet there was nothing behind him. Had he imagined it? Zhang Yuanqing stood petrified for a moment, his heart pounding with trepidation, before he summoned the courage to move forward once more. The sound of footsteps echoed again. Clearer this time, there was indeed something trailing him from behind. The footsteps quickened in pursuit. Unable to contain his fear any longer, goosebumps prickled his skin as he fled with wild abandon towards the main hall. The footsteps followed closely, relentless as a shadow. In his frantic escape, he soon burst forth from the thicket of overgrown grass, nearing the main hall. He leapt up the 6 stone steps in 2 bounds and, with a resounding crash, flung open the 2 lattice doors of the hall. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. Gasping for breath, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not been followed. After regaining his composure, he gently closed the main hall's doors, as if sealing away his fear. As he surveyed the interior of the hall, he beheld a grand stone pedestal upon which stood a goddess draped in a fur cloak and adorned in exquisite garments. Her face was round and gentle, her eyes elongated, emanating a sense of benevolence. One hand held a ceremonial whisk, while the other formed a grip as if clutching something, though now it was empty. Flanking her were youthful attendants wielding swords and maidens holding books. Before the pedestal lay an offering table, thickly coated in dust, upon which rested a candlestick with a candle measuring 20 centimeters in length and as thick as an infant's arm, quietly burning. The flickering candlelight dispelled the darkness, seemingly banishing the fear that had gripped Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He felt a sense of calm enveloping him. On the left wall hung 2 weathered and cracked wooden planks, inscribed with faded calligraphic characters. Zhang Yuanqing strolled to the wall, captivated by the flickering candlelight of dusk, his gaze fixed upon the elegant script that embodied classical Chinese. His proficiency in the language allowed him to decipher, albeit partially, the essence of his surroundings. The mountain was named Sandow Mountain, and the deity worshipped in the temple was known as the Lady of Sandow Mountain. This divine figure, hailing from the early Ming Dynasty, had resided in Sandow Mountain, mastering the arcane arts of talismans and alchemy, capable of invoking rain and dispelling malevolent spirits, thus safeguarding the region with harmonious weather, revered by the local populace. Following her ascension, the local authorities erected this temple in her honor, naming it the Temple of the Lady of Sandow Mountain, entrusted to her disciples who managed the offerings and served as temple keepers. The temple, a relic from the early Ming period, had likely withstood the test of 5 to 6 centuries, Zhang Yuanqing mused. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept beneath the offering table, and an icy shiver coursed through him. A shadowy figure lay concealed in the darkness beneath the table. His earlier trepidation in the dim candlelight had obscured his initial perception. Steeling himself, Zhang Yuanqing approached cautiously, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a skeleton, its remains stark against the shadows. in a mix of fear and relief. He found the skeletal form less terrifying than the eerie ambience of the mountain temple. As he drew nearer, illuminated by the feeble candlelight, he discerned the dusty work attire draped over the bones. A laborer? Was this a remnant of the construction crew from years past? Thus, he realized he had indeed stepped into a realm of urban legends. As this thought took shape, a more chilling possibility emerged. Perhaps the construction crew had, like him, stumbled into this otherworldly place, thereby giving rise to the very urban legends he was now entangled within. If this were the case, then the so-called spiritual realm was merely a manifestation of the tales spun from the fabric of folklore. If it is the latter, it implies that the ancient temple has always existed, and both the construction team and he, at this moment, are mere victims. Based on the historical background of the mountain god temple, Zhang Yuanqing leans towards the latter notion. A whole construction team perished within the temple, with only one survivor. Indeed, it is a place where death occurs. Now, I have also entered this temple, and I am constantly confronted with unknown dangers. He gasped, a chill coursing through him, his emotions tightening once more, instinctively scanning his surroundings. This ancient temple dates back to the Ming Dynasty, steeped in history. How could the candles still be burning? Who was replacing the candles in the main hall? The more he pondered, the more chilling it became. And even the benevolent-looking sculpture seemed to emanate an eerie and sinister aura in the candlelight. They stood upon the pedestal, gazing down at Zhang Yuanqing in the twilight glow of the candles. Chapter 6. The Tale of the Mountain God Temple. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to leave the main hall. He experienced a sense of being in a desperate situation, where neither heaven nor earth would respond to his pleas. This place was exceedingly perilous, yet he could not seek help from the outside world. He could only rely on himself. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and bent down to pull out the skeleton wrapped in work clothes. With a tearing sound, the protective clothing was easily ripped apart. After so many years, the garments had long since decayed, dragging the corpse into the candlelight. He endured the discomfort and began his examination. Though the person was deceased, the body could still convey its story. Understanding the cause of death would help him avert numerous dangers. The sternum and several ribs were fractured, and there were fine cracks on the right shoulder. Though they were not severe, the deceased had suffered significant trauma during their lifetime, but the precise cause of death remains indiscernible due to the passage of time. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanqing discovered a few yellowed and brittle sheets of paper from the pocket of an elder worker, indicating they were quite aged. The paper was inscribed with tiny characters in irregular script. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of joy. The paper was evidently something the elder worker had found in the temple, which would aid him in understanding the circumstances surrounding this ancient shrine. Illuminated by candlelight, he focused intently on the contents of the paper. It noted that another junior disciple had gone missing last night, marking the third bizarre disappearance among the brethren at the temple. The senior disciples speculated that the Three Peaks Mountain was haunted or that a highly skilled spirit had arrived, preying upon individuals every night. However, many disciples possessed significant cultivation, and their master was a renowned practitioner within 100 miles, making it unlikely that any spirit would dare to seek sustenance here. As for ghosts, my corpse-restraining talismans and spirit-calling charms would suffice to address the matter without troubling our master. A sense of foreboding gnawed at me. I felt compelled to discuss this with my senior brother. Today, yet another individual has vanished, the fifth in total. Our master instructed us to conceal this from the devotees. Lest it disturb the temple's prosperity, he must be aware of something. My senior brother and I plan to patrol the area tonight. 3 days have elapsed, during which 3 more individuals have gone missing, yet my senior brother and I have found no clues. The nights remain eerily tranquil. A foreboding sense of unease deepened within me. My senior brother exhibited peculiar behavior today. He seemed to have uncovered something significant and appeared exceedingly agitated. When I inquired about it, he refrained from divulging any information. His mood was quite poor, so I resolved to wait until tomorrow to broach the subject again. The person who has gone missing today is my senior brother. I scoured every corner of Sandow Mountain in vain. I could no longer endure this torment. I must seek out my master for clarification. The other disciples in the temple supported my decision, as they too were engulfed in fear. Zhang Yuanqing continued to read on. After much pressing, my master finally consented to reveal the truth. My premonition was indeed accurate. He was aware of the bizarre disappearances of the junior disciples. However, he stated that amidst the bustling day, it was not the appropriate time to speak. He would come to my room after sunset to share a momentous secret, one that pertained to the rise and fall over millennia. Once dinner was concluded, I awaited him in my chamber, anticipating the arrival of nightfall. Since the night when someone vanished, I had never yearned for darkness as I did now. The records on the paper ceased at this juncture. I reflected on the information contained within. Over the years, disciples of the mountain temple had inexplicably disappeared one after another. The disciples were at a loss, and a palpable sense of panic permeated the air. It seemed that the temple steward, my master, was privy to the cause behind these occurrences. This reason was intertwined with a monumental secret concerning the rise and fall across the ages. The origins of the temple's decline remained shrouded in mystery. Could uncovering this source lead to the fulfillment of the second main quest? Zhang Yuanqing pondered. The information regarding the main hall is limited. Since the intent is to explore the ancient temple, it is imperative to venture outside, thereby confronting the dangers that lurk within. According to the eerie tales of the Xiling Tunnel, there was a worker who managed to survive, and by following his path, perhaps a means of survival can be uncovered. After careful contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing approached the entrance of the main hall and opened the two well-preserved lattice doors. The wooden hinges creaked with a disconcerting sound. Bracing himself against the doorframe, he peered outside, scanning the surroundings. The area was eerily silent and desolate. Yet he discerned no immediate threats. After observing for a while, he stepped over the threshold and proceeded along the cobblestone path on the left side of the main hall, heading towards the backyard of the mountain god temple. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the undulating wild grass. After walking for a minute or two, he came upon a cluster of buildings. These were several interconnected bungalows forming a vast courtyard, characterized by black tiles and white walls, with a linear ridge and lattice windows and doors beneath the eaves. The lattice doors, covered in a layer of dust, were either ajar or tightly shut, with the paper used for window coverings tattered by the passage of time. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a frost-like sheen upon the ground. Taking advantage of the illumination, he surveyed the layout of the mountain god temple's backyard. Besides the courtyard before him, there was an arched doorway on the eastern side, reminiscent of the grand residences depicted in films, typically featuring such arches to connect different courtyards. In the adjoining courtyard, a towering tree stood, its branches sprawling and gnarled. To his astonishment, amidst the undulating grass of the yard, he stumbled upon several skeletons clad in work uniforms. Cautiously approaching, he meticulously examined each skeleton, noting the severe damage they bore. Beneath the protective clothing lay shattered bones, yet, aside from the one in the main hall, the shoulder blades of the skeletons here remained intact, devoid of cracks. It was evident that these individuals had suffered horrific injuries before their demise, meeting a tragic end. A gust of wind swept through, causing the branches and leaves to rustle, and amidst this sound, Zhang Yuanqing discerned a sorrowful whisper carried by the breeze. "Help me. Help me." In the desolate silence of the night, a cold sweat broke out upon his back. He stood rigidly in place for a considerable time until the wind subsided, and the mournful whispers faded along with it. The adjacent courtyard seemed somewhat perilous, yet nothing emerged from within. He exhaled silently, stepping through the overgrown weeds, and entered beneath the eaves, intending to explore this courtyard. It appeared to be a dwelling for disciples of the temple, cluttered with dilapidated, dust-covered furniture, the air thick with a faint, decaying odor. Zhang Yuanqing explored each room, finding nothing of particular interest, until he pushed open the lattice door at the far eastern end. With a creak, the door, sealed for who knows how many years, swung open, dust cascading down. He brushed the dust from his shoulders, his gaze warily scanning every corner of the room. In this long-abandoned chamber, by the windows, a corpse leaned against the wall, lying askew. From the attire and the fallen miner's helmet, it could be inferred that this was yet another predecessor. Crossing the threshold and entering the room, Zhang Yuanqing shivered, inexplicably sensing a significant drop in the surrounding temperature. It felt rather cold. He cautiously approached the corpse, unfastening the tattered garments to examine the skeletal structure as per his usual practice. This time, however, he did not observe any shattered bones. The skeleton was remarkably preserved. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the shoulder blade of the cadaver, his pupils constricted. On this skeleton's shoulder bone, there existed a pronounced fissure. This was akin to the cracks found on the shoulder of the corpse in the main hall, with the distinction that the damage here appeared considerably more severe. Was it merely a coincidence that only the skeletons in this room and the main hall bore such fractures? He muttered to himself uneasily. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanqing noticed that the pockets of the corpse were bulging, as if concealing something. He reached in and retrieved a yellowed ancient tome, a dusty copper mirror, and a piece of yellow paper talisman. The talisman bore twisted markings drawn in vermilion, somewhat reminiscent of runes. These patterns converged to form a character that strikingly resembled the traditional Chinese character for corpse. While examining the yellow talisman, a luminescent blue message materialized before Zhang Yuanqing. Name, Corpse Suppression Talisman. type, consumable, function, suppress corpses, description, a powerful talisman crafted by the Night Wanderer. It serves as the nemesis of all corpse-like entities. Affixing it to the forehead of a spectral being will complete the sealing process. Note, it may be used only once. The luminescent blue message bore resemblance to his attribute panel. Evidently, it was a prompt provided by the spirit realm. This marked the first instance he had encountered such a notification since entering the enigmatic ancient temple. It must be an item of significant importance. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously folded the item and stowed it away in the pocket of his jacket, zipping it up. After a moment's contemplation, he unzipped it once more. Reminded of a trope from a martial arts novel wherein a master swordsman favored wrapping his sword in cloth, bearing it on his back. One fateful day, a challenger confronted the swordsman while he was dining, issuing a duel. The swordsman met his demise, his downfall attributed to the inconvenient unraveling of the fabric. Zhang Yuanqing then picked up the ancient tome and bronze mirror, finding no pertinent information. He set the mirror aside and delicately flipped open the fragile, yellowed pages of the tome. Inscribed upon it were the words, "The King of Yin rebels, smoke signals rise, my master." The most formidable of the Night Wanderers of Song Mansion must ascend the mountain to guide the deceased. Otherwise, with the war unresolved and calamity re-emerging, the common folk shall find no peace. Feeling a twinge of discomfort in his shoulder, he massaged it lightly and surmised that this was a collection of essays, akin to a diary. The entries detail the author's experiences while practicing in a temple, and the handwriting bore a striking resemblance to the papers found on the corpse in the main hall. Yet, he could not ascertain whether this temple truly existed in history, as the writings contained esoteric terms regarding the Night Wanderer's meditative techniques and talismans. Zhang Yuanqing shifted his aching shoulder, casting a vigilant glance around the room and listening intently to the sounds outside, ensuring there was no anomaly before resuming his perusal of the diary. Soon, he turned to the continuation of the main hall's content, the preceding pages having been torn away. The subsequent entry read, "As the sun set, darkness finally enveloped the sky. I heard a knock at the door and eagerly opened it, only to find not my master, but the elder disciple who had gone missing the previous night. The elder disciple stared intently at me and uttered, 'Do not trust the master.'" As Zhang Yuanqing turned the page, he discovered that the note ceased abruptly. The diary's owner had not penned another entry. A chill gripped his heart at the ominous twist. But as his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bronze mirror, his body suddenly stiffened. The moonlight, like liquid silver, cast its glow upon the mirror's surface, reflecting his visage, while on his back, a figure lurked. The figure's pallid face, lips a deep shade of purple, bore a pair of white eyes, its head resting sideways upon Zhang Yuanqing's shoulder, those lifeless eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 7. Return to Sand Value, which plummeted to zero. A wave of cold surged from his tailbone, racing towards the crown of his head. Zhang Yuanqing resembled a startled cat, leaping into the air, an expletive escaping his lips. Damn it. This was an instinctive reaction when one faced intense shock or fright. He finally understood why his shoulder felt so sore and why the corpse by the window had carried a bronze mirror. It was to ascertain whether a vengeful spirit had settled upon his shoulder. When had it taken its place there? Was it upon entering the courtyard or upon entering this very room? Who bestowed upon me the courage to venture forth? Was it Liang Jingru? My mind erupted like a boiling cauldron, an array of thoughts surfacing in an instant, a wave of terror crashing over me. Although I was aware of the eerie and terrifying entities that resided within this temple and had mentally prepared myself, the stark confrontation with the supernatural still invoked an indescribable dread. I possess a talisman. Zhang Yuanqing trembled as he retrieved the yellow paper charm from the left pocket of his windbreaker, applying it to his shoulder in a desperate attempt to ward off the malevolence. Crack! The corpse restraining charm adhered to his shoulder, and he cautiously raised a brass mirror to inspect it. There, a man with a pallid complexion, lips as dark as night, and lifeless white eyes remained hunched upon his shoulder. It was futile. This entity was not a mere corpse or spirit. The last vestiges of hope dissipated, and Zhang Yuanqing felt an increasing ache in his shoulder, his limbs turning cold. This was no mere illusion. It was a tangible loss of yang energy. At that moment, he recalled the skeletal remains beneath the main hall's table and the tragic demise of the predecessor beneath the window. He realized that he might soon share the same fate as those two. A chilling wave enveloped his heart. Suddenly, in this perilous moment, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The sound was light, yet in the profound silence of the night, it resonated clearly. Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced, and he swiftly crouched beside the corpse at the window. The footsteps were familiar, reminiscent of the sounds he had heard upon entering the temple. Tap, tap, tap the footsteps grew ever closer, approaching his position. Zhang Yuanqing dared not breathe, his body tense, faintly aware of his frantic heartbeat. As footsteps passed outside the window, Zhang Yuanqing could not resist glancing at the floor of the room. The moonlight streamed in, casting a lattice of shadows upon the ground. The window was low, reaching only to his waist, and at a typical height, anyone passing by would surely be illuminated by the moonlight on the floor. Yet, he saw nothing. This indicated that whatever traversed outside lacked a corporeal form. Fortunately, the footsteps continued past the window without pausing or entering the room, gradually fading into the distance. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief, focusing on the receding sound of footsteps, which he heard as they entered the yard, rustling through the overgrown grass. They then halted, and moments later, the footsteps resumed. What could they be doing in the yard? With his cold body propped up, he exerted effort to rise, peering through the tattered window paper to gaze outside. Under the moonlight, amidst the wild grass, a pair of pristine Western-style red dancing shoes was performing a tap dance in the night. The moonlit night, the desolate temple, the red shoes dancing alone, this scene appeared both absurd and bizarre. Infused with an indescribable loneliness? How could a pair of Western-style dance shoes exist in a temple dedicated to mountain deities from the Ming Dynasty? As time ticked away, the vengeful spirit perched upon his shoulder continued to siphon his vital energy, intensifying the stiffness in his body. The ache in his shoulders morphing into a sharp pain. He felt that if this continued, he would either perish from the loss of his energy or succumb to a shattered shoulder. Amidst the tormenting agony, the dance in the yard vanished. Zhang Yuanqing still dared not reveal himself, waiting for a moment longer before cautiously peering out through the window into the yard. The yard was filled with moonlight, and the wild grass stood silently while those eerie dance shoes had vanished. He exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him, but as he attempted to rise, his knees buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Once the taut nerves relaxed and the adrenaline subsided, he realized his condition was far worse than he had imagined. Trembling, he grasped a tarnished copper mirror. Within its dusty surface, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his pale visage, a countenance devoid of vitality, with dim pupils. He was hardly a normal person, rather, he resembled a frail specter on the brink of extinguishment, perched upon his shoulder. The dark-lipped vengeful spirit gazed at him with an eerie silence. Continuing down this path would undoubtedly lead to his demise, yet what could he do? He was unable to reach the spirit that lingered on his shoulder. The sharp pain in his shoulder blades forced him to lean against the wall for support. Glancing sideways at the corpse of the former worker, he noted their identical postures, one living, one dead. So it was. Zhang Yuanqing managed a bitter smile. He seemed to glimpse his own fate, hearing the sigh of death itself. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his desire to survive. His mind remained active, akin to a CPU operating beyond its limits, desperately seeking a flicker of hope in this dire situation. In a flash, the corpse beneath the main hall's table flickered through the chaotic stream of information. The severity of the shoulder injuries of the two corpses differed. The shoulder wound of the one in the main hall was not fatal. Had the spirit on his shoulder chosen to spare him? No. The vengeful spirit is certainly incapable of showing mercy. Why did he seek refuge beneath the table? The red ballet shoes had stealthily followed me into the temple. Yet upon my entrance into the main hall, they departed. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing's dim, murky pupils ignited with a glimmer of hope. He immediately rose to his feet, stumbling out of the room, each step a Herculean effort, as though he were burdened by a great mountain. Thud. He collapsed in the courtyard, falling into a thicket of wild grass, unable to rise again. Zhang Yuanqing's teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a clattering sound. As he felt ensnared in the grip of a biting winter, the frigid air siphoned away warmth, eroding his resolve. Gradually, he crawled toward the main hall, expending every ounce of strength, lifting his chin to keep the outline of that structure reflected in his eyes, ensuring that hope would not extinguish. The journey from the main hall seemed to stretch into eternity, akin to reaching the ends of the earth. At last, as he crawled into the eaves of the main hall, he was met with the ethereal sound of anguished screams. His shoulders felt lighter in the harshness of the cold. Dizziness and stiffness dissipated in an instant. Zhang Yuanqing scrambled onto the pedestal, unsteadily maneuvering to the front of the main hall. Pushing open the lattice door and tumbling into the threshold, the candlelight flickered like fireflies, dispelling the gloom and enveloping him in a warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He sprawled on the ground in a starfish position, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, lying there for 2 or 3 minutes before finally feeling as though he had returned to life. It is terrifying, truly terrifying. My hypothesis was correct. The main hall serves as a secure sanctuary, based on the varying injuries on the shoulders of the two skeletons. He deduced that something must have thwarted the vengeful spirit's pursuit of the individual within the hall. The worker, curled up beneath the table in death, exemplifies the instinct to hide in the face of extreme fear. In the mind of this veteran worker, the main hall represented safety. The cessation of the red ballet shoes chase further corroborated this theory. For the ensuing period, Zhang Yuanqing remained in the main hall until the pain in his shoulder subsided and his body temperature stabilized. Indeed, he encountered no further perils. Moreover, the most enigmatic and terrifying source within this temple could not solely be attributed to the vengeful spirit. He did not allow himself to bask in the triumph of evading a life-threatening crisis. This ancient temple was far from simplistic. It is worth noting that a whole construction team had perished here prior to his arrival. After a prolonged respite, he gradually relinquished his fear and found himself deliberating whether to venture out for further exploration. Once again, the voice echoed in his mind. Main Quest 1. Survive for 3 hours completed. Main Quest 2. Explore Spiritual Realm 0079. Progress 20. Yuanshi Tian Zone. Congratulations on completing a main quest. Calculating your rewards. Items acquired. Corpse Restraining Talisman. Available for viewing in the inventory. Experience gained. 15. Inventory unlocked. You will receive a 36-hour rest period. The next opening of Spiritual Realm 0079. 35. 59. 40. The scenery within the main hall distorted, akin to the surface of water ruffled by the wind. Taking a deep breath, he found the air remarkably sweet. Life was indeed splendid. The world was truly wonderful. After a brief pause, Zhang Yuanqing sat up and unzipped his tactical jacket, only to discover that the corpse-warding talisman was, as expected, missing. An instinctive urge to retrieve items surfaced in his mind, and in the next moment, a sapphire blue grid materialized before him. It contained 5 slots, with the first holding the yellow paper talisman. It was a peculiar experience. Upon unlocking the inventory, this ability seemed to become second nature, requiring no prior knowledge to access it effortlessly. Besides the corpse-warding talisman, he had also gained 15 experience points, yet his level remained at 0, signifying that he had not yet ascended to the status of a night wanderer, still an ordinary individual. Surviving 3 hours had nearly cost him his life. How would he manage the second task? Was this truly the difficulty of an S-rank challenge? The more Zhang Yuanqing pondered, the more despondent he felt, convinced that he had been led astray by his comrade. This wretched card had the potential to transform lives, yet it was undeniably challenging to wield. He was acutely aware of his limitations, being merely a university student who had never even taken a life. It would be arduous to survive the forthcoming second task alone. As a staunchly loyal youth of socialism, he felt compelled to rely on his country and government. Thus, he reached for his phone, intending to dial his cousin's number. But his finger hesitated upon touching the screen. A more promising alternative suddenly dawned on him. He promptly rolled out of bed and rummaged through the desk drawer, unearthing the business card left by the man with the slicked-back hair. The business card bore his name and contact information. The events of the evening evoked thoughts of the mysterious disappearance of Soldier Brother. If he had not managed to escape, he too would have vanished without a trace. It was certain that Soldier Brother had long been in contact with the so-called spirit realm, leading to the speculation that his disappearance might be linked to entry into such a realm. Based on this line of reasoning, the investigator from the Public Security Bureau seemed credible. He had another reason for reaching out to the man with the slick-back hairstyle. The latter had insinuated that he too could go missing, suggesting an impending venture into the spirit realm, coupled with the fact that his cousin was unaware of this. Zhang Yuanqing had grounds to deduce that the 3 individuals were specialized personnel dealing with such extraordinary incidents. After coming to this conclusion, Zhang Yuanqing dialed the number on the business card. The ringing tone echoed for a few seconds before the call connected, and a mature male voice inquired, "Who is this?" Chapter 8. Contact. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to keep his tone calm. "Officer Li, this is Zhang Yuanqing." "Oh, it's you." The voice replied with a chuckle. "What brings you to call me at this late hour? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" There was no hint of surprise in Li Dong's tone. Zhang Yuanqing hesitated momentarily before divulging his conjectures regarding Soldier Brother's disappearance in full detail. After a brief silence, the other interrupted in laughter. "You certainly know how to dramatize your own situation." Guan Yu was not mistaken. Zhang Yuanqing indeed possessed a rather reclusive disposition. A typical jovial and optimistic university student would not harbor such profound reservations. "Apologies." Zhang Yuanqing felt a bit awkward and swiftly shifted the topic, or rather, delved into the crux of the matter. "I encountered some rather peculiar and incomprehensible events tonight." Do you understand what I mean?" It appears that you have successfully emerged from the spiritual realm, Li Dongzi remarked with a hint of relief in his tone. Indeed. The other party was familiar with the spiritual realm. Li Dongzi continued, as a university student, congratulations on becoming a traveler of the spiritual realm. This is the designation for individuals like us. I am also a traveler of the spiritual realm, though the distinction lies in my official status, while yours is more spontaneous. Traveler of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing pondered this phrase and inquired, what is the spiritual realm? He had an abundance of questions yearning for answers and could only begin with the most fundamental one. I cannot disclose that to you at present. If you wish to learn about the spiritual realm, you must make a choice, Li Dongzi replied solemnly. The official stance on the spiritual realm is twofold. One approach is to absorb and cultivate, while the other is to supervise and control. The former signifies joining us, becoming a member of the official travelers of the spiritual realm. The latter means becoming a solitary practitioner, merely requiring you to register with us and pledge not to misuse your abilities in violation of the law, and we shall not interfere. Of course, you will also forfeit any assistance from the authorities. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanqing declared, I am willing to join the organization and dedicate myself for the country and the people. Li Dongzi laughed, remarking, it is no surprise, coming from a family of public security officers, you possess a commendable awareness. For a moment, Zhang Yuanqing could not discern whether the other was mocking or praising him. Well then, rest early. I shall come to pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Li Dongzi stated. Is it not now? Zhang Yuanqing hesitated. Tomorrow? What else could it be? What time is it now? If you wish to devote yourself to the organization, you must wait until they are operational. You prefer not to discuss this over the phone, fearing I might retract my commitment and exploit the information for free? Thus, we must wait to meet in person tomorrow. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yuanqing acquiesced. Very well. Upon hanging up, he glanced at his phone, which indicated it was 11 o'clock at night. Time flowed in the realm of spirits as it did in the external world. Having successfully contacted the official organization, a sense of relief washed over him. Yet the exhaustion born from his struggle for survival in the spirit realm surged within him. He lay down on his bed, set the alarm. And as his eyelids grew heavier, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, at 7:15, the shrill sound of the alarm jolted Zhang Yuanqing awake, nearly causing his heart to falter. As he turned off the alarm, he yawned repeatedly and climbed out of bed. His sleep had been far from restful, plagued by several nightmares, each entwined with the supernatural, waking him multiple times. In the living room, his grandfather sat on the sofa, engrossed in the news. His hair was silver and sparse, his tall frame adorned with a face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an air of sternness. In the kitchen, his grandmother busily prepared breakfast, while at the long dining table, his aunt squatted on a chair, engrossed in her phone, puffing her cheeks like an adorable hamster. Up so early? His aunt scrutinized her listless nephew, teasingly remarking, you look as if you've indulged too much. Did you misbehave last night? I must check your trash can. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuanqing would have retorted, are you going to look for food? Yet now, his thoughts were consumed by the ethereal realm and the anticipated meeting with the official organization, leaving him disinterested in engaging in banter with his aunt. With a listless demeanor, he settled beside the woman, his gaze vacant as he awaited the meal. Before long, his grandmother emerged, bearing steaming bowls of rice porridge, crispy fried dough, boiled eggs, and a basket of meat buns. Zhang Yuanqing took a sip of the warm porridge to soothe his throat and turned to his grandfather, tentatively inquiring, Grandfather, I recall that after the disappearance of the construction team at the Xiling Tunnel, the Public Security Bureau organized a search party. You were involved at that time, weren't you? His grandfather responded with a noncommittal hum, a hint of confusion in his voice. That was long ago. Why do you ask about it now? I saw the story online again yesterday. Do you know what became of the worker who was found? His grandfather furrowed his brow, replying, I've forgotten. It was such a long time ago, I can't recall. Didn't he disappear again? His grandmother interjected, eagerly joining the conversation. Indeed, it was a bizarre disappearance that left the police department in a state of turmoil. It was only after the leadership from the headquarters personally intervened to reassure everyone that the matter subsided. Is that so? His grandfather replied, skeptical. Old Shin, have you perhaps grown senile with age? You recounted this to me yourself. His grandmother asserted with conviction. His grandfather lowered his head to sip his porridge, stating, one must trust in science and refrain from indulging in such superstitions. You have become more gossipy with age. After being found, he vanished again. Zhang Yuanqing took another sip of porridge, feeling a tinge of melancholy. It was evident that the survivor had re-entered the ethereal realm after 36 hours, and this time, He had not emerged alive. He was not mistaken in his expectations. The mortality rate at the mountain god temple was exceedingly high, making the second main quest exceedingly perilous. To survive, relying on the authorities was indeed the wisest course of action. After finishing his breakfast and a brief wash, Zhang Yuanqing descended in the elevator and waited for a quarter of an hour at the entrance of the community. A black business vehicle gradually approached, and the electric door slid open automatically. Li Dongzi sat on a white leather sofa, leaning on his cane with his legs crossed, dressed similarly to the previous day. He wore a black suit, a black vest, and a white shirt, his hair meticulously slicked back, adorned with two finely groomed mustaches. "Get in the car, university student," Li Dongzi said with a smile. Once Zhang got in, the black vehicle merged into the traffic, cruising at a moderate pace through the morning streets. As Li Dongzi opened the car's refrigerator, he inquired, "Well, would you like to drink? Coke? Then you'll have to buy it at the supermarket later," he replied, pouring himself a glass of whiskey and adding an ice ball. Leaning back in his seat, he leisurely remarked, "I will take you to complete your employment paperwork and provide you with basic training along the way. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dongzi, a level 3 Spirit Realm Walker, the squad leader of the second team at the Songhai branch of the Five Elements Alliance, and my profession is that of a scout." "Scout? Apart from the Night Wanderer, are there other professions?" Zhang Yuanqing assumed a posture of earnest attention. Despite his inner curiosity, he refrained from interjecting. As a person skilled in social interactions, he understood that interrupting others was an impolite act, and he would not allow himself to be penalized for such trivial matters. Li Dongzi took a sip of his drink and began, "Let me first explain to you what the Spirit Realm is." Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up. Chapter 9, The Spirit Realm. Li Dongzi pondered briefly before stating, "The Spirit Realm embodies supernatural forces, an enigma that remains beyond the grasp of scientific explanation. Despite our persistent efforts to dissect and comprehend it, our understanding remains far from complete. The Spirit Realm exists within reality yet transcends it. Only the chosen few can access its depths." He took a sip of his drink, smiling as he continued, "You must have experienced this firsthand." Li Dongzi nodded slightly. "It is referred to as a character card. Those who acquire a character card will embark upon trial missions, and through these trials, they can attain corresponding professions, along with the skills and attributes that accompany them. The mechanism by which the Spirit Realm selects its travelers is yet to be fully deciphered, and the means of distributing character cards is also unpredictable. At times, it may materialize within your very being. Other times, you might stumble upon it by the roadside, or inadvertently click on a link online. Completing a trial mission is merely the beginning, to ascend and grow ever more formidable. A traveler of the Spirit Realm must continuously accept new tasks and delve deeper into its realm. However, you need not worry. The frequency of these tasks is not excessively high, and not every scene within the Spirit Realm poses a lethal threat. On the contrary, some realms can be quite entertaining. For instance, I, a level 3 scout, have entered the Spirit Realm 6 times over the past 2 years. 3 of those instances were solitary ventures where I narrowly escaped demise. The other 3 involved group challenges and cooperative missions, which were relatively safer and considerably more engaging. Acquiring superpowers invariably demands a price. Li Dongzi paused momentarily, allowing Zhang Yuanqing a moment to ponder the question. "Is it akin to a game dungeon?" Zhang Yuanqing offered his interpretation. Li Dongzi smiled. "I relish conversing with you young individuals, for your comprehension is astute, and you actively engage with novel concepts." After a brief commendation, he nodded. "Indeed, it resembles gameplay, with the spiritual realm serving as the dungeon. Some dungeons are designed for solo play, while others are tailored for teams or competitive encounters. The solo dungeons are the most perilous, boasting the highest mortality rates. In contrast, the team dungeons are relatively more manageable, featuring both lethal and punitive outcomes, with the latter merely resulting in a deduction of experience points." Zhang Yuanqing inquired curiously, "Why is the mortality rate highest in solo dungeons?" Li Dongzi reflected for a moment. "In the multiplayer spiritual realms, you will encounter other practitioners from various professions. However, in solo dungeons, you confront the challenges inherent to your own vocation. Take the Scout class as an example. Its extraordinary abilities encompass insight, tracking, and analysis." "Has Lei Yibing vanished into the spiritual realm?" Zhang Yuanqing asked solemnly. He urgently sought confirmation from an authoritative figure to validate his suspicions. If Brother Bing had indeed entered the spiritual realm, then the situation might not be as dire. Li Dongzi contemplated briefly before responding. Following Lei Yibing's mysterious disappearance, the official personnel from the Hangzhou Police Department took over the case. concluding that he has perished within the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing felt his heart momentarily stop, an uncontrollable wave of anxiety and panic swelling within him. Why? Li Dongzi elucidated that due to the prolonged duration, a typical spiritual realm instance, particularly at the extraordinary level, may last anywhere from several hours to a couple of days. However, Lei Bing has been missing for 4 days. The extraordinary level signifies ranks 1 to 3. As for those above the extraordinary level, the specifics remain unclear. Yet it is likely that the instances would be of a longer duration. Perhaps Brother Bing is a formidable practitioner of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing could only comfort himself with such thoughts. In comparison, joining the official organization and seeking self-rescue is presently of utmost importance. Before I introduce you to the official organization, there is another crucial matter. Li Dongzi took a sip of wine to clear his throat, inquiring, "What is your moral value?" Li Dongzi nodded. "For a novice like you, the moral value is the greatest pitfall. This is something you must bear in mind." "Why do you say that?" Zhang Yuanqing could not hide his confusion. "Do you recall the note beneath the moral value?" "I remember. It advises me to be a good person." Zhang Yuanqing nearly made a face in exasperation. Li Dongzi continued with seriousness. "The initial moral value is set at 60. Should it fall below this threshold, a punitive mechanism of the spiritual realm will be triggered, reporting your location to all practitioners of the spiritual realm in the same city, and issuing a task to eliminate you." Zhang Yuanqing was left speechless, exclaiming, "Then does that mean I can never do anything wrong for the rest of my life?" "Well, I'm not advocating for wrongdoing, but being overly virtuous can be quite exhausting. Furthermore, what are the criteria for measuring moral value? If engaging in craftsmanship or sharing suggestive images is deemed a moral decline, then his life is irrevocably doomed." Li Dongzi chuckled, seemingly delighted to witness such expressions from newcomers, and slowly remarked, "As for the losses in personal ethics, they do not affect one's moral value. Furthermore, while moral value can indeed be deducted, it can also be accumulated. This is precisely why one should strive to be a good person. This mechanism appears to be deliberately designed to constrain the practitioners of the spirit realm. Yet, why should the spirit realm impose restrictions upon its practitioners? Both morality and law are constructs created by humanity to maintain order outside of humankind. Other creatures in the natural world do not require such constructs. In other words, unless the spirit realm aligns itself with humanity, the existence of moral value seems rather illogical. However, the spirit realm is a supernatural phenomenon. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively felt that this limitation was unreasonable. Yet the absence of explanation from Li Dongzi indicated that he too was unaware of the underlying reasons. From their previous conversation, it was evident that the authorities possess a limited understanding of the spirit realm. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly grasped the situation. It is no wonder that this poses a significant pitfall for newcomers. "So, how does one accumulate moral value?" he inquired. "After acquiring superpowers, novices often exploit their abilities to accomplish what they previously desired but could not achieve, such as acquiring wealth. However, methods for quick financial gain are explicitly outlined in criminal law. Additionally, does supporting impoverished young women diminish moral value? Within the framework of the spirit realm, does this constitute a loss of personal ethics or a violation of the law?" This was a question Zhang Yuanqing dared not pose, as they were still unfamiliar with one another, and he wished to avoid leaving a negative impression on his future superior. Accumulating moral value is as straightforward as diminishing it. One merely needs to perform good deeds. In truth, many malevolent organizations find their practitioners enthusiastic about philanthropy and donations, for this is the swiftest means of amassing moral worth. With sufficient funds, one can commit heinous acts without remorse. Li Dongzi let out a scoff. "How ironic, isn't it? You can never discern the true nature behind those who engage in charity. Even more ironic is the fact that human lives can be appraised with monetary value. This holds true in reality as well as in the realm of spirits. Furthermore, combat among practitioners in this realm does not deduct from their moral score." Once Zhang Yuanqing had begun to digest this information, Li Dongzi continued, "Now, let us discuss the official organizations. The official faction to which we belong is known as the Five Elements Alliance, constituted by 5 major powers: the 100 Flowers Society, the White Tiger Legion, the Crimson Fire Gang, the Water God Palace, and the Central Court. Each of these 5 forces represents a distinct profession, with spirits, scouts, fire masters, water ghosts, and earth beasts." Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but internally mock. Why does the official organization seem to be composed entirely of demons and monsters? The formation of the 5 Elements Alliance among these 5 organizations occurred within the past 2 decades. Prior to that, they operated independently with strained relations. This situation involves the interactions of the five elements and the inherent differences in the characteristics of each profession. Li Dongzi took a sip of his drink, shrugged his shoulders, and cited the group of tree spirits from the Hundred Flowers Society as an example. They are a faction of extreme environmentalists and members of animal protection associations. Goodness. They actually attempted to advocate for the headquarters of the Five Elements Alliance to enact a regulation prohibiting its members from consuming dog meat. Even the heavens would find their absurdity unparalleled. Each time I behold their pathological zeal for animal protection, I cannot help but feel an overwhelming urge to deliver a firm kick to their behinds with my leather shoes. Subsequently, Li Dongzi vehemently criticized the four major professions outside of the White Tiger Legion. This provided Zhang Yuanqing with a more tangible understanding of the other organizations within the Five Elements Alliance, such as the Red Fire Gang, which prefers action over idle chatter. The Water God Palace, characterized by its somber demeanor and penchant for cultivating viruses and bacteria, and the local tycoons of the Middle Courtyard, who are engaged in real estate and mining ventures. Only our scouts from the White Tiger Legion embody the qualities of wisdom, calmness, and bravery, making them the epitome of a perfect profession, Li Dongzi concluded. Zhang Yuanqing mused to himself, I wonder if the other four organizations would concur with your assessment. The more one speaks, the more it resembles a game, does it not? Within the Five Elements Alliance, some even refer to the spiritual realm as a gaming server. The practitioners of the spiritual realm have character panels, possess items, and must undertake quests, with each distinct spiritual realm resembling a unique dungeon. Furthermore, it encompasses various professions. Members of the Red Fire Gang are reckless and impulsive, reveling in violence akin to berserkers. Those from the Water God Palace wield water manipulation abilities. Akin to water mages, the Hundred Flowers Society can nurture pets and heal the sick, embodying the roles of priests and summoners. While the Middle Courtyard individuals are tough and resilient, serving as the quintessential tanks, Zhang Yuanqing could not resist a quip. So, are your scouts akin to the game SIs that cost 75 gold coins each? Li Dongzi was taken aback, unable to resist tightening his grip on the handle of his cane, and expressionlessly remarked, if I were a fire master of the Crimson Flame Gang, I would have already smashed your dog's head with a single strike. My apologies. Zhang Yuanqing promptly replied. After the jest, the atmosphere between the two grew even more harmonious. Li Dongzi chuckled. Of course, in the realm of orthodox professions, the Night Wanderer is universally acknowledged as the most formidable vocation. I refer specifically to the orthodox professions, excluding the nefarious ones. Even as scouts, we must concede that the Night Wanderer possesses a certain perfection that surpasses us. Is the Night Wanderer truly that powerful? Can they defeat 10 opponents? Zhang Yuanqing's heart leaped with joy. Could you elaborate on the Night Wanderer profession? Li Dongzi chuckled softly, yet understood the youth's admiration for strength. He continued, the Night Wanderer can exhibit remarkable assassination capabilities early in the extraordinary realm, with an explosiveness that is quite impressive. Furthermore, they possess the ability to communicate with souls, manipulate corpses, and control spirits, boasting a diverse array of skills and formidable combat prowess. However, Night Wanderers are exceedingly rare, currently. There are none in the Songhai branch due to the scarcity of Night Wanderer trial realms in Songhai, compounded by the incessant recruitment of Night Wanderers by the Tai sect in the capital. At this juncture, he naturally inquired about the new employee's profession, saying, What is your vocation? I hope you are not a fire master, as I have a strong aversion to rude and volatile young individuals. Chapter 10, S-Class Trial Realm. Night Wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing calmly responded. I was inquiring about your profession, Night Wanderer. Li Dongzi was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture and leaned forward. His gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Yuanqing. You are the Night Wanderer? Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing affirmed with a nod. Li Dongzi shifted slightly, taking a moment to process this revelation. He elevated his voice, repeating, You are the Night Wanderer? I have just stumbled upon a Night Wanderer? This was entirely beyond his expectations. Akin to lamenting one's desire to win a 5 million lottery, only to find oneself holding the winning ticket. It felt as though he had discovered a treasure. Setting down his cup, Li Dongzi scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing repeatedly, his expression brimming with excitement. Each Night Wanderer is a highly coveted individual, fiercely sought after by various teams of spirit realm practitioners and even competing factions. Li Dongzi recalled a certain young woman from the Hundred Flowers Society who, in her pursuit of a Night Wanderer informant from the Crimson Fire Gang, had resorted to seduction, engaging in an affair to persuade him to switch allegiances. This act nearly sparked a conflict between the Crimson Fire Gang and the Hundred Flowers Society, with the Five Elements Alliance intervening in vain. It was only after the Night Wanderer met his demise during a Spirit Realm mission that the matter settled. By the way, I still do not know your Spirit Realm ID. Li Dongzi concealed his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of his future subordinate. Zhang Yuanqing lifted his chin and declared, "Primordial Supreme Being." Li Dongzi fell silent for a few moments before clapping his hands in approval. A splendid name, as long as you cherish it. At this moment, a black business vehicle entered the security bureau of Kongang District and parked in a spot beside the landscaped area. I will arrange for you to complete the onboarding procedures now. The salary is 20,000 per month, with additional allowances for tasks completed and extra performance bonuses for commendable achievements. Is there any issue? Li Dongzi appeared eager, as if he wished to secure the arrangement without delay. A monthly salary of 20,000? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes lit up. There were no objections. Such a salary places one in the upper echelons even in a bustling metropolis like Shanghai. Zhang Yuanqing recalled that his mother's company had management salaries ranging from 50 to 100,000 per month, of course. This was the base salary and did not include bonuses, commissions, or shares. He followed Li Dongzi as they alighted from the vehicle and made their way to a two-story building situated behind the security bureau. The structure, composed of large panes of glass, exuded an air of sophistication and elitism. Upon entering the building's main entrance, one was greeted by a steel staircase leading directly to the second floor. To the left of the first floor was the office area, where 7 or 8 women were seated at their desks, some young and attractive, others mature and graceful, and a few competent and composed. To the right was a living area furnished with sofas, a round table, a refrigerator, an induction stove, and a water dispenser. They were either engrossed in their tasks, donning headphones to watch dramas, or huddled in small groups discussing the latest gossip. Upon noticing Li Dongzi's arrival, they merely glanced up before returning to their activities, exhibiting none of the usual trepidation subordinates might display towards their superiors. I quite like this office atmosphere, Zhang Yuanqing murmured to himself. Li Dongzi did not linger, leading Zhang Yuanqing towards the steel staircase, when he suddenly turned around and said, "These individuals are ordinary staff members, dedicated solely to assisting us, the practitioners of the spirit realm. Should you require anything in your daily life or work, feel free to instruct them." A work secretary? Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The two ascended to the second floor, where the clamor diminished significantly. The layout of the second floor was much simpler. The entire left side was designated as Li Dongzi's personal office, while the right side accommodated 9 desks, most of which were unoccupied, save for 2 where individuals were seated. They were the investigators who had visited his home the previous day, the tall, statuesque woman and the disheveled, vacant-eyed engineering enthusiast. "Guanya, please assist him with the onboarding procedures." Li Dongzi called from a distance, smiling. "I have recruited a new colleague for you." The engineering gentleman lifted his gaze, glanced briefly at Zhang Yuanqing, nodded slightly, and then returned to his tasks. The mixed-race beauty, on the other hand, broke into a smile as she rose, exclaiming, "It seems you have successfully completed your trial task." The young boy with a penchant for mature women. The young boy with a penchant for mature women. Zhang Yuanqing's expression momentarily froze, before he heard Li Dongzi beside him say, "Guanya enjoys making jokes. You'll get used to it." He then admonished his female subordinate, "Refrain from speaking such peculiarities in front of our young university students. He is still a child." The boy discreetly glanced at the approaching mixed-race beauty, who was attired in a professional ensemble, her blouse tucked neatly into her skirt, accentuating her slender waist. Her long, shapely legs, clad in black stockings, swayed gently as her wavy hair danced with her movements. With a delicate, angular visage marked by the refined features characteristic of Western beauty, her skin radiated a fair and supple glow. "Li Shichang, I wish to inquire about matters pertaining to the trial spirit realm." Zhang Yuanqing reminded himself of the purpose of his visit today. "If you have questions, you may consult Guanya. I have other matters to attend to." Li Dongzi remarked in a tone reminiscent of a homeroom teacher addressing an exemplary student. "Has Shichang taken a peculiar medicine today? She seems to float as she walks." Guanya muttered, turning to Zhang Yuanqing with a smile. "Come with me to fill out a form, and please provide your identification card. I left my ID at home. Then, please recite your ID number." She led Zhang Yuanqing to an unoccupied desk, handed him a form, and, after noting down his ID number, she departed downstairs. Zhang Yuanqing picked up a pen from the holder, twisting off the cap while scrutinizing the form before him. This document differed from a typical employment form. It pertained to the attribute panel of a spirit realm traveler. in addition to fundamental information such as profession and level. There was a section for the trial task spirit realm. It was an opportune moment to inquire about how to navigate the Xiling Tunnel dungeon later on. Zhang Yuanqing filled out the form truthfully. Shencheng must have provided you with basic training. She casually leaned against the back of her chair, a posture that accentuated her impressive figure. Zhang Yuanqing caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance, discreetly stealing a glance at her. In an era where the average level barely reached C grade, an E grade powerhouse was enough to evoke admiration. Your employment paperwork is complete. Here is your contract, along with a confidentiality agreement. Once Zhang Yuanqing affixed his signature, Guanya retracted her smile and spoke earnestly. I must clarify a few matters. From this day forth, your original identification card will no longer be valid. The organization will issue you a new one, which should arrive within 3 days, allowing you to purchase high-speed rail tickets and plane tickets normally, utilizing the expedited channels. As for your new mobile SIM card, it will be provided to you by tomorrow. Zhang Yuanqing, perplexed by this procedure, inquired about the reasoning behind it. When you chose your name, the realm should have cautioned you against using your real name, Guanya stated solemnly. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. There is a reason for this. We categorize the professions within the realm into 2 distinct classes, the first being the lawful professions, or the orthodox ones, and the second being the malevolent professions. The practitioners of the malevolent professions are either ruthlessly violent or grotesquely cruel, united by a singular obsession, the hunting of practitioners from orthodox professions, like ourselves. Revealing one's identity as a practitioner in the real world is exceedingly perilous. Is this akin to factional conflict in games? Zhang Yuanqing's expression grew somber. He had found it odd when he was informed last night not to use his real name. So, Li Dongzi and Guanya are not their true names either? However, Guanya reassured him, rest assured, we are an official organization. Under normal circumstances, we are the hunters, and they are the prey. Noticing the smile fade from the young man's face, she offered him a comforting word. Sister Guan, you must be an extraordinary hunter. Zhang Yuanqing let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously bestowing a sweet compliment upon her. Such eloquence, Guanya remarked, a deeper smile gracing her lips. Your words are quite melodious. How many girlfriends have you had? Single, Zhang Yuanqing replied. Guanya was taken aback. Your trash bin appears so immaculate. I had assumed you were in a relationship. Once again, with the trash bin. Do women possess some peculiar fascination with it? Zhang Yuanqing silently mused. Guanya chuckled. Would you like me to assist you in purchasing a girlfriend online? Enough of this, you woman. No, you old matchmaker. Zhang Yuanqing retorted with feigned annoyance. That's unnecessary. I prefer a more lifelike girlfriend. Guanya laughed heartily. I quite like you, little fellow. All right, no more jesting. Let us return to the matter at hand. The entire Kanyang district comprises 10 teams of spirit realm practitioners. We are Team 2, consisting of 5 practitioners, and with you, that makes 6. Among the 5, only the squad leader and I belong to the White Tiger Battalion. Since you were recruited by the squad leader, once you are officially recognized, you too will be part of the White Tiger Battalion. I hope you keep this in mind. This revelation suggested that the biases among the factions of the 5 Elements Alliance were more profound than Zhang Yuanqing had anticipated. He promptly stated, from now on, I shall follow Sister Guanya. He refrained from mentioning Li Dongzi, believing this would endear him further to her. Indeed, Guanya's smile grew even more radiant. Besides myself and Wang Tai, other spirit realm practitioners typically do not clock in for work. As a student, you need not come by every day. One should not be overly formal. Shencheng is quite an admirable individual. However, during moments of heightened emotion, his manner of speaking may become rather peculiar, coupled with an unwavering obsession for elegance. As for Wang Tai, he holds the title of a scholar, excelling in both learning and research, serving as a civil servant. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to consult him. When the time comes for university graduation, one may seek his assistance in writing dissertations. Yet, he is not adept at socializing and harbors a disdain for it. It is best to regard him as a mere tool, without concern. As for myself, she said with a gentle smile, I greatly enjoy engaging with spirited young men. Zhang Yuanqing found himself momentarily unable to discern whether she was speaking sincerely or jesting. He swiftly assigned labels to those in the group based on his understanding. One who values elegance, occasionally slipping into a translated tone, an introverted STEM enthusiast, an experienced guide. By the way, what is your zodiac sign? Guanya inquired. With an oddly scrutinizing gaze, she assessed him. Do you truly have no girlfriend? What does that have to do with zodiac signs? Zhang Yuanqing replied, his expression one of confusion. Guanya appeared skeptical but chose not to dwell on the topic, casually picking up the form Zhang Yuanqing had completed. Yuanshi Tianzun, 21 years old. Ah, does your ID still carry weight? Are you not afraid of being assaulted when you venture out? Night Wanderer. Guanya's charming visage briefly froze, and she exclaimed, "You are the Night Wanderer." Zhang Yuanqing relished her expression. No wonder she walks with such grace. Guanya murmured, her expression brightening with delight as she added, "From now on, our team has a Night Wanderer. You mustn't stray to the wild women of other factions." Zhang Yuanqing noticed that Wang Tai, not far off, also lifted his head and cast a glance in their direction. "Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, I shall henceforth address you as Primordial," Guanya said cheerfully, looking down. Upon seeing the zero-level status, she was momentarily taken aback, and just as she was about to inquire further, her eyes caught the next line stating, "Trial Task, Shiling Tunnel." Guanya's mind buzzed, her lips parted slightly, and her expression froze in bewilderment. After a long pause, she regarded him with an incredibly complex gaze. "Your trial realm is the Shiling Tunnel?" Noticing her expression, Zhang Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. He was contemplating consulting about the trial task. Since it was a dungeon, there must surely be a strategy guide. Just then, he observed the so-called indifferent engineer raising his head to look over, this time his eyes brimming with sympathy and pity. "You, just wait a moment," Guanya said, her face clouded with unease as she departed the office area, heading toward Li Dong's office. At that moment, Wang Tai from the adjacent desk remarked nonchalantly, "Indeed, there are guides. Submitting details of one's experiences in the spiritual realms is the duty of every official traveler, and the organization offers corresponding rewards. However, the Shiling Tunnel is somewhat different. You should see for yourself." He handed over a laptop. Zhang Yuanqing accepted the computer with a mix of curiosity and confusion, the screen displaying an open document. Summary of the Night Wanderer's Trial Realms in Songhai. Wang Village Ruins, C-Class, Task Requirement. Survive until dawn. The dangers lurking within the village stem from the spectral entities known as the Hanging Ghosts and the desolate graves beyond its borders. In the face of the Hanging Ghosts' demand for souls, those who traverse the spirit realm must invert their bodies to evade peril. However, those of frail constitution can only rely on their own luck. At the stroke of midnight, the vengeful spirits from the graves will collectively invade the village. Thus, the spirit realm wanderers must promptly venture to the local shop to procure incense and candles. Lighting these offerings can shield them from being devoured by the horde of ghosts. In the case of the Lingang Reservoir, classified as a B-level task, the requirement is to traverse the waters. During this crossing, water spirits may attempt to drag one beneath the surface. It is imperative not to resist. By holding one's breath for 2 minutes, the water spirits will eventually depart on their own. The task involving the Ghost Bride is rated A-level, demanding a union with the spectral bride until dawn. The Ghost Bride, a stunningly alluring figure, will treat each groom with wild abandon. She poses no harm to her suitors, provided they can satisfy her desires. Yet, theoretically, no man has managed to endure until daybreak, making this a near-certain death within the spirit realm. To date, only one brave soul has succeeded in surviving the ordeal. Yet he has since developed a profound aversion to women. Zhang Yuanqing found himself increasingly perplexed as he read on. Was it truly so simple? These trial tasks appeared remarkably easy. Aside from the Ghost Bride's demands requiring a formidable constitution, the survival rates for the other trials were notably high. Furthermore, throughout the text, the most challenging task was categorized as A-level, while his own trial was classified as S-level, the Shiling Tunnel. As he continued, he finally came upon the details regarding the Shiling Tunnel. Shiling Tunnel, difficulty unknown, task requirements unknown. The initial incident occurred during the construction of the tunnel, when a construction crew inadvertently entered the spirit realm. A total of 12 individuals ventured into this realm, with only one surviving, albeit profoundly traumatized and mentally disturbed. 36 hours later, they re-entered the spirit realm, only to meet their demise within it. Note, this spirit realm is exceedingly perilous, and no successful examples of navigating through Shiling Tunnel have been discovered thus far. The final sentence was marked in vivid red. Zhang Yuanqing appeared utterly dazed. Updates will follow. Due to the Qiming festival, he was occupied all morning, so the morning update was postponed until after lunch. Chapter 11. A bug-level spirit realm in an opulent and spacious office, Li Dongza languidly reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. With a wine glass in his left hand and a cigar delicately held in his right, exuding an air of nonchalance. Just moments ago, he had reported the acquisition of the Night Wanderer to his direct superior. Li Dongza understood that the young centurion, newly appointed, was eager to achieve results and cultivate loyal subordinates. A night wanderer with a clean background was, to the illustrious centurion, akin to a fortuitous blessing arriving at the perfect moment. Indeed, the young superior expressed profound admiration for him and promised to acknowledge his significant contribution. Within the ranks of the White Tiger Brigade, military achievements are held in the highest esteem. Suddenly, the glass door of the office was forcefully swung open, and Guanya strode in, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Li Dongzi furrowed his brow, leisurely sipping his drink as he reproached her. Guanya, your manner is quite unrefined. What's more, this fellow has entered the trial spirit realm of Qi Ling Tunnel. Guanya cut to the chase. With a sudden burst, Li Dongzi transformed into a jetting warrior, disregarding the spilled liquor as he sprang up from the table, his voice piercing the air. Qi Ling Tunnel? Oh, my God, you imbecile destined for damnation, look at the mess you created. Grasping his cane, he dashed out towards the office area, where he found the newly appointed night wanderer, Zhang Yuanqing, staring blankly at the computer screen. Upon noticing Li Dongzi's arrival, Zhang Yuanqing, with a grim expression, lamented, Director, do you think there's any hope for me? He feared the response would be a blunt dismissal. There's no saving you. Just wait for your contract to be terminated. Li Dongzi gazed at him in silence, his expression reminiscent of a man who, after much pursuit, discovers that his beloved is, in fact, his long-lost sister. Confronted by the earnest gaze of the new employee, Li Dongzi took a deep breath and spoke in a somber tone. The trial spirit realm is the initial solo dungeon for every spirit realm practitioner, and its most daunting aspect lies precisely therein. In a solo dungeon, no one can assist you. It is a test from the spirit realm, a necessary sacrifice you must endure to acquire supernatural powers. Zhang Yuanqing nodded gravely. Li Dongzi continued, although you are not a night wanderer, as a seasoned spirit realm practitioner, you must have heard of the notorious reputation of the Qi Ling Tunnel. To date, within the records compiled by official organizations, no one has successfully cleared the Qi Ling Tunnel. The first kill of this dungeon remains unachieved. Very well, Director, Zhang Yuanqing replied, his demeanor stiff. Li Dongzi added, please document your experiences in the Qi Ling Tunnel in detail. On the desk lay an array of items, including a computer, a notebook, and a water cup, all adorned with various constellations. It was evident that this was the domain of a seasoned astrology enthusiast. Guanya inscribed on a sticky note, Primordial Celestial Venerable, Scorpio male. Attributes, cunning, vengeful, strong sexual drive. Note, high probability of being seduced by women from other organizations. After completing her note, the mixed-race beauty sighed softly, tore off the sticky note, and affixed it to the personnel record of Team 2. She had annotated the attributes of each team leader, including those who had resigned or met their demise in the spirit realm. Hey, Wang Tai, does that lad stand a chance of clearing the level? Guan Yu called out to the adjacent room. The disheveled Wang Tai lifted his head and replied, the Tai sect may possess detailed information regarding the Qi Ling Tunnel, but it is likely to be of little use. Otherwise, the Tai sect would have already arranged for the night wanderer to clear that spirit realm. He continued, an S-grade trial task should yield considerable rewards. Guan Yu frowned. Wang Tai elaborated, if we could procure a few items for him, perhaps there would be a chance of success. However, as you know, the functions of items vary widely, and our understanding of the Qi Ling Tunnel is limited, preventing us from providing targeted solutions. The outcome is likely to be a loss of both resources and personnel. Nonsense. Guan Yu rolled her eyes. As for unclaimed items, they could only be acquired through two means: entering the spirit realm to search or slaying spirit realm practitioners in the real world to seize their treasures. Moreover, only items that had exited the inventory could be taken. Clearly, both options were impractical. The crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty surrounding the specifics of the Qi Ling Tunnel. Who, then, could possibly fathom which type of equipment would aid him in overcoming the challenges ahead? Wang Tai furiously tapped away at the keyboard, unraveling a series of data, his gaze fixed intently as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the office, Li Dongzi opened a messaging application and composed a message. The Qi Ling Tunnel first emerged during the tunnel construction period of the last century, when a construction team inadvertently wandered inside, meeting their demise within the spirit realm. Subsequently, officials managed to locate a survivor, who, after 36 hours, was once again transported back into the spirit realm. It is known that the Tai sect possesses the most extensive and comprehensive archives on the Night Wanderer's spirit realm, and that the current sect leader is the most formidable Night Wanderer of our time. Perhaps the Tai sect may have pertinent information regarding the Qi Ling Tunnel. If you, Captain Fu, were to intervene, I believe the Tai sect would extend a modicum of assistance. The principle of not abandoning comrades is foundational to the White Tiger Brigade. Since he has already joined, we cannot easily forsake him, and I hope for your support. Captain Phil. After meticulously editing the message and reviewing it multiple times to ensure its accuracy, Li Dongza clicked send. He held a wine glass, gazing at the screen and sighed deeply. In the living room, his grandmother was diligently polishing the gleaming floor, while at the dining table sat a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket. With striking features and jet black hair, he bore the deep furrow of a character on his forehead, complemented by the delicate crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, collectively narrating the tales of time's passage. Judging by his appearance, there was no doubt that he was an exceptionally charismatic gentleman, likely to be favored by mature women and admired by young girls with a penchant for older men. However, this middle-aged gentleman is not Zhang Yuanqing's uncle, but rather his cousin. The cousin swallowed the freshly heated porridge and turned to Zhang Yuanqing, inquiring, "I heard from Grandma that you sought me out last night?" His expression was grave and devoid of humor, reminiscent of a younger version of their grandfather. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, then shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. The issue from yesterday has been resolved, and the new challenge is beyond your assistance. So it is best left unspoken." Furthermore, he had signed a confidentiality agreement. The cousin cast a glance at him, leisurely sipping his porridge, and remarked, "It concerns Lei Yibing, doesn't he it? I heard that Li Dongza personally visited yesterday, which suggests that his case is quite unusual. Not only would you struggle, but even I would be of no help." It appeared that the cousin had already conducted his own inquiries. Zhang Yuanqing simply acknowledged with a sound, noticing his somber demeanor. Qin Yuanjun chose to remain silent, interpreting his cousin's mood as worry for Lei Yibing. At that moment, Jiang Wei, clad in an adorable bear-themed pajama, emerged from her room, clutching a stack of facial masks. "Here, these are for wrinkle removal and anti-aging. One application in the morning and one at night. The results should be quite satisfactory. Your grandmother insisted I help purchase them." The cousin's expression darkened, his brow furrowing with displeasure. "Aunt, I do not require these." The aunt shrugged nonchalantly. "Suit yourself." Nearby, their grandmother, wielding a mop, shot a disapproving glare at her grandson and retorted, "If you do not need facial masks, does that mean you are content for Grandma to iron out the wrinkles on your face?" Due to her son's unreliability, the grandmother had long since abandoned her elder responsibilities, redirecting her efforts toward nurturing the next generation. "At present, my grandson has been accepted into Shanghai University, and my other grandson works at the Public Security Bureau, both of whom have promising futures ahead. However, my grandmother harbors a persistent concern. Her grandson is excessively composed and mature, possessing the visage of a man in his 40s at the tender age of 30. 2 years ago, an old friend of my grandfather, who had not been seen in many years, came to visit Shanghai. Upon meeting Qin Yuanjun, he exclaimed in astonishment to my grandfather, 'I had no idea you had another son.' My grandfather, after a moment of struggle, managed to reply, 'This is my grandson.' The old friend, a forthright man, blurted out in surprise, 'Your grandson certainly has a rather willful appearance.' Several decades of friendship nearly fell apart in an instant. Qin Yuanjun, feeling helpless, accepted the face mask and shoved it into his pocket, saying, 'All right, grandmother, please refrain from your incessant chatter. I have to go to work. Recently, I am preoccupied with a missing persons case.'" "A missing persons case?" Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Qin Yuanjun replied, "While taking a bite of pickled vegetables, 2 individuals have gone missing in the Shelling Tunnel, and thus far, no trace of them has been found. We reviewed the surveillance footage, but there is no evidence of them entering the tunnel." Suddenly, his cousin interrupted, cautioning, "Keep this under wraps." He has signed a confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing this, my grandmother's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired mysteriously, "Is it possible that it's haunted again? How is it that this place remains unblocked? Every year, a few individuals mysteriously vanish in that tunnel." My aunt perked up her ears, wearing a similarly inquisitive expression. "Grandmother, please refrain from asking any further. It seems that, like myself, they have stumbled into the mountain deity's temple. Alas, these 2 unfortunate souls. One can only wonder if they will endure for 3 hours." Zhang Yuanqing felt a blend of sympathy and a peculiar solace in knowing that misfortune was not his alone. He gained a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm. Li Dongza had mentioned that the spiritual realm has always existed, and perhaps a portion of those who go missing each year have vanished into its depths. In the capital city, within a courtyard, the branches of the large locust tree flourished, resembling a vast green umbrella. Beneath its shade, An elderly man with graying hair reclined in a rocking chair, clad in a white undershirt and loose shorts, leisurely fanning himself with a palm fan. The old man's visage was gaunt, marked by a mole between his brows, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, casting a mosaic of light on the ground. From the locust tree came the faint sound of children's laughter. Old master's son. A young man from the Fu family has sent you an email. A middle-aged man clad in black crossed the threshold into the courtyard. Regardless of whether it was the Five Elements Alliance or the Tai sect, those who ascended to the rank of elder were renowned practitioners of the spiritual realm. Fu Qingyang. The elder chuckled softly, keeping his eyes closed, and waved his palm fan a few times. What is it? He has recruited a night walker in Songhai City. And the trial in the spiritual realm is the Xiling Tunnel. He wishes to request some related materials from you, as well as seek your advice. The middle-aged man conveyed the contents of the email. The elder paused in his fanning, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, the materials can be provided. After all, the sect has given up on conquering the Xiling Tunnel, and the confidentiality level of the related information has been lowered. Please convey to Master Fu that the location in question is inherently an S-rank trial spirit realm, which has become even more perilous due to unforeseen complications, thus surpassing the scope of a mere trial spirit realm. My counsel is to abandon the Night Wanderer. There is no merit in investing in a doomed individual. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. As a steward of the Tai sect, he was acutely aware of the peculiarities and ominous nature of the Xiling Tunnel. An S-rank trial spirit realm is already the most formidable challenge for novices, and the Xiling Tunnel is even more enigmatic than a typical S-rank realm. Each S-rank trial spirit realm invariably harbors something extraordinary, be it rare artifacts or vital information of immense value. To unravel the mysteries of the Xiling Tunnel, the Tai sect specifically dispatched 2 Level 1 Night Wanderers to remain stationed in Songhai, as S-rank novice trial realms occasionally open up to Level 1 realm walkers of that profession. After months of anticipation, the 2 Level 1 Night Wanderers successfully received a mission related to the Xiling Tunnel. However, the outcome was grim. One Night Wanderer vanished without a trace upon entering the spirit realm, while the other successfully completed the initial task, only to perish during the subsequent one. Both Night Wanderers were equipped with artifacts. Since that incident, the Council of Elders at the Tai sect has re-evaluated the Xiling Tunnel, completely relinquishing any plans to conquer that spirit realm. Should someone truly navigate the Xiling Tunnel and acquire the information within, it would indeed resolve a long-standing concern for our sect, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile. The elder offered no comment and slowly stated, before waving his fan dismissively to signal the man to leave. The middle-aged man bowed and retreated. Chapter 12. Detailed information on the Xiling Tunnel. Upon awakening from his slumber, he was greeted by the vibrant sounds resonating in the air. As he opened his eyes, the room flickered with the glow of the television screen, while the ceiling light remained off. He sat up and gazed towards the window, where his aunt sat cross-legged before the TV, engrossed in his PS5. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate, fair arms, her live figure swaying rhythmically with the movements of the controller. Zhang Yuanqing stifled a yawn, rose to turn on the light, and approached his aunt to observe her gaming. She was immersed in a horror game, characterized by its grim aesthetic and eerie music. The protagonist was a grotesque little figure wielding a blood-soaked axe, battling through levels with gory ferocity. The television's luminescence reflected in her bright, autumn-like eyes, her rounded, oval face illuminated with a hint of exhilaration. His aunt possessed 3 great passions: shopping, watching horror films, and playing horror games. It was rather melancholic, this peculiar obsession of hers. Zhang Yuanqing half-heartedly agreed. It is indeed quite fascinating. His aunt turned her head, casting him a sidelong glance. Why are you being so coy with me? In truth, the game was one of self-healing. The monsters depicted were figments of the young boy's imagination, a manifestation of his mental turmoil. To prevent being consumed by his inner demons, he fought valiantly, ultimately carving a bloody path towards enlightenment, leading to a profoundly touching conclusion. His aunt nodded in acknowledgement and continued, each boss embodies specific patterns. With careful observation, even a small boy can conquer the most fearsome of demons. Yet, the horrifying imagery and music often instill a sense of dread, causing one to lose the clarity of judgment. Why not join in the fun? Zhang Yuanqing had little inclination to engage in games with his aunt. It had been nearly 20 hours since he had departed from the realm, and in just over 10 hours, it would open once more, perhaps heralding his demise. Contemplating how to spend his final hours in life, he pondered what actions might prevent him from harboring regrets. Should he call his mother to scold her? Weep in his aunt's embrace? Or perhaps, share a moment of rap and dance with his uncle. To his surprise, he realized he bore no particularly significant regrets nor cherished aspirations. As a college student hailing from a relatively affluent family, his existence was devoid of overwhelming troubles. It is only those who have weathered life's storms who carry numerous irreplaceable regrets. Come on, play with me. His aunt twirled her waist playfully, coaxing him. Gazing at her graceful figure, Zhang Yuanqing's expression softened. He settled beside her and accepted the controller from her hand. If life were to remain for but a few fleeting hours, indulging in a game with her seemed a delightful choice. Under her cheerful guidance, as she munched on chips and chattered away, Zhang Yuanqing successfully completed the game, only to realize it was already 11 at night. Quite impressive. You have a natural talent, his aunt praised, playfully patting his shoulder while licking her delicate fingers, inadvertently smearing some saliva on him. How disgusting. So filthy. Zhang Yuanqing grimaced in disdain. Bah. This is ambrosia. You should appreciate the fortune you possess, Jiang Yubing retorted cheekily. Ambrosia? How much does that cost per pound? Zhang Yuanqing scoffed. Priceless. But I could offer you a taste, Jiang Yubing pouted, as if ready to smear her saliva on him once more. Zhang Yuanqing leaned back to evade. With a click, the doorknob turned, and his grandmother appeared at the threshold, frowning as she regarded the two. Instantly, Zhang Yuanqing and Jiang Wei sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. Are you still going to eat? His grandmother admonished. Sleeping in the day and staying awake all night, only to wake up and play games. You aspire to transcend humanity. Dreaming of celestial realms while rooted to the earth? Zhang Yuanqing set down the controller, acknowledging her words, and promptly prepared for dinner. He then reviewed his attributes panel once more. Simultaneously, he prayed for favorable news from Li Dongzhe while reflecting on the myriad details within the mountain god temple. During the earlier gaming session with his aunt, he had experienced a newfound revelation. If the spiritual realm was indeed a game, might there exist underlying patterns? If he could discern these patterns, perhaps even as a seemingly powerless young boy, he could navigate through challenges successfully. Lost in his musings, a jarring ringtone abruptly interrupted, causing Zhang Yuanqing's heart to skip a beat. He seized his phone from the bedside, noting an unfamiliar number on the caller ID, and opted to answer. Hello. Is this Zhang Yuanqing? A sultry voice emerged from the speaker, and surprise flickered across Zhang Yuanqing's face as he hurriedly inquired. Have you obtained the information regarding the Xiling tunnel? Guanya replied with a soft I managed to acquire more detailed information for you. He asked me to send it to your email. Knowing that young people seldom check their emails, I thought it best to call and inform you. Indeed. It is worthy of the official designation. Joining the official ranks was the right choice. Zhang Yuanqing's spirits brightened instantly. Suppressing the urge to rush to his computer and check his emails, he sincerely expressed, Please convey my gratitude to Captain Li and Sister Guanya. Once I successfully complete the trial mission, I shall treat you both to a meal. Successfully completing the trial. Guanya sighed inwardly, hesitating to voice her thoughts. And her tone softened unusually. All right, I shall await your return. She had perused the materials sent over from Tai's sect, and upon finishing, she was left with a sense of chill and despair. It was no wonder that Captain Li had been gloomy all day. In Li Dongzhe's mind, this newly recruited night wanderer was likely to falter during the trial mission. Upon concluding the level, Zhang Yuanqing eagerly pulled out his ergonomic chair and activated his laptop. Logging into his email. Amidst the chaotic array of unread messages, he discovered an email from Guanya. He downloaded the attached document. Xiling Tunnel, Spirit Realm No. 0079, difficulty level, S, type, solo, death type, main task 1, survive for 3 hours. Main task 2, explore Spirit Realm number 0079. Much like my trial mission, Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of energy. This was a promising sign, as the content's description resonated closely with his own task. The scene of Spirit Realm No. 0079 is not the Xiling Tunnel, but rather an ancient temple from the Ming Dynasty, known as the Sandow Mountain Mother Temple. Based on my conjecture, this deity must be an entity of considerable rank, perhaps no longer merely a night wanderer. It is currently unclear whether there truly existed such an enchanting empress during the Ming Dynasty, or if this is merely a fabrication of the spiritual realm. Continuing onward, the task of surviving for 3 hours is relatively straightforward. Initially, after perusing the notes, I encountered the persistent entanglement of a vengeful spirit, characterized by its relentless extraction of the life force from the living until the target succumbs. The night wanderer possesses an innate ability to suppress spiritual entities, allowing me to expel it with little effort. However, when I attempted to consume it, I encountered formidable resistance, perhaps indicative of the spiritual realm's protection over the vengeful spirit. Anyone who has perused the notes will inevitably fall under a curse, tormented by the relentless pursuit of the vengeful spirit. Any method of exorcism provides only a fleeting respite, typically granting around 15 minutes of safety after banishing a spirit. Notably, the layout of the mountain god temple consists of a main hall and 2 adjacent courtyards. The candles within the main hall serve as an extraordinarily potent tool, possessing the abilities to ward off evil and purify. Simply taking refuge in the main hall signifies safety. However, the cost is that the candles dispel the fears within one's heart. Prolonged exposure to their light may render one fearless, a perilous state in such a treacherous spiritual realm. Furthermore, the candles cannot be moved or taken beyond the confines of the spiritual realm. After spending half an hour in the main hall, I suddenly heard cries for help emanating from the courtyard, interspersed with bone-chilling howls that were not characteristic of the living. After a moment's hesitation, I resolved to venture into the courtyard to investigate. The main hall indeed serves as a sanctuary, a fact I have personally verified. However, I had not anticipated that the source of the disturbance was a mere candle. I had thought it was the enchanting mountain goddess. The cries for help emanated from that grand banyan tree, though I did not hear the roar. The eastern courtyard proved to be truly terrifying. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine, drawing in a deep breath as he focused on the ensuing text, which contained vital information. If he could ascertain the circumstances of the other courtyard in advance, he could navigate his exploration while evading peril. This banyan tree seemed to possess a consciousness. But why did it call for help? As for the dreadful roar, I could not locate its origin, for it interrupted my exploration. It was a pair of red dancing shoes. Rather than attacking me immediately, it extended an invitation to dance. Out of curiosity, I accepted its offer. I could not possibly retain its steps. They were far too chaotic and disordered. For someone without any experience in dance, fulfilling such a demand was an impossibility. No, even an experienced dancer would struggle to remember those movements. I failed, and the red dancing shoes commenced their pursuit. Incredibly, a realm of trials contained such rule-based artifacts. I finally understood why Qian Shoming, despite possessing an item, perished in the mountain shrine. It became clear why no one had ever cleared this realm. What a jest. Only those at the initial level of a night wanderer or ordinary individuals could enter the Xiling tunnel. How could one possibly clear it? The information concludes here. With no further details, Zhang Yuanqing understood that this night wanderer had likely succumbed to the second main quest. Chapter 13. Re-entering the Mountain God Temple, the ominous Mountain God Temple. Zhang Yuanqing reclined in his chair, surrendering his weight to the backrest. He closed his eyes. Merging the information gleaned from his research with his own experiences and drawing inspiration from his gaming endeavors, he began to analyze the temple, searching for patterns. The shoulder-leaning, resentful spirit could be dispelled with candlelight, granting a safety window of 15 minutes with each dispelling. And one would not suffer immediate harm after leaning on the shoulder. It remains uncertain whether the roar has any connection to the locust tree. If not, the danger multiplies. The true nature of those crimson dancing shoes is that of a prop of the rule type, which sounds rather sophisticated. It appears that the construction crew predecessors were most likely crushed to death by the red shoes, their bones shattered to pieces. Although I have acquired some dancing skills under my uncle's tutelage, even a level 1 night wanderer would struggle, and as a mere child, I certainly would not fare any better. If it were my uncle who encountered the red shoes, he would surely dance until the end of time. Such matters should be left to my unreliable uncle. After all, he has spent his life eschewing serious endeavors in favor of singing and rapping. Wait. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes suddenly brightened. According to the data, the fundamental reason for that night wanderer's failure, aside from a lack of dance experience, was the inability to remember the complex and chaotic dance steps. This likely exceeds the limits of ordinary memorization. Yet he harbored no such worries if he pushed himself. Provoking a relapse of his old ailment, his mind would enter an overloaded state, allowing all that he had seen and heard to vividly reappear in his consciousness. Moreover, in a state of overload, the brain's control over the body surpasses that of ordinary individuals, making the execution of high-energy movements a trivial task. The dilemma lies in the prohibition of non-spiritual items. My medication may not be permitted, and should my old affliction resurface without the suppressive power of drugs, I cannot fathom the consequences. Such matters need not be pondered in vain. A direct inquiry is far more prudent, after all. What is the purpose of joining the official organization otherwise? Moments later, the call connected. Have you reviewed the materials? Guan Yu was preparing to rest. She was a woman who valued her well-being, detesting late nights and loathing disturbances while sleeping. Yet, her tolerance for Zhang Yuanqing was remarkably high. Who could bear to speak harshly to a boy whose time was fleeting? Furthermore, he was strikingly handsome and possessed a charming way with words. I have finished. Though some aspects remain unclear, Zhang Yuanqing inquired, what exactly are rule-type items? Guanyu elucidated, within the realm of the spiritual, there exists a plethora of items, each with distinct functions. Our official organization has categorized these items into 3 primary types based on their characteristics: cost type, rule type, and a third category that remains elusive to me due to my insufficient rank and lack of access. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips as she added, rule type and cost type items are generally considered equal, for the functionality of each varies, making it impossible to measure them by a singular standard. However, it is universally acknowledged that rule-type items are more troublesome to handle and considerably rarer. Each piece is worth its weight in gold. She paused for a moment before continuing. The method for dealing with rule-type items is not a secret within the official organization. It involves uncovering their underlying patterns and deciphering their regulations. The mention of the invitation to dance from the red shoes subtly aligns with its inherent rules. Should one fulfill this invitation, there exists a certain probability of conquering this rule-based artifact. However, this probability is contingent upon numerous factors, such as its willingness and whether it remains unclaimed. Nevertheless, the notion of subduing such rule-based artifacts is merely a thought to entertain, rather than a reality to take seriously, she mused. Zhang Yuanqing listened patiently before inquiring further. Is it permissible to bring medicine into the spirit realm? Aside from the usual attire, the vast majority of items from the real world cannot be transported into the spirit realm. Medicine can be, but it must be already ingested. What if it's held in the mouth? This left Guanyu momentarily speechless. It seemed the only way to find out was through personal experience. I have no further questions. Thank you, Zhang Yuanqing stated. Guanyu responded with a soft smiling as she added, take care, young man. By the way, today is a lucky day for Scorpios. Huh? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback before realizing she had already hung up. He set down his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Tomorrow morning, he would once again venture into the spirit realm. The following day, Li Dongzi, leaning on his cane and wearing polished leather shoes, entered the glass building of the police station. As a leader who need not clock in, he was accustomed to starting work an hour late, and at times, he would forego work altogether, enjoying the perks of his position while idly passing the time. His management of the spirit realm practitioners under his command was equally lax, allowing them to operate freely. This was partly because, with the exception of Guanyu, none of the others were members of the White Tiger troops, often disregarding directives. Moreover, the mortality rate in the realms traversed by the spirit walkers is exceedingly high. One might find themselves unable to return from their next venture into the ethereal domain. Life is fleeting, thus one must seize joy in the moment. Li Dongzi ascended to the second floor, instinctively surveying the office area. The empty desks were occupied solely by the diligent Guanyu and Wang Tai, who was engrossed in research and thesis writing. Guanyu, have you provided him with the materials? Yes, she replied. Li Dongzi nodded, said nothing further, and turned to enter his lavish office. Guanyu chose not to pursue the topic and lowered her gaze. Upon entering the office, Li Dongzi approached the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of vodka, adding a squeeze of lime juice before taking a hearty gulp. Just then, his phone chimed, prompting him to set down his glass and recline into the plush chair. Li Dongzi unlocked his phone to find someone mentioning him in the chat group named the Kangyong District Spirit Walker Management Group. As the bustling metropolis of Songhai City comprises 16 districts, each district boasts 10 squads of spirit walkers, led by captains. Li Dongzi serves as the captain of the second squad, akin to a squad leader in the White Tiger Legion. The captains report to the stewards, of whom there are 3 in the Kangyong district. Above the stewards are the elders, who typically remain aloof from daily affairs. This level of spirit walker is seldom seen. Above the council of elders are the 5 supreme leaders of the 5 Elements Alliance. These 5 leaders are legendary figures, and Li Dongzi has never encountered them. He is only aware that the marshal of his White Tiger Legion and the leader of the Water God Palace are both women. Within the confines of the 5 Elements Alliance, these 2 leaders are privately lauded as unparalleled beauties. In the vast region of Kangyong, there exists a management group for the Spirit Walkers, comprising a total of 14 members, 10 captains, 3 stewards, and a captain from the Night Wanderers of the Tai sect. Dahiba, Li Dongzi, I hear you have recruited a Night Wanderer? What is that to you? In the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal. and the scouts of the White Tiger Legion generally harbor disdain for the fire masters of the Crimson Fire Gang, deeming them rude and impulsive, speaking without thought. What? Li Dongzi has managed to recruit a night wanderer. The captains in the group perked up like sharks sensing blood. Qingting, a night wanderer? Where has Li Shichong been recently, burning incense and offering prayers, to have recruited a night wanderer? How enviable. By long, in the entirety of Songhai City, excluding rogue cultivators, there seem to be no more than 10 official night wanderers, all belonging to the Tai sect. Shui Shangpiao, Li Dongzi, what kind of luck have you stumbled upon? It makes me sick with envy. Suddenly, 3 captains took the stage. Tang Yuanqing sent a red envelope. The red envelope was snatched up in an instant. Li Dongzi instinctively reached for the envelope, only to discover that others had received amounts exceeding 100, while his was merely a little over 1. Tang Yuanqing, Li Shichong is quite lucky. A chorus of thank you messages flooded in. Tang Yuanqing, also a captain, is the proprietor of a construction company. Affluent and not fond of speaking, he often disperses red envelopes at the slightest disagreement. Even this prominent figure was stirred by the topic of the night wanderers. Changwan, what kind of memory do you all have? Have you forgotten the agreement between the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect? Any recruited night wanderers must be prioritized for assimilation into the Tai sect. By long. Changgu, you are the one with a poor memory. Have you forgotten about our Captain Fu Baifeng? Given his connection with the Tai Gate, there should be no issue with a night wanderer. The Fist King fell silent. Several envious captains simmered with jealousy. The rarity and professional potential of a night wanderer far surpassed that of other vocations, and with proper cultivation, they could become invaluable assets in the future. Qing Tung remarked, by the way, our team of spirit walkers in Kanyang District has not had a team-building event in quite some time. Perhaps we should set a date to gather. Bai Long interjected, oh, the flirtatious minx from the 100 Flowers Club is at it again? I have no objections. Shui Shangpiao added, it just so happens that I'm not running boats lately. A gathering sounds splendid. Li Shichong, my brother has long wished to share a drink with you. Let us invite that night wanderer as well. Tang Yuanqing commented. The idea of a team-building event is quite agreeable. It would be nice for everyone to come together. Since Li Dongzi snatched my red envelope, let us consider this your consent. Li Dongzi's mouth twitched in annoyance. His mood had already soured. He sent a furious message. I see the shamelessness, the greed, and the insidious intent behind your words. I must be cursed by the spiritual energy association, as misfortune seems to cling to me. Deheba quipped, is this Versailles? Shui Shangpiao replied, I wouldn't mind some of that misfortune myself. At that moment, the night wanderer from Tai Gate made an appearance. Yuanqing stated, that night wanderer is not needed by our Tai Gate. Have you forgotten? We just passed the Qingming festival. Qingting inquired, what do you mean? Yuanqing clarified. The night wanderer recruited by Li Dongzi has a trial task in the Shelling Tunnel. The chat group fell silent, though they were not night wanderers. As local official spirit walkers of Songhai City, they were nonetheless familiar with the notorious Shelling Tunnel. By long, surely, it cannot be this unfortunate. Yuanqing, in an effort to rescue that unfortunate fellow, Captain Fu sought out Elder Sun yesterday for a comprehensive dossier on the Shelling Tunnel. Daji Ba, is there even a need for salvation? Since the last century, no novice has managed to traverse the Shelling Tunnel. Li Dongzi, you poor soul. I can only imagine the expression on your face upon learning that the trial realm for recruitment is the Shelling Tunnel. The Fire Master has always been straightforward. Do you wish to engage in combat? At his desk, Li Dongzi nearly grabbed his cane to storm out of the office and challenge the fellow to a duel. He quickly took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself, elegance, maintain your elegance. Shui Shangpiao, having suddenly received an order, I must take to the waters this month. Perhaps we should forego the team-building event. Tang Yuanqing, what a pity. Qing Tung, understood, the poor newcomer. The blunt fire master Daji Ba once again Li Dongzi. Have you caused Captain Fu to waste a favor? Have you faced any reprimand? Li Dongzi, silence. If you utter another word, I shall head to the gym and smash your head. How dare you bring that up? After all, Tai sect and the Five Elements Alliance are two distinct organizations, and they do not share intelligence. Captain Fu, as the steward, must expend a favor to acquire information from Tai sect. Daji Ba, yet you cannot defeat me. At that moment, one of the 3 stewards, Fu Qingyang, sent a message. Li Dongzi and Daji Ba immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, Fu Qingyang sent another message. Since you have joined, you are now my subordinate. The White Tiger troops will not abandon any comrade. This is our unwavering belief, irrespective of value. Li Dongzi sighed. acknowledging that he had indeed mishandled the situation. Although Captain Fu would not voice his thoughts, one could only wonder if there were any deductions in his heart. At 10:30 in the morning, Zhang Yuanqing locked his room, secured his shoelaces, and drank 2 large cups of water. He then opened a medicine bottle and placed 5 small blue pills in his mouth. Following this, he lay down on the bed, silently awaiting the activation of the spiritual realm. As time elapsed, approximately 10 minutes later, he heard a chilling voice resonate in his mind, initiating spiritual realm. Ding, the spiritual realm map has been successfully activated. Welcome to the Night Wanderer Shi Ling Tunnel, number 0079. Difficulty level, S. Type, Solo, Death Type. Main Quest 1, Survive for 3 hours, completed. Main Quest 2, Explore the number 0079 Spiritual Realm. Current exploration rate, 20. Note, non-spiritual items are prohibited. Good luck, Primordial Celestial Being. Chapter 14. Exploration of the East Courtyard. Candles, sculptures, corpses, and antiquated lattice doors framed a courtyard overrun with wild grass, a toppled bronze incense burner, cobblestone paths, and the silvery glow of the moonlight. An eerie desolation permeated the stillness of the place, which seemed eternally shrouded in night. Zhang Yuanqing raised his palm to his lips and expelled the blue pills he had held in his mouth. The method proved successful. I truly am quite clever. He joyfully tucked the pill into his pocket, feeling a glimmer of confidence regarding his future. With these in hand, he harbored a flicker of hope for survival when confronted by the red shoes. He then strode purposefully to the offering table, contemplated for a moment, and grasped the candlestick. Suddenly, information materialized before his eyes. Name, Eternal Flame Candle. Type, Fuel. Function, Exorcism, Purification. Description, an artifact left by the mountain goddess. Said to be derived from the essence of the eternal beast, possessing exorcising and purifying properties. Note, sometimes, purifying fear may not be a blessing. Additionally, it cannot be moved. Indeed, one must physically touch an item to glean its information. Previously, he had refrained from touching the candle, thus remaining oblivious to its significance until he reviewed the documentation. Purifying fear may not necessarily be advantageous. According to Guanya's classification, the candle is a sacrifice type, with the cost of using it being the loss of fear. However, I am currently engulfed in fear, devoid of any reckless thoughts. I shall first seek refuge in the main hall. He sat cross-legged before the offering table, contemplating his next course of action. The forthcoming objective was to explore the eastern courtyard, uncovering the lurking dangers and patterns therein, and subsequently seeking means to mitigate and overcome them. The exploration time must not exceed 15 minutes, otherwise, the vengeful spirit would cling to his shoulders, sealing his fate. The blue pill serves as my trump card against the red shoes, though its efficacy remains uncertain. Confronting the red shoes directly equates to a struggle between life and death. First, I shall explore the east courtyard to gain a preliminary understanding of its surroundings before devising a strategy. Even at this critical juncture, trepidation lingers in his heart, compelling him to hesitate, reluctant to venture outside. Surviving last time was merely a stroke of luck. Whether he can endure again is still an unknown. The conditions in the east courtyard are unclear, making it impossible to gauge the level of danger. A moment's recklessness could lead to demise. Yet, in this world, one cannot simply avoid what they dread. Although there is no time constraint on the task of exploring the ancient temple, theoretically allowing him to remain in the main hall indefinitely, the absence of a deadline implies that failure to complete the task may result in eternal entrapment. Prolonged delay could lead to deterioration due to hunger, fatigue, and thirst. At that point, venturing out would be tantamount to sealing his fate. Whether he advances or retreats, peril awaits, thus he must gamble everything. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth and strode purposefully toward the exit. The candlelight, warm and reassuring, dispels the gloom, purifying the filth and bestowing upon him unparalleled courage and confidence. The situation appears manageable. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Yuanqing stepped outside. The moonlight shone bright as frost, and he made his way along the left side of the main hall, treading upon the cobblestone path, returning to the desolate and dilapidated courtyard. The night, devoid of chirping insects and singing birds, resonated with an eerie silence. Yet, this very stillness provided a sense of comfort. He feared nothing more than the sound of footsteps echoing in the darkness. 15 minutes. I have but a mere 15 minutes to explore the eastern courtyard before becoming ensnared by vengeful spirits. He entered the room at the easternmost end of the courtyard and retrieved a bronze mirror from the corpse slumped beneath the window, concealing it within his pocket. Cautiously, He traversed the arched doorway and stepped into the eastern courtyard, which was significantly larger than the courtyard he had just left. Before him lay a desolate garden, adorned with a rockery, a pavilion, a small pond, and a grand banyan tree, its robust trunk twisted and gnarled, while tender green leaves shimmered in the silvery moonlight. Beneath the banyan stood an ancient well. His gaze swept past the rockery and pavilion, revealing a linear roof ridge deep within the garden. Rather than hastening toward the structures, Zhang Yuanqing prudently circled the banyan tree. The records indicated that this tree was perilous, yet after completing the circuit, he encountered no mishaps. Perhaps examining the banyan tree might enhance his exploration progress, he mused, casting a wary glance at the dark, foreboding well. After much hesitation, he found himself lacking the courage to approach it. He harbored a profound psychological aversion to wells featured in horror tales. Zhang Yuanqing circumvented the ancient well and treaded softly through the overgrown grass, making his way toward the buildings at the heart of the garden. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath his feet, startling him into a jump. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a body concealed by the overgrown grass, clad in oxidized work attire. Zhang Yuanqing bent down to examine the remains, which were remarkably well preserved. The corpse lay face down, yet its head was twisted backward at an unnatural angle, suggesting that some force had violently turned it 180 degrees before death. What could have done such a thing? Zhang Yuanqing became quietly vigilant, rising to continue his exploration. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the overgrown grass in the garden to undulate, producing a rustling sound. The large banyan tree behind him seemed to come alive, its twisted branches swaying ominously. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. A shrill voice echoed from behind. The sound floated with the wind, whispering in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, Zhang Yuanqing turned to guard himself. A flash of information racing through his mind. Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing. Noticing his lack of response, the voice grew more urgent, seemingly urging him to turn around immediately. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing resolutely remained in place, discreetly unzipping the pocket of his tactical jacket and retrieving a brass mirror, slowly lifting it until it reached a position above his shoulder. The mirror reflected the scene behind him, albeit indistinctly. From the ancient well emerged a disheveled woman in white, her face devoid of features, fixating her gaze upon Zhang Yuanqing with a ghastly, pale visage. "Curse you!" Zhang Yuanqing's face turned ashen, and he bolted forward. "Zhang Yuanqing, Zhang Yuanqing." The voice called out repeatedly, desperately, yet could only watch helplessly as he fled further away. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing rounded a rockery and ventured deeper into the garden, where a large house awaited him. The structure featured a linear roof ridge, a foundation built of stones, and walls made of yellow earth. This edifice appeared even more dilapidated than the courtyard, with its tiles sparse and riddled with numerous holes. He took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous fear and horror that surged within him, and focused his attention on the present moment. He decided to explore the house. The grand edifice boasted 3 doors, each leading to a distinct room. Cautiously, he approached the leftmost door and pushed open the dilapidated wooden entrance with considerable force. The creaking sound echoed as Zhang Yuanqing instinctively stepped back, adopting a defensive stance. After a brief pause, nothing transpired. Summoning his courage, he entered the room. Moonlight filtered through the decaying roof, and he strained to widen his eyes, attempting to absorb as much light as possible. This space served as both kitchen and dining area, featuring 2 earthen stoves built from gray bricks, alongside pots, pans, water jars, and cabinets, all long since succumbed to decay and dust. Finding no immediate danger, he finally located a container. Zhang Yuanqing grasped a dusty gourd ladle, and his thoughts wandered. He had heard that the urine of a young boy could dispel evil. He contemplated whether to collect a ladleful of it, but, upon careful reflection, resigned himself to abandoning the notion. Though he had never engaged in a romantic relationship, he felt he could not truly be considered a virgin. "I have indulged you too much, granting you countless opportunities to show off," he muttered, gazing down at his hands with a pang of regret. After a thorough exploration, confirming that this grand house was merely a fusion of kitchen and dining room, devoid of anything extraordinary or perilous, Zhang Yuanqing grasped a rusted kitchen knife and a wooden stick. He stepped out of the room, directing his gaze towards the final rectangular structure. Unlike the kitchen that also functioned as a dining hall, this building featured 4 doors, segregating it into 4 distinct chambers. Zhang Yuanqing could not help but tighten his grip on the wooden stick and kitchen knife. While they may not prove particularly useful, they offered a semblance of psychological comfort. He meticulously examined the first and second rooms, which served as storage spaces filled with antiquated farming tools, furniture, and donation boxes of little value. Zhang Yuanqing then proceeded to the third room. This chamber was an armory, adorned with an array of weapons including swords, daggers, bows, and short blades. Many of the weapons had fallen to the ground due to the decay of their hanging cords. Alongside the windows stood 2 rows of weapon racks, one of which had toppled over, scattering staffs and spears across the floor. Beside the overturned rack lay 2 lifeless bodies. The sight of these weapons did not astonish Zhang Yuanqing. The disciples of the temple, having been taught by the goddess of Sandow Mountain, were evidently skilled enough to craft corpse-restraining talismans. Thus, their proficiency in dance and weaponry was hardly surprising. As was his habit, he approached the bodies to glean information from the predecessors. Upon nearing the corpses, he could not help but exclaim softly. The 2 figures sprawled on the ground were not mere skeletons but desiccated corpses. Their skin was a dull gray, wrinkled and tightly adhering to their bones, with sunken abdomens. How could there be desiccated corpses? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brows. As a student of Shencheng University, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. The formation of a dry body can occur through 2 means: artificial preservation or natural desiccation. The former could be dismissed outright, while the latter typically occurs in arid regions such as deserts. The conditions in the temple were evidently inconsistent with this. He meticulously examined the 2 desiccated bodies. There were no fatal wounds, and their bones had not been crushed by the red dancing shoes. However, on their necks were 2 conspicuous puncture wounds, resembling those made by the sharp fangs of a ferocious beast. What entity had drained them to such a state? With a sharp intake of breath, Zhang Yuanqing felt his entire body tense. At that moment, he heard a thud from the adjacent room, reminiscent of someone knocking on a wooden door. Instantly, his scalp tingled, and like a vigilant deer, he perked up his neck to listen intently. Chapter 15. The red dance shoes thud. Another sound similar to a knock echoed. What lay beyond the wall? Hastily, Zhang Yuanqing exchanged his rusted kitchen knife for a corroded dagger and replaced his wooden stick with a long spear. Armed with his weapons, he stepped lightly out of the room, the moonlight shimmering like frost, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Bending low, he cautiously approached the window. The paper that once covered it had long since deteriorated. He crouched beneath the window, carefully peeking out through a gap in the lattice. The cold, frosty moonlight filtered through a hole in the roof, spilled into the dim room like beams of light, illuminating the narrow space. Upon witnessing the scene within, a chill ran down Zhang Yuanqing's spine. In the shadowy silence, 3 ancient coffins lay scattered about, their black paint chipped and the lids coated in dust. Beside the coffins lay 2 desiccated corpses clad in work uniforms, one of which had a copper cone rolling away from its side. The cone drew Zhang Yuanqing's attention. It measured half an arm's length, crafted from yellow brass, its handle engraved with incantations and intricate designs, a testament to meticulous craftsmanship. Notably, while all other weapons had succumbed to rust, this one gleamed with a bright luster, free from tarnish. An inexplicable image surfaced in his mind: one hand of the mountain goddess, fingers clasped as if holding something, yet the palm remained empty. A dull thud echoed once more, compelling Zhang Yuanqing to shift his gaze towards the coffin at the center. A disconcerting creak resounded as the lid of the coffin slowly slid open. A hand, dark as the depths of the abyss, emerged and grasped the edge of the coffin. Subsequently, a terrifying figure arose from within. Illuminated by the pure moonlight streaming from the ceiling, Zhang Yuanqing discerned the grotesque visage of the creature, clad in tattered rags. Its face swollen and grotesquely decayed, with lifeless, bulging eyes. Its hair resembled withered grass, wildly matted atop its head. With a rasping breath, it tilted its head back towards the moonlight, exhaling a foul, putrid miasma, revealing 2 menacing fangs. A zombie? Indeed, a zombie. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of PTSD from his past encounters. It was unmistakably a zombie. Otherwise, what purpose would the corpse-restraining talisman serve? A sense of retreat began to blossom within him. Having ventured this far, he had gathered sufficient information. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden heaviness settled upon his shoulder. A familiar chill infiltrating his being, raising goosebumps across his skin. At this critical juncture, the shoulder-dwelling specter had arrived. 15 minutes had elapsed. A weightiness filled Zhang Yuanqing's heart. In this perilous ancient temple, his senses were heightened, making it challenging to keep track of time, relying solely on instinct, which could lead to inaccuracies. The emergence of the shoulder specter was akin to adding insult to injury, and the ensuing scene poured fuel onto the flames. As if sensing the presence of the living, the zombie seated within the coffin ceased its upward gaze, its bulging eyes darting towards the window. fixating on the prying eyes beyond. In a surge of terror, Zhang Yuanqing sprang up, his skin prickling with fear, and turned to flee. Just as he pivoted, the resounding crash of a coffin lid hitting the ground echoed behind him. Another thunderous sound followed as the door was violently flung open. As Zhang Yuanqing ran wildly, he glanced back and beheld a ghastly figure, clad in tattered rags, emerging from the house and leaping forth like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. Was this a zombie? Where had it been hiding? His complexion paled, and with a swift pivot, he utilized his momentum to turn, thrusting his weapon towards the creature's heart. The butt of the gun struck the ground, creating a makeshift barricade. Simultaneously, he noticed a grotesque hollow in the zombie's chest, as if its heart had been excised. The elder brother? This zombie bore the likeness of the elder brother from the journal. In the next instant, the zombie lunged at him, its body colliding with the spear, which snapped like a waning crescent moon with a resounding crack. With no time for contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing seized the opportunity presented by the long spear. Rolling past the zombie's feet, the stench of decay filling his nostrils, while behind him the sound of a great blade cleaving through the air resonated. He rolled to the rear of the zombie, sprang up from his knees, and wielded his short blade. The blade struck the back of the zombie's head with a force akin to striking iron, severing only a few dry strands of hair without inflicting any significant harm. Its skin was as tough as bronze. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Yuanqing, and he soon witnessed the zombie swiftly pivoting, its long, black, and sharp claws gripping his shoulder. A jolt of pain surged through him as the sinister claws pierced his skin, crimson blood staining his jacket. The scent of blood provoked it, as the protruding eyeballs glimmered with a crimson light. The zombie bared its fangs and exhaled a putrid gas, lunging ferociously at Zhang Yuanqing's neck. The purifying effect of the candlelight lingered, preventing him from succumbing to fear. With a fleeting thought, a cerulean inventory materialized before him, and he found himself clutching a talisman. Suddenly, the once ferocious and brutal zombie recoiled at the sight of the talisman, retreating as if it were a venomous serpent. It was effective, it feared me, displaying a degree of intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth against the pain in his wounded arms, tensing his muscles and fixating on the zombie. While shouldering the lingering spirits of resentment, he began to retreat cautiously. As he backed away, he silently prayed that the female ghost in the well would not surface to complicate matters. Throughout this ordeal, the zombie emitted a chilling growl from its decayed throat, its scarlet gaze fixed on Zhang Yuanqing. Fortunately, whether due to the zombie's nature or Zhang Yuanqing's backward retreat, the ghost in the well did not make an appearance. He exited the eastern courtyard and re-entered the courtyard, daring not to pause even for a moment, stumbling towards the main hall. As he neared the eaves of the main hall, a haunting scream echoed in his ears. With a sudden lightness on his shoulder, all negative effects dissipated. Breathing heavily, Zhang Yuanqing leaned against the lattice door in the main hall, his legs uncontrollably spasming. This reaction stemmed partly from fear and partly from the physiological response following the rush of adrenaline. After a few minutes of rest, as the adrenaline waned, the wounds on his arms began to throb painfully. Gritting his teeth, he removed his jacket and shirt, revealing 2 arms mangled and bloodied, the crimson fluid flowing darkly. It is evident that the nails of the zombie harbor lethal toxins. The situation has deteriorated rapidly. There is no disinfectant, no tetanus shot. How swiftly will the poison take effect? Will I succumb to poisoning? A cascade of thoughts flashed through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. To his astonishment, he found himself remarkably unafraid, only to realize that this courage stemmed from the flickering candlelight surrounding him. Bathed in its glow, his emotions gradually settled. Having contracted the corpse poison, he could no longer afford to delay. It was time to implement his second plan. Prior to entering the spiritual realm, Zhang Yuanqing had devised 2 strategies. The first was a cautious exploration of the mountain god temple, aimed at gathering information and seeking a solution, a prudent approach. Inspired by playing games with his aunt, he formulated a second, relatively perilous plan, to attempt to subdue the red dancing shoes. After all, if he could utilize the yellow talisman, why could the shoes not also be subject to his influence? Guanya had mentioned that breaking the rules of such artifacts carried a certain probability of success in subjugating them. Given my abilities, it is unlikely that I could independently affix a yellow talisman to a zombie's forehead. To place a talisman upon the brow of a malevolent, intelligent entity is akin to a child wielding a knife in a duel with an adult. While the adult may fear the blade, it does not imply that the child could genuinely inflict harm. Zhang Yuanqing wasted no further time. Steadying himself against the lattice door, he rose and stepped across the threshold into the courtyard before the main hall. This was the very place where he had first encountered the red dancing shoes. The full moon hung like a disk in the sky, casting its glow upon the ancient residence, the overgrown grass, and the dancing shadows of the trees. He stood amidst the wild grass for what felt like an eternity, vigilant to the changes around him, yet he could not await the arrival of the red dancing shoes. These shoes seemed to possess no fixed territory. They had initially trailed behind him as he entered the temple, later manifested within the courtyard, and now their whereabouts were a mystery. Just as he completed a turn, his body suddenly froze. Tap, tap. Between him and the main hall, a pair of red dancing shoes, glowing with a dim crimson light, seemed to rise and fall, as if an unseen figure was stepping in place, wearing them. Could they not change their entrance? This perpetual horror was nearly enough to scare the very soul out of Zhang Yuanqing. Slowly, he regained his composure and swallowed hard. Though he had longed for their appearance, facing these eerie shoes left him feeling as if his sanity was slipping away uncontrollably. Suddenly, a message popped up in his vision. Glowing in a cerulean hue. Would you care to dance with me? If so, please step in place. This message appeared beside the red shoes, as if it were conversing with him. Indeed, it demanded a dance. Refusal would lead to death, such a malevolent pair of shoes. Zhang Yuanqing realized he had no choice but to gamble everything, for he discerned a grim truth. The red shoes had severed his escape. Their position lay between him and the main hall. Should he fail to dance, his demise was assured. Was this mere coincidence? Or was it a deliberate act by the shoes? Did they possess intelligence? Zhang Yuanqing steadied his thoughts, calming his emotions, envisioning his father's visage in his mind. At the same time, he lifted his foot and began to step in place. Beneath the moonlit night, amidst the wild grasses, a solitary pair of red dancing shoes twirled gracefully upon the cobblestone path, embodying an indescribable, enchanting beauty. Zhang Yuanqing widened his eyes, allowing his pupils to absorb the moonlight. Fixating intently on the red shoes, he did not need to consciously memorize. He merely had to etch the dancer's steps into his mind. Simultaneously, his heart raced like an overloaded engine, pounding rapidly, while a cacophony of noise filled his ears and a myriad of fragmented images flashed through his mind. His brain began to autonomously receive external stimuli: the whispering of the wind, the gentle bending of the wild grass, the swaying rhythm of the distant mulberry tree leaves, and the cadence of the red shoes taps. The brain swiftly analyzed and memorized the information it received. Moments later, the red shoes came to a satisfied halt, the left foot stepping back, rising onto the toes. This posture appeared peculiar, yet when adorned by someone, it resembled a traditional curtsy, quite polite indeed. Blood trickled from Zhang Yuanqing's nostrils as he murmured to himself, only to behold a phrase materializing above the red shoes. It's your turn. Zhang Yuanqing steadied himself, retrieving a small pill from his pocket and placing it in his mouth. Tap, 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 noticing no unusual reactions. He felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to dance with unwavering focus. He kicked, spun, and leapt in small increments, crossing his left and right feet. His movements were slow and awkward, a stark contrast to the fluidity of the red shoes, which rendered his performance rather unsightly. After 7 or 8 minutes, Zhang Yuanqing had replicated all the steps of the red shoes, breathless as he came to a halt. Warm liquid overflowed from his nasal cavity, trickling down his lips and jaw, yet he paid no heed to wipe it away, fixated intently on the red dancing shoes. Whether he could emerge alive from the ethereal realm and successfully complete the trial rested on this moment. Your dancing skills remain as abysmal as ever. The red dancing shoes projected this message, which then transformed into a dark crimson glow, dissipating into the night. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yuanqing heard a cold voice resonating in his mind. Ding. You have accompanied the red dancing shoes in performing a dance. Congratulations on earning their recognition. However, due to your exceedingly poor dancing foundation, the red dancing shoes will only acknowledge you for half an hour. Best of luck. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed weakly to the ground, his complexion pale, his mind throbbing with pain. After half a minute, the symptoms subsided, and he rose, still pale, eagerly opening his inventory. In the second slot lay a pair of vibrant, brand-new red shoes. After gazing at the shoes for a few seconds, the item information automatically materialized. Name: red dancing shoes. Type: footwear. Function: tracking, assassination. Description: their former owner was a princess from a western kingdom, renowned for her beauty and grace in dance, captivating the hearts of the kingdom's men. However, her malevolent stepmother, envious of her talent and beauty, imprisoned her in a high tower. The lonely princess danced in the desolate moonlight until her demise. These red dancing shoes inherited her will, embarking on a journey of perpetual, unceasing dance. Note 1. Usage Form 1. Throw the red shoes towards a designated target. can also lock onto the target through their blood, hair, or other cellular mediums. And they will relentlessly pursue the target. In the pursuit, one disregards any physical hindrances, unable to escape or destroy, until the target succumbs or dances to completion, with no restrictions on the type of dance. Form 2. Adorned with the red dance shoes, agility is heightened, evasion capabilities are enhanced, and one can traverse terrain without exertion. However, one must be cautious, for each donning lasts but 5 minutes. Exceeding this duration renders the shoes permanently affixed, compelling you to run incessantly until life's end or until severed from your feet. Note 2. Refusal to dance with me? All shall perish. This artifact. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement upon perusing the item's attributes. Is this what constitutes a rule-based item? Its power is astonishingly unparalleled. The earlier yellow paper talismans and candles had straightforward descriptions, brief and succinct, yet the information on these red dance shoes is extensive and elaborate. Such a distinction speaks volumes of their uniqueness. Alas, they only grace me for half an hour. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze fell upon the countdown adjacent to the inventory, a pang of regret swelling within him. If such a divine artifact could be his, it would prove immensely beneficial, both in reality and in future ventures into other spiritual realms. Chapter 16. Uncharted Territories by Calculations of Time. The vengeful spirit would ensnare him within a minute or two, rendering the east courtyard an unsuitable confrontation with the undead. After resting for 4 or 5 minutes, his physical state deteriorated further. A throbbing headache accompanied by mild dizziness indicated that the corpse poison was gradually eroding his body, manifesting initial symptoms. The flickering candlelight of the main hall seemed ineffectual in purging the toxins from within. No more delays could be afforded. He had to seize the fleeting half-hour of the red dance shoes usage limit and swiftly conquer the dungeon in one breath. Zhang Yuanqing departed from the main hall, traversing the cobblestone path and weaving through the overgrown grass until he reached the courtyard. Standing amidst the undulating weeds of the yard, he opened his inventory and summoned the red dance shoes. 2 dark crimson glimmers danced gracefully through the night, materializing into a brand new pair of dance shoes. Select the second form, Zhang Yuanqing silently intoned. The red dance shoes once again dissipated into dark crimson light, sweeping out in 2 arcs, enveloping his feet. In an instant, the running shoes beneath him transformed into a pair of oversized red dance shoes. Isn't this akin to cross-dressing? Thankfully, they were red dance shoes, not high heels. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at his feet with a sense of unease, feeling quite odd. In the eastern courtyard, the grass swayed gently under the silvery moonlight, while 2 grand houses stood silently, enveloped in tranquility. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of zombies, and proceeded with care across the courtyard towards the large house divided into 4 rooms. The room displaying coffins had its wooden door flung open. He need not enter. Instead, peering into the room from the threshold, moonlight streamed through a gap in the tiles, illuminating the bodies, coffins, the dislodged coffin lids, and a brass pestle, all remaining undisturbed in their original places. No sign of zombies lingered within the room. From his vantage point, he could not discern the internal state of the coffins. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly noticed the moonlight dimming, a shadow descending from above, enveloping him. Soon after, the night breeze carried a pungent stench of decay, accompanied by a low, hissing growl. It concealed itself within the branches of the tree. Zhang Yuanqing, taken aback, felt his heart constrict suddenly, instinctively contemplating a swift evasion. In the next moment, the red dancing shoes upon his feet emitted a dim crimson glow, causing him to unexpectedly lose his footing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he slid forward, carving a path through the wild grass. Thud! The raggedly clothed zombie lunged and missed its target. Indeed, the red dancing shoes proved to be extraordinary, exhibiting an evasion capability surpassing his expectations. Given his own reflexes, it would have been impossible to escape the zombie's attack. Zhang Yuanqing's confidence soared. The zombie, with hair resembling dried grass, emitted a roar that reverberated against his eardrums, its bulging eyes filled with ferocity. It bent its knees and pounced once more at its prey, moving with a speed akin to a racing automobile. The stench of decay enveloped him as the dreadful specter approached with alarming proximity. Zhang Yuanqing's feet twisted uncontrollably, executing a graceful ballet-like turn that allowed him to evade the razor-like claws while positioning himself behind the zombie. Swiftly, he instinctively performed a split, his body collapsing abruptly as a gust of wind rushed overhead, his arms sweeping through the air. A sudden pain shot through him. He grimaced, nearly crying out in agony. Yet the red dancing shoes propelled his legs upward in a spring. He leaped high, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's chest. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the zombie's tattered clothing billowed up in a cloud of fine dust. It let out an enraged, defiant roar. Toppled backward by the sheer force of the blow, an opportunity had presented itself. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing, disregarding the excruciating pain in his hips, sprinted forward, forcefully slapping the corpse-restraining talisman onto the grotesquely decayed face before him, aiming for its forehead. With a sharp crack, the ferocious, bloodthirsty zombie suddenly froze as if struck by a paralyzing spell. All sound ceased, enveloped in an eerie silence. The zombie lay rigidly amidst the overgrown grass, its once vibrant crimson eyes gradually dimming, signifying its loss of vitality. Gazing at the now inert figure, rendered powerless, Zhang Yuanqing gasped heavily. A surge of exhaustion intertwined with elation swelling in his heart. He had survived. Tackling a zombie single-handedly was an arduous task without the aid of the red dancing shoes. And this creature was merely one of the many peculiarities. No wonder it was classified as an S-tier spiritual realm. It was exceptionally formidable. However, given the size of the construction team, it should have been a manageable issue. How could a group of burly men falter so? Suddenly, a sigh escaped Zhang Yuanqing's lips as he discerned the underlying reason. The corpse-restraining talisman had been discovered in the pocket of a cadaver beneath the window. The senior had obtained this item but chose to keep it a secret from his companions, hoarding it for himself. The complexities of human nature often surpass those of the supernatural, revealing a far more terrifying reality. With the zombie dealt with, it was now time to venture into the well to confront the shameless female ghost. Yet, before that, there was another matter that weighed heavily on Zhang Yuanqing's mind. He abandoned the zombie and proceeded toward the chamber displaying the coffin, steadying himself against the doorframe as he crossed the threshold. In the dimly lit room, moonlight streamed in like a shaft. He paused before the corpse, bending down to retrieve the copper spike. Although crafted from copper, it felt warm and smooth in his grasp, akin to jade rather than cold metal. Immediately, an information prompt materialized in his vision. Name, demon-slaying staff. Type, weapon. Function, purification, spirit suppression. Demon breaking. Description, a weapon imbued with the power of the sun god. It serves as the nemesis of all malevolent entities. By offering one's blood as a sacrifice, one may obtain the strength of the sun god. Note, is it powerful? It costs a life. Indeed, it is an artifact, judging by its functional description. It appears to surpass the candles in the main hall. The veteran construction crew likely intended to use it to vanquish the zombies but failed, alas, as they had already suffered considerable losses before confronting the undead. Zhang Yuanqing was grateful for his astute judgment. He adeptly utilized the red dancing shoes to navigate the challenge. Of course, the construction crew had no choice. They could not subdue this artifact governed by rules, and most of them perished under the trampling of the red dancing shoes. With this tool specifically designed to combat malevolent entities, coupled with the red dancing shoes, my chances of successfully completing the trial task have significantly increased. This time, he headed straight for the ancient well, intent on conducting a final investigation. The well's mouth was deep and dark, exuding a damp scent reminiscent of decaying vegetation. Time to take a look. Zhang Yuanqing gripped the demon-slaying staff, assuming a defensive stance, and placed one foot upon the well's edge, then descended, as if walking upon solid ground along the well's walls. In the past, he would have certainly hesitated to explore such depths, aside from the potential hazards at the bottom. Without a rope or assistance, jumping down meant certain doom. Soon, he reached the shallow bottom of the well, where the moonlight was already exceedingly faint. The water in the well had long since dried up, leaving behind a bed of black silt at the bottom, while tufts of wild grass flourished at the edges. And the well walls were adorned with deep green moss. There were no apparitions in the well. Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow, pondering that something was amiss, for he distinctly recalled seeing a faceless female ghost protruding from the depths. Only then did he feel reassured enough to remove the red dancing shoes. In the main hall, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, Zhang Yuanqing leaned wearily against the offering table. The poison from the corpses was increasingly eroding his body, following bouts of dizziness. He now experienced shortness of breath and sharp pains in his heart and lungs. Time was running out. He had thoroughly explored 2 courtyards and successfully subdued the zombies. The mission was not yet complete, indicating that there were still uncharted territories awaiting discovery. Every room in the courtyards had been examined. Even the depths of the well had been plumbed, leaving no room for oversight. So, where could the elusive truth lie? After eliminating all possibilities, only one remained. No matter how implausible it seemed, it must be the reality. He murmured to himself, slowly mustering the strength to rise. The unexplored realm was right here, within this very main hall. The clay sculpture's right hand was empty, yet formed a grasping gesture, suggesting it once held something, previously unaware of what it might have clutched. He now understood. It was the demon-subduing pestle. With a mindset of harmless experimentation, Zhang Yuanqing approached and inserted the golden pestle into the palm of the clay figure. He then leaped down from the pedestal and retreated a few steps. Almost in the instant he withdrew, the surface of the pedestal cracked, sending a cloud of fine dust into the air, and the entire structure collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping cavern beneath. Chapter 17. The source of anomalies. A sense of relief washed over Zhang Yuanqing as he realized he had deduced correctly. In truth, the entrance to the cave would unlock after exploring the mountain god temple and vanquishing the zombie, yet the construction team had taken the demon-suppressing staff beforehand. Zhang Yuanqing patiently awaited, silently tensing his nerves and focusing his energy, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. For beneath the cave lay the likely source of the mountain god temple's decline. After a considerable time, seeing no abnormalities at the collapsed entrance, he summoned the red dancing shoes, activating their second form to envelop his feet. He then approached the dark and profound cave, leaping lightly. With a soft thud, his feet swiftly made contact with the ground, the red dancing shoes absorbing the force of his descent. Among the scattered rubble, Zhang Yuanqing discovered the demon-suppressing staff. Bending down to retrieve it, regaining control of this formidable artifact. With the red dancing shoes and the demon-suppressing staff, he felt confident in confronting the dangers that lurked within the cave. Flickering candlelight seeped down from above, illuminating only a limited area, while the path ahead remained a silent abyss, rife with unknown fears. In such an environment, advancing blindly would be exceedingly unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing turned his gaze to the artifact in his hand. The item description indicated that it contained the power of the sun god, and with a blood sacrifice, he could harness this divine strength. The legitimate power of the sun god should dispel darkness and bring forth light, shouldn't it? It was worth a try. Although the attributes mentioned in the notes stirred a sense of unease within him, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled silently and drove the sharp trident spike into his thigh. A sharp pang of pain surged forth, blood gushing out not in rivulets down the pant leg, but transforming into crimson lines that flowed into the brass artifact. Zhang Yuanqing felt a warm force emanating from the demon-slaying pestle, coursing through his arm and into his body. His pupils ignited with a faint golden radiance, transforming into brilliant golden orbs. The pestle did not dispel the darkness, but bestowed upon him the ability to pierce through it. Simultaneously, the sensations of dizziness, breathlessness, and thoracic pain vanished, leaving only a lingering weakness from excessive blood loss. The toxins within him were purged. Indeed, he was trading his very life for strength. Yet it was bearable. He focused his gaze ahead, revealing a spacious corridor extending into the profound darkness. The walls of the corridor bore the marks of human excavation, not the handiwork of nature. After traversing for a few moments, roots of plants began to appear on the corridor walls, densely covering them. Help, help me. Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness ahead, a chilling cry for help echoed, laden with sorrow. Following the sound for a while, the path opened up to reveal a vast stone cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a robust trunk, piercing through the ceiling and reaching into the outside world. The base of this sturdy trunk was intertwined with roots, ensnaring a stone sarcophagus. Most terrifying of all, from within the gnarled trunk emerged pale arms, accompanied by ghostly visages that, in their unconscious state, emitted cries for rescue. Countless arms reached out frantically, as if grasping for a lifeline. My intense fear of clusters has been triggered. The flickering candlelight and the mystical weapon instilled courage in Zhang Yuanqing, who felt only a slight tingling on his scalp, devoid of overwhelming terror. At this juncture, a raspy, weathered voice resonated. After all these years, it is the first time a living being has ventured here. Who? Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, startled, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. I am merely a tree. The trunk morphed to reveal an unsightly human visage, distinct from the faces of the vengeful spirits. Its skin resembled bark, as if symbolizing the tree itself. It was the ancient locust tree in the courtyard. Had it become sentient? Zhang Yuanqing was astonished to encounter a communicative entity in such a ghostly place, albeit one that was a tree. He dared not approach, cautiously inquiring, "Did you slay the disciples of the temple?" "Not I, but she," the tree spirit replied, its gaze dropping as if fixated upon the stone coffin below, though it could not see it. "Who is she?" "She is the lady of Sandow Mountain." Zhang Yuanqing felt as though struck by a heavy blow, his mind reeling. The lady of Sandow Mountain lay within the stone coffin, the formidable nocturnal deity who was supposed to have transcended during the early Ming Dynasty? The bizarre origin lay with the Lady of Sandow Mountain. Was it she who had slain the temple's disciples? Zhang Yuanqing blurted out. Why would she do such a thing? Because the era of the end of Dharma has arrived, and cultivators find it increasingly difficult to break through their bottlenecks. In pursuit of immortality, the Lady of Sandow Mountain has succumbed to the demonic path. She has sealed herself within the stone coffin, using the locust tree to confine the souls of the dead, nurturing the Yin within, to preserve her own corporeal form and primordial spirit. She is a powerful nocturnal deity, inherently capable of devouring souls to augment her strength. The visage upon the tree trunk side. The locust tree has harbored countless souls, absorbing their will, gradually awakening a form of consciousness, namely, myself. Over the years, many have unwittingly stumbled into this place, meeting their demise here, ultimately becoming sustenance for her. I bear the resentment and bitterness of vengeful spirits, perpetually awaiting someone to arrive and deliver me from her grasp. Realization dawned upon Zhang Yuanqing, and a flicker of determination crossed his gaze. He understood what must be done. Open the stone coffin and pierce her heart with the weapon in your hand, and you shall bring this to an end. Ah! Within the demon-slaying staff lies the seal of half her young spirit, by thrusting it into her heart. The remaining young spirit within her corporeal form can be imprisoned within a vessel. Devoid of her protective young spirit, her physical body shall perish instantly. The locust tree spirit concluded, and with that, you shall be able to depart from this place. Zhang Yuanqing remained motionless, enveloped in silence. The locust tree spirit gently urged, Young man, what holds you back? Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing spoke. I am pondering a question. From a distance, he gazed at the face etched upon the tree trunk and articulated each word with precision. You cannot possibly be the temple priest, can you? An eerie stillness enveloped the cave, until moments later, the locust tree spirit replied with a somber tone. The priest was the first to be beguiled by the Lady of Sandow Mountain, becoming her puppet, and ultimately, he too became nourishment for that woman. If you doubt my words, approach and open the stone coffin, and you shall see that I do not deceive you. Then assist me in opening it. I am unable to do so. I am merely a tree. Is it that you cannot open it, or that you dare not? Zhang Yuanqing seemed to have arrived at the answer he sought, a smirk gracing his lips. The one lying in the coffin must be the temple's custodian, and you. Are you perhaps his guardian or his spirit? Having uttered these probing words, he shifted into a defensive posture, awaiting the response of the tree spirit. As a tech-savvy individual adept at strategy games, after navigating through numerous crises, failing to unravel the secrets of the mountain deity's temple would indeed be a dismal failure. Firstly, the goddess of the mountain, known as Sandow Mountain Lady, ascended to immortality in the early Ming Dynasty. Following her death, the local authorities erected this temple in her honor. Moreover, the unexplained disappearance of disciples within the temple occurred during the Yongle period, a gap of at least 50 to 60 years, spanning 1 or 2 generations. Secondly, the information from the main hall indicated that the Sandow Mountain Lady was a righteous figure. While the tree spirit's claims of having fallen into darkness were merely its own perspective, Zhang Yuanqing was more inclined to trust the former. Lastly, and most crucially, the writings noted, do not trust your master. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing had yet to comprehend why the temple custodian would wish to harm his own disciples. Now, clarity dawned upon him. If the desire for immortality and descent into darkness were attributed to the custodian, then all doubts would be effortlessly resolved. Silence enveloped the cave. In the tree spirit's side, your suspicion is too profound. Throughout this encounter, I have harbored no malice towards you, nor would I ever bring you harm. But was it a matter of choice or inability? Zhang Yuanqing slowly retreated a few steps, stating, this time. The tree spirit's expression suddenly shifted. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yuanqing realized that his deductions were entirely accurate. Hence, his thorough exploration of the ancient well yielded no results, for the well itself posed no issues. The problem lay with the tree. Moreover, his ability to accurately discern illusions stemmed from the fact that the ghostly figure called out the name Zhang Yuanqing, rather than the revered Yuanshi Tianzuan. Lastly, when Zhang Yuanqing stumbled upon the ancient well, a renowned horror film from a certain island surfaced in his mind, instilling a psychological shadow that deterred him from peering into the depths of the well. Subsequently, the ghost emerged from the well, clad in white with disheveled hair and devoid of facial features, embodying the nebulous dread that lingered in Zhang Yuanqing's consciousness. Your pretense and sweet words in our conversation arise from the realization that the illusion can no longer ensnare me. After all, I possess the demon-slaying pestle from the goddess, rendering me immune to illusions. With an expression of calm resolve, Zhang Yuanqing dissected the truth. Luring me here was merely a ruse to employ other means to end my life. If illusions prove ineffective against me, then it must resort to physical assault, correct? He cast a glance at the root sprawling across the corridor's walls and suddenly thrust down with his pestle. Chapter 18. Completing the S-Class trial task. The slender root, akin to a thumb in thickness, swiftly ignited in golden flames before transforming into charred remnants. The roots that had covered the walls suddenly stimulated, animated as if they were a dense swarm of serpents slithering upon the surface. The locust tree spirit. Taken aback by the unexpected intellect of this mortal, upon realizing its deception had been laid bare, abandoned its charade and bellowed, "Since you refuse to approach, then meet your demise." The ground of the stone chamber responded with a thunderous crack, fragments rising as robust roots burst forth from the earth, resembling twisted appendages reaching out towards Zhang Yuanqing. At this distance, even in the absence of the red dancing shoes, Zhang Yuanqing could still evade capture. Indeed, the intention to deceive and draw me closer was apparent. Zhang Yuanqing, undeterred, advanced rather than retreated. With a deft slide, he evaded the entangling roots, reducing the distance between himself and the locust tree. Then, he sprang upwards, leaping several meters high, eluding yet another sweeping attack. An increasing number of roots burst through the earth, dancing wildly within the cavern. Zhang Yuanqing maneuvered gracefully amidst the outstretched limbs, no matter how fiercely the roots pursued. They could not capture him. Without the aid of the red dancing shoes, relying solely on the demon-slaying staff, a novice facing this challenge would face a perilously high mortality rate. Thud, thud, thud. The red dancing shoes raced along the wall, deftly avoiding the entangling roots and their strikes. With a powerful push from his knees, Zhang Yuanqing propelled himself like an arrow through the relentless pursuit of the roots, colliding with the tree trunk. Upon seeing the oncoming human, a look of palpable terror crossed the tree trunk's visage. Boom. The stones at the root's base fractured, and more roots erupted like a geyser, forming a barrier of wood. Zhang Yuanqing struck forcefully with the demon-slaying staff. Golden flames spread across the surface of the wooden wall, eliciting a furious scream from the locust tree spirit. Seizing the momentum, he shattered the charred wooden barrier and plunged the sharp, three-edged point of the staff deep into the trunk. Thud! The three-edged spike embedded itself deeply within the trunk, and in an instant, a blinding sun erupted from the dark cavern. The golden light warped the trunk, distorted human features, and elicited a piercing, anguished scream, accompanied by hissing wisps of smoke. In that moment, the souls hidden within the trunk also transformed into vapor amidst the cries of despair. All malevolent beings were utterly obliterated, vanishing within the golden radiance. As the golden light dissipated, the cavern returned to darkness, yet it felt remarkably clean and clear. Zhang Yuanqing's first action was not to ascertain whether the locust tree spirit had perished, but rather to promptly remove the red dancing shoes and store them in his inventory. Almost 5 minutes had elapsed since entering the cave. After securing the red dancing shoes, Zhang Yuanqing finally redirected his attention to the banyan tree, which had withered away. Its bark cracked, drained of moisture, with roots scattered throughout the cave. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the S-rank trial task. The character card is now activated, and rewards are being calculated. Items props obtained. Demon subduing pestle. Experience points awarded, 100. You have become the Night Wanderer. Experience points awarded, 20. Character card rewards activated. Reward item. Red dancing shoes. You will exit the spiritual realm in 5 minutes. At last, it was over. Zhang Yuanqing felt utterly drained, as if he were a husk of his former self. He had traversed the Xiling Tunnel, accomplishing what no one had managed to achieve over several decades. As the notification sound rang out, the dark crescent mark on his forehead became pronounced, and a peculiar, enigmatic force surged forth from the heated mark, forcefully invading his being. His skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a boiled shrimp. As this strange power coursed through his body, permeating each cell and bone, his arm's injury healed at an astonishing rate. He involuntarily convulsed, and 2 illusory black moons emerged in his gaze before vanishing. The pain swiftly dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth akin to a hot spring. How delightful! Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming languor enveloping him, an irresistible urge to stretch. Instinctively, he glanced down and was taken aback to find his body standing motionless. Had his soul left his body? After regaining control of his corporeal form, Zhang Yuanqing discovered that this body possessed an additional attribute, a phenomenon known as a talent. He accepted this gift with an innate ease, as if it were a birthright. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy and strength coursing through him. almost as if he could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Zhang Yuanqing accessed his character attribute panel. Name: Primordial Celestial Master. Race: Human. Occupation: Night Wanderer. Level: 1. Skills: Night Wanderer, Soul Devourer. Spirit of the Moon. Experience points: 20. Moral value: 60. Initial value: Night Wanderer. Active harnesses the power of the moon to envelop oneself, entering a state of nocturnal wandering. During the skill's activation, one becomes briefly invisible, masking their scent, breath, and the sounds and heat emitted by their body. Duration: 6 seconds. Soul Devour. Active consumes souls to enhance one's own spiritual essence. Spirit of the Moon. Passive. The Night Wanderer possesses a robust physique, abundant vitality, and formidable self-healing abilities. Under the veil of night, the Night Wanderer's capabilities receive a significant augmentation. He had officially become a Night Wanderer. With an additional 20 experience points, and coupled with item rewards, the gains from this trial in the spiritual realm were indeed substantial. Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory. Where the red dance shoes lay quietly in the first slot, the 30-minute countdown having elapsed. He had officially become the owner of the red dance shoes. 2 minutes later, having acclimated to his bodily condition, the wounds on his arms had healed. He then turned his gaze towards the stone coffin. The completion of the task indicated an exploration degree of 100, leaving him to ponder, was the stone coffin now empty? It seems that the Huai Tree spirit is indeed the temple guardian. With this revelation, all characters have made their appearance. How did he transform into a tree spirit? Is the body within the stone coffin his physical form? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Yuanqing approached the stone coffin, contemplating the possibility of treasures entombed within. With just over 2 minutes left before exiting the spiritual realm, he deemed the time sufficient. As a precaution, he summoned the red dancing shoes once more, opting for the wearing mode. The stone coffin was ensnared by desiccated tree roots, and Zhang Yuanqing wielded the demon-subduing staff, severing the lifeless roots one by one, revealing the coffin's full visage. Approximately 2 meters in length, its surface was adorned with intricate carvings, and a thin layer of dust settled atop the lid. With a gentle push, he slowly opened the coffin lid and peered inside. As the god of night wanderers, he could easily penetrate the darkness even without the assistance of the staff's divine power. Inside lay a female corpse of exquisite beauty, her cheeks sculpted into a flawless visage, her delicate nose elegantly raised, and her lips, both sensual and pallid, framed tightly shut, with thick, intertwined eyelashes. An absolute beauty. Zhang Yuanqing staggered back in astonishment. A singular thought echoing in his mind: could it truly be the revered goddess of Sandow Mountain? Compared to the sculptures in the main hall, this female corpse exuded a chilling elegance, lacking in warmth but possessing the slenderness of a youthful woman. Yet, the resemblance was unmistakable, 7 or 8 parts alike. Could it be that the Huai Tree spirit spoke the truth? Was the source of the temple disciples' disappearance the goddess of Sandow Mountain? In an instant, he was seized by an inexplicable dread, questioning his own judgment, for a miscalculation would inevitably herald great peril. No, that cannot be. My task has indeed been completed. Affirming that my conjecture holds merit. Thus, does the empress within the stone sarcophagus belong to a hidden quest? Zhang Yuanqing was suddenly filled with regret for his impulsive decision to open the coffin. Since the Three Mountains Empress lies within, it is inevitable that the mountain god temple conceals an even deeper narrative. This could very well trigger a series of unfortunate chain reactions, such as activating a hidden quest. Is there something? After a moment's hesitation, he pinched his sharp chin, parting his full, sensual lips, revealing a glimmer of dark luster. It was a jet-black, pristine orb. Name: Spirit Crystal. Type: Consumable. Function: None. Description: A soul crystal purified by the power of the sun god, containing immense spiritual energy. It is the most coveted supplement for the night wanderer. Note: the Three Mountains Empress has purified the impurities within the crystal. It is safe for consumption. Zhang Yuanqing extended 2 fingers to grasp the orb. The orb swiftly dissolved into a viscous energy, surging into his forehead. Ding! You have gained 22 experience points. A surge of power coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's body, instilling a renewed illusion of being capable of shattering a planet with a single punch. He felt an unmistakable increase in strength, and without the need to check his attributes, he could clearly perceive an enhancement in his skills. The delay time for Night Wanderer had increased by 3 seconds, extending from 6 seconds to 9 seconds. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Zhang Yuanqing watched as the timer on the Azure panel began its countdown. 5, 4, 3. Suddenly, a prolonged exhalation echoed through the dark, silent cavern. Zhang Yuanqing. The lid of the coffin was pushed open from within, revealing a pale, delicate hand that grasped the edge of the coffin. In an instant, the beauty within the stone sarcophagus sat upright. Her deep, pool-like eyes scanned the stone chamber, locking gazes with the expression ally-rigid Zhang Yuanqing. She fixed her gaze upon him for a few seconds, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This smile nearly sent Zhang Yuanqing into a state of shock. At that moment, the scene fragmented like a reflection on water disturbed by the wind. The countdown reached its conclusion. The world around him became a blur. Soon, the imagery stabilized. Bright, blinding lights flooded down from above, illuminating the pristine white walls, the desk, the computer, the television, the double bed. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, accompanied by the delightful chirping of birds outside. Chapter 19. The call. Damn it, you nearly scared me to death. Zhang Yuanqing plopped down on the edge of his bed, his heart racing. After he finally managed to calm himself, his eyes caught sight of the red dancing shoes on his feet, and he nearly felt his heart race again. Remove, remove. The red shoes transformed into a crimson light and dissipated. Phew, I almost stomped my feet in alarm. Zhang Yuanqing fully relaxed, rising to the window. Gazing out at the towering buildings, observing the vibrant green leaves reflecting a spectrum of colors, listening to the chatter of the elderly and the community, as well as the faint sounds of distant vehicles. It was mealtime, and a delivery boy in a blue uniform sped through the complex on his little scooter. From the neighboring residential building, the sounds of vegetables colliding with hot oil erupted, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of a spatula stirring in the pan. Oh, how delightful it is to be in the realm of humanity, particularly in the grand metropolis. After standing there for a few minutes, he finally felt that he had completely dispelled the sense of horror. Once he regained his composure, he eagerly approached the mirror to test his newfound abilities. He sought to calm his emotions, tranquilize the lake of his heart, and silently commune with the lunar energy within him. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his reflection in the mirror. As his body gradually faded away, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Indeed, he could become invisible. How intriguing. After 9 seconds, his form was redrawn and reappeared in the mirror. It felt a bit taxing, akin to having run several laps around a playground. Next, he attempted to test the strength of his physical body, easily compressing a battery with his grip and slicing a small wound on the back of his hand with a utility knife. In less than 5 minutes, the injury healed completely. Setting aside his extraordinary abilities, the mere enhancement of his muscular strength had already transcended that of an ordinary person. As for his other active skill, Soul Devourer, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it, as there were no spiritual entities nearby. With such formidable physical prowess, would my body be capable of enduring prolonged overload should an old ailment resurface? No. I should ponder whether there exists a profession akin to a doctor among the realm of spirit walkers. I must seek someone to examine my peculiar affliction. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory to admire his items, though he refrained from taking any out. As for the demon suppression staff, that was one thing. But if he were to take out the red dance shoes, what if they demanded him to engage in an awkward dance? Gazing at the demon suppression staff, Zhang Yuanqing fell into deep contemplation. If memory serves correctly, the banyan tree spirit mentioned that the staff was sealed with the yang essence of 3 mountain goddesses. Would they come seeking me? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. In the realm of fantasy, NPCs should surely be unable to manifest in the real world. Correct? My prospects of returning to the mountain god temple are rather slim. I have thoroughly explored that modest shrine, and it is unlikely to yield any further quests. Although I express such sentiments aloud, uncertainty lingers in my mind as the radiant smile of the mountain goddess flits through my thoughts. I intend to visit the office shortly to seek confirmation from the esteemed mistress and the enigmatic translator. At that moment, the doorknob was turned several times. Yet due to Zhang Yuanqing having securely locked the door beforehand, the individual outside was thwarted from entering. Zhang Yuanqing, why did you lock the door? Are you secretly up to no good? Came the charmingly crisp voice of my aunt, who playfully chided, dinner is ready. She finally approached the door and turned the knob. Standing outside, my aunt peered in with her lovely, rounded face, her expression tinged with suspicion. Why did you lock the door? Practicing my skills, I replied. What skills? The art of using foreign techniques to counter foreign threats. You cheeky rascal, are you looking for a scolding? My aunt glared at me fiercely, her eyes possessing an enchanting allure, large, round, and sparkling, devoid of any redness or murkiness. The ancient saying about autumn waters reflecting bright eyes aptly describes such luminous orbs. At the dining table, Zhang Yuanqing devoured the remnants of the meal with an insatiable appetite. My grandmother felt a mix of pride in her culinary prowess and concern over the meager amount of food prepared today. School starts tomorrow. You should go to bed early tonight, lest I have to wake you up, she advised. If my aunt doesn't come to my room to play games tonight, I'll be able to sleep early, Zhang Yuanqing retorted, quickly shifting the blame. A swift kick landed on his calf beneath the table. After all, she too had work awaiting her. Grandmother turned to her daughter and said, if you have to work overtime tomorrow, make sure to call me in advance. The aunt, an intern in obstetrics and gynecology at a public tertiary hospital, often found herself with ample free time, yet when busy, she felt more exhausted than a corporate drone. You should interact more with your male colleagues. There must be plenty of male doctors vying for your attention in the hospital, grandmother inquired. Oh, mother, you underestimate the situation. Men who come to bring their wives for checkups often discreetly ask for my contact information, the aunt replied proudly, hands on her hips. Grandmother raised her hand, and the aunt instinctively recoiled, quietly resuming her meal. While the two women conversed, Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts drifted to the tasks awaiting him that afternoon. After finishing his meal, he planned to reach out to Guanya, informing the authorities that he had successfully completed the dungeon, while also drafting a supplementary report. He wondered about the worth of the report for the first clear of the dungeon and how much merit it might yield. He also needed to mention the awakening of the mountain goddess, as it felt like a hidden quest not to be overlooked. In the midst of his concerns and the hustle regarding the spiritual realm, he had forgotten to charge his phone. Once it was powered up, he noticed 4 or 5 missed calls, all from Guanya. 2 of them were from an hour ago, when he was still in the spiritual realm, and the remaining 3 were from just 2 minutes prior. In a 2-story building, the glass walls glimmered under the sun. In the spacious and luxurious office, Li Dongza had just concluded a light lunch. Glancing at his watch, he leaned on his cane and made his way to the work area. Guanya, have there been any updates from the Yuanshi side? This was the 3rd time he had posed the same question, though his hopes were not high. The uncertainty of the situation kept his mind occupied. Li Dongza has already composed his apology letter, merely awaiting the outcome to confess his mistakes to the centurion. His carelessness this time has demonstrated a lack of the professional acumen expected of a scout. As for the lad Yuanshi Tianzun, although it is regrettable, the trial mission associated with the character card is beyond human capability to confront. His phone is switched off. Guanya shook her head, stating that she had already attempted to reach him 5 or 6 times, but to no avail. Li Dongza seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Silently exhaling a breath, let us wait a little longer. All right, Shencheng. Guanya tossed her hair back, revealing a smile as she reassured him, until the results are announced. Everything remains possible, much like S.C. Chardinger's cat. Until the box is opened, one can never know whether it is alive or dead. Wang Tai, unable to contain himself, interjected, only to be met with dark expressions from Guanya and Li Dongza. Silence. Did I say something wrong again? Wang Tai murmured, lowering his head. This social ineptitude. Li Dongza and Guanya silently criticized him. After all their time as colleagues, they had long given up on nurturing Wang Tai's emotional intelligence. Guanya felt a stark contrast between interesting souls and those devoid of intrigue. Just look at Yuan Shi, handsome and eloquent. If only he could be a colleague. Work would not seem so dreary. Alas, fortune has not favored them. If he remains unreachable by the end of the workday, hope will be entirely extinguished. Guanya sighed, lazily leaning back in her plush chair, her ample bosom stretching the white shirt taut. Report any news to me immediately. As Li Dongza was about to turn and leave, the cell phone belonging to Guanya, which lay on the table, suddenly rang. At that moment, the phone's ringtone echoed through the room, causing Li Dongza to halt in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the device. The caller ID displayed, Yuanshi Tianzun. A surge of anxiety coursed through Li Dongza's breath. Guanya abruptly sprang from her chair, colliding with the desk, which rattled with the clatter of scattered items. Her eyes widened in astonishment and elation as she grasped the phone and glanced at Li Dongza. With a tense expression, he commanded, "Speakerphone." His voice resonated with a low gravity. The atmosphere grew heavy with seriousness, akin to a hostage negotiation. As the call connected, Guanya, filled with anticipation and restrained joy, spoke, "Yuanshi? I have completed the trial task and emerged from the mountain god temple." The voice of Zhang Yuanqing emanated from the speaker. Both Guanya and Li Dongza were momentarily stunned into silence. Wang Tai, oblivious to the world outside, suddenly raised his head. The data-obsessed scholar displayed a visage of shock and disbelief. After a few seconds of stupor, the 2 ends of Li Dongza's mustache began to twitch visibly, and he exclaimed, "Oh, God, have you heard my prayers? This is utterly unbelievable. Oh, heavens, I can hardly fathom this is real." Realizing his lapse in composure, he swiftly composed himself, reminding himself to maintain elegance. Li Dongzhi understood the significance of successfully navigating the Xiling Tunnel. Conquering an S-class spiritual realm deemed insurmountable by the Tai sect would inevitably attract intense scrutiny. Though Yuanshi was a newcomer, it was foreseeable that he would rise to prominence, becoming a notable figure among spiritual realm practitioners. Moreover, the information and items contained within the S-rank spiritual realms are tangible rewards, undoubtedly abundant. Both official organizations and private factions are fervently eager to conquer high-difficulty spiritual realms, particularly the first kills, as this is the most expedient and effective means to augment their ranks. The final and most significant point is that in the Songhai region, there are only a few trial spiritual realms for the Night Wanderer. The existence of the Xiling Tunnel bug has caused substantial losses of prospective Night Wanderers for official organizations. If a detailed guide were available, the annual emergence of Night Wanderers would surely increase. Although rewards diminish after a realm has been conquered, the primary concern for the officials is the rising number of Night Wanderers, which is bound to attract the attention of the Five Elements Alliance's Elder Council. How did you manage to accomplish this? Guanyu murmured. It was no challenge. I breezed through it. After all, one only needs legs to pass, replied the primordial celestial master, uttering words befitting his ID. Guanyu was momentarily speechless, unable to discern whether he was jesting or merely engaging in a display of academic superiority. In her mind, Zhang Yuanqing was merely a bright university student, adept at socializing, but certainly not extraordinary. Her fondness for this new colleague was limited to his pleasant discourse and humorous nature, but she did not attribute any remarkable capabilities to him. Now, however, she found herself needing to reassess this newly minted Night Wanderer. Very well, splendid work, Li Dongzhi exclaimed, tapping his staff eagerly. You must come to the office at once. Certainly, Zhang Yuanqing replied. As the call concluded, Wang Tai could not restrain himself from exclaiming, he possesses extraordinary abilities. It remains uncertain in what aspect, but it is undoubtedly true. Ah, it seems you have stumbled upon a peculiar individual, he added. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Li Dongzhi's face, which he struggled to contain. Clearing his throat, he retorted, what peculiar individual? This is a genius. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the office, as if pressed by urgent matters. Li Dongzhi contemplated that the title of the apology letter should be rendered in a more elegant manner. Perhaps, my sincerest apologies, Captain, I inadvertently stumbled upon a prodigy. He was impatient with anticipation. Chapter 20. Winning hearts with virtue in the hierarchical structure of the White Tiger Brigade. Subordinates are prohibited from directly calling their superiors unless the matter is of utmost urgency, with communication typically conducted through emails or messages. The matter concerning the Yuan-Shitong-Guan Xiling Tunnel is significant, yet not urgent. Moments after the message was dispatched, Li Dongzhi's phone, resting on the edge of his desk, began to ring, displaying Captain Fu's name. A direct call? Li Dongzhi swiftly grasped the phone and answered. Li Dongzhi. You must take responsibility for your words, came the cold, clear voice of the young man through the speaker. Captain, this matter is indeed surprising, Li Dongzhi responded, seemingly unfazed by the warning. I just finished a call with him. Is there a strategy? Fu Qingyang inquired immediately. Please hold on a moment. After a brief silence, Captain Fu's tone softened. I held no expectations, yet I find myself pleasantly surprised. This individual's ability to navigate the Xiling Tunnel surely indicates exceptional qualities. Li Dongzhi, you have successfully recruited talent for the White Tiger Legion, and I shall report this to the Elder Council, crediting you with a significant achievement. Oh my God. This is simply marvelous. The smile on Li Dongzhi's lips widened, only to be followed by a sudden thought. And he lowered his voice. Should we keep this confidential? The recruitment of a Night Wanderer is no longer a secret among the commanding figures in the Kanyang district. Even if it is deliberately omitted in conversation, over time, it will inevitably attract attention. It cannot be concealed for long, especially since the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect have signed an agreement granting the Tai sect the right of first selection for any Night Wanderers appearing nationwide. This agreement has rendered the Five Elements Alliance almost devoid of its own Night Wanderers, leaving only a sparse few. Fu Qingyang scoffed, saying, why conceal it? The Tai sect has already made it clear that they do not want this Night Wanderer, and they cannot retract their statement. What you need to guard against are the individuals within the Five Elements Alliance. I do not wish for a recurrence of the incident involving the 100 Flowers Society. We must win people over with virtue and gain his allegiance. This aligns with Li Dongzhi's thoughts, and he promptly sought guidance. Please, Captain Fu, offer your insights. Grant him a formal position and a raise. A raise? Is this how we win people over with virtue? I am not fond of using money to buy loyalty. For alliances formed through profit will inevitably dissolve for the same reason. I prefer to win people over with integrity, but virtue requires time to manifest, whereas money yields immediate results. Captain Fu spoke calmly. Have him draft a strategy as soon as possible. I need to understand the core information about the Mountain God Temple. Additionally, let us repay the favor owed to the Tai sect. Any S-class spiritual realm undoubtedly harbors a wealth of valuable information and intelligence, far beyond the comparison of ordinary realms. Understood. Li Dongzi concluded the call. What sort of moral persuasion is this? Yet, it does indeed reflect the mannerisms of the Fu family. Li Dongzi shook his head. This young master of the Fu family had ventured abroad during tumultuous times to escape the ravages of war. After a century of operation, they had evidently evolved into a colossal financial behemoth. The Fu family not only represents immense capital, but also boasts a lineage of spiritual realm practitioners, with a certain number of scouts emerging from the family each year. They are a formidable force among the White Tiger troops, not to be underestimated. Young Captain Fu, despite his youth, is well-versed in various monetary abilities, earning him the moniker of the Money Young Master among the 4 prominent figures of the official organization. At this moment, Li Dongzi noticed that someone in the Spiritual Realm Practitioners Management Group of the Kongnong District had mentioned him. Qingting. Li Dongzi, Officer Li. How is your newly recruited Night Wanderer faring? Qingting, the captain of the 100 Flowers Association, posed this inquiry. If it were any other wood spirit, Li Dongzi would have suspected ulterior motives. However, this gentle and kind-hearted captain is not the type to engage in unscrupulous behavior. By long, wow, that hits hard. Knowing full well that it is impossible for anyone to traverse the Shelling Tunnel, you still provoke Officer Li? Dajiba, they must have perished in the Shelling Tunnel yesterday. Someone in my jurisdiction also went missing there. That unfortunate soul has yet to be found, and it is practically certain they met their demise in the spiritual realm. The blunt-spoken fire master remains as irksome as ever. Aside from these 3 captains who were quite vocal, the others remained silent, seemingly losing interest in the matter. My comrades, you shall envy me in just a moment. Li Dongzi casually sent out a generous red envelope of 1,000 yuan, hastily snatching up 5 yuan for himself. Qing Tung expressed gratitude. Thank you, boss. Bai Long remarked, such generosity from the boss. De Jiba added, the boss is in great shape. Instinctively, they all rushed to claim the red envelope, expressing thanks and completing the ritual, only to suddenly realize. Bai Long questioned, no way? De Jiba demanded. Li Dongzi, what do you mean? Be clear. Qing Ting inquired. Li Shicheng? Li Dongzi replied, I appreciate everyone's concern. My newly recruited Night Wanderer has successfully cleared the Xiling Tunnel. A profound silence enveloped the group, as if all had been muted. Yuanqing cautioned, Li Dongzi, do not jest. Unlike the other captains, the Night Wanderer from the Tai sect, who generally preferred to remain discreet in the 5 Elements Alliance Management Group, was unable to overlook Li Dongzi's message, despite the likelihood of it being a joke. At that moment, Captain Fu sent a message in the group. As of today, the first kill of the Xiling Tunnel belongs to our 5 Elements Alliance. Shortly, I will synchronize the spiritual realm strategy to the information repository. As an S-rank trial spiritual realm, it can produce Night Wanderers of superior quality compared to other realms, which I believe will greatly benefit our organization's Night Wanderer cultivation plan. Captain Fu Bai, being a figure of considerable authority, carried a weight in his words that differed from Li Dongzi's. Given his assertion, this matter must indeed hold truth. Has the Shelling Tunnel truly been conquered? What peculiar individual has Li Dongzi recruited? In that moment, the captain suddenly recognized the worth of the newcomer. He was no longer just a rare profession, but perhaps the most worthy investment of all. Dahiba, I feel like organizing a team-building event again. Are you trying to poach me? Li Dongzi's lips twitched. Shuishangpio, I won't be running boats this month. Let's schedule a gathering. How about today? Tang Wuqiang sent a red envelope. Bai Long, a gathering sounds good, but I believe the Baiwa Society should not participate. Qingting, hee. Quan Wang, I am quite curious about how that newcomer managed to conquer the Shelling Tunnel. It seems that only an extraordinary individual could accomplish such a feat. Li Dongzi has certainly been fortunate to recruit a talent. Seeing the excitement stirring in the group, Captain Fu sent another message. I will use the Shelling Tunnel as leverage to negotiate for a spot for each team with the Tai sect to secure a Night Wanderer within 5 years. Qingting, thank you, Captain Fu. Dahiba, wow, such a wonderful opportunity. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became vibrant. Captain Fu's strategy was brilliant. With this grand prospect, Li Dongzhi exhaled deeply. Subsequently, several captains enthusiastically began discussing the long-term plan for cultivating and distributing night wanderers, while subtly inquiring about the identity of the heroic individual who achieved the first kill. Is it a man or a woman? What is their age? Yet, Li Dongzhi remained tight-lipped. While the captains engaged in their cheerful discussions, Yuanqing from the Tai sect felt an entirely different sentiment. He stared blankly at the statement made by Captain Fubai, rereading it several times until he finally digested the significant matter. The Xiling Tunnel, which even Tai sect found insurmountable, had been conquered. How had that novice managed such an extraordinary feat? As a practitioner of the spiritual realm and a night wanderer, his desire to uncover the truth was more fervent than that of other captains, gnawing at him like 1,000 claws. Yet, this was not the moment for grappling with the truth. He needed to report this matter to the organization. Shouldn't such an exceptional night wanderer be inducted into Tai sect? Elder Sun was indeed muddled. How could he make such reckless promises, causing Tai sect to lose a talent in vain? Yuanqing harbored a tinge of resentment towards the elder. Zhang Yuanqing arrived at the police station by taxi, skillfully navigating to the rear of the building before stepping into the glass edifice that exuded an air of elite sophistication. Upon reaching the second floor, he immediately spotted a mixed-race beauty seated on the sofa, sipping tea. With legs that resembled those of a supermodel, clad in a shirt, pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, her slender waist and ample bosom were complemented by a meticulously crafted appearance and fashionable hairstyle. If a workplace goddess were to have a standard image, Zhang Yuanqing thought, it would undoubtedly be her. Fortunately, his aesthetic sensibilities had been honed to an exceptional degree by his aunt, allowing him to greet her with composure. Sister Guanya. Guanya set her teacup down and rose to greet him with a beaming smile. Well, I thought our university student was a little puppy, but it turns out he's a little wolf dog. Congratulations on becoming a night wanderer. Sister rewards you with a hug. She opened her arms wide, exuding warmth. Having already gauged her character, Zhang Yuanqing did not fall for her charm and retorted with a cold smile, Enchantress. How dare you embrace me? If it were another young lady, Zhang Yuanqing would undoubtedly refrain from uttering such words. However, with Guanya, who is well-versed in the ways of social engagement, pressing the accelerator is indeed the appropriate manner of interaction. Guanya paused momentarily before bursting into a light-hearted laugh, saying, Let us go. Shencheng wants to see you. I hadn't intended to speak with you. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that she meant for her to keep certain secrets to herself and not divulge everything. Following Guanya, Zhang Yuanqing re-entered the opulent office, where she found Li Dongzhi comfortably reclined in a plush armchair, a cigar delicately held between his fingers. Do you know what I am most concerned about at this moment? Li Dongzhi inquired, rising and making his way to the reception sofa, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhang Yuanqing. What? Zhang Yuanqing responded, playing along. I am most worried that you might be intercepted on your way here. Li Dongzhi opened the liquor cabinet and retrieved 3 glass cups. Would you like to drink? Coke. Guanya, go have someone fetch it, Li Dongzhi promptly commanded. Indeed, your elevated status is quite evident, Zhang Yuanqing remarked as she took her seat beside Li Dongzhi, who took a sip of his drink and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. You have proven yourself formidable. Your work has been exemplary. Later, I will require you to draft a detailed account of your experiences. However, before that, I would like to inquire if you discovered anything unusual at the Mountain God Temple. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to respond, there was a knock at the office door, and the 3 turned their attention to the sound. Wang Tai stood at the entrance, clutching a laptop, and asked, May I come in and listen? Li Dongzhi pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Come in. And while you're at it, help Yuanshi prepare the strategy report. Wang Tai let out a sigh of relief. He was not one to seek out excitement. But the S-level Xiling Tunnel, a flaw within the Night Wanderer's trial realm, presented an intriguing subject that he could not resist eavesdropping on. Zhang Yuanqing, after some deliberation, began to recount his experience at the Mountain God Temple once Wang Tai had taken his seat. He omitted the details regarding the demon-subduing pestle, merely mentioning it as an item capable of restraining spectral entities. As for the red dancing shoes, he similarly glossed over the specifics, stating that he had been trained by his uncle from a young age in singing, dancing, and rap, and possessed an extraordinary memory, which allowed him to decipher the rules of the red dancing shoes with some difficulty. Naturally, he also concealed the exclusive rewards linked to his character card, as revealing this would expose his acquisition of the red dancing shoes. This tactic of withholding crucial information was a suggestion he had received from Guanya. Rules-based items are exceptionally rare, it is unlikely that the Five Elements Alliance would exchange 500 yuan and a small banner for such an item. Yet one must remain cautious. Regarding the revival of the three-path mountain goddess, he planned to address that matter separately later for a thorough discussion. Throughout this exchange, Wang Tai diligently typed notes as he listened. After Li Dongzi finished listening patiently, he grasped the handle of his staff and remarked, "That item capable of restraining spectral entities must be a reward for clearing the trial, and it is undoubtedly of a high grade." Guan Yu quickly interjected, "You cheeky rascal. In an S-level trial task, how could there be a mere token reward of experience points?" She was imparting a lesson to Zhang Yuanqing, emphasizing that when one lies, a mix of truth and falsehood is essential, but one should not overdo it. Zhang Yuanqing maintained his smile, saying, "Oh, I forgot to mention the props. Indeed, that item is a reward for clearing the level." His demeanor remained unruffled. Li Dongzi took no notice and continued, "It seems that the difficulty level of the shelling tunnel will be reduced." "Why do you say that?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired, puzzled. Li Dongzi patiently elucidated. "While we jest that the spirit realm resembles a game, it is important to note that in the realm itself, props are exceedingly scarce, each possessing a uniqueness that renders duplication impossible." As Li Dongzi sipped his drink, Guan Yu interjected, "Allow me to share some insights regarding the dungeons in the spirit realm. These dungeons undergo continual adjustments. For instance, if you conquer the mountain god temple and retrieve an item from it, the difficulty will inevitably decrease. Conversely, should you perish within the spirit realm and your item be claimed by the peculiarities of the realm, it becomes even more formidable, thus elevating the difficulty level, an excellent illustration being the red dance shoes. Furthermore, within the same spirit realm, varying levels result in disparate tasks. I once ventured into a wilderness survival-themed spirit realm, having perused in advance. In that dungeon, an elder, who was a hunter, had the task of eliminating 9 felons in the jungle. However, upon entering the spirit realm, I discovered that I was merely one of the 9 felons, and my task was to survive for 36 hours, a consequence of my level being inferior to that elder's. Therefore, while it can serve as a reference to familiarize us with the dungeon and provide fundamental knowledge and dangers, it does not lower the difficulty." Wang Tai remarked. "This is because the red dance shoes are still present." Guan Yu and Li Dongzi exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuanqing, remaining silent. Wang Tai, oblivious to the tension in the air, continued, "It strikes me as peculiar that such data, such rewards, and such information do not correspond to the difficulty level of an S rank. Are you perhaps concealing something?" His candor was rather bold, likely to induce discomfort among the others. Zhang Yuanqing coughed lightly and interjected, "There is no concealment. I was just about to mention that a tree spirit has emerged from the cave, along with a stone coffin." "A stone coffin? What lies within?" Li Dongzi leaned forward, his voice urgent with inquiry. Wang Tai ceased his typing, while Guan Yu's face lit up with curiosity. S-ranked spiritual realms typically accompany significant revelations. It could very well be a revelation of monumental proportions. Official organizations, grassroots entities, and even nefarious groups glean their understanding of spiritual realms partly through observation and pattern recognition, and partly from the information procured within these realms. This knowledge is what allows them to gradually unlock the secrets hidden within. No seeker of spiritual realms can resist such temptation. Li Dongzi's pupils contracted in realization, and he gasped, "Has she awakened?" He suddenly rose, unable to remain seated. Pacing with his cane in the office, his brow furrowed in thought. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. "Perhaps we have all misjudged the situation. Based on the information regarding that lady, she must be a high-ranking night wanderer. Now that she has awakened, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the mountain god temple may undergo a profound transformation, no longer serving as a trial realm for night wanderers, but rather becoming a high-level spiritual realm dungeon. Second, the mountain god temple may indeed be downgraded, yet with her caliber, there will undoubtedly be new, high-level spiritual realm dungeons emerging. For the higher-ups of the Tai sect, the transition of the spiritual realms concerning their own careers holds immense significance." Guan Yu expressed a pang of envy, remarking, "The more crucial the information, the greater the rewards bestowed by the organization. Is the monetary compensation substantial?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired, his surprise quickly giving way to a sense of foreboding. "That ancient specter, who has been dead for centuries, still smiles at me. I can't shake the feeling that she will come looking for me, leaving me rather unsettled. If the banyan tree spirit spoke the truth, and the essence of the goddess was sealed within the demon-breaking pestle, then it was certain she would seek him out without fail." Yet, Zhang Yuanqing refrained from sharing this matter with his colleagues. Wang Tai sincerely consoled him, saying, "Do not be overly confident. At your level, it is unlikely you will encounter such formidable figures. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent." Zhang Yuanqing nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the comfort in those words. With a playful smile, Guanya asked, "Is the goddess beautiful?" Zhang Yuanqing turned to her, replying, "More beautiful than you." Wang Tai, earnestly adding, "Her research value surpasses yours as well." The elder sister was incensed, retorting, "Get lost." In the capital city, within a courtyard, the sun shone brilliantly, bathing the large locust tree in golden light, its leaves shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the branches to sway, echoing the laughter of children. Beneath the locust tree, Elder Sun leisurely fanned himself, gently rocking in a chair, while a tea set and an old-fashioned radio adorned the nearby table. A middle-aged man clad in black hurriedly crossed the threshold and entered the courtyard, whispering a report. The swaying fan came to a halt, and the elderly man with graying hair suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a brilliant golden light. The children playing in the locust tree seemed startled, letting out gasps before falling silent. The old man rose from his rocking chair, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man. "Is this the night wanderer that the Fu family lad has recruited?" The middle-aged man nodded. The old man was momentarily taken aback, striking his thigh with the fan, exclaiming in anguish, "What a blunder! What a blunder!" The last time the middle-aged man witnessed Elder Sun in such distress was during his foray into the stock market. After a brief silence, the elder spoke. "I recall that the overseer in the Kangnong district of Songhai City is named Yuanting. Relay the message that this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, where shall I hide my face?" But what? The phone call from Elder Heishan interrupted. "Answer it." As the call connected, the elder had barely taken the phone when a roar erupted from the other end. "Old son, what are you doing? It's one thing to privately send out the copy of the Xiling Tunnel, but you even consented to Fu Qingyang regarding that night wanderer. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your error?" Elder Sun was momentarily stunned. "How did you know, you old rascal?" "Why does it matter how I know? Do you realize how long it has been since Tai's sect has attracted a gifted night wanderer? I'm going to the sect leader to lodge a complaint right now." The call ended abruptly, and Elder Sun's forehead throbbed with veins. Just then, the phone rang again. The middle-aged man glanced at the screen. It was Elder Hongying. "Go ahead." "Uncle Sun, I've heard that the Shelling Tunnel has been seized. That night wanderer, do you truly wish to name them explicitly?" "Uncle Sun, your actions necessitate an apology." "Elder Sun, it has come to my attention that you have turned away a prodigy of the night wanderers. How outrageous. When did it become your prerogative as a mere steward to question my authority?" "Ah, Elder Sun, please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious." "Elder Sun, I have heard that you leave." Within a matter of minutes, he received 5 or 6 calls. The middle-aged man in black silently observed Elder Sun. Recalling the last time he had lost his composure was during a leveraged stock trade. Elder Sun took a deep breath and returned to the previous topic, inquiring, "What was that you just mentioned?" The middle-aged man hesitated. If Yuanting knew, it would mean everyone was aware. Elder Sun's blood pressure suddenly surged. The phone rang once more. Just as he was about to hang up, he noticed the caller was Fu Qingyang. He exhaled slowly, calming himself, and answered the call. "You little rascal, are you calling to mock the old man?" "To mock you." A clear, cold voice emanated from the phone, enunciating distinctly. "I would never engage in such trivialities. I am here to repay a favor. The report on the conquest of the Mountain God Temple has been completed and sent to your email." Fu Qingyang remarked indifferently, "I believe this intelligence will be of utmost significance to your Tai sect." Elder Sun was suddenly intrigued. He hastily ended the phone call and turned to the middle-aged man, inquiring about how to access his email. Narrowing his eyes, Elder Sun meticulously read through the content, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of any visible emotion. For a practitioner of his esteemed rank, the trials of the spiritual realm were mere trifles. However, upon encountering the information regarding the revival of the Three Mountains Mother, his expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden movement, Elder Sun leaped from his rocking chair, his countenance now grave. "Elder?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. "The ancient deity of the sun has awakened." A mixture of seriousness and concern enveloped Elder Sun as he transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. This direction led to the residence of the sect leader. In a 2-story building, Zhang Yuanqing sat at his designated desk, adeptly powering on his computer. Following Guanya's guidance, he accessed the internal forum of the Five Elements Alliance, methodically browsing through several pin posts. These contained fundamental information regarding the spiritual realm. He first examined the types of spiritual realms, which, as Li Dongzhi had stated, were categorized into single-player and multiplayer types. The single-player types typically featured realms unique to specific professions, such as the supernatural realm of the night traveler. Multiplayer types were further divided into two categories: team combat and team adventure. The former involved practitioners battling each other in specialized spiritual realms, while the latter confronted dangers within the realm, some of which were lethal and others non-lethal. The penalty mechanism for non-lethal scenarios involved the deduction of experience points. Additionally, the settings for multiplayer realms vary greatly, each offering distinct gameplay experiences. He continued reading the post regarding the classification of ranks. The content was rather straightforward. Zhang Yuanqing clicked the link, only to be met with a notification indicating insufficient permissions. How he despised these permission constraints. He muttered in frustration before reluctantly browsing through other posts. The complete guide to the profession of spirit realm walkers, orderly professions, night wanderer, scout, wood sprite, water ghost, fire master, earth creature, musician, scholar. Evil professions, bewitching demon, necromancer, illusionist. If memory served, Wang Tai was indeed a scholar. What exactly was a musician? Only 3 types of evil professions? No wonder Guanyu claimed that official organizations were the true hunters. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze shifted downward, landing upon astonishing content. Note: to inquire about foreign professions, please click the link below. Unsurprisingly, he found that his permissions were inadequate once more. Are there also spirit realm walkers abroad, with professions distinct from ours? Zhang Yuanqing raised his head, directing his gaze towards Guanyu's nape. Is there really a distinction between domestic and foreign servers? The seasoned player turned her head and smiled. Why do you think our country is the only one that's special? At a loss for words, Zhang Yuanqing found himself unable to respond. He was compelled to reassess his understanding of the spirit realm. If the spirit realm spanned the globe, and if there existed other spirit realm walkers and professions abroad, then the structure of the spirit realm, whether in instances or reality, was far more intricate than he had imagined. The territorial consciousness among spirit realm walkers was notably strong. Official organizations across nations rarely interacted, save for the purpose of combating evil organizations. Thus, for the time being, there was no need for him to concern himself with foreign spirit realm walkers. Such matters were beyond the consideration of an extraordinary individual like himself. Guanya spoke. Zhang Yuanqing responded with an acknowledgement and opened the Night Wanderer interface to review the introduction to his class. The Night Wanderer, a favorite of the moon, an enchantment of the night, excels in assassination and the manipulation of shadowy entities. The class emblem is a black crescent moon, ranking among the most formidable in the realm of order. Note: to view the Night Wanderer's class transition title, please click the link below. After several futile attempts, Zhang Yuanqing was met with a dialog box indicating insufficient permissions. Damn it, this permission issue. He nearly erupted in frustration. Wait, something feels amiss. Suddenly, he paused, rereading the introduction to uncover the discrepancy. The class emblem is a black crescent moon? Yet, I distinctly remember seeing a black full moon on my forehead that night. Instinctively, Zhang Yuanqing raised his gaze to the back of Guanya's head, intending to inquire. Chapter 22. The Night Wanderer Conference. He opened his mouth, but could not voice his question. Divergence from the mainstream signifies the extraordinary. Until he comprehended whether it was a blessing or a curse, he refrained from speaking indiscriminately. Moreover, the absence of relevant information on the forum suggested that the black full moon was not something accessible to those of lower tiers. The higher the echelon, the greater the need for secrecy. This is a truth understood by all, especially since he was still a novice, lacking the capability and experience to handle unexpected situations. Why does the character card gifted by Brother Bing differ from that of an ordinary night wanderer? This damn fellow hasn't shared any information and has gone missing. Subsequently, he exited the thread and clicked on the forum's search bar, intending to explore the circumstances surrounding the Temple of the Three Mountains Lady. Upon typing San Dao Shan Yang Temple, he received 2 pieces of information. One was a previously reviewed guide, Wuxing Alliance version, and the other was an introduction to the San Dao Shan Yang Temple. The San Dao Shan Yang Temple, located in the early Ming Dynasty in the Songjiang Prefecture, venerates the deity San Dao Shan Yang, known for her abilities in invoking rain, exorcising malevolent spirits, concocting elixirs, and healing the sick, thereby benefiting the community. After her ascension to immortality, the local authorities, along with the gentry and common folk, collectively funded the construction of her temple. However, the San Dao Shan Yang temple has long since fallen into disrepair, lacking many invaluable research materials extracted from the Song Mansion library. As he gazed at these words, Zhang Yuanqing's expression became vacant, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Did the Sandow Shencheng temple truly exist? Was it a part of history? If so, did that goddess genuinely walk the earth? Or was she, in fact, a real person? Could real individuals manifest within the ethereal realm? If she were indeed a flesh and blood being, might she emerge from that realm to seek me out? Zhang Yuanqing was startled by his own thoughts. Sister Guanya, I have a question. He never overthought matters that could easily be inquired about. He confided his speculations regarding Sandow Shencheng to her. Shencheng should have informed you that the ethereal realm lies between the realms of reality and illusion. The old priestess lifted her cup and took a sip, saying, many scenes within the spiritual realm are rooted in reality. For instance, the Lingang Reservoir and Xiangshui Amusement Park are locations that can be found in the real world, yet they evidently do not exist. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Thus, while the three-path mountain goddess indeed existed, the one I encountered was merely a fabrication of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing felt a sense of relief. Old hag, you should just stay within the spiritual realm. In the capital city, at Beishuimen Airport, the slender Yuanqing sat in the spacious seat of business class. Clad in a sleek black suit and shirt, his hair meticulously styled, embodying the essence of a corporate elite. Through the narrow airplane window, he gazed down at the myriad lights of the city below, sparkling brilliantly. He had just reported to the organization the news of the Xiling Tunnel's successful conquest, and by afternoon he would be summoned to the capital. However, this return was unrelated to the Xiling Tunnel. It was a convening called by the leader of Tai, gathering the scattered night wanderers from across the nation for a meeting. Such large-scale conferences are typically held only at the end of each year when night wanderers from various regions come to report their duties and work. Any exceptions signal significant matters. Hopefully, it is not bad news. As Yuanqing observed the approaching city lights, his thoughts were tumultuous. The plane landed smoothly, and he disembarked, dragging his suitcase straight to the underground parking lot, where he boarded the designated vehicle. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at a 5-star hotel. Yuanqing placed his luggage and took the elevator to the expansive conference room on the top floor. A grand banquet is currently underway, where gentlemen and ladies clad in elegant black attire, including tailored suits and long gowns, gracefully navigate through a sea of culinary delights, their laughter and toasts resonating in the air. Captain Yuan has arrived. As Yuanqing lifts a glass from a server's tray, he notices a man in a black shirt approaching him, his hair neatly cropped, eyes bright, and facial features sharply defined, embodying the quintessential inverted triangle physique. Jianji. Yuanqing exclaims with a smile, delighted to see his old friend after such a long time. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come, let us greet them. Jianji places a hand on Yuanqing's shoulder, guiding him to the table where 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, are seated. These are all night watchers who trained alongside Yuanqing when he first entered Tai Men. Now, they have all dispersed to different locations, each having ascended to the rank of captain. After a few pleasantries, Yuanqing inquires, what is the purpose of this gathering called by the sect leader? Yang Qian, her hair tied back in a ponytail and dressed in leather attire, leans in and whispers, we were just discussing that topic. All we know is that the confidentiality level is exceedingly high. Even the stewards are oblivious. Not even the stewards are privy to this information. Yuanqing nods slightly, refraining from further questioning. Jianji raises his glass with a grin, stating that the reason will be revealed once the meeting commences, and that pondering over it now is futile. By the way, have there been any amusing incidents lately? Yang Qian responds with enthusiasm, indeed, I have a rather intriguing tale. Not long ago, the eldest son of the Xiahou family along the coast was incapacitated by the master of the Jisha Palace. I heard that when the elders of the Xiahou family arrived at the scene, it was almost too late. Jisha Palace? A male classmate turned to Yuanqing and remarked, if my memory serves me right, this is the Lingjing Wanderers organization from the Songhai region. How did they end up clashing with the Xiahou family? Yuanqing shook his head and replied, the individuals from the Jisha Palace are known for their extreme temperaments, particularly the leader, who is quite the lunatic. It is no surprise that they find themselves in disputes with others. However, they maintain a relatively cordial demeanor towards official organizations and generally keep to themselves. Yang Qian sighed, that leader is a high-ranking Lingjing wanderer, and even the attendants might not be her match. As long as such a person does not overstep, it's best to turn a blind eye. After a brief exchange, Jianji surveyed the surroundings and commented, our numbers as night wanderers remain insufficient. leaving us to watch other professions make waves and capture the spotlight. It has been many years since our sect produced a truly exceptional night wanderer. The round-faced, charming Xiao Yang chimed in with a sweet yet slightly coy voice. With the topic now piqued Yuanqing's interest, he declared, "I have some significant news that pertains to us night wanderers." The table turned to him. Curiosity etched on their faces. "Do you remember the Xiling Tunnel?" Yuanqing inquired. "Yes. It's the novice-level bug in the Lingjing realm where Jiang Lin and Zhao Kai met their demise," Jianji replied, puzzled. "Did this cursed place claim another victim? From this day forth, the first kill in Xiling Tunnel is no more. A young lad has successfully conquered it." Yuanqing's words landed like a silent bombshell, leaving the night wanderers at the table momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, Jianji, still in disbelief, asked, "Is that true?" Xia Bing widened her eyes and exclaimed in a sweet tone, "Yuanqing, do not jest." The others wore expressions of skepticism. Yuanqing nodded affirmatively, stating, "This matter has already been reported to the sect. You may inquire with your respective superiors. However, if you choose to ask without consulting the guide, the steward should be willing to inform you." Doubt transformed into astonishment, and the night wanderers at the table appeared both bewildered and exhilarated. This was indeed a significant issue. "That brother is impressive. How did he manage it?" "Goodness, all I desire is to see the guide, not to attend a meeting. Wake up." "Your authority should not extend to that," Yang Qian remarked, glancing around before asking, "Has this newcomer joined the Tai sect? Is he currently in the capital?" Yuanqing seemed even more animated, shaking his head in regret as he replied, "You are unaware, but that individual has been recruited by the Five Elements Alliance." Fu Qingyang personally called Elder Sun to request the guide, and upon learning that the trial task was in the Xiling Tunnel, Elder Sun immediately expressed his disinterest in this person. Truly perplexing. Elder Sun's actions, they infuriate me. Just as he was lamenting the lofty elder, Yuanqing suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in black approaching him directly. "Yuanqing," he said, "Elder Sun requests that after the meeting concludes, you do not leave, but instead visit him." Yuanqing's expression instantly froze. The banquet soon approached its conclusion. The servers removed the dishes and drinks. The soft lighting transformed into the bright and intense illumination of meeting lamps, and the assembly of night wanderers sat in silence at their respective round tables. Awaiting in hushed anticipation, over 100 people rendered mute, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the midst of a prolonged wait, an elderly man clad in a white training outfit stepped into the conference room, filled with eager anticipation. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he possessed an imposing stature. His face bore no wrinkles, and his gaze was sharp as a blade. A golden sun-like emblem adorned his brow, resembling a tattoo. Were it not for his head of silver hair, which betrayed his age, he appeared more vibrant than many younger individuals. He was the Grand Elder of the Tai sect, known in the spirit realm as the Crimson Sun Judge. The night wanderers sat upright, their postures straight, showing due respect to this most formidable of their leaders. The Crimson Sun Judge surveyed the assembly of disciples before him and spoke slowly. "The successor must possess 2 defining characteristics. The profession mark shall not be a crescent moon, but rather a black full moon. Upon conquering the spirit realm, they will receive a roll card reward that ordinary night wanderers do not possess." Chapter 23. The Homicide Case Monday. Under a clear sky. In a place like Shanghai, the morning rush is perpetually a cause for mental strain. Whether on elevated roads or at street level, the traffic is congested to a degree that raises blood pressure. For the average office worker, taking the subway alleviates the woes of traffic, yet it subjects one to the trials of being surrounded. Amidst the morning sunlight, Zhang Yuanqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, rode a shared bicycle through the bustling streets of Shanghai, a pancake sandwich held between his teeth. He effortlessly overtook one private vehicle after another, including business cars and buses, his youthful vigor soaring with his tousled bangs. The distance from his grandmother's home to Shencheng University was around 5 to 6 kilometers, and cycling took only 15 minutes, thus, he did not reside on campus. Due to his recent elevation to a night wanderer, he pedaled with remarkable ease, reaching the university entrance in a mere 10 minutes. Were it not for the multitude of electric bicycles on the bike lane, he could have traversed more swiftly. Shanghai University, established in the early 20th century, boasts a venerable history of 120 years and ranks among the nation's premier institutions of higher learning. In addition to its exceptional faculty resources, the university is distinguished by 2 notable characteristics: the discerning choice of a worthy partner and the valiant pursuit of excellence. Previously, grandmother advised her younger sister to be vigilant in safeguarding herself at school. With advancing age, she now imparts the same wisdom to her grandson, urging him to protect himself in the academic environment. Discontent with the state of the world, grandmother expresses her grievances. Upon entering the campus and passing through the central axis adorned with a statue of the founder, he leisurely pedaled along the tree-lined path, flanked by sycamores, toward the academic building. The college environment exudes elegance and tranquility, with students engaged in various activities, some capturing short videos, others conversing amiably on benches, while a few hurriedly clutch their textbooks, racing to class. The spacious and immaculate streets, alongside verdant lawns and aged dormitories, evoke the ambience of an upscale residential community, rather than that of a traditional school. Zhang Yuanqing secured his bicycle outside the building, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and entered the comprehensive building. Upon reaching the trapezoidal classroom, he glanced around to find students scattered in small groups, many of whom appeared to be skipping class. He casually selected a seat. And just as he settled in, he overheard two boys conversing quietly behind him. "I just saw Su Yingying at the school gate. She is once again awaiting her benefactor." Nonsense, how could my goddess possibly be kept? Indeed, every Monday, a man comes to pick her up in a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. I witnessed it just last Monday. Are you certain? It could merely be a ride-hailing service. Would you kiss the driver of a ride-hailing service? It is infuriating. During high school, girls were enamored with the academically gifted, yet upon entering university, their affections shifted towards affluent individuals. When will ordinary boys have their moment to rise? Su Yingying, a classmate, is exceptionally beautiful and regarded as the belle of the class. Two boys appeared taken aback by Zhang Yuanqing's interjection, momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuanqing regarded them and inquired, "What is the matter?" A male classmate named Li Lishan remarked, "Zhang Yuanqing, have you encountered some good fortune today? This is quite uncharacteristic of you." Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Just as Li Lishan was about to respond, a teacher wearing black-framed glasses entered, clutching a stack of books, and the previously bustling classroom fell silent. Kangyong District. Mila Hotel. Ding. On the 16th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal Li Dongza, impeccably dressed in a formal suit complemented by a black vest and white shirt, leaning on a cane as he stepped out of the lift. His gaunt face was etched with seriousness, with Guanya following closely behind. The entire floor had been cleared of guests, a security line had been erected at the elevator's exit, and two security personnel stood guard. Guanya, in her high heels, approached and produced her identification, gesturing slightly. The security personnel promptly cleared the path. As they traversed the corridor leading to the rooms, several uniformed security officers were busily engaged, taking photographs or collecting fingerprints and hair samples. Li Dongza brushed past them, entering the hotel suite, where he was immediately struck by the metallic scent of blood. His gaze swept across the room, landing on two bodies concealed beneath white sheets on the bed, the pristine linens marred by large patches of dark crimson stains. Li Dongza extended his cane to unveil the sheets, revealing a naked man and woman lying beneath. He paused momentarily, his voice low and somber. "Indeed, it is Zhao Yingjun." Guanya meticulously scrutinized every corner of the room, wisps of white mist escaping from her pupils. After a while, she remarked, "There are no signs of struggle in the room, no evidence of tampering. The trash bin contains only 2 condoms. Yet 3 are missing from the box." Upon finishing her observation, she cast a look of pity at the female victim. "Guanya, remain here to assist the officers in collecting fingerprints, hair samples, and retrieving surveillance footage. I need to contact Chief Fu and the captains. A meeting may be necessary." Zhao Yingjun is an advisor at the Xiangshui Road Security Bureau, a member of the White Tiger Brigade, and a Level 2 scout. The murder of a member of the Five Elements Alliance is indeed a grave matter. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a small conference room, the room was exquisitely and opulently decorated, with a plush wool carpet covering the floor and a solid wood conference table positioned at its center. The table was adorned with an exquisite fruit platter, translucent slices of ham, expensive imported red wine, boxes of cigars, and delicate pastries. In the video, a man wearing a cap and mask approached from the direction of the elevator, reached the guest room door, retrieved a key card, opened the door, and entered the room. 40 minutes later, the man emerged, hands in pockets, head bowed as he departed. As the video concluded, Li Dongza pressed the pause button and addressed the captains at the table, saying, "This morning, we received a call from the hotel. A staff member, unable to open the door while cleaning the room, entered to investigate and discovered the 2 victims. Before his demise, Zhao Yingjun endured severe maltreatment. his body marred by numerous lacerations and evidence of restraint upon his limbs. However, the fatal wound was a piercing inflicted directly to his heart by a sharp object. The female victim, Lu Xiaoyi, also met her end through a similar means, with a lethal stab to her heart, yet she bore no signs of prior abuse. Given the missing condom at the crime scene, we suspect she may have suffered indignities at the hands of her assailant before her death. Furthermore, the Public Security Bureau examined both individuals' mobile devices and confirmed that Lu Xiaoyi was Zhao Yuanqing's mistress. Seated around the table were 6 individuals. The foremost was a young man clad in a white suit, exuding an air of aristocratic pride and elegance. With a stylish short ponytail framing his chiseled visage, handsome to the point of being blinding. The first position on the left remained vacant, reserved for Li Dongza. To the right sat a woman cradling an orange tabby cat, adorned in an inkwash-patterned cheongsam, her mature figure radiating both voluptuousness and charm. Her well-maintained complexion smooth and fair, enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, exuding a tranquil and refined demeanor. Beside her was a middle-aged man donning a miner's hat and work attire, his sun-kissed skin a testament to a laborer's toil. Opposite her sat a fitness instructor clad in a form-fitting outfit, his robust arms rivaling the slender waist of a woman, with sharp features that conveyed an unmistakable intensity. The final individual was a woman in her late 20s, dressed in a white racing suit and snug leather pants, her black, wavy hair cascading over a heart-shaped face, embodying both vigor and style. These 5 constituted the leadership of the Lingjing Wanderers from Kangnong District, while a few others were absent for various reasons. The young gentleman in the white suit surveyed his surroundings, his deep brown eyes reflecting a tranquil lake, and spoke softly. "Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Captain Xingting, please share your insights first." The elegantly clad woman in a qi pao furrowed her brows, contemplating. Ordinary spirit realm practitioners would not dare to harm our officials. Could it be the work of those with malevolent professions? If it is indeed the doing of such nefarious individuals, the gravity of the situation escalates significantly. The fiery and muscular figure, known as Dehiba, raised his eyebrows in indignation, exclaiming, "Evil professions? These filthy rats lurking in the shadows dared to slay members of my 5 Elements Alliance. They shall surely pay the price." The others exchanged solemn glances, and by Long, dressed in racing attire, pondered aloud, "What is Zhao Yuanqing's combat capability?" Li Dongza turned to Fu Qingyang, who replied, "He possesses a defensive artifact." Upon hearing this, Bai Long's expression grew grave. Although a level 2 scout is not particularly adept in combat, it would not be an easy task to eliminate him, especially while ensuring the guests in the adjoining room remain undisturbed. This allows us to preliminarily assess the assailant's strength. Tang Dynasty, the construction company owner wearing a miner's helmet, spoke in a deep voice, "He is formidable." Dehiba snorted dismissively, reiterating, "Formidable or not, those who dare to kill members of my 5 Elements Alliance shall meet their demise, regardless of their strength." Bai Long silently facepalmed, wishing they could expel the foolish members of the Qihui gang from the discussion. Li Dongza added, "Through our investigations, we have discovered that Zhao Yuanqing has numerous mistresses, particularly favoring the companionship of college students. We are currently scrutinizing each of his paramours." Dehiba frowned and inquired, "Why?" The hotel where Zhao Yuanqing met his mistress was not fixed, yet the murderer was able to ascertain the hotel's address and pinpoint the room number, indicating a considerable familiarity with Zhao Yuanqing's movements, either through personal acquaintance or prolonged surveillance. Li Dongza remarked, "The one who knows you best is invariably the woman by your side. We might glean some clues from Zhao Yuanqing's mistress." The captains present nodded gravely. Li Dongza continued, "Before his death, Zhao Yuanqing endured interrogation and torment. Consider. What was the murderer inquiring about? What information did they extract? Regardless of whether this was a crime of passion or the work of a nefarious professional, it is a matter that warrants our utmost concern." The expressions of the captain shifted subtly. The relationship between nefarious professionals and lawful practitioners has always been one of irreconcilable conflict, marked by mutual hunting and tracking. What would pique the interest of a nefarious professional would undoubtedly be information regarding the official realm walkers, or even their hideouts. If the murderer is not a nefarious professional, then the involvement of a powerful realm walker who risks offending official organizations by infiltrating a hotel to interrogate and kill could suggest an even more intricate truth behind these events. Qing Tung stated solemnly, "We must swiftly bring the murderer to justice." Hearing this, Dehiba glanced around and said, "Why hasn't Yuanqing arrived? Let him consume Zhao Yuanqing's spirit and acquire his memories. We would then know who the murderer is." The significance of the night wanderer capable of harnessing spirits was suddenly underscored. Fu Qingyang shook his head and replied, "Yesterday. Tai sect summoned all official night wanderers to the capital for discussions. Yuanqing is not in Shanghai." His expression remained composed from beginning to end, as if he would remain unflustered even if the sky were to fall. Discussing matters in the capital? A sense of foreboding washed over several captains, without Yuanqing. The other night wanderers from various districts were likely absent as well. Was this merely a coincidence? The perpetrator chose this precise moment to strike. Waiting until the night wanderers convened in the capital, Li Dongzi lamented, "The cause and effect have been reversed. It is the murderer who has orchestrated this timing. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. There is no need for concern. We have our own night wanderer." Chapter 24. The Perpetrator. Indeed, I nearly overlooked that young man. Li Dongzi's words reminded the captains of the night wanderer they had successfully recruited from the Lingjing team in Kangyang district, eliminating the need to borrow from Tai sect. Dahiba's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us contact that fellow immediately." This reinforces the necessity of cultivating our own night wanderers. In critical moments, one's own people are the most reliable. The other captains nodded in agreement. Dahiba's assertion held merit. Although the night wanderers from Tai sect were typically cooperative in serious matters, they remained outsiders, and utilizing one's own was undoubtedly more convenient. Li Dongzi glanced at Fu Qingyang, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to retrieve his phone and step out of the meeting room. I will reach out to him. After concluding the morning's specialized classes, Zhang Yuanqing slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed the classroom. He planned to skip the afternoon session and visit the office of the second team of the Lingjing squad in Kangyang district. His focus on future interpersonal relationships would shift towards the Lingjing team. Zhang Yuanqing harbored little fondness for school and exhibited scant interest in his studies. The youth of Shanghai possess an inherent sense of lethargy, lacking the ferocity of wolves and the determination to strive. In this world, there are but two types of individuals who endeavor: those nurtured from a young age to cultivate an optimistic disposition, and those compelled by the harshness of life. The first is driven by the instinct for survival, while the latter seeks to fulfill youthful dreams of adventure and exploration. The realm of spirits is fraught with peril and the uncanny, yet, once one savors its sweetness, they are loath to return to the mundane existence of an ordinary mortal. Upon descending the stairs, just as he was about to rent a shared bicycle, Zhang Yuanqing's phone rang. It was a call from Li Dongzi. "Zhang?" he answered, sensing the urgency in Li's tone. "Where are you?" Li Dongzi inquired with remarkable speed, getting straight to the point. "At school. Shencheng University, right? I'll have Guanyu come to pick you up immediately." "Pick me up?" Zhang Yuanqing detected the anxiousness in Li Dongzi's voice and probed, "What is the matter?" "A colleague has been murdered. We need the night wanderer to consume the spiritual entity and obtain its memories. This should be within your capabilities, correct?" Li Dongzi asked, his concern palpable. I think I can manage." Zhang Yuanqing replied cautiously, "I will give it a try." Consuming spiritual entities was not particularly difficult. It was a talent of the night wanderer. His mind assured him of his capacity, yet when it came to memory extraction, he had never truly consumed a spiritual entity and lacked experience, thus he could not make any guarantees. "Very well, then." Li Dongzi said no more and abruptly ended the call. Zhang Yuanqing tucked his phone away and walked towards the school gate. A few minutes later, he came to a halt at the entrance, silently awaiting Guanyu's arrival. It was then that he noticed a girl in a pleated long skirt, holding a designer handbag, standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. Su Yingyi? Zhang Yuanqing cast a few glances at the class beauty, noting her meticulously chosen attire, her bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and handbag all exuded an air of opulence, distinctly setting her apart from the majority of female students at the school. Typically, girls from average backgrounds could not convey such an impression. Upon sensing Zhang Yuanqing's gaze, Su Yingyi offered a faint smile, playfully tossing her hair and straightening her posture to strike the most captivating pose, all the while feeling a slight sense of superiority. This boy possessed a rather handsome appearance, prompting her to instinctively showcase her own beauty. However, she was acutely aware that she existed in a realm far removed from that of ordinary university students, and thus her heart brimmed with a sense of superiority. The adornments she wore could easily equate to the living expenses of an average student for an entire year. At that moment, Su Yingyi noticed a blue sports car approaching, which came to a gradual stop at the school gate. The driver, a woman clad in a crisp white shirt and sunglasses, obscured her face, yet the delicate contour of her fair, sharp jawline and exquisitely sculpted lips revealed her undeniable beauty. Su Yingying pressed her lips together and adjusted her posture to angle the logo of her designer handbag towards the car. Simultaneously, she observed Zhang Yuanqing jogging towards the vehicle, opening the door and slipping inside. The affluent woman pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing with her young companion. Su Yingying's mouth fell agape, her expression one of astonishment. Momentarily unable to discern whether this male classmate was a discreet scion of wealth or merely an equal among seafood merchants and steel wool traders. Kanyang District Public Security Bureau. Morgue. Zhang Yuanqing stood beside the mortuary table, lifting the white sheet to reveal a gruesome corpse. The deceased bore an array of bruises and knife wounds, with the gaping wound on the chest laid bare, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Had it been 2 days prior, the sight of a corpse would have undoubtedly unsettled Zhang Yuanqing. However, after enduring the brutal experience at the mountain god temple, the lifeless body could no longer stir profound emotions within him. "We may commence," Li Dongzi remarked expectantly, leaning on his cane. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, scrutinizing the remains of Zhao Yingjun, sensing the residual spirit within the cold cadaver stirring, gradually awakening. The essence of the night wanderer possessed a lethal allure for the spirit, capable of rousing slumbering souls. Silently, he summoned the power of the Taiyin within him, his sclera and pupils enveloped in pure darkness. He extended his hand towards Zhao Yingjun's form, grasping at the air. From this gesture emerged an ephemeral silhouette. This apparition bore Zhao Yingjun's features, yet wore a vacant expression. Its gaze hollow. Upon death, consciousness dissipates by 90%, rendering the spirit in such a stupor. As awareness fades, memories become fragmented, leaving only those deep-seated obsessions. Memories from moments before death often remain vivid, retaining their proximity to the final breath. Upon extracting the spirit, a sudden craving for sustenance surged within Zhang Yuanqing. Instinctively, he opened his mouth and inhaled gently. The spirit of Zhao Yingjun transformed into wisps of azure smoke, swirling into his mouth. A sharp pain throbbed at his forehead, as if his consciousness were expanding, filled with myriad foreign thoughts. Zhang Yuanqing heard the faint sound of weeping, a mournful lament, accompanied by a harsh, ominous voice. He realized he was accessing the final memories of the spirit. Gradually, he opened his eyes, the surroundings becoming clear, a lavishly adorned grand suite. He collapsed onto the soft, expansive bed, utterly unclad, as garments and women's lingerie lay strewn haphazardly across the floor. Nearby, nestled at the bedside, was a youthful woman, equally exposed, her porcelain legs and taut abdomen accentuating the proud curves of her youth. The sound of her sobs filled the air. A woman? In the nude? Such a sight left Zhang Yuanqing momentarily stunned, pondering why the situation had not been clearly articulated, leaving him to witness such an inappropriate tableau. After all, he was still a child. Through the eyes of the deceased, he turned his gaze towards the figure at the edge of the bed, a man with a menacing visage, bearing a scar on his left cheek, approximately half a finger in length. His sparse brows framed a gaze that was both fierce and shadowed. Clutched in his hand was a gleaming blade. The murderer. Zhang Yuanqing fixated on the man's face, committing it to memory. At this juncture, he had accomplished half of his mission. The man aimed the knife's tip at Zhang Yuanqing's chest, spitting out the words, "Where is the Holy Grail? Where is the roster?" This question seemed to have been posed repeatedly, his expression rife with impatience, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. "I don't know. I truly don't know. Please, spare me." Zhang Yuanqing heard the voice of himself pleading for mercy. The man crouched at the bedside, having completely lost his patience, wearily rubbing his face and muttering, "I give you a chance, and you prove useless. I give you a chance, and you prove useless." With that, he thrust the blade's tip into Zhang Yuanqing's chest. A sharp pain surged through him, rendering his consciousness momentarily hazy. Zhang Yuanqing lay helplessly on the ground, witnessing a man unfastening his belt, seizing the ankle of a beautiful woman, and forcefully pulling her towards himself. The scene abruptly halted amidst the woman's piercing scream. Chapter 25. Powerless as a chick, Zhang Yuanqing's dazed eyes regained their lucidity, and he immediately turned to his two colleagues beside him. As he spoke, an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him, the shadow of death lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The sensation of having one's spirit devoured was both gratifying and excruciating. Li Dongzi and Guanya felt a wave of relief wash over them, exhaling deeply. The former eagerly inquired, "What did he look like? Are there any distinguishing features?" Li Dongzi listened attentively, conjuring a rough outline of the assailant in his mind. The killer's facial characteristics were strikingly apparent, highly recognizable. Once Zhang Yuanqing finished his description, Guanya asked, "Did he violate the female victim?" Guan Yu confirmed a suspicion that had arisen in her mind, immediately directing her gaze at Li Dongzi. Her brow furrowing as she remarked, "Shencheng, I suspect the assailant has a psychological issue." Zhang Yuanqing was perplexed, thinking to himself, what kind of person capable of such cruelty could possibly possess a normal mental state? Li Dongzi nodded in agreement, indignantly exclaiming, "That bastard deserves to rot in hell." Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's bewilderment, Li Dongzi stroked his beard thoughtfully and elucidated. "Do you remember the punishment mechanism related to moral values?" Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The assailant's murder of Zhao Yingjuan's mistress was driven by the motive of silencing her, which fell under the realm of normal behavior. However, violating the female victim prior to the murder would incur an additional deduction from his moral value. Li Dongzi believed that, given the intelligence of this student from Shencheng University, the implications were not difficult to grasp. Indeed, there was a genuine possibility of mental instability. Zhang Yuanqing understood. Those who commit crimes within the realm of spiritual boundaries would face a deduction of their moral value. Thus, any rational individual would strive to avoid triggering such punitive mechanisms. Murder, in essence, is a desperate act. However, to kill first and then erase traces incurs an additional moral value penalty. Such actions can stem from only two scenarios. 1. Possessing an excessive moral value, rendering one fearless, or 2. The perpetrator's mental state is compromised, leading to an inability to suppress their primal instincts. Comparatively, the latter scenario seems more plausible. At this moment, the venerable elder, Guan Yu, was exceedingly serious, supporting her bosom with one hand while cradling her chin with the other, stating, "Spiritually unstable individuals, whether aligned with lawful professions or malevolent ones, must be eradicated. Such individuals lurking in metropolises are akin to ticking time bombs. Even if their moral value dips below 60, they risk exposure within the spiritual realm, attracting hunters from the same city. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a powerful being endowed with superhuman abilities could traverse from one end of the street to the other with ease." The elder cast her gaze upon the sole novice present, cautioning, "The realm is fraught with peril, especially in solitary spiritual domains, where the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Many spiritual practitioners, even upon successfully completing their missions, may bear indelible psychological scars, leading to inevitable mental turmoil over time. Particularly for you, night wanderers, should you ever sense a decline in your mental state, it is imperative that you inform us. The organization will provide psychological support." Zhang Yuanqing could not help but recall everything he had experienced in the Mountain God Temple. Nodding apprehensively, "I understand. By the way, was the killer's DNA found at the crime scene?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired. Guan Yu shook her head. "The perpetrator took their descendants away?" Zhang Yuanqing expressed some regret, pondering that if he could have control over the killer's numerous descendants, the red dancing shoes could assist in locating the individual. At that moment, Li Dongzi concluded his contemplation and asked, "What else did you see in Zhao Yingjuan's memories?" There were some insights. Zhang Yuanqing had anticipated this question and promptly replied. The murderer was interrogating Zhao Yingjun about the whereabouts of the Holy Grail in the roster. The Holy Grail? The roster? Guan Yu and Li Dongzi exchanged glances, both perceiving confusion in each other's eyes. Li Dongzi remarked, "What do the Holy Grail and the roster signify?" Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. There is no relevant information regarding them in the memories. After pondering for a moment, Li Dongzi furrowed his brow. "This case is more intricate than we imagined. Zhao Yingjun has concealed quite a bit from us." He patted Zhang Yuanqing on the shoulder, commending, "Well done, you have uncovered a crucial lead for us. Once we apprehend and eliminate the killer, I will advocate for your recognition. Now, go with Guan Yu to work on the facial reconstruction and piece together the killer's appearance." "Understood, Captain." Zhang Yuanqing immediately followed the long-legged lady outside. By the way, Li Dongzi called out to Guan Yu, saying, "Have a tailored suit made for him. He should wear formal attire at the unit from now on." Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to protest that he doesn't come often, he heard Guan Yu beside him say, "Certainly." Leaving the morgue, Guan Yu chuckled lightly. "From now on, one must don formal attire at the office." Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. "I understand. Large corporations have stringent dress codes." Guan Yu giggled. "No. This has nothing to do with the organization. It is a request from the supervisor, who believes casual wear lacks elegance." "What does elegance have to do with it?" Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed, yet as his gaze swept over Guan Yu's long legs clad in black stockings, her short skirt accentuating her rounded form, and the white blouse cinching her slender waist, he suddenly found himself in agreement with the supervisor. Life should indeed embrace elegance. As they walked, he contemplated his attributes: name, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Race, human. Occupation, night wanderer. Level, 1. Skills, night wanderer, soul devourer. Spirit of the moon. Experience, 44. Moral value, 60. Initial value. His experience had risen from 42 to 44. After devouring a soul, he felt a warm surge within him, a sense of comfort enveloping his entire being, and he sensed an increase in the lunar power. Sister Guanya. I gained 2 points of experience. Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed with delight. Experience points symbolize strength, and while both were at level 1 as night wanderers, the disparity between 1 and 99 in experience is vast. Why? The mixed-blood beauty rolled her eyes in a graceful yet alluring manner. How would I know? I am merely a scout without the strength to swat a fly. Zhang Yuanqing remained skeptical. Really without the strength to swat a fly? Guanya's gaze shifted playfully to his groin, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Haven't tried it. Why don't we head to the restroom, and you can let me practice? Zhang Yuanqing remarked. Please don't act this way. I'm still just a child. He promptly retrieved his phone and inquired, Are you free tonight? I can book a hotel online right now. If you don't mind, you could also practice your squats. Ha ha ha, you were quite amusing, Guanya chuckled. Her laughter a delightful flutter. Yuan, sure, you really ought to visit the office more often. Your presence ensures that I will never feel bored again. As the two departed from the glass building and entered the Public Security Bureau, Guanya adeptly guided him to the technical department. The personnel there meticulously inquired about the assailant's facial features, and, after 2 hours of diligent work, they managed to reconstruct a rough likeness of the perpetrator. After reviewing the sketch, Zhang Yuanqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and commented, It bears some resemblance, yet it feels somewhat off. Old Zhang, an experienced technician, pondered for a moment before asking, Is it the facial features or the demeanor? The demeanor, I believe. The assailant possesses a rather menacing presence. In what manner does it seem menacing? Could you provide a specific description? I understand this is difficult to articulate. A reference point would be ideal. Upon entering, I immediately noticed Chang Wei engaged in a game of poker. Finally, after the new criminal sketch was completed, Zhang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction, stating, This is quite close. It resembles the individual to a significant degree. Subsequently, through a comparison with the population information database, they were able to identify their target. Oh Xiangrong, a native of Wushi in Jiangnan province, has long settled in Songhai. At the age of 12, he was incarcerated for the crime of intentional injury, and since his release, he has vanished without a trace. Sitting in her office chair, Guan Yazhan revealed a smile. With this information, we will be able to apprehend him by this morning at the latest. So soon? Very well. Zhang Yuanqing responded cheerfully. In the glass-walled office, Li Dongzi reviewed the materials sent by Guanya. He opened the management group for the Lingjing Wanderers in the Kangnong district and shared the perpetrator's information within the group. Big Muscle, our newly appointed night walker, is impressively efficient. The identity of the culprit has already been confirmed. Water Drifter, Li Dongzi. How do you feel about having a night walker subordinate at your disposal? Li Dongzi, it feels quite promising. Tang Guiqiang sent a red envelope. White Dragon, enough with the triumph. Let's expedite our plans. Notify the Songhai Public Security Bureau to rigorously inspect all vehicles entering and exiting Songhai, and alert the various district Lingjing teams to be ready to assist in our manhunt. Let us hope that Xiangrong has not yet fled Songhai. The crime was committed this morning, and by now, 5 or 6 hours have elapsed. Not only Lingjing wanderers, but even well-prepared ordinary individuals would have already escaped Songhai by this time. Ordinary people can be tracked through surveillance, but pursuing Lingjing wanderers proves to be more challenging. Qingting, compared to an evil profession seeking revenge against the authorities, escaping from Songhai might actually be a blessing. The former implies that official Lingjing wanderers could face assassination. Li Dongzi, he will not leave Songhai. Dehiba, are you so sure? Li Dongzi, if Xiangrong merely intended to kill Zhao Yingjun, he would have acted long ago. Even with our night wanderer, by the time we identify him, he would have already fled Songhai. But why choose this moment? Dehiba, stop keeping us in suspense. Just say it. Qing Ting, so it is still about avenging the authorities? Li Dongzi, no, the situation is likely far more intricate. My night wanderer has uncovered some clues from Zhao Yingjun's memories. Xiangrong interrogated Zhao Yingjun for the Holy Grail and the roster. The Holy Grail and the roster? While the other captains pondered these two items, Dehiba immediately inquired, What are those? Li Dongzi ignored him, waiting for a moment. When his colleagues remained silent regarding the Holy Grail and the roster, he reluctantly chose to move past the topic. Sending a message, let us set aside the Holy Grail and the roster for now. Let us discuss our actions first. Chapter 26. Flight at 7 o'clock in the evening. At the dining table, Grandma surveyed her family gathered around the table and cheerfully announced, "Wei is the pet name of my younger sister." Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yuer each gnawed on a chicken leg, while Chun Yuanjun sipped chicken soup, all displaying an air of calmness. Observing this, Grandma slammed her chopsticks down and glared. "Did you hear what I said?" "Oh, understood. Grandma, Uncle and Aunt have been traveling abroad for nearly 2 months. Uncle is frivolous and irresponsible, while Aunt avoids any household chores. Their presence makes no difference to the household." Zhang Yuer gnawed on a chicken leg and remarked, "Why didn't that disgraceful family member linger a bit longer?" With the absence of the two, the household felt particularly serene. Shen Yuanjun cast a glance at his aunt and replied, "Let us not speak thus. After all, that disgraceful family member is my father." Zhang Yuanqing looked at his cousin and added, "Indeed, we should refrain from such talk. He is, after all, my uncle." Noticing their grandmother's rising fury, who was ready to reprimand her wayward descendants, Zhang Yuer quickly intervened, introducing a topic that would surely pique her interest. "Mother, our hospital is haunted." "Haunted?" Zhang Yuanqing's ears perked up immediately. Their grandmother, dismissing her son entirely, eagerly inquired, "Oh my, what nonsense is this? Do tell me more." "It was Sister Zhou from our department. While on night duty, she heard the sound of children laughing in the office. Upon investigation, the laughter ceased. Later, when she went to the restroom, she caught a glimpse in the mirror of an infant resting on her shoulder, nearly scaring her to death." Her younger aunt spoke with conviction, "It is not just Sister Zhou. Other colleagues on night shifts have also reported hearing the laughter of children in the dead of night. Everyone believes it must be the spirit of a child who was lost, lingering in the hospital." Indeed. The grandmother's gossip did not reach the mother, but was instead inherited by the younger aunt. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the two women chattering away, his initial curiosity gradually waned. As a nocturnal wanderer, he recognized this as mere rumor and folklore, devoid of truth. Firstly, spirits cannot produce sound, for they lack a physical form and vocal cords. Any auditory manifestation would require a direct influence on the human psyche. However, with the will of an infant and the strength of spirit, it is impossible for a lingering spirit to remain after death. Ultimately, ordinary individuals cannot perceive spirits with the naked eye. Only those nearing death, shrouded in heavy energy, may interact with them, making such occurrences plausible. Yet, the fact that numerous individuals have reported hearing the laughter of infants is quite preposterous. Just as Jiang Yueo was passionately speaking, her face suddenly froze, and she exclaimed, "Mom, he scared me again." Their grandmother gave her grandson a symbolic flick on the forehead. After dinner, Zhang Yuanqing quietly left his home and took a taxi to the nearest top-tier hospital. He intended to perform rites for the departed souls to enhance his experience points. The soul-devouring skill of the Night Wanderer is currently the most effective means of leveling up. It is uncertain when the next spirit realm will open, making it imperative to strengthen his abilities beforehand. Even at level 1, the disparity between 99 and 1 of experience points is monumental in terms of combat prowess. Hospitals serve as excellent venues for the Night Wanderer to accumulate experience, as they are the epicenters of life and death. Of course, crematoriums are also viable options, but the crematoriums in Shanghai are located in the suburbs, with few in the city. As he sat in the car, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalled what Guanya had said earlier that day. Why is the Night Wanderer of the Tai sect particularly wary of devouring spirits? Is it a professional code of conduct, believing it to be detrimental to one's virtue? Or is there another underlying reason? With this thought in mind, he took out his phone, logged into the official forum for Spirit Realm travelers, and searched for relevant information. The search results indicated no related entries found in the suburbs. The night began to envelop the surroundings. In a rundown, inexpensive rental unit within an industrial complex, Xiangrong cradled a large basin of freshly cooked instant noodles as he approached a table cluttered with beer cans. With a careless sweep of his hand, he sent the cans and other debris crashing to the floor, clearing a space for the basin. He then retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator. He devoured the noodles and gulped down the beer voraciously. The steaming noodles were scalding hot, yet they could not harm the resilient cells of his mouth. With sparse eyebrows, Xiangrong's expressions fluctuated between ferocity, indifference, and loathing, resembling a patient on the brink of madness. Suddenly, his ear twitched. He paused his chopsticks, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Slowly, he rose to his feet, drawing the slender blade concealed at his lower back, and stealthily approached the door. Bang! Just as he neared the entrance, the door was violently kicked open, and a searing light burst forth, a fiery projectile hurtling toward him. The scorching wind met him head-on, causing Xiangrong to halt. With a swift motion, he swung his right arm, the gleaming blade intercepting the fireball, resulting in a thunderous explosion that filled the room with vibrant flames. Amidst the sudden blaze, a figure engulfed in flames lunged into the rental unit, their knee propelling them forward like a rocket toward Xiangrong. Yet, he was even more savage. He sidestepped and thrust his shoulder forward with force. Bang! The figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the corridor, which trembled from the impact, with burns covering his right hand and shoulder. Xiangrong bore the pain and turned to dash toward the window, unwilling to traverse the narrow, claustrophobic hallways of the aging apartment building. Once surrounded, his fate would be sealed. Amidst the shattering of glass, Xiangrong leapt from the third floor. With a resounding crash, Xiangrong shattered the window and heard 2 gunshots ring out. He deftly deflected the bullet aimed at his head with his blade, yet he was unable to avert the one that was destined for his chest. The bullet's formidable energy pierced his skin, becoming ensnared within his resilient muscles. Following the sound of gunfire, he beheld a tall, mixed-race beauty emerging from the shadows by the landscaped area. Clad in an elegant office attire with a white blouse, her hair danced in the wind, exuding an unparalleled allure. In each hand, she wielded a silver handgun, her long legs adorned with black stockings secured in holsters. Bang! 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 The mixed-race beauty remained composed as she fired with precision, seemingly capable of predicting the trajectory of his descent. After being struck multiple times, Xiangrong finally succumbed to the ground, his gaze fixated on the enchanting woman, his pupils reflecting 2 blood-red, distorted runes. In the next moment, her expression became vacant as she turned the gun's muzzle toward her own forehead. Bang! The gun erupted in flames, but the bullet failed to shatter her smooth forehead. Halted by a pair of rough hands. Unbeknownst to her, a worker adorned with a miner's helmet had appeared beside her, his dark complexion etched with gravity as he uttered, "A beguiling demon?" A level 3 beguiling demon. From the darkness emerged a man leaning on a cane, dressed in a black suit complemented by a waistcoat and white shirt, his meticulously slicked back hair reflecting his meticulous nature. "Have the guards positioned outside the community, keep them away from here." Another voice emerged. As a graceful woman clad in an ink-washed Qi Pao stepped out from the corridor, her demeanor serene and her beauty exquisite. With a knife in hand, Xiangrong surveyed his surroundings with a somber expression. The distant roar of a motorcycle echoed through the air, cutting through the darkness with brilliant beams of light. A woman clad in a white racing suit leaned forward, wielding a 3-foot-long black blade, charging forth with fierce determination. In the next moment, gunfire erupted, sealing off any escape for Xiangrong. A figure engulfed in flames leaped from a window, launching a surprise attack from the side. Tang Dynasty, wearing a miner's helmet, pressed his hands against the ground, causing the concrete to crack beneath him. His mud-encrusted hands seized Xiangrong's feet. Remaining composed, Xiangrong swung his saber, deflecting the precisely angled bullets, creating dazzling sparks as the bullet tips clashed with the blade. Moments later, the muscles in his legs expanded, shattering the grip of the earthbound hands, and he rolled forward, narrowly evading the fiery assailant descending from the 3rd floor. Springing to his feet, he dashed towards the woman on the motorcycle. In the night, they brushed past each other. The sharp blade sliced through her chest, yet he felt no tangible resistance. At the instant the blade struck her, the woman transformed into water, while her long knife grazed Xiangrong's torso. A gaping wound opened on his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Undeterred by his injuries, he continued his flight towards the exit of the compound. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a Qi Pao leaped from a 2nd-floor window, her snow-white feet barely making a sound against the wall as she ran with grace. With a powerful leap, she landed before Xiangrong, issuing a sharp command. Spinning around, her Qi Pao billowed, and her long legs lashed out with the force of a whip, striking him fiercely. The latter shot forth like a cannonball, shattering the wall of a residential building before slowly crumpling to the ground. To dare to slay an official spiritual realm practitioner within my jurisdiction, impressive indeed. At this moment, Li Dongzi, who had been silently observing the spectacle, approached with his cane, his expression grave, exuding an air of calm authority akin to that of a mastermind behind the scenes. He spoke softly, "Next, I shall personally escort you on your journey." His voice, hoarse, echoed the ominous decree, "You shall all perish." Li Dongzi took a few steps back, addressing his brethren. "What I just said was but a jest. I am certainly not one to claim sole credit." Then, he noticed a post that had been marked and pinned to the top. "Wanted. Level 3 Enchantress Xiangrong." Just moments ago, this post did not exist. Zhang Yuanqing clicked on the post. Xiangrong, level 3 enchantress, on April 18th, murdered Zhao Yingjun, a scout from the Baihu army of the Five Elements Alliance. On the evening of April 19th, at 1905, she escaped during an ambush by the Spiritual Realm team in the Canyang district. This individual possesses a terrifying, malevolent power, far beyond that of an ordinary enchantress. She has been severely injured by the Canyang district's Spiritual Realm team and is currently unaccounted for. All Spiritual Realm teams across various districts are advised to remain vigilant. Xiangrong is on the brink of losing control. Upon discovery of the target, execute with extreme prejudice. A reward of 50,000 yuan will be granted for information leading to her capture and 100,000 yuan for her elimination. In less than 3 minutes since the post's publication, the comments had already exceeded 100, predominantly criticizing the Canyang district's Spiritual Realm team for their ineffectiveness. Allowing a half-mad enchantress to escape. Is it not absurd? A figure of such peril could spiral out of control at any moment. And yet the Canyang team appears to be utterly inept. Once he spiraled out of control and committed murder, becoming a target of the Spirit Realm's pursuit. By the time we arrived, the scene would likely be a veritable river of blood. We would become the subject of ridicule among Spirit Realm practitioners nationwide. Mocked for our ineffective prevention measures while drawing high salaries without contributing meaningfully. What a disaster. Did Xiangrong manage to escape? How could the officials swiftly identify the target and initiate a capture? Zhang Yuanqing found himself at a loss. Unsure whether to commend the efficiency of the officials or to criticize their incompetence for allowing such a ticking time bomb to slip away, given that the situation had escalated. Xiangrong's blood, and even remnants of his flesh, would undoubtedly be left at the scene. Utilizing the red dance shoes should enable us to track him down. Zhang Yuanqing immediately recalled his own rule-based item. Chapter 27. The Varieties of Life. Zhang Yuanqing pondered in silence for quite some time, ultimately deciding to keep the existence of the red dance shoes concealed for the time being. Firstly, the matter of Xiangrong's flight was only just beginning, and the Five Elements Alliance had yet to take further action. As an official organization, they might possess alternative methods to track down that beguiling creature, rendering his intervention as a newcomer unnecessary. Secondly, he was merely a level 1 night wanderer, a novice among Spirit Realm practitioners. Should the existence of a rule-based item be revealed, it could very well attract covetous eyes. It would be prudent to observe the organization's subsequent moves before making any decisions. Zhang Yuanqing ceased his contemplation, gazing out at the nocturnal scenery beyond the car window, awaiting their arrival at the destination. At present, the enhancement of his own abilities was of utmost importance. 5 minutes later, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Songhai Pulmonary Hospital. After settling the fare, Zhang Yuanqing entered the hospital, purposefully making his way toward the emergency department building. At this hour, the outpatient department had already closed, with the majority of the hospital's patients congregated in the emergency area. The emergency department was bustling with activity. Patients either occupied the public benches or moved between the payment windows and various departments. Zhang Yuanqing navigated through the bustling hall, weaving past the throngs of people until he found a seat near the restroom. Once seated, he stretched his legs, biding his time. To a spirit, the essence of a wandering soul is akin to a firefly in the darkness, dazzling and vivid. There is no need for deliberate searching, they will come to him. The existence of ordinary spirits typically lasts only 7 days. Unless someone has recently died nearby, one cannot expect spirits to appear uninvited. Thus, the hospital serves as an ideal venue for such encounters. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing observed an elderly man clad in a hospital gown, his gaze vacant and his movements stiff, making his way through the crowd towards him. The old man's form lingered on the threshold between the ethereal and the corporeal. Passers-by moved through him as though he were mere air. He appeared emaciated, his white eyes unsettling, exuding an aura of suffering and regret. This was a vengeful spirit. Typically, when a person dies, they transform into a vengeful spirit. A spirit at peace is a rarity, for no one willingly embraces death. Their reluctance to depart from life, coupled with their fear of death, ultimately manifests as impotent resentment. As the elderly man approached, Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth and gently inhaled. The old man's spirit transformed into wisps of blue smoke, gracefully drifting into his mouth. A throbbing pain enveloped his forehead, and in an instant, Zhang Yuanqing was flooded with fragmented memories of the elderly man's life. The lingering thought that remained was a deep regret for having smoked. "I will never smoke again," Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, his face etched with remorse. The people around him cast bewildered glances in his direction, maintaining a stoic expression. He feigned ignorance of the earlier occurrence to mask his embarrassment. As the onlookers diverted their gaze and his tumultuous emotions settled, he accessed the attribute panel, revealing a cerulean glow. Experience 445. The spirit of Zhao Yingjun granted him 2 points of experience, while an ordinary person yielded merely 0. 5, much like commonplace creatures and elite foes. Moreover, as one progresses, the experience gain diminishes. He feared that even 0.5 might be unattainable. It seemed that accumulating a little at a time was the only viable strategy. Zhang Yuanqing pondered thoughtfully. Regardless, this tangible and visible enhancement was indeed gratifying. The crowd paid no heed to the uncle, effortlessly bypassing him. Zhang Yuanqing repeated the process, absorbing the uncle's spirit, and as it transformed into sustenance for the night wanderer. Fragments of memory surged forth like a tidal wave. The middle-aged man had succumbed to exhaustion, suffering a fatal heart attack, a victim of the infamous 996 work culture. He had departed peacefully. After all, sudden death occurs in an instant, often devoid of pain. However, having accessed the uncle's memories, Zhang Yuanqing learned that the man's wife had just given birth to their second child, the infant still cradled in swaddling clothes. He had toiled relentlessly to provide for his family, ensnared in the relentless grind. Notably, the uncle was born in the 1980s, a time when few had siblings. With his departure, his parents would soon face uncertainty. To devote one's life to the pursuit of wealth, only to find that in the end everything has lost its significance. What meaning does such a life hold? He sat in a daze, his expression vacant for an extended period. At that moment, a third spirit approached. It was a lady, possessing exquisite features, her eyebrows meticulously shaped in the Korean semi-permanent style, her attire exuding an air of luxury and refinement, an embodiment of a high-quality woman. How tragic it was that such youthful beauty had met an untimely demise. As she drew nearer, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the hollowed cavity of her chest. Her sleek black garment soaked in illusory blood. Furthermore, her occiput appeared to have suffered unimaginable trauma, the blood matting her hair into disheveled strands. She was not clad in a hospital gown, indicating that her death was not a consequence of illness but rather an accident or foul play. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled softly, absorbing the essence of the high-quality woman's spirit. As a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into his consciousness, he was momentarily enveloped in darkness. When his vision cleared, he beheld a pair of long, fair legs, seated at the edge of the bed, gradually rolling up black stockings onto her thighs. Ah, so this is how a woman dons stockings. Zhang Yuanqing, who had been single for 20 years, found his awareness expanded. Just then, a man's gravelly voice echoed from behind. Don't message me at night anymore. My wife almost caught me last night. Zhang Yuanqing's heart sank at that moment. A man. A bed. Stockings. One could easily surmise what had just transpired. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from hastily consuming the spirits of women. It was simply inappropriate. He felt an immense sense of relief as he mused internally, grateful that his memories began with the donning of stockings. Had he pushed the timeline back a few minutes, he might have found himself lying down or kneeling. Fortunately, there was no unpleasant taste lingering in his mouth. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the woman he was inhabiting exclaim, "Well then, you should divorce and marry me." The man behind her, rustling as he dressed, scoffed. "I have a son and a daughter. Next year, I plan to have a third child. Why on earth would I divorce for you? Besides, if we were to part, I would have to split my assets in half. Wasn't it agreed that you would be the mistress for financial support? Once you accumulate enough money, you can marry whomever you choose, even a decent man. Should you ever wish to sever ties, simply inform me, but do not entertain any unfounded notions." The woman seemed to grow angry and fell silent. Once the man departed, she sped off in her small BMW, seeking to vent her emotions. Ultimately, she was involved in a car accident, which proved fatal despite rescue efforts. As the scene faded, Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, pinching his throbbing temples, a surge of indignation rising within him. He thought to himself, "Sister, why must it be this way? High-end seafood merchants often require only the most straightforward auction methods. Markets abound everywhere. Why engage in a quarrel with a man when few are truly worthy? Moreover, marrying a decent man is an impossibility, a lifelong impossibility." As these reflections coursed through his mind, he suddenly recognized something amiss. Why did he feel such a profound sense of empathy for women? After all, he was merely a soldier. Moments later, Zhang Yuanqing came to a realization. He had been subtly influenced by high-quality women, his thoughts adopting a feminine slant, and within him, a strong desire for wealth and material possessions had taken root. The earlier declaration of abstaining from smoking was also influenced by the spirit of the elder. After he achieved a preliminary stabilization of his mental state, a fourth spirit approached, a slender and handsome young man, evoking associations with the term puppy. He was no less attractive than I, and it seemed prudent to embrace the spirit of a man, ensuring greater safety and security in the event of any untoward situations. I would still remain in control. He opened his mouth and drew the puppy spirit into his abdomen. The jarring noise reverberated against the eardrums, while the full-color LED lights twirled, creating a dazzling spectacle of light pollution. All around were swaying figures and bobbing heads, the air thick with a pungent scent of smoke. This was a bar. Zhang Yuanqing felt his body swaying uncontrollably as he seized a glass from the booth, indulging in drinks with his companions. In the euphoric release of emotions, amidst the intoxicating blend of spirits and dice, the puppy and his friends did not depart until the clock struck 2. Though Zhang Yuanqing could not command his body, his consciousness remained clear, discerning that the spirit possessing him was utterly inebriated, with pulsating pain coursing through his cranial vessels. He speculated that the individual may have succumbed to acute intoxication or perhaps even a sudden death. While lost in thought, the puppy was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed, his friends assisting in removing his shoes and pants, covering him with a blanket, and wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp tissue. What a dependable friend, Zhang Yuanqing mused. However, just as this thought took form, he observed his friend beginning to disrobe, lifting the blanket to swiftly strip the puppy of his clothing. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the situation was amiss. At that moment, he heard the little puppy drowsily mumbling, "Darling," while a friend loomed over the small creature, brandishing a jar of petroleum jelly and slurring through a mouthful of alcohol. "Lift your rear, let me apply some oil." Zhang Yuanqing's mind erupted like a thunderclap. No, 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 you cannot do this. You must not. In a state of extreme fear and panic, he forcibly severed the retrieval of his memories. In the outpatient building, beside the restroom, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a dreadful nightmare. Gasping for air in a manner akin to suffocation, his complexion turned pale, eyes filled with terror, and sweat soaked his back. "Young man, are you all right?" A concerned elderly lady from the adjacent seat inquired. "Have you registered? What seems to be the problem?" Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and dashed into the restroom, turning on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his face in handfuls. It was too terrifying. Men were far too frightening. He had endured a violation that should never afflict his gender. Chapter 28. Cousin in a CAF. Beneath a shaded awning, Zhang Yuanqing cradled a steaming cup of coffee, his gaze vacantly fixed on the street. The street lights, vehicle headlights, and the glow of shop signs intertwined to create a vibrant, bustling night scene. After a lengthy pause, he took a deep gulp, then exhaled a heavy sigh, as if expelling all the mental pollution from his chest. The notion of devouring spiritual entities to enhance one's strength felt like a perverse and misguided path. He finally comprehended why the nocturnal spirits of the Tai sect were reluctant to consume spiritual bodies. If the world were likened to a sea of suffering, then mortals were akin to fragile boats adrift within it, burdened by sorrow, each individual ensnared in their own misfortunes and anguish. These tribulations will be transferred to the night wanderer along with the spirit, and although it may only be a small fraction, the accumulation of such numbers leads to a terrifying degree of spiritual pollution. Over time, even a mild case of schizophrenia becomes a concern. Yet, the benefits are undeniably immediate. His current experience level stands at 46. The duration of the night wandering skill remains unchanged at 9 seconds, but there is a noticeable enhancement in his physical attributes, as both vitality and healing capacity have seen significant growth. This is indeed a tangible gain. By the way, I'm still unaware of that fellow's cause of death. No, I have no desire to know. He took a cautious sip of coffee, feeling a chill of apprehension. In the villa, during the early morning, a spacious conference room designed to accommodate 30 individuals was present. Fu Qingyang surveyed the long table with a calm yet profound gaze, reminiscent of storm clouds gathering. His handsome visage bore the noble and proud aura of a scion from a prestigious family. When his expression was neutral, the intensity of his presence exerted considerable psychological pressure on those around him. Despite deploying 5 captains, numerous team members, and several security personnel, they still allowed the beguiling demon to escape. Fu Qingyang's demeanor remained icy. "I am profoundly disappointed in you." On either side of the elongated conference table sat the participants of this operation, 5 captains and 12 team members, including Li Dongzi and Guanya. In the face of their superiors' admonishment, the captains cast their eyes downward, disinclined to speak. The muscular leader hesitated, then, unable to restrain himself, quietly remarked, "Captain Fu, it appears that Xiangrong has been tainted by some malevolent force, rendering him exceptionally powerful and dangerously unhinged. This is the reason for our failure. Moreover, the bewitching demon is indeed a top-tier profession." Fu Qingyang remarked coolly, "Failure is simply failure. Any justification is merely an excuse for cowards to refuse to acknowledge their defeat." His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and none of the spirit realm practitioners at the table dared to meet his eyes, save for Guanya, who was distractedly toying with her nails. Fu Qingyang continued, "Due to your failures, the situation has escalated. A severely injured bewitching demon, tainted by malevolent forces, can easily spiral out of control. Given the cruelty of such a demon, it will inevitably lead to significant casualties." The captains, including Li Dongzi, Qing Tung, and Tang Guiqiang, exchanged grim glances. Fu Qingyang scoffed, "Of course, I too have faltered in this matter, as I placed my misguided expectations upon you and overestimated your capabilities. Therefore, for the next 3 days, I shall personally partake in the hunt. Since Xiangrong seeks the roster and the Holy Grail, his focus will undoubtedly shift to Zhao Yunqing's family or women with whom he shares close ties. We shall pursue this lead." As the subordinates nodded, he glanced at his expensive watch and declared, "Your time is limited. The meeting is adjourned. Guanya, stay behind." The lengthy meeting finally concluded, having extended past mealtime. The spirit realm practitioners rose, visibly disheartened, bowing towards the end of the long table before filing out of the conference room in an orderly manner. The 5 captains led the way, and the towering figure of the muscular man, standing at nearly 2 meters, lowered his voice in anger. "I do not deny my own failures, but Captain Fu is exceedingly arrogant. He was not present and does not comprehend Xiangrong's formidable strength. He, clad in a tight-fitting garment, touched the blood-stained knife wound on his chest, scoffing, while we were engaged in fierce combat outside. He lounged on a handcrafted sofa in the villa, savoring fine wine, smoking cigars, and indulging in the services of lovely bunny girls." Just as he spoke, 3 bunny girls ascended the stairs carrying delicacies and entered the conference room. Bai Long lightly patted one of the bunny girls' pert backside and whispered, "I have heard that Colonel Fu Baifeng enjoys tremendous popularity among the White Tiger soldiers. He is the only one among the 4 young masters who can rival the young master of the Red Fire Gang." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jia chuckled disdainfully, "Merely a rumor. Our young master is undoubtedly the most exceptional among the younger generation of the 5 Elements Alliance." Qing Ting then glanced at Li Dongzi, curious about his thoughts. Li Dongzi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a puff. "It is, of course, due to wealth." "That is what you all believe, isn't it? Is it not?" The other captains exchanged glances with him. "Foolishness." Li Dongzi pointed to his head. He produced a lighter, igniting his cigarette, and shrugged. "All right, let us proceed with our tasks and swiftly extract that scoundrel Xiangrong." In the conference room, Fu Qingyang stared at a woman meticulously tending to her nails, furrowing his brow. "Li Dongzi mentioned you were injured?" Guanya blew gently on her nails, retrieved a makeup mirror from her handbag, and, while touching up her powder, remarked. Guanya snapped the makeup mirror shut, saying, "You Fu family members are truly dull. Qingyang, take charge sooner, and allow the old-timers to enjoy their retirement." Fu Qingyang spoke in a deep voice. "If you are reluctant to enter into a marriage alliance, then you must demonstrate some achievements. Do not squander your talents idly day after day. The elders of our family only respect the strong, such as myself and her. Li Dongzi's second team is severely lacking in talent, making it difficult to earn merit." Guanya furrowed her brow and sighed. "The second team is indeed disappointing. It is hard for me to refuse. Let's discuss it later. A newcomer has joined our team, rather intriguing. I wish to observe him further." She neatly put away her makeup mirror, grasped her handbag, and walked towards the entrance, smiling as she said, "You should worry about yourself first. If Xiangrong wreaks havoc in Songhai, it will leave an indelible stain on your record, and they will do everything to prevent you from entering the Elder Council. My cousin has left. Goodbye." In the early morning, Zhang Yuanqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, made his way towards the comprehensive building. His schedule for the day included professional classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, he planned to engage in conversation with his colleagues. No, it was to foster camaraderie and expand his social circle. Groups of people flowed toward the building, and just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Li Lushing and a few classmates. Li Lushing, accompanied by several boys, approached with eager expressions. Extending an invitation, we plan to organize a social gathering with a few girls this weekend. Would you like to join us? I heard you are from Shanghai. A social gathering? This weekend. That is the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment before replying, sure. Li Lushing and several of his male peers exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with smiles. Let's add each other as friends. With you around. I believe the girls will be more inclined to join us for some fun. We should add each other too, chimed in the others. As several boys eagerly retrieved their phones. After Zhang Yuanqing and his classmates exchanged contact details, they all headed towards the comprehensive building together. Li Lushing remarked, I heard from a female compatriot that a security officer sought out Su Yingying yesterday, and she ended up in tears in her dormitory. A security officer? What happened? The boys looked surprised, as security personnel seemed an exceedingly distant presence for university students. Li Lushing continued. I heard that the wealthy man who was supporting Su Yingying encountered some trouble, but the specifics are unclear. The officer was inquiring about him. Could it be that he absconded with funds? Given the current economic downturn, there are plenty of cases of wealthy individuals facing financial ruin, someone speculated. Zhang Yuanqing listened to his classmates' gossip, his gaze drifting over the throngs of students. Amidst the relatively sparse crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. It was a beautiful girl in a flowing white dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned with delicate makeup. She was none other than Su Yingying, the subject of their earlier conversation. She was nestled closely against a man who wore a mask, his short hair and sparse eyebrows visible. With a small scar peeking out from the upper edge of the mask, Zhang Yuanqing's pupils constricted in shock. Oh Xiangrong. As he scrutinized Su Yingying more closely, he began to notice some unsettling details. Su Yingying's expression was stiff. She appeared to be nestled in Oh Xiangrong's embrace. Yet it seemed more as though she was being coerced by his grip on her shoulder. Chapter 29. The first encounter. What brought Oh Xiangrong to Shanghai University? And why was he with Su Yingying? How audacious of him to appear here. Especially when he was being pursued by official authorities, was he exceptionally bold or simply lacking in judgment? Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of tension coursing through him, halting his steps. He turned to his companions and said, You all go ahead. I need to make a phone call. He intended to make some inquiries first. Moving to the roadside, he retrieved his phone and dialed Li Dong's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently powered off, came the automated message. He tried calling Guanya next, but her phone too was switched off. Were they in a meeting? Conducting operations? Or perhaps lying in wait near Shanghai University? Various hypotheses flitted through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. If it were the latter, his involvement would be minimal. However, if it was due to being unreachable during a meeting, Oh Xiangrong, as a fugitive, could not afford to linger at Shanghai University. It would be a grave oversight to miss this opportunity. With this thought, Zhang Yuanqing opened his contacts and dialed Wang Tai's number. Thanks to social conventions, he had saved Wang Tai's number in his contacts. Despite the fact that this individual was not particularly loquacious and often bore an expression that suggested, leave me be. What is it? Wang Tai's voice, lacking vitality, came through the speaker. I spotted Oh Xiangrong, the very man responsible for Zhao Yingjuan's murder. You are aware of this case, correct? Indeed, but why are you contacting me? You should be reaching out to the team leader. Wang Tai's tone remained as serene as ever. Shouldn't you be expressing something more animated, like incredible or amazing? Your calmness is rather striking. Zhang Yuanqing remarked, amused. The team leader and the old driver are unreachable. Who is the old driver? That's not the focal point. Zhang Yuanqing briefly outlined the current situation, inquiring, can you get in touch with other realm walkers from different teams? Yes. Wang Tai responded, his fingers flying over the keyboard. I have retrieved the case file on Zhao Yingjun. He has been financially supporting numerous female university students, one of whom is from your school, named Su Yingying. Based on your feedback, I suspect he intends to exploit the women surrounding Zhao Yingjun. The realization dawned on Zhang Yuanqing. So, Su Yingying's benefactor is Zhao Yingjun. No wonder the security officer approached us yesterday. Wang Tai continued, Oh Xiangrong, a level 3 seducer of evil, has sustained severe injuries from yesterday's ambush, significantly reducing the threat level. However, he still poses a danger beyond your capability to confront. I've analyzed the situation for you. The prudent course of action is to monitor him while awaiting official support. You may employ your night wandering skill to create minor disturbances, but refrain from engaging in prolonged combat, or the consequences could be dire. Despite his lack of social finesse, he proved quite reliable in his actions. Zhang Yuanqing feigned interest in the surroundings, using the crowd to discreetly follow Oh Xiangrong and Su Yingying. with the team leader and sister Guanya out of reach. Could they be stationed nearby in Songhai? Zhang Yuanqing inquired with anticipation. No, Su Yingying was merely an ordinary female university student, devoid of any intrinsic value. As for Xiangrong, his mental state seemed somewhat unstable. Wang Tai remarked, "Your female classmate is doomed. Given Xiangrong's cruelty, he will undoubtedly leave no survivors." At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing noticed Xiangrong embracing Su Yingying as they entered the underground parking garage of the complex. The two vanished from sight as they descended the steep slope. They've entered the garage. Let us refrain from further discussion for now. You must promptly inform the other team members. This secluded area cannot be used as a shield like before. Following them into the underground parking lot would surely arouse suspicion. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a few seconds, then discarded his backpack into the roadside greenery. He summoned the power of the Tian within him, and a phantom black mist erupted explosively, erasing his presence. After invoking the night stroll skill, he sprinted into the underground parking garage. With the aid of the red dance shoes and the night stroll ability, even if he couldn't defeat Xiangrong, escaping would pose no issue. Thus, the risk was warranted. Although Su Yingying was materialistic and superficial, she was, after all, a living soul. In circumstances within his capacity, Zhang Yuanqing would not turn a blind eye to her plight. Moreover, dealing with someone as mentally unstable as Xiangrong sooner rather than later would ensure peace. He need not consciously muffle his footsteps, for the state of night stroll could conceal any sounds he made, even suppressing his body heat. As he rushed into the underground parking garage, he heard Su Yingying's voice tremble with a sobbing tone. I don't know where the thing you are looking for is. I followed Zhao Yingjun solely for his money. He gives me 20,000 each month, and I just pretend to be his girlfriend. 20,000? Before I was confirmed, my monthly salary was only 20,000. You must find it exceedingly easy to earn such money. Zhang Yuanqing followed the sound and saw Su Yingying, terrified, pressed against the wall at the rear of a black sedan, while Xiangrong stood to the side, wielding a knife. Do not tell me you don't know. Do not tell me you don't know. Xiangrong's eyes were fierce, his voice a taut whisper. I give you one last chance. Has Zhao Yingjun ever divulged any information regarding the Holy Grail and the list? I truly do not understand what you are referring to. Su Yingying's eyes were red, tears rolling down like pearls. His pupils ignited with a crimson gleam, and the expression beneath his mask twisted into a grotesque frenzy, muttering, "You are useless even when given a chance, utterly useless." Xiangrong's calloused hand gripped Su Yingying's delicate neck, his muscular arm lifting her effortlessly. Her face flushed instantly, turning from red to purple, her legs flailing, eyes rolling back. A wicked grin spread across Xiangrong's face as he presented the knife's tip against Su Yingying's chest, just as he intended to plunge the blade into her heart. An instinctual warning from the seductive demon coursed through him, sending a shiver down his spine. No soul was present nearby, and silence reigned. Yet an inexplicable chill emanated from within him, heralding an impending danger that loomed ominously. The spirit realm walker. The seasoned Xiangrong immediately discerned that he was under assault from a spirit realm walker. Grasping Su Yingying by the throat, he relied on instinct to hurl her forcefully backward. With a resounding thud, Su Yingying crashed to the ground, rolling several meters before losing consciousness. Observing that the assailant showed no concern for the woman, Xiangrong retreated, taking swift steps backward, while simultaneously swinging his blade. The sharp edge carved a brilliant arc through the air, producing a sharp clang as it collided with the enemy's weapon, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. Utilizing the tactile feedback from the clash of arms, Xiangrong deduced the adversary's position, and with a surge of muscle, he propelled himself forward like a spring, bending his knees to launch a fierce assault. The muffled thud resounded as Xiangrong's knees met a solid impact, accompanied by the assailant's grunt of surprise. Immediately thereafter, a figure emerged from the void, a young college student clad in sweatpants and a baseball jacket, possessing pleasing features and a vibrant demeanor, wielding a half-length brass club. The Night Wanderer? In that fleeting moment, Xiangrong comprehended the swift nature of last night's ambush and recognized the source of the near-fatal encirclement. In a state of heightened awareness, malice and hatred flickered in his eyes as he harbored an intense desire for vengeance against the Night Wanderer before him. Gripping his blade tightly, Xiangrong soared into the air, his formidable leap allowing him to cover a considerable distance, launching a ferocious attack upon the still-reeling college student, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing nearly exclaimed, "I apologize for the intrusion. Noble hero, spare my life." He refrained from attempting to rise, but instead continued to roll with the momentum, simultaneously drawing upon the power of the Tang to re-enter the state of nocturnal wandering. As he rolled, he abruptly vanished from Xiangrong's line of sight, leaving the beguiling demon at a loss for its target. Having evaded the lethal assault, Zhang Yuanqing, in his invisible state, hunched over and sprinted to a white car on his left, leaning against its wheel while gasping for breath. The knee strike he had just endured had nearly caused his heart to cease beating. It hurt so much. The pain in his chest rendered his complexion pale, and each breath felt agonizing. Fortunately, the nocturnal wanderer possessed robust vitality and considerable self-healing capabilities, allowing such injuries to mend swiftly. However, through the recent confrontation, Zhang Yuanqing had come to recognize the disparity in strength between them. This enchanting demon boasted keen intuition and extensive combat experience, not to mention incredible physical strength, suggesting a specialization in close-quarters combat. At that moment, he heard a thud as Xiangrong leaped onto the roof of a black sedan several meters away. With a pair of fierce, penetrating eyes scanning the underground parking garage, Xiangrong's voice was laced with coldness. The Night Wanderer of Tai sect should not be in Songhai. Are you the Night Wanderer of the Five Elements Alliance? Humph, a mere level 1 Night Wanderer daring to ambush me. Let me think. A level 1's nocturnal skill allows for invisibility lasting no more than 20 seconds. How long can you conceal yourself? Xiangrong was certain that his opponent was a level 1 Night Wanderer. Had it been level 2, he would not have gained the upper hand in their recent exchange. And if it were level 3, the one fleeing would be himself. Injured and weakened, he stood no chance against the formidable Night Wanderer. Appear among elite professionals like the Enchantress. 20 seconds? You overestimate my capabilities. I can manage at most 10. Zhang Yuanqing crouched beside the tire, holding his breath. This individual was extraordinarily powerful, yet had yet to unleash the Enchantress's abilities. Let me ponder the powers of the Enchantress. This malevolent profession possesses formidable combat prowess in the extraordinary realm, entering a frenzied state after taking a life, enhancing their fighting capabilities. Moreover, once combat ensues, the Enchantress can mark their target through a unique method, relentlessly pursuing even if the prey attempts to flee. Lastly, the core ability of the extraordinary realm, enchantment. Enchantment is a form of mental control skill, actively released, and when combined with exceptional close combat abilities, it becomes nearly insurmountable. At that moment, the 10 seconds drew to a close, and his form became discernible. The next instant, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and Zhang Yuanqing's heart tightened. Realizing that Xiangrong's attack had arrived, he dared not look and instead executed a forward roll to conceal himself once more. Clang! Xiangrong's icy gaze swept the surroundings, remaining vigilant while verbally provoking his adversary. By your appearance, you must be a student from Songhai University. Are you aware that for practitioners of the spirit realm, revealing one's identity spells doom for their family? Knowing you are a student, I can afford to take my time to hunt you down, then eliminate you and eradicate your entire lineage. Having uttered these words, Xiangrong tightened his grip on the willow blade, silently counting down in his mind, awaiting the rookie's reveal or an attack. Madman! Zhang Yuanqing's heart sank. Although he was aware that his opponent was employing a tactic to provoke him, he could not deny that anger had begun to swell within him, accompanied by a profound sense of trepidation. Concealed behind the rear of another vehicle, his mind raced as he deliberated on strategies for confrontation. This individual possessed a frightening intuition. If he could not achieve a decisive strike, it would be unwise to risk a sneak attack. However, he could not remain hidden indefinitely. His stamina would only allow for 2 more uses of night roaming before he would be forced to flee. And it was implausible that official personnel would arrive in such a short span of time. Allowing this person to escape would jeopardize both himself and his grandmother. The 3 abilities of the bewitching demon, frenzy, mark, and enchantment, were not to be taken lightly. The first posed no immediate threat unless it resulted in death, while the second likely indicated he had already been marked. However, night roaming could obscure his presence. What he truly feared was his adversary's prowess in close-quarters combat and the enchantment ability. Alas, if only it were night. Amidst this flurry of thoughts, Zhang Yuanqing formulated a plan to utilize the red dance shoes as the primary offensive force, with the ineffectual master providing assistance, poised to strike when the opportunity arose. This would also serve as a test of the combat effectiveness of this rule-based artifact. Bang! Xiangrong leapt onto the car roof once more. Surveying the subterranean parking garage from his elevated position, he silently counted the seconds, anticipating the moment his foe would emerge from the night-roaming state. Suddenly, he heard an eerie sound of footsteps behind him. Turning to discern the source of the peculiar noise, he was met with the sight of a brand-new pair of Western-style red dance shoes, hovering 3 meters away, rising and falling rhythmically in the stillness of the space, as if an invisible figure were donning them and marching in place. This scene, shrouded in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere, could render an ordinary person weak at the knees and elicit screams. Paranormal artifacts? As Xiangrong caught sight of the red dancing shoes, a message materialized before his eyes. Would you accompany me for a dance? If so, please step in place. Chapter 30. Decapitation Dance? Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. This supernatural object was audaciously inviting him to dance. With a cold smirk, he resolutely refused to engage in a pas de deux with his adversary's shoes amidst battle. He bit his tongue, letting a drop of blood spill forth towards the glinting edge of the blade. As a seasoned practitioner of the spiritual realm, and one with a nefarious profession, he had encountered the night wanderers on numerous occasions, well aware of their skill set. These supernatural artifacts are notorious for their cunning, and Xiangrong had once been ensnared by such an object for several days. It proved to be quite troublesome. However, its shortcomings were equally apparent, particularly its somewhat lacking lethality. Furthermore, supernatural artifacts typically harbor a strong aversion to vigorous yang energy. In the case of this seemingly possessed object, a mere drop of blood from his tongue would suffice to suppress it. Without issue, the red dancing shoes hovered expectantly for a few moments. When it became clear that the human before them was unwilling to dance, they appeared to grow agitated, a dark crimson glow emanating from their form. With a rapid clattering sound, they charged toward Xiangrong. Unperturbed, Xiangrong stood his ground, awaiting the shoes' advance. As they leapt toward him to strike, he calmly swung his blade, aiming to deliver a significant blow to the vengeful spirit residing within the shoes. Yet, as the blade cleaved through the dancing shoes, he felt no tangible resistance, as if they existed in a different dimension, eluding reality itself. Bang! In the next moment, Xiangrong's chest and face were ruthlessly struck twice. He experienced the excruciating sensation akin to his heart momentarily ceasing to beat, gasping for breath, accompanied by a searing pain radiating from his face and the warmth of liquid flowing from his nostrils. This was not merely a prop of the night wanderer profession. Xiangrong wore a look of astonishment and confusion, pondering, the void? The characteristics of this item seemed reminiscent of a foreign profession. How could a level 1 night wanderer possess a prop from abroad? With no time for further contemplation, his gaze caught sight of the eerie dancing shoes shifting direction, descending upon him once more. Ignoring the blood trickling from his nose, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. With 2 loud thuds, the beguiling creature was sent tumbling from the rooftop. Xiangrong lunged forward, dashed, rolled, and utilized the vehicle for cover, maneuvering through the expansive underground garage, successfully evading the majority of the Crimson Shoe's relentless assault. Yet, he was still unfortunate enough to be struck several times, each blow inflicting excruciating pain, exacerbating the injuries sustained from the previous night's fierce battle, causing blood to seep from his internal organs. Remarkable. The hapless master, Zhang Yuanqing, observed the conflict of the red shoes, struck dumb with astonishment. He was once again acutely aware of the terrifying nature of rule-based props. Their relentless pursuit could not be thwarted or interrupted. The target could only passively endure the onslaught unless the rules were deciphered, which required dancing. However, this was an unrealistic notion. Even if Xiangrong were to submit to the red shoes and endure the humiliation of performing a tap dance, he would inevitably intervene, ensuring his dance would falter. A misstep in the dance would render all efforts futile. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuanqing gained a clear understanding of the formidable power possessed by the beguiling demon. Even with the crushing force of the red dancing shoes, Xiangrong was able to withstand the onslaught, his physical resilience nothing short of terrifying. Xiangrong was not foolish enough to await his demise. Once he realized that he could only endure the blows passively without the means to retaliate, he would undoubtedly opt for escape. Zhang Yuanqing, with a clear mind, recognized the urgency. He must launch a surprise attack before the adversary could flee, not seeking to slay, but determined to detain this murderous fiend. Bang! Once more, Xiangrong failed to evade, receiving a kick to the face from the red dancing shoes, causing him to stagger backward, darkness clouding his vision, dizziness overwhelming him. An opportunity. Like a cheetah, Zhang Yuanqing surged forward, grasping the demon-slaying staff as he traced an arcing trajectory, maneuvering behind Xiangrong. He struck fiercely at the back of his opponent's heart with the staff, Buzz. Suddenly, a dense, mist-like white light intercepted the three-pronged tip of the demon-slaying staff. This force emanated from the ancient bronze waist token clutched tightly in Xiangrong's left hand, a relic marred by cracks and bloodstains. Reminiscent of an artifact belonging to a battle-hardened veteran, it was Zhao Yingjuan's defensive tool. A defensive artifact? Zhang Yuanqing's heart sank at the failure of his ambush. He swiftly adjusted his footing and circled around Xiangrong, repeatedly striking the white light barrier with the demon-slaying staff, creating rippling halos of light. This time, with the red dancing shoes providing cover, he narrowly avoided being dispatched by the beguiling demon, successfully evading several lethal strikes. Crack! At last. Under the relentless assault from the demon-slaying staff and the red dancing shoes, the bronze waist token shattered into fragments, the white light dissipating into motes of luminescence. At this moment, Zhang Yuanqing's nocturnal escapade came to an end, his corporeal form manifesting. Xiangrong seemed to have been anticipating this very instant. A crimson glimmer igniting in his eyes as distorted and sinister runes emerged. Temptation. Lay down your weapons, do not resist. Lay down your weapons, do not resist. Xiangrong let out a malevolent laugh, his blade slashing towards the young deity of the night's throat. He preferred to endure the assault of those terrifying dancing shoes rather than utilize this defensive tool, biding his time for the night deity to strike first. This relic, hailing from the scout profession, was already half damaged. If employed prematurely, it would merely withstand the attack of the shoes for a fleeting moment before being utterly destroyed. Thus, he chose to endure, purposefully exposing a flaw to lure his opponent into action. As he had anticipated, the inexperienced young knight deity, unable to maintain composure, fell into the trap. However, just as the blade was about to sweep across the young deity's neck, Xiangrong witnessed the adversary's body suddenly collapse, the blade grazing the scalp and severing a few strands of hair. The dreaded red dancing shoes, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, had somehow appeared on the night deity's feet, compelling him into a split to evade the lethal strike. Simultaneously, the night deity, who should have been ensnared by temptation, was illuminated by brilliant golden light, instantly breaking free from the dazed state. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself towards Xiangrong. Caught completely off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Xiangrong could hardly believe that a mere level 1 night deity could escape his enchantment. At that moment, still poised to strike, he found himself unable to retract his force, helplessly witnessing the brass club hurtling towards his chest. Thud! The flesh was torn asunder, and the Vidra staff erupted with a brilliant golden light, consuming the vitality within his chest. Zhang Yuanqing abruptly tilted his head back, narrowly escaping the razor-sharp blade aimed at his throat, only to be struck in the shoulder by Xiangrong's punch, sending him hurtling through the air like a broken sandbag. Crash! Zhang Yuanqing collided with a luxury vehicle, shattering its windows into a web of cracks. Before his descending form could touch the ground, he was gradually erased, vanishing from Xiangrong's sight. He had once again entered a state of nocturnal wandering. Yet Xiangrong paid him no heed, staggering towards Su Yingying. His heart lay in ruins. The only salvation now rested in the lifeblood of the living. He needed to kill to enter a frenzied state, bursting forth from the underground garage to spill blood upon the campus, utilizing the bloodthirsty nature of the alluring demon to mend his wounds and reverse the cycle of life and death. However, doing so would undoubtedly plunge his moral value below 60, making him a target for the spirit realm's bounty, hunted by every practitioner of the spirit realm in the city. But such concerns were now irrelevant. Tap, tap, tap. 2 dark, crimson glimmers materialized out of thin air, transforming into a pair of brand new red dancing shoes, poised to strike down Xiangrong. To Xiangrong, in that moment, the sound of footsteps resembled the tolling of a death knell, a lament from the Grim Reaper, an edict from the King of Hell. Bang! Xiangrong's face was trampled, his features a grotesque mash of flesh and blood. He uncontrollably fell backward. Yet in the final moment, he hurled the sword he held, a 40-centimeter-long blade, transforming into a streak of silver aimed at Su Yingying. Xiangrong's gaze was fixated on the glimmering edge. Ding! Suddenly, sparks flew as the blade was deflected by a brass staff that emerged from the void, revealing a figure standing beside Su Yingying. It was none other than Zhang Yuanqing. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiangrong's glimmer of hope transformed into despair and resentment. At that moment, the red ballet shoes descended from the heavens, trampling upon his face, crushing his nose, splitting his lips, and causing his eyes to burst forth. Xiangrong's limbs convulsed a few times before he was utterly deprived of life. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed beside Su Yingying, exhaling a long breath, as if completely drained. At this moment, a tumult of resentment churned within his chest, and his hands and feet trembled incessantly. This was not fear. It was the exhilaration brought on by a surge of adrenaline. When one finds themselves in peril and in desperate need of self-preservation, adrenaline floods the system. And in such a state, individuals can commit acts of violence without a flicker of hesitation. This phenomenon is colloquially known as being high. The battle plan had succeeded. Prior to engaging in this conflict, he had contemplated thoroughly. The only aspect to avoid was the opponent's seduction skills. Thus, before deciding to launch a surprise attack, he had already made a sacrifice to the demon-subduing staff. Among its functions was purification. The second form of the red ballet shoes served as his assurance for close-quarters combat, effectively helping him evade a fatal throat-slitting assault. Marking, seduction, frenzy, close combat. He had meticulously accounted for all of Xiangrong's abilities and devised countermeasures. If he could not emerge victorious from this, Zhang Yuanqing deemed it unnecessary to continue. After a few minutes of catching his breath, Zhang Yuanqing calmed his tumultuous emotions and heard the sound of the spiritual realm notification. Ding! You have slain a level 3 seduction demon, earning 30 moral points and 15 reputation points. Reputation unlocked. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback and promptly opened the character attribute panel, discovering the addition of a reputation section. Reputation? Would slaying foes from opposing factions reward him with reputation? As an experienced gamer, he was no stranger to reputation. Yet he remained unaware of its significance in the realm of the spirit world. In comparison to the reputation rewards offered there, the spoils of reality held far greater importance for him. Rising from his position, he approached Xiangrong's lifeless body, kicked the eyeball beneath the vehicle, and then dragged the corpse into the shadowy corner. He meticulously searched the body, discovering a mobile phone and a wallet. The phone was an antiquated model capable only of making calls, while the wallet appeared to be quite plump. Upon opening it, he found a stack of 100 yuan notes and a counterfeit identification card. Zhang Yuanqing counted the cash carefully, as a wanted fugitive carrying just over 1,500 yuan seemed absurd. It was confiscated. He extracted the money and stowed it away in his pocket. Subsequently, he wandered a distance away to retrieve a sharp willow blade. The moment he touched the weapon, an information panel materialized before him. Name: Bloodthirsty Blade. Type: Weapon. Function: Bleeding, blood-sucking. Armor piercing. Description: This blade was nourished by the blood of a powerful seducer, becoming exceedingly bloodthirsty over time. Its edge can slice through hard steel, and wounds inflicted by it are difficult to heal, as it drains the prey's vital essence and returns it to its master, enhancing their strength. Note: A blade that does not desire its master is not a good blade. This weapon appeared formidable had it been used to slay Su Yingying. Xiangrong would have received its boon. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, guarding Su Yingying closely. Currently, this blade was without a master, and it was quite simple to claim it. Merely storing it in his inventory would suffice. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing hesitated to accept it, as the remarks within the item's information instilled a sense of unease. The bloodthirsty blade appeared to belong to a category of items with a cost, and those remarks indicated the price of wielding it. Based on the description of the blade, Zhang Yuanqing surmised its potential consequences. Either the bearer would be cursed, ultimately leading to a tragic demise, or the blade required its master to periodically nourish it with their essence. The latter seemed the more plausible scenario. Nourishing with essence again? Having already succumbed to anemia from the demon-slaying staff, how could he possibly endure the addition of this bloodthirsty blade to his burdens? At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing observed the red dancing shoes approach him with a rhythmic clatter, and a message materialized. Would you accompany me for a dance? If so, please remain in place and step. Note: Each use of this item necessitates a dance. Should you decline, the red dancing shoes will no longer favor you and will initiate a pursuit. Zhang Yuanqing's jaw dropped in astonishment. This was his first time utilizing the red dancing shoes in reality since acquiring them, and he had never anticipated that employing such a rule-bound item would demand such a price. Decline the dance, and it would threaten his life? How utterly outrageous. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yuanqing rose, eager to comply. Soon, the once silent parking garage echoed with the crisp sound of tap dancing. This time, Zhang Yuanqing did not trigger any old ailments. Instead, he executed a dance thanks to his extraordinary physique, although his steps were frequently misaligned. Fortunately, as the master, he did not incur the wrath of the red dancing shoes. Upon completing the dance, the red dancing shoes stepped back with its right foot, rising onto its toes, and performed a graceful curtsy. Following the sound, he beheld Li Dongza leading Guanya and several unfamiliar spiritual realm practitioners rushing into the underground garage. Some wielded firearms. Others brandished blades, while a few cradled cats, all fully armed. Fortunately, the dance had concluded. Zhang Yuanqing felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 31. Concealment at the entrance of the underground parking garage, shadows flitted about. With one hand resting on a cane and the other gripping a firearm. Li Dongza entered the garage, his keen gaze swiftly surveying the scene. His eyes first landed on the unconscious Su Yingying, followed by the faint bloodstains on the ground and several privately owned vehicles showing signs of damage. As a scout, Li Dongza could easily discern that a brief yet perilous skirmish had transpired here. The fact that Su Yingying was still alive indicated that the situation had not yet reached its most dire point. The other spiritual realm practitioners also scanned the area with vigilance and haste, and soon, they noticed a figure emerging from the shadow at the rear of a nearby vehicle. Instantly, all weapons instinctively turned towards him. "Don't shoot, it's me." Zhang Yuanqing hastily raised his hands, simultaneously observing the spiritual realm practitioners alongside Guanya and Li Dongza. A muscular man clad in athletic wear resembled a gym instructor. Standing at least 6 feet 3 inches tall, his muscles bulging with strength, his hands adorned with red fingerless gloves. A middle-aged man, wearing a miner's helmet and a deep brown work outfit, bore dark skin weathered by the elements. A young woman in a white racing suit, with an oval face and fair complexion, exuded an air of vitality, her striking eyebrows arched elegantly as she wielded a black long knife. 2 armed individuals, unremarkable in demeanor and appearance, visibly relaxed upon seeing Zhang Yuanqing emerge from the shadows, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. After the meeting concluded, they received a call from Wang Tai, informing them that Yuanshi had discovered Xiangrong at Shanghai University, where he was attempting to abduct Su Yingying for nefarious purposes. Taken aback, Li Dongza and Guanya immediately summoned the remaining team leaders and hurried to Shanghai University. Throughout the journey, Li Dongza maintained a stern expression, burdened with concern that Yuanshi might act recklessly in a moment of impulsiveness. Upon becoming a spiritual realm practitioner, newcomers often experience an overwhelming surge of extraordinary power, coupled with their lack of experience, leading them to make hasty decisions. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yuanqing unharmed brought relief to both of them. "Is he the night wanderer?" The impatient and robust Jiba first inquired of Li Dongza, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he scanned the underground parking lot and gruffly asked, "Kid, which way did Xiangrong escape?" In his view, a level 3 seducer was not something a mere level 1 night wanderer could contend with. After a brief confrontation, Xiangrong, fearing the arrival of official spiritual realm practitioners, hastily fled. If he hadn't been gone for long, they might still be able to catch up, given the scout's tracking abilities. "He didn't escape," Zhang Yuanqing replied. "Didn't he escape?" A chill ran through everyone as they raised their weapons, scanning the surroundings in astonishment and vigilance. Then, they heard this inexperienced newcomer point to the shadows behind him and assert, "I took care of him." What did he just say? The muscular figure from Shencheng University was on the verge of digging into his ears, doubting whether his hearing had faltered. His temper flared, and he thundered in a low, resonant voice, "Do not jest with me. This is not a time for your humor." Li Dongza and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expression shifting to one of caution as they regarded Zhang Yuanqing with increased wariness. "Why are you being so aggressive? Can't you speak properly? You're not affiliated with the Red Fire Gang, are you?" Zhang Yuanqing patiently clarified, "I am not lying. His body is at the rear of the vehicle. If you do not believe me, feel free to see for yourself." The muscular man glanced in that direction, where the protruding columns of the wall and the vehicle cast intersecting shadows, obscuring his view of the corner. He was about to proceed when a middle-aged man wearing a miner's hat stepped forward, casting a quick glance at Zhang Yuanqing before addressing the burly figure. "I will go check." Observing his colleague's grave expression, the muscular man recalled something and, with a wary glance at Zhang Yuanqing, nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuanqing noted the peculiar expressions on Li Dongza and Guanya's faces, while the gazes of the others were openly defensive. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the miner's hat approached the rear of the vehicle with deliberate yet steady steps. Then he stood frozen, staring intently at a certain spot, his eyes wide open, resembling a clay sculpture. "Boss Tang." The muscular man watched his companion's bewildered expression, a chill running down his spine as his muscles tensed. Ready for action. The leaders of Qingting and Bailong immediately heightened their vigilance. Tang Wuqiang's demeanor bore an unsettling resemblance to that of someone entrapped by manipulation. Soon after, They witnessed Tang Dynasty revive, bending down to drag a lifeless body into the spotlight, bringing it into the gaze of all present. The corpse was clad in loose camouflage pants, a black vest, and a black coat, its face a grotesque mash of flesh and blood. I saw its hollow. Yet the contours of its features faintly recognizable. It was indeed Xiangrong. The underground parking garage fell into a profound silence. As the crowd stared in disbelief at Xiangrong's body, Li Dong's expression shifted from solemnity to astonishment, murmuring, "Oh, my heavens, my heavens." Guanya glanced at the corpse, then at Zhang Yuanqing, suddenly struck by a thought, her expression contemplative. A beautiful woman in a flowing, ink-washed qipao, striding in high heels, approached briskly. She paused beside the body, scrutinizing it closely, before pursing her lips and stating, "It is indeed Xiangrong." Upon finishing, she raised her gaze to Zhang Yuanqing with a complex expression. Dajiba's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How did you accomplish this?" The attention of several team leaders converged upon Zhang Yuanqing, scrutinizing him repeatedly, astonished that a mere level 1 individual could have dispatched Xiangrong, despite his grievous injuries. The second team had achieved a remarkable feat. What extraordinary fortune had Li Dong's stumbled upon to recruit such a talented subordinate? How was this possible? Was it merely a matter of having the right tools? Zhang Yuanqing remained silent, directing his gaze towards his superior. Li Dongza stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Yuan Shi, you have done exceptionally well. You have made a significant contribution. Just moments ago, while we were unable to reach you, we were being thoroughly reprimanded by our superiors in the conference room." The conversation deftly diverted attention, eliciting relaxed smiles from several captains. As if they had cast off a heavy burden, Zhang Yuanqing cast a sidelong glance at them. "Then why did you point your guns at me earlier?" The bewitching creature of the transcendent realm could temporarily influence human minds. If given sufficient time and repeated temptation, it could deepen its impact and ultimately manipulate its target. Rather than believing you killed Xiangrong, we find it more plausible that you were ensorcelled. A young woman clad in a white racing suit approached, brandishing a knife. Her gaze appraising Zhang Yuanqing as she nodded in satisfaction. "We were all mistaken. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Long, a level 3 water ghost." This female captain exuded an unspoken confidence that belied any semblance of feminine timidity or restraint, her demeanor radiating an air of superiority. As if everyone else were mere younger brothers. "Yuan Shi Tianzun," Zhang Yuanqing replied. The captains were momentarily taken aback. What a splendid name. Indeed. It invokes an irresistible urge to confront him. Bai Long chuckled. "I shall call you Yuan Shi. Fortunately, I have always believed that young men of your age tend to adopt peculiar names. Such as?" Zhang Yuanqing inquired with a playful shrug. Bai Long was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the boy's audacity to retort. Typically, one would expect a humble response or a display of bashfulness when faced with the teasing of a superior. For instance, Dajiba, Guanya interjected with a playful smile, taking over the conversation for Bai Long. "Dajiba. The meaning behind my name is domineering muscles. That is precisely what I intend." Guanya wore an expression of innocent sincerity. Dajiba was left speechless. As the conversation unfolded, several official spirit realm walkers hastily arrived, carrying stretchers and body bags. They had just received a call informing them that the assailant had been neutralized, prompting their swift arrival for the purpose of handling the deceased and, incidentally, transporting Su Yingying to the hospital for treatment. "No, he must not come." Tang Dynasty shook his head. Zhang Yuanqing immediately recalled the harrowing encounter with the devouring spirit in the hospital, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Yet, he pondered that if the details of his slaying of Xiangrong were to be seen by other night wanderers, the secret of the red dancing shoes would no longer be concealed. Of course, it did not necessarily mean that exposure would lead to contention or covetousness, but maintaining a low profile was prudent. "This is not an issue. I will find a way to resolve it for him." Li Dongzo waved his hand, his demeanor assertive. "Xiangrong's memories are of utmost importance. The sooner we inquire with the spirit, the better. We cannot ascertain how much of the tainted spirit's memories might remain." Tang Dynasty contemplated this briefly and nodded slightly. While he still disagreed with Li Dong's approach, the matter fell under the jurisdiction of their second team, given that it was their hands that had dealt the fatal blow. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in a qipao approached, her concern palpable. "Is anyone injured? Do you require treatment?" Her tone was gentle, her demeanor earnest, as if Zhang Yuanqing were her confidant. Li Dongza smiled and introduced the imposing figure beside him. Donning a miner's hat, this is the formidable muscle of the Red Fire Gang, Tang Dynasty from the central courtyard. Both captains are seasoned spirit realm walkers. Indeed. It is the Red Fire Gang. Zhang Yuanqing promptly responded, "Greetings to both captains. I look forward to your guidance." The muscular man nodded in satisfaction. "Shall we exchange contact information?" "That would be splendid." The Green Vine and the White Dragon nodded in agreement. Tang Dynasty spoke little but was the first to retrieve his mobile phone. Li Dongza's lips twitched slightly. After Zhang Yuanqing and several team leaders added each other as friends, Li Dongza remarked. A moment later, the official Spirit Realm travelers arrived in an executive vehicle and a blue sports car, entering the underground parking lot. "Captain, may I ride in your executive car?" Zhang Yuanqing wished to speak privately with Li Dongza, perhaps to request the deletion of surveillance footage. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately gazed helplessly as Li Dongza and the leaders departed in the executive vehicle. Guanya's eyes sparkled as she glanced at him and remarked with a smile, "Captain has taken all the troublesome individuals away. Let us go. I will take you to delete the footage." Zhang Yuanqing observed with a calm demeanor. The blue sports car sped along the spacious street. With Guanya donning sunglasses, gripping the steering wheel, and humming a cheerful tune, seemingly in high spirits, she remarked, "You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. Having just become a spirit realm traveler, you have already acquired a rule-type artifact." She felt fortunate herself, as she had just been in need of merit, and now it had come to her. "Did you all know about this beforehand?" Zhang Yuanqing, unperturbed, flattered her in response. The scout is truly the most perfect profession. As someone skilled in social interactions, he adeptly adjusted his mindset. Previously, it was merely speculation, a misremembering. Inside is the talent of a scout. Guanya chuckled. "Your ability to comprehend my hints and conceal the rule-type artifact suggests you are not entirely foolish." Zhang Yuanqing immediately posed a leading question. "The organization wouldn't require me to surrender the artifact, would they?" "There shall be no coercion. However, should you willingly submit, the organization would gladly accept it, rewarding you with merit and financial gain. Yet, human nature is intricate, as a novice wielding rule-based items. Word of it will inevitably attract individuals who might take risks." Guanya advises sagely, "What can be concealed for a moment cannot be concealed for eternity. You might consider securing a benefactor, perhaps a superior to your superior." Zhang Yuanqing mused, "How can that centurion protect me?" He pondered the assurance that his superior's superior would not be tempted by the allure of treasure. That individual hails from a prominent lineage, having been nurtured with a silver spoon, filled with pride. While I cannot speak for other stewards, I can vouch for his character." Guanya chuckled, "Moreover, that fellow prides himself on winning others over through virtue, yet he revels in extravagance, a man of considerable wealth. A singular rule-based item would hardly shake his arrogance. However, he possesses discerning taste, often looking down upon the ordinary, favoring elite talents." Zhang Yuanqing merely nodded, neither affirming nor denying, deftly steering past the topic. Guanya hummed twice. "Today you have garnered much attention. Once your deeds spread, there will undoubtedly be those within the Five Elements Alliance who will covertly seek to undermine you. Be wary of the charms of beautiful women. There have been past instances of seduction, and those two female captains seem quite intrigued by you." Zhang Yuanqing declared with conviction, "I am steadfastly loyal to the second team and would never fall for such tricks, unless unable to resist." He silently added, "But you are a Scorpio." Guanya remarked with a smirk. What does that have to do with being a Scorpio?" Zhang Yuanqing responded, utterly perplexed. "Have you ever heard the adage regarding the zodiac signs? With Pisces men, want it not to engage. With Scorpio men, all is fair game?" In a sleek black business vehicle, Li Dongza was at the wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, a broad smile adorning his face. "Oh dear. It seems I've inadvertently completed everyone's tasks. I apologize, my dear teammates, for depriving you of the accolades." The expressions of the four captains darkened. "Once the rewards are distributed, I shall treat everyone to a meal." Li Dongza continued with a chuckle. "Do not envy me. It is merely coincidence that this fellow managed to navigate the Xiling Tunnel and eliminate Xiangrong. It is nothing of great significance." "Your manner of speaking is quite irritating," grumbled the robust figure, his voice resonant. "One ought to embody grace and refrain from such volatility." "I shall first report to Captain Fu," he declared. Amidst the captain's glaring intents, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Captain Fu's number. In the incident involving Xiangrong, they had incurred substantial risk due to their oversight. Now that Xiangrong had been neutralized, it was imperative for him, as a subordinate, to provide timely updates. That lad, Yuan Shi, has truly upheld his reputation. Chapter 32. A significant event. The ring-on echoed for an extended period before the call was answered. The voice on the other end was articulate yet cold. I am currently reviewing the information on Xiangrong and analyzing his behavioral patterns. You have 10 seconds. Within the official realm of spiritual practitioners, various teams serve as the primary forces in addressing cases, while the stewards orchestrate from behind the scenes, only intervening in particularly challenging situations. The centurion was under considerable pressure. Li Dongzi cleared his throat and reported in a solemn tone, "Centurion Fu, we have successfully eliminated Xiangrong. Where did you find him?" Li Dongzi replied, "He was killed at Shanghai University, where he attempted to extract information regarding Su Yingying's whereabouts of the Holy Grail on the roster. However, Su Yingying was unaware. She is merely an ordinary student." "Your judgment was correct. Xiangrong had indeed succumbed to madness." Fu Qingyang commended him. "Well done, Li Dongzi. Your perception has been sharp this time. You have effectively thwarted a potential mass bloodshed. I shall commend you to the Council of Elders." "Were there any casualties?" "No." Li Dongzi paused briefly. "Centurion Fu, it was not us who dealt the fatal blow." "Not you?" Fu Qingyang's voice was laced with confusion as a realization struck him. "I almost forgot. There is an elder from the Water God Palace at Shanghai University. Was it them who intervened? I suppose I must find a time to pay them a visit and express my gratitude." "An elder at Shanghai University?" Li Dongzi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Quickly realizing Fu Centurion's misunderstanding, he clarified, "It was the primordial celestial master who eliminated Xiangrong, my newly recruited night wanderer." "A level 1 night wanderer dispatched a level 3 bewitching demon?" The centurion on the other end of the line fell silent once more. After a few moments, Fu Qingyang stated, "Understood. Have him submit a report." After a brief pause, a smile crept into his voice. "Well done." As the call ended, Li Dongzi, filled with excitement, gripped the steering wheel tightly, unconsciously pressing the accelerator harder. The White Dragon activated his mobile phone and created a temporary group chat with several captains nearby. Look at Li Dongzi, so proud that his beard is nearly flying into his eyebrows. Qing Ting remarked, "Their team has achieved great merit. If I had such a subordinate, I would also feel a sense of pride." As for the night wanderer that Li Dongzi had recruited, what was once mere envy had now morphed into a jealousy among the captains that was bordering on unprincipled. At the Public Security Bureau of Kanyang District, in the morgue, Li Dongzi closed the door, shutting the captains out. He cast a deep gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing and spoke, "The night wanderer devours spiritual entities to enhance experience points. But the downside is that, over time, one's mind becomes tainted. If you have attempted to bolster your strength in this manner, you should grasp my meaning." Zhang Yuanqing nodded in understanding. "Have you tried using that artifact to purify your distractions?" Li Dongzi suggested, indicating his solution. Observing Zhang Yuanqing frown in contemplation, Li Dongzi couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the cost of that artifact was not insignificant. It now appeared that the crystal was likely formed from the soul of a practitioner who perished at the Mountain God Temple. This could explain why the information described it as the finest supplement for the Night Wanderer. The impurities in the spiritual crystal presumably represented mental pollution, yet it had been purified by the goddess. Thus, it could be inferred that the demon-subduing pestle could also cleanse such mental contamination. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory and retrieved the brass-crafted demon-subduing pestle, adorned with exquisite engravings and incantations. He briefly explained the artifact's effects and costs, saying, "If I go mad later, just stab me with it, preferably in the thigh." Li Dongzi took the props handed to him. Zhang Yuanqing approached the lifeless body of Xiangrong, placing his palm against the chest, inhaling deeply. From the depths of his eyes surged a viscous, inky energy, awakening the remnants of the spirit within the corpse. A sharp pain throbbed at his brow as his consciousness expanded, forcefully invaded by an essence that did not belong to him. In a haze, Zhang Yuanqing glimpsed himself, the underground parking garage, and the eerie red dancing shoes, an echo of the battle that had just transpired there. He remained silently observant as the conflict unfolded. And soon the scene shifted to a dimly lit room where Xiangrong faced a masked man, who held an exquisitely crafted crystal goblet filled with a liquid as crimson as blood. As a beguiling demon, your malevolence is untainted. You possess commendable potential. Drink from the chalice, and you shall become my servant. Every fortnight, you must partake of the goblet's contents once more, lest even the divine be unable to save you. Remember my name, the Judge of Enigmatic Eyes." In a shabby rental apartment, a man adorned with a mask and a baseball cap stood in the living room, coldly declaring, "The Judge of Enigmatic Eyes is dead. His loyal subordinate, Hai Wuchang, has absconded with the fallen chalice and the roster, hiding in Shanghai City. If you wish to escape a fate of poison, Help us locate him, and the spiritual energy shall not forsake you." The scene transformed again, revealing a blue sky and a group of students in uniforms, launching a flurry of punches and kicks towards him. The abrupt shift in the atmosphere left Zhang Yuanqing feeling somewhat bewildered. After several moments, he came to the unsettling realization that he was enduring a form of bullying within the school. Was this a remnant of Xiangrong's past? It was hard to fathom that such a ruthless individual had once experienced this during his student years. Forgot your money? Xiangrong, do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? If your parents won't give you money, would you not consider stealing? Useless fool. Strike him, hit him hard. Only through pain will he learn. Here, light a cigarette and burn his face. Step aside, I want to urinate on him. Please, don't hit me, don't hit me. Zhang Yuanqing could sense the profound fear radiating from Xiangrong, causing him to curl up in terror. They were merely teenagers, yet their malice was so pure. In a dilapidated office, a bespectacled teacher sternly admonished, "Why is it always you who is bullied, rather than others? Have you ever contemplated your own shortcomings? You must learn to coexist harmoniously with your classmates and refrain from reporting every little issue to the teachers. We are busy as well." From Xiangrong's emotions, Zhang Yuanqing felt an intense surge of anger. A middle-aged man erupted in a tirade, spitting words with fervor. This time, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a deep despair emanating from Xiangrong. A flurry of chaotic, fragmented images raced through his mind, repeated instances of bullying, relentless beatings. Ultimately, his mindset became increasingly distorted and violent. Just then, a brilliant, pure golden light pierced through his consciousness, dispelling the rage and anguish and bringing forth a sense of warmth. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly opened his eyes, greeted by the blinding brightness of the overhead lights and the pristine white walls. He also beheld Li Dongzi, bruised and disheveled in his suit. "Shencheng, are you all right?" Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed in astonishment, then instinctively touched his face, realizing it was streaked with tears. "I'm fine." Li Dongzi casually tossed the bloodstained demon-slaying staff to the ground, straightening his attire while grumbling, "I should have called Guan Yali. Her combat skills surpass mine. And this is hardly graceful." Once he had tidied himself up, he eagerly inquired, "So, have you uncovered any clues? You appear to be in poor condition." "I'm just a bit saddened." His experience points had increased once more, yet this time, Zhang Yuanqing felt no joy in it. Li Dongzi exhibited a moment of realization, stating, "Is it due to Xiangrong's memories?" Yes. The memories of the spirit were fragmented and incomplete, retaining only the haunting experiences that remained unresolved. For so many years, Xiangrong had been troubled by his past during his student days, which had cast a shadow over his entire life. Although his counterpart was a despicable criminal, Zhang Yuanqing still found it difficult to bear. Li Dongzi sighed. "Though I am unaware of what you witnessed in those memories, I can empathize. The Night Wanderer of the Tai sect detests devouring the spirits of evil professions for this very reason. Yuan Shi, do you understand why the concept of evil professions exists?" He did not hasten to inquire about the clues of the case. Instead, he seized this opportunity to enlighten and instruct him, saying, "In the conflict of factions, we have eliminated countless malevolent practitioners. After summarizing the data from the Tai Chi sect's Night Wanderers, we have observed a phenomenon. Each malevolent practitioner is, in reality, a rogue, a criminal. In other words, the spiritual wanderers of these malevolent professions are selected from specific groups within reality." Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Thus, they did not become malevolent practitioners and transform into bad individuals. They were inherently bad to begin with. However, their malice is not entirely innate. It is a concoction of human folly. Li Dongzi sighed. The spiritual realm does not cultivate evil proactively. The emergence of any malevolent profession is a manifestation of humanity's own karmic retribution. This phenomenon is rather bleak and lacks positive energy. Yet it is the truth of our world. Understand this well, but refrain from broadcasting it widely. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in silence. Furthermore, let me share another insight. Having slain Xiangrong, you should have acquired some prestige, Li Dongzi remarked. In the realm of spiritual wanderers, mutual hunts do not deduct moral values. However, if you possess prestige, it will instill caution among fellow wanderers of the same faction. For instance, if you hold 10 points of prestige, the killing of a fellow wanderer from your faction will incur a deduction of 20 moral points. There is a distinction between order and goodness. Having conveyed this, Li Dongzi patted his shoulder. Now, let us discuss serious matters and not squander time. By the way, I believe I glimpsed something significant within Xiangrong's memories. Significant? Li Dongzi smiled faintly. As a level 3 sorcerer, How significant could the matter truly be? After years of experience, I have witnessed countless events of great magnitude. Speak freely. His demeanor was not one of arrogance. Rather, he perceived Yuanshir's understanding to be shallow, and his definition of substantial matters might not be accurate. Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing recounted the memories he had retrieved, eloquently narrating the details. Moments later, Li Dongzi dashed out of the morgue, bellowing at the captains outside. Something grave has occurred. Chapter 33. The Fallen Holy Grail on the second floor of the villa. In a modest conference room, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue through the glass windows, staining the white wool carpet with a glistening crimson. Li Dongzi, Qing Tong, Bai Long, Tang Wuqiang, and several other captains sat upright around the conference table. Almost all the captains from the Kangyong District's spiritual realm team were present. As a scout, Li Dongzi keenly observed Yuanting's poor state of mind and furrowed his brow. Are you injured? Pale-faced, Yuanting weakly reclined against the back of his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Upon hearing Li's inquiry, he opened his eyes and replied with a composed expression, No, I am merely fatigued from my recent trip to the capital. Elder Sun holds me in high regard, believing I will become a pillar of the Tai sect, and insists on personally training me. The rigorous training has left me somewhat unwell. The others regarded him with solemn respect. Fu Qingyang glanced at him, but refrained from commenting. Addressing the matter at hand, speak of the urgent issue. What did Yuanshir witness in Xiangrong's memories that necessitated your hasty arrival? The captains immediately cast solemn glances at Li Dongzi. Upon emerging from the mortuary, this fellow wasted no time and summoned everyone to the Centurion's location, claiming a significant event had transpired. When questioned about the matter, he remained reticent, leaving others in a state of anxiety and impatience. Li Dongzi cleared his throat and surveyed the individuals gathered around the table. From Xiangrong's memories, our night wanderer had gleaned the true nature of the Holy Grail. It was an artifact belonging to the Deceptive Eye Judge, fully known as the Fallen Holy Grail. The mention of the Deceptive Eye Judge and the Fallen Holy Grail caused the captains flanking the conference table to exchange glances, their expressions a mixture of gravity and confusion. The Deceptive Eye Judge served as the vice president of the Psychic Society's Eastern Branch, a notoriously malevolent organization among the spirit realm practitioners, composed of a cadre of powerful and deranged sorcerers. This vice president ranked 8th on the Five Elements Alliance's bounty list, a figure capable of monumental feats. The implications of Xiangrong's case entangling such a high-caliber individual were astonishing. Their bewilderment stemmed from their unfamiliarity with the Fallen Holy Grail. Is Xiangrong in search of the Deceptive Eye Judge's artifact? Mused Hiba, furrowing his brow. That kid's mind is indeed unhinged. The mere thought of an extraordinary being daring to covet the possessions of high-ranking spirit realm practitioners was preposterous. The group disregarded Hiba's remarks, their attention shifting toward Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang remained silent for several seconds, his tone unusually grave. I will disclose a piece of intelligence to you, but given your current standings, you are not yet deemed worthy of this level of information. Therefore, once you leave this room, let it remain buried in your hearts. Upon hearing this, the crowd involuntarily straightened their spines and adjusted their expressions. The Fallen Holy Grail is a rule-based artifact of the witchcraft profession, possessing an exceedingly high tier. Its purpose lies in controlling the spirit realm practitioners. The Spectre Judge has wielded this artifact to enslave numerous practitioners from various professions. A significant portion of the fallen we encounter each year is a result of the Spectre Judge's machinations. Intelligence reports indicate that once contaminated by the Fallen Holy Grail, one remains enslaved by the Spectre Judge for life, with death being the only escape, and no alternatives available. Li Dongzi interjected, acknowledging. Xiangrong is but a servant of the Spectre Judge. Such a revelation clarified matters for the captains, enlightening them profoundly. Bai Long nodded initially, but then furrowed his brow. What does this have to do with his killing of Zhao Yingjun? Moreover, is this truly a significant event? Li Dongzi continued. Zhao Yingjun was also a servant of the Spectre Judge, lurking within the Five Elements Alliance, ostensibly serving as an advisor to the Public Security Bureau, while secretly assisting the Spectre Judge in scouting for new recruits, acting as an accomplice. Recently, the Spectre Judge met an untimely demise, and his confidant, Hai Wucheng, has taken the Holy Grail and hidden a registry containing the identities of the fallen. Presently, not only are fallen individuals like Xiangrong sought after, but the vice president of the Spirit Energy East District Association, Gu Wang, along with his subordinate factions, are also in pursuit of Hai Wucheng. Upon acquiring the roster, He Wuchang will undoubtedly contact these fallen individuals to inherit the legacy of the eerie-eyed judge. Zhao Yingjuan's undercover identity holds great significance, and it is highly probable that he has already established communication with He Wuchang. Consequently, Xiangrong seeks to ascertain He Wuchang's whereabouts through Zhao Yingjuan. The revelation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The eerie-eyed judge was a high-ranking practitioner of the spiritual realm. How could such a prominent figure have perished? The impact of this news was staggering, even causing the usually composed Fu Qingyang to momentarily lose his poise. In the suffocating silence, Fu Qingyang tapped the table. Furrowing his brows as he remarked, "The roster of the eerie-eyed judge contains numerous fallen souls. He Wuchang has concealed himself with both the roster and the Holy Grail. It is impossible for him to manage all his subordinates. Individuals like Xiangrong, who exhibit signs of madness, are certainly not anomalies." Li Dongzhe let out a bitter laugh, saying, "Thus, it is indeed a significant event." The captains felt the weight of the situation. Fu Qingyang continued, "He Wuchang is hiding in Songhai. The upcoming days in Songhai will not be tranquil. I shall report this matter to the Elder Council promptly, so that they may inform our colleagues across various regions to remain vigilant against the potential chaos unleashed by the fallen souls. Effective immediately. All personnel are to forfeit their leave, and phones must remain operational 24/7, ready for deployment at any moment." The captains nodded gravely in agreement. Fu Qingyang maintained a stern expression and addressed them. "For this incident, I must admonish all of you for your negligence, complacency, and lack of vigilance." He then softened his demeanor, adding, "In the affair concerning Xiangrong, Yuan Shi Tianzun has rendered remarkable service. From the moment he eliminated Xiangrong to the inquiry that unveiled the demise of the eerie-eyed judge, it has all been his doing. A group of seasoned elders, overshadowed by a novice, has left me, your superior, feeling quite embarrassed." Li Dongzhe and others displayed expressions of shame. What? The one who dispatched Xiangrong, the insidious sorcerer, was that newly appointed Night Wanderer? Yuanqing was taken aback. Glancing around, he could not help but raise his hand. "Captain Fu, are you suggesting that the first-level Night Wanderer, Li Shichang's protege, was responsible for Xiangrong's demise?" Li Dongzhe quietly straightened his posture, lifting his chin proudly. The muscular figure expressed with admiration that young lad possesses extraordinary combat talent. His future is boundless. He may very well ascend to the realm of the saints and become a figure of considerable authority. Several captains nodded slightly in agreement with his assertion. Captain Xingding elaborated. He was the first to detect Xiangrong's trail and struck decisively. By the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. Although Xiangrong was wounded and his mind largely deranged, eliminating him was still no simple task. What manner of genius is this? Yuanqing stood frozen for a few seconds, subsequently feeling a crushing sorrow that made it difficult to breathe. Elder Sun, in his confusion, seemed oblivious. Fu Qingyang, not wishing to prolong the conversation, remarked coolly, "Let us disperse." Li Dongzhe and the others rose to leave. However, Yuanqing remained, waiting for the captains to exit the conference room. Suppressing the tumult of regret and frustration, he spoke. "Captain Fu, there is a matter on which I require your assistance." Fu Qingyang regarded him with curiosity. Yuanqing continued, "This time, the sect leader summoned us to the capital to announce a confidential piece of news. The demon lord is dead." Fu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. Soon, his sculpted visage was marred by a look of sheer astonishment. Even the demise of the enigmatic Judge of Eyes had failed to evoke such intense emotional upheaval within him. The demon lord, an appellation that instilled terror in the hearts of all official spirit realm practitioners, was a fallen night wanderer, known for his capricious nature, brutality, and insatiable thirst for blood. His mastery of assassination and stealth had led to the untimely demise of countless spirit realm practitioners. During the zenith of his arrogance, even the elders of official organizations treaded lightly, wary of revealing their identities in the physical realm. The malevolent organizations, too, harbored a deep-seated loathing for him, as he was indiscriminate in his killings, blurring the lines between righteousness and malevolence. It was not until the beginning of last year that he encountered the female marshal of the White Tiger Legion within a high-level spirit realm confrontation, where this extraordinary woman dealt him a grievous blow, leading him to retreat into obscurity. And then, Fu Qingyang resumed his stoic demeanor. "The sect master has entrusted us with a mission to seek out the heir of the demon lord. Since 2 months ago, all newcomers who have assumed the mantle of Night Wanderer are our subjects of scrutiny," Yuanqing remarked. Fu Qingyang furrowed his brow. Even if a fortunate soul were to acquire the demon lord's roll card, it bears no connection to him. Why does your sect master wish to locate him? Do not tell me it is out of a sense of talent preservation. Upon the death of a spirit realm practitioner, all data associated with their role would be purged, and a new owner would be sought for the role card. When a high-level spirit realm practitioner perished, remnants might linger during the formatting of the role card, perhaps a certain benefit or privilege. Such role cards inherently possessed greater strength than their ordinary counterparts. However, in Fu Qingyang's view, this peculiar situation did not warrant such an extensive response from the master of Tai. It is essential to recognize that even the demon lord himself holds a rank inferior to that of the most formidable night wanderer of the present age. Yuanqing shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. How would I know? I'm merely following orders. This year, only 4 novices were promoted to the rank of night wanderer in Songhai. 1 perished in the spirit realm, 2 joined Tai and were sent to the training camp. The last one is the individual under Li Dong's command. I intend to interrogate him. Fu Qingyang fixed his gaze on Yuanqing, his deep brown eyes sharp and profound. Yuanqing steeled himself to maintain eye contact. That's acceptable, but regardless of the outcome, you must inform me first. You are not permitted to take him to the capital without my knowledge. At the office desk, Zhang Yuanqing opened his computer and pondered for a long while before exclaiming, Sister Guanya, how should I compose this report? It's not a matter of format, but of content. Zhang Yuanqing's face was clouded with worry. He was tasked with writing a report on the elimination of Xiangrong, and his dilemma lay in the fact that if he omitted the existence of the red dancing shoes, it would be exceedingly challenging to coherently describe the process of Xiangrong's demise. After all, this was not a matter that could be brushed aside in just a few sentences. The mixed-blood beauty rolled her eyes, rather than attempting to rationally emphasize these non-existent elements. Why not irrationally diminish Xiangrong's intelligence? You displayed considerable wit in the garage. Why resort to foolishness now? Indeed, Xiangrong's mental state has become rather unstable, and he has sustained severe injuries. As for the extent of his condition, outsiders remain oblivious. I can freely elaborate, for he is certainly incapable of rising from the grave to defend himself. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. Thank you, Sister Guanya. He immediately began to type, depicting Xiangrong's madness and irrationality, while simultaneously formulating a plan for how to handle the bloodthirsty blade. The primary function of the demon-subduing pestle leans more towards purification and demon suppression, rather than close combat. The bloodthirsty blade undoubtedly compensates for this deficiency. Its inherent effects of bleeding and armor penetration harmonize splendidly with the assassin attributes of the Night Wanderer. The only aspect to consider is the issue of anemia. Once my experience points accumulate and my capabilities enhance, the Night Wanderer's formidable vitality and self-healing abilities should be sufficient to sustain both artifacts simultaneously. Pestle to vanquish demons, blade to cleave the mad. It sounds rather promising. After Zhang Yuanqing completed the report and sent it to Li Dong's email, he inquired, when can I expect to receive the rewards for clearing the shelling tunnel as well as the current rewards? Your merits require the approval of the Elder Council, and the allocation of funds is similarly contingent upon that. It will likely be dispersed along with next month's salary, Guanya replied with a cheerful smile. What? Are you eager to treat your sister to a meal? I would like to have abalone, sea cucumber, roasted duck, imported ham, and a premium steak. No, that's too extravagant. I can only afford to treat you to a jianbing guozi, with a sausage and 2 eggs, Zhang Yuanqing thought. Where did Captain Shi and the others go? He asked before their departure. Upon learning of Xiangrong's memories, Li Dongze left hastily with the captains, lacking any semblance of grace and offering no explanations. During the meeting, Guanya, cradling her phone and leaning against her chair, accentuated her impressive figure and remarked, the large-scale meetings of the Lingjing Walkers in Kangnong District are usually held at the residence of Colonel Fu. Once you have been employed for over 6 months and have gained some standing, you will have the opportunity to attend. What's so enjoyable about that? I detest meetings. Zhang Yuanqing replied, disinterested. Guanya, with a playful flutter of her eyelashes, revealed a mischievous smile. There are many beautiful bunny girls there. Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned wistful. I truly wish to participate in the organization's meetings soon and contribute to its development. Chapter 34. An unexpected guest exiting the conference room. Yuanqing exhaled deeply, feeling an immediate alleviation of pressure. The young master of the Fu family, with his elevated status and illustrious lineage, cast an intimidating shadow, often evoking the sensation of confronting a superior rather than perceiving him merely as a privileged heir. His gaze swept past 2 bunny girls who sauntered by. Both in their prime, curvaceous and fair of face. The villa housed 7 or 8 such enchanting figures, each a vision of beauty, though surrounded by lovely women. Yuanqing was acutely aware that this scion of a wealthy family was indifferent to their charms. Compared to the initial gathering, the villa's bunny girls had already been replaced twice. Those newly recruited believed they had the chance to ascend to greatness and, unable to suppress their eager hearts, attempted to flirt with the young master of the Fu family. All were promptly dissuaded. The girls remaining in the villa have become remarkably compliant, diligently attending to their tasks, devoid of any impractical thoughts. The bunny girls in the villa serve as a manifestation of status, or perhaps as a personal indulgence of Fu Qingyang. Upon completing his official duties, he sent a message to his friend, Jianji. A significant incident has transpired in Songhai. The eerie-eyed judge is dead, and his trusted aide, the Dark Impermanence, has gone into hiding with the Holy Grail and the roster. Jianji responded, astonished, I am at a loss for words. The eerie-eyed judge has died in such a mysterious manner? It feels akin to waking up to find a nation has been erased from existence. The two exchanged their astonishment before contemplating the implications of the fallen individuals listed in the roster, should they collectively transcend time and space. Jianji inquired, is there anything else? Indeed, came the reply. The night wanderer who navigated the Xiling tunnel has just slain a level 3 seducer. This cannot be shared. If it gets out, elder son will have my head. Yuanqing's expression twisted momentarily as he typed another message. There is one more piece of news. Just listen and do not spread it. Elder son is confused. He no longer desires that night wanderer. In a dimly lit bedroom in Songhai, the lights remained off, the only illumination emanating from 3 candles arranged in a triangular formation upon the table. At the center lay a crimson lacquered box, its surface adorned with an intricately carved insect relief. A figure, clad in a silver mask, knelt at the table's edge, using a small knife to pierce the tip of his finger, crimson blood oozing forth. He brought the bloodied finger to the mouth of the insect relief, which sprang to life, eagerly sucking at the blood, causing the lacquer of the box to deepen to a more vivid scarlet. The wind suddenly rises, and the flickering candlelight is stained with crimson. The scarlet flames leap high, forming a blood-red vortex above the wooden box. What is this? From within the fiery whirlpool, a cold and authoritative voice emerges. My subordinates have released the bait as per your instructions. The 5 Elements Alliance is desperately searching for the Black Wuchang. However, I cannot guarantee that he will remain concealed in Songhai. The commanding voice gradually intones. I have divined that the Black Wuchang is indeed in Songhai. His concealment there must serve a purpose, the specifics of which remain to be verified. Is there anything further you require of me? Do you have a task? No. I am in pursuit of the place where the Gu Huayan judge met his demise. By chance, I encountered a member of the Tai sect. Ah. The death of the Gu Huayan judge indeed harbors deeper secrets. The voice gradually dwindles, and the vortex of crimson flames extinguishes. Knock, knock. The sound of a door being tapped twice echoes, and Grandma's voice calls from the bedroom. Yuanzi, dinner is ready. Her tone carries a hint of cheerfulness, suggesting that her spirits are high. Zhang Yuanqing opens his eyes to find the bedroom cloaked in darkness, the curtains blocking the outside light. A rich aroma wafts into his nostrils. The dining table is laden with dishes, sweet and sour pork, braised meat, roasted duck, black-bone chicken soup, asparagus, bamboo shoots, and more. Grandma, donning an apron, scurries between the living room and the kitchen, while his cousin lends a hand in the kitchen. In the living room, Grandpa, with his hair now gray, sits upright on the sofa, engrossed in the television. At the dining table, a middle-aged couple, Zhang Yuanqing's uncle and aunt, occupy their seats. Aunt possesses exquisite features and fair skin. Though she is no longer in her youth, she maintains her beauty remarkably well. Adorned in a cinched white gown, her hair cascades in waves, and there is an air of delicate charm about her eyes. The man beside her bears a striking resemblance to Chan Yuanjun, dressed in a violet suit, fitted purple trousers, and a rose-colored shirt, exuding the flamboyance of a nightlife connoisseur, or rather, a gentleman of leisure. Zhang Yuanqing's uncle is somewhat unreliable. In his youth, he pursued a musical career, proclaiming a desire to chase dreams and yearn for poetry and distant horizons. Thus, he donned bell-bottom trousers, packed his belongings, and eloped with like-minded friends to lead the life of a wandering minstrel. Naturally, during that era, many young individuals in the city led a similar existence, merely drifting along. His good looks and charming demeanor ultimately secured him the affections of his affluent aunt, although he settled down for a few years post-marriage. His true nature resurfaced soon after the birth of his cousin. He became a layabout, indulging in leisure rather than work. Yuanzi, have you thought of your uncle? The uncle beams with joy upon seeing his heir apparent. He enjoys singing, dancing, and rapping, with a particular fondness for the song Yo-Yo Check It Out, performing it with his own choreographed moves. However, apart from Zhang Yuanqing, no one in the household is willing to engage with him in his rapping and impromptu dancing. Thus, he places great importance on Zhang Yuanqing, regarding him as his successor. Zhang Yuanqing, in turn, undergoes a significant transformation in attitude to convey his intense emotions. The uncle and nephew exchanged hearty laughter as they shook hands and bumped shoulders, with the uncle embracing the heir to his legacy as they took their seats. Yuanzi, I recently traveled abroad and specifically learned some rapping techniques from chimpanzees. We should incorporate tongue rolls and lip trills into our singing for a more powerful effect. Yuanqing was taken aback. Impressive. Truly remarkable, uncle. Your talent is extraordinary. By the way, I'm in need of some pocket money. Before long. The cousin and grandmother brought the last few dishes to the table, inviting everyone to dine. The uncle raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Is there something going on at the hospital? Are you on a date with your boyfriend? The grandmother expressed her dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. The usually serious cousin was momentarily stunned. What? The uncle shrugged. You're already 30 and still single. Your father can only hope for a boyfriend at this point. No sooner had he spoken than the grandmother rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the uncle. Mom, I was just joking. The uncle quickly interjected. You really lack a sense of humor. It's quite trendy now for young people to form male partnerships. They enjoy that sort of thing. The aunt remained silent, focusing on her meal. Her relationship with the grandmother was fraught, as harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are a rarity. The grandmother was fiery in temperament, while the aunt possessed a strong-willed nature. One criticized the daughter-in-law for not managing household chores, while the other reproached the mother-in-law for being overly meddlesome. When Yuanqing was younger, the aunt and grandmother often quarreled, and whenever they clashed, the little aunt would munch on seeds, enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines. Yuanqing would attempt to mediate, pleading, please, don't fight anymore, while reaching for the seeds from the little aunt's hand. Cousin typically engages in his homework while munching on sunflower seeds provided by his aunt. Now that his mother has passed the fervor of youth, she has grown weary of squabbling with her mother-in-law, yet their relationship remains perpetually lukewarm. At this moment, cousin glanced over and inquired, I heard there was an incident at your school today? Grandmother swiftly asked for details, and Qin Yuanjun briefly recounted the matter. Upon learning that criminals had infiltrated the school, grandmother's discontent with the state of the world deepened. Just as they were conversing, the sound of the security door echoed, followed by the twist of a handle. Today, Aunt donned an off-shoulder lace sweater that revealed her smooth, fair shoulder, complemented by a black camisole underneath. Light-colored denim pants suitable for spring and summer, and a pair of pristine white shoes. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze lingered on her calf, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. On Jiang Yue's calf rested a plump little infant. Chapter 35. The infant spirited hung on Jiang Yue's calf like a koala, tilting its small head. Eyes closed, utterly motionless, as if in slumber. Was Aunt speaking the truth? Was their hospital indeed haunted, and was it truly an infant spirit? Zhang Yuanqing stared at the diminutive spirit, his mouth gradually agape. This completely overturned his understanding. What are you staring at? Aunt, noticing her nephew's scrutinizing gaze, promptly shot him a glare. She pulled out a chair, slumped against the backrest, and pouted, Mom, I'm utterly exhausted. Please serve me some rice. Do I lack arms and legs? Grandmother retorted, yet she obediently rose to enter the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aunt busily served herself roasted duck while inquiring about her elder brother. If one remains single for a few more years, one risks becoming a pariah within the family. At that time, we siblings shall join forces, united against the malevolent witch. The uncle remarked with a smirk. Just then, grandmother emerged with a bowl of food, and the aunt immediately adopted a docile demeanor, wrapping her arms around grandmother's, resting her head upon her mother's shoulder. You are the true disgrace of our family. I am but the pure maiden seated beside our mother, specially tasked with suppressing scoundrels like you. The aunt had mastered this tactic to win the affection of her grandparents, thus securing their favor. Well, I can team up with Yuanjun as well. He too is on the verge of becoming a family disgrace, isn't that so, my dear wife? The uncle added. The aunt shot him a disapproving glance. The aunt chewed on the roasted duck, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Mother, did you forget to add salt? This duck lacks flavor. It was purchased from outside. Grandmother replied tersely. The aunt raised an eyebrow, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, Why can't I detect any aroma? The food is utterly bland. Hearing this, grandmother inquired with concern, have you caught a cold? At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the infant spirit clinging to the ant's calf. Its tiny nose twitched, and then it opened its eyes, resembling black buttons, staring blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, seemingly perplexed by its presence here. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing's heart grew increasingly heavy. This was not an ordinary spirit. Typical spirits lack consciousness and thought, merely acting on instinct. The infant spirit did not linger in confusion for long. It followed a certain instinct, its little nose twitching as it crawled up the ant's body to her shoulder. Then, it beheld the lavish array of delicacies spread across the table. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze followed the infant spirit, observing as its movements hastened, crawling unsteadily up his aunt's arm and eventually reaching the tabletop. It lay upon the dining surface, extending its short, pudgy hands in a futile attempt to grasp a piece of roast duck, yet it could not secure anything. After repeated endeavors, it seemed to realize the delicious morsels were beyond its reach, and it began to wail in distress. The ethereal sound of its cries filled Zhang Yuanqing's ears, piercing and raucous. This troublesome child was unbearable. Drawing upon the power of the moon, he concentrated it within his palm and reached out to seize a piece of roast duck, effectively encapsulating the infant spirit within his grasp. You all eat first. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom. He held the infant spirit by the nape, akin to carrying a small puppy, and made his way to the restroom. Behind him, he heard his aunt exclaim, "Ah, my nose suddenly feels clear, and the roast duck smells even more enticing." Before the sink, Zhang Yuanqing supported the ethereal child with one hand, watching as it extended its tiny, pink tongue to lick the lunar energy from his palm. The power of the moon, bestowed by the night wanderer, served as a potent nourishment for spiritual entities. However, Zhang Yuanqing found himself puzzled. The infant's spiritual energy was feeble, and after death, a spirit would typically dissipate swiftly, within a day or even just a few hours. This was illogical. If one does not understand, one must consult the texts. With his other hand, Zhang Yuanqing retrieved his mobile phone and logged onto the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance. Shocking, the spirit tunnel has been conquered. The identity of the conqueror remains a mystery. His gaze skimmed over the two pinned posts without paying them much heed. The official organization would need to be vigilant against potential incidents involving the fallen. Thus, the case concerning the Eye of Judgment would undoubtedly be made public. The news of his conquest of the Xiling Tunnel has already surfaced on the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance, introducing the unfamiliar idea of Yuan Shi Tianzun to the realm of spiritual wanderers. Zhang Yuanqing utilized the forum's search function, entering the term special spiritual entity. He quickly stumbled upon a post elucidating the concepts of spiritual entities. Spiritual entities are formed from the residual mental energy of sentient beings post-mortem. Having lost the majority of their consciousness, they exist in a state of lethargy, operating solely on instinct or lingering obsessions. Upon death, any living being's spiritual entity begins to dissipate. An ordinary person can maintain their presence for a maximum of 7 days, while spiritual wanderers may linger longer, dependent on the strength of their mental energy. Upon reading this, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but direct his gaze towards the infant spirit, contemplating that this little creature evidently lacked the capacity for prolonged existence, making it impossible for it to be a high-tier spiritual wanderer. He continued to peruse the post. The aforementioned pertains to normal spiritual entities. Now, let us discuss abnormal spiritual entities. The content abruptly ceased, and upon scrolling to the bottom, he discovered that the latter half of the post was locked and required payment for access. Is this what they refer to as paying for knowledge? With a twitch of his lips, he recharged his Yuan Shi Tianzun account with 200 yuan to complete the transaction. Notably, in recent days, the administrative staff had procured a mobile phone card and bank card for him under the name Yuan Shi Tianzun, effectively severing ties with his identity as Zhang Yuanqing. Once refined, spiritual entities have the potential to manifest special abilities, rendering them precious artifacts or companions, in the vernacular of the Night Wanderer. Such entities are referred to as spiritual servants. However, it is important to note that spiritual entities possess varying qualities. Not all can be crafted into spiritual servants. Those with the aptitude to become such servants are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Now, let us discuss the methods of ritual refinement. Lastly, it is worth mentioning that the ritual refinement of malevolent occupational spirits is permissible, while the enslavement of ordinary human spirits is a breach of discipline. The poster, Yuan Ting, expressed that the 200 yuan spent was indeed worthwhile. Upon finishing the post, Zhang Yuanqing felt a genuine sense of amazement. This post unveiled a wealth of information. First, upon elevating the rank of the Night Wanderer, one could raise spirits and refine corpses, allowing for a tactical shift between stealthy assassin techniques and cunning summoning strategies during confrontations with spiritual realm practitioners. Second, this deceased child is an exceptionally valuable spiritual servant, akin to discovering a treasure. Having already manifested unique abilities, it qualifies as a genuine spiritual servant rather than merely an extraordinary spiritual entity. Third, there seems to be an issue at the hospital where his aunt works. While Zhang Yuanqing felt elated, a sense of anxiety inevitably crept in. Troubles lie ahead, potentially endangering his aunt. Whether the adversary is an official entity or a rogue spiritual realm practitioner, utilizing ordinary human spirits to forge spiritual servants contravenes regulations. This matter cannot be resolved amicably. Tomorrow, he shall inform the team leader, ensuring that he wisely utilizes the resources at his disposal. With clarity of thought, he felt considerably relieved, scrutinizing the infant spirit nestled in his palm and forearm. Sensing his gaze, the little one opened its large, button-like eyes, displaying a charming demeanor as it uttered, "Abba, Abba." Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's indifference, it continued to bask in the power of the moon. Though possessing a higher intelligence than the average infant, he remains unable to engage in coherent communication. He grasped the baby's spirit by the nape and turned it over. "Come, let me ascertain whether you are a little rascal or a mischievous imp. From now on, you shall be known as Little Rascal." Zhang Yuanqing carried the baby's spirit out of the restroom, where the family dinner was nearing its conclusion. It was the perfect opportunity to test the baby spirit's abilities with a family member deemed a disgrace. His uncle, oblivious to the dead child perched upon his neck, meticulously picked his teeth with a floss stick. "Uncle, why not have a bowl of soup?" Zhang Yuanqing suggested, as he prepared a serving for his uncle. He was curious to see if his uncle would lose his sense of taste and smell like his aunt had. His uncle, stroking his round belly, shook his head, saying, "No, I won't drink it unless you have some jianbingguozi." As he spoke, he struck a self-invented rap pose, and just when Zhang Yuanqing expected to hear familiar lyrics, his uncle suddenly sucked on his thumb, babbling incoherently. Meanwhile, the baby spirit, riding on his uncle's neck, emitted a sound only Zhang Yuanqing could hear. "Yo yo. Check it out, let's have a set of jianbingguozi." In unison, Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yuer spat out the chicken soup they had been drinking. Their grandfather, grandmother, aunt, and cousin wore expressions of pity mixed with disdain. Chapter 36. The discussion is the ability of Little Rascal to steal a specific function from the target. Last time it was his aunt's sense of smell and taste. This time, could it be his uncle's ability to speak? Feigning a cough, Zhang Yuanqing was filled with astonishment. Could it be that he could pilfer a certain ability from an ordinary person, and likewise, could he also siphon off a capability from a spirit realm practitioner? If such were the case, the value of this little spirit servant would be immensely significant. "Ha ha, uncle, it seems you two can experience embarrassment." Zhang Yuanqing secretly reveled in schadenfreude as he observed the infant spirit perched on his uncle's neck, seemingly exhausted and on the verge of slumber. This is merely a jest. I suddenly recalled the likeness of Yuanzi in his childhood and could not resist the urge to imitate. Uncle, true to his decades of experience as a seasoned rogue, displayed a resilience akin to a city wall and swiftly shifted the blame onto his nephew. Zhang Yuanqing was caught off guard. At his age, how could he not feel a sense of shame? Grandmother reprimanded angrily. "Mom, I am still but a child," he protested. His uncle chuckled. "I shall forever be your child. Go away, go away." Grandmother replied with an expression of disdain. He needed to rise early the next day to meet Li Dongzi at work and report on the matter of the infant spirit, thus he aimed to retire early. However, before that, he intended to attempt to subdue this little creature. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the playful little spirit curled up in his embrace, sucking on his thumb. The power of the Tang flowed gently like a thread, entering the infant spirit's body and nurturing it. According to the descriptions in the posts, as long as he successfully refined the spirit servant, subsequent maintenance would merely require the sustenance of the Tang power to ensure the spirit's longevity in this world. Zhang Yuanqing had essentially stumbled upon a ready-made treasure. The little creature appears rather dim-witted at present. One wonders if its intellect will elevate in the future. Zhang Yuanqing composed himself, channeling the power of the moon. A dense, viscous black light surged from his eyes, gradually replacing both the iris and the sclera, filling the eye sockets. He exhaled a wisp of faint black mist, enveloping the spirit of the infant, then inhaled deeply, drawing it into his belly. Instantly, Zhang Yuanqing sensed the emergence of a new consciousness within him, fragile and dormant. Following the method described in the forum, he activated the lunar energy, repeatedly washing over this consciousness, imprinting his essence upon it, compelling it to accept his power and become his spiritual servant. This process unfolded over several seconds, and suddenly, his psychic energy settled into a realm of profound darkness and void. It was warm and comforting, akin to slumbering in a mother's embrace. His psychic essence merged briefly with the infant spirit's body. The claims made in the forum were indeed true. The master could wield the consciousness and abilities of their spiritual servants, momentarily commandeering their bodies. Once Zhang Yuanqing acclimated to this new form, an entirely novel talent naturally unfurled in his mind, as if it were innate. This ability was termed exchange, allowing him to trade certain aspects of himself for corresponding elements from others. For instance, he could swap his sense of taste for another's, or his language for that of another, with the exchange of time lasting 3 seconds. Thus, his aunt lost her sense of taste, while his uncle uttered the coos of an infant. However, this exchange need not be equivalent. One may trade their own meager abilities for another's invaluable skills. Yet, the infant spirit, being too young and with limited intellect, is incapable of such intricate maneuvers and can only engage in equivalent exchanges, activating skills randomly. The condition for skill activation is merely to touch the opponent. Were it Zhang Yuanqing who operated this, he could indeed achieve the delicate art of transforming the trivial into the extraordinary. Ultimately, as the master, Zhang Yuanqing could transfer any damage or negative status he incurred onto the spirit servant, allowing it to share the burden of harm. I finally comprehend why the Night Wanderer is considered one of the pinnacle professions. It is truly astonishingly powerful, Zhang Yuanqing mused quietly. The infant spirit, with its tiny legs, crawled beside him, its sparse tuft of hair nudging Zhang Yuanqing's hand, seeking to suck on his thumb. This is edible? No, this is not where you obtain sustenance. Zhang Yuanqing indicated to his chest. The infant spirit tilted its head, gazing at him with wide-eyed innocence, as if it finally grasped his meaning, obediently crawling towards his chest. Go away, Zhang Yuanqing thought, as he enveloped it within his being, incorporating it into himself. The following morning, Zhang Yuanqing arose and entered the bathroom to freshen up. As he picked up his toothbrush, a thought crossed his mind, and he exhaled a breath of yin energy, causing the small form of the infant spirit to materialize upon the sink. Nourished by the power of the moon, it appeared quite spirited, its glistening eyes gazing innocently at Zhang Yuanqing. Allow me to impart a tidbit of everyday wisdom. This is a toothbrush, and I, your master, am about to brush my teeth. Come, recite with me. Toothbrush, brushing teeth, using a toothbrush to brush teeth. Since this little entity is not an unconscious spirit, it will eventually grow. During this growth process, it is essential for its master to instill in it the correct values. One must strive to be an upright ghost, abiding by the law and rejecting gambling and drugs. The infant spirit tilted its head, gazing at him in confusion. Toothbrush, brushing teeth, using a toothbrush to brush teeth. Repeat after me. Zhang Yuanqing persisted for a moment, then suddenly felt deflated, temporarily abandoning his teaching aspirations. For he could not discern who was the greater fool, himself or this little jester. After finishing his ablutions, his phone rang. It was Li Dongzi calling. Hello, Chief. Yuan, sure. Come by in the morning. There is something requiring your cooperation. What matter? The Night Wanderer of the Tai sect has inquiries for you. The specifics will be discussed upon your arrival. What could the Night Wanderer of the Tai sect want with me? Does he seek to recruit me, this unparalleled talent? If so, he should approach me privately. Understood, Chief. Zhang Yuanqing ended the call. He was just about to report on the infant spirit incident at work. After breakfast, he donned a backpack, feigning a trip to school, and upon leaving the community, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Public Security Bureau, entering the glass-clad building. As he approached the door of Li Dongzi's office, he heard hearty laughter emanating from within. Oh my God, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Allow me to share another amusing anecdote. Are you familiar with Captain Zhao? Yes, he is the fellow who invariably enters the ladies' restroom by mistake. When he first ascended to the role of the Night Wanderer, he once devoured the spirits of 7 women in one breath, subsequently adopting the peculiar habit of squatting to relieve himself, a practice he has been unable to abandon for many years. Ha ha ha, my goodness. This is the finest joke I have ever heard, the previous one notwithstanding. Knock, knock. Zhang Yuanqing rapped on the glass door. The laughter within the room ceased abruptly, and Li Dongzi's steady voice resonated. Please, come in. As Zhang Yuanqing pushed the door open, he beheld Li Dongzi seated on the couch with a man clad in a black suit and shirt, sharing a drink. This man, dressed entirely in black, possessed commendable features. His skin somewhat pale and gaunt, exuding a faint yet discernible air of nobility. "Our esteemed newcomer has arrived," Li Dongzi remarked with a smile, gesturing slightly. "There's cola in the refrigerator. Feel free to help yourself." Once Zhang Yuanqing twisted off the cap of the cola bottle and took a swig, Li Dongzi introduced. "Yuanting, captain of the Tai Gate stationed in the Kanyang district, a level 3 night wanderer, and a lead among our official organization's finest. As a top-tier professional, a level 3 night wanderer stands out within the realm of the extraordinary. Indeed, he is an impressive individual, an observation that prompted a sigh from Elder Son, who seemed confused. Yuanting expressed this sentiment as he shook hands with Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing, however, wore a beaming smile, exclaiming, upon meeting Captain Yuan, "I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though I were among family." Could this be the sense of belonging that exists among night wanderers? With outsiders present, Zhang Yuanqing momentarily suppressed thoughts of the infant spirit. Yuanting was taken aback, for such a sense of belonging among night wanderers was unexpected. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized it was Captain Yuan who had bestowed upon him a sense of warmth. Such was the personal charm of Captain Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yuanting could not suppress the smile blossoming on his face. This lad had a way with words. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that this individual was a subordinate of Li Dongzi, which filled him with a twinge of regret. Elder Son is indeed muddled. Noticing the silent exchange between the two, Li Dongzi cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "Captain Yuan is here to conduct serious business today." He turned to Yuanting and inquired, "Shall we convene in my office or the conference room across the hall?" Yuanting replied, "Let us go to the conference room." As he spoke, he picked up the briefcase from the glass coffee table, nodded at Zhang Yuanqing, and smiled. "May I have a word in private? To seek a private conversation with me?" Judging by the demeanor of this officer, it seems he does not intend to unearth any secrets. What could it be? Very well. Zhang Yuanqing did not decline, saying, "I would like to visit the restroom first." Yuanting nodded and exited the office first. Zhang Yuanqing turned towards the office area, his gaze sweeping across the room. He deliberately ignored Wang Tai, who was engrossed in writing an academic paper, and approached Guanya's desk. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "The beauty trap did not materialize, but instead, I encountered the nocturnal deity of Tai sect." Guanya, cradling her cup of water, replied with a smile that indicates it is not a beauty trap. Today's horoscope for Scorpios is quite favorable. But one must exercise caution when conversing with colleagues and superiors, otherwise, the outcome may drastically reverse. She donned a white shirt and a short skirt. Her softly curled long hair freshly styled, exuding an air of sophistication and fashion. Her delicate oval face radiated beauty and charm, accentuated by a light touch of makeup, complemented by her mixed heritage allure. Zhang Yuanqing jested, "For instance, when you attempted to flirt with me, and I resolutely declined. Would that lead to the capsizing of our friendship?" "No, you wouldn't refuse, for you are a Scorpio," Guanya replied with utmost seriousness. "Enough of your Scorpio jests, or I shall resort to striking you with a stick." Nevertheless, he had gleaned the implicit message he sought and promptly turned, striding towards the conference room door, gently tapping on the glass. "Please, enter." As he pushed the door open, Zhang Yuanqing beheld Yuanting seated at the conference table, a cigarette clasped between his fingers. Reclining lazily against the chair's backrest, a smile gracing his lips. Beside this nocturnal deity lay a penholder adorned with a command flag, its iron tip and silk fabric. The flag's surface a deep black, embroidered with silver thread in a cloud pattern, the center embellished with the character for command. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the command flags utilized in ancient military ranks. Taking his seat, Zhang Yuanqing straightened his posture and inquired, "Captain Yuan, what brings you to seek my presence?" "Just to clarify, I am quite content in Team 2 and have no intention of switching allegiances." He playfully probed for his counterpart's intentions. "You have successfully navigated the Xiling Tunnel, and Captain Fu holds you in high regard. I cannot sway you." "Ah. You may not be aware, but when Captain Fu requested that strategy for you, Elder Son of our Tai sect believed that you could not succeed and thus did not ask for it. Regrets now come too late. And many within the sect have voiced their discontent, as they perceive great potential in you, suggesting that you may ascend to the status of a saint in the future." "Oh, I have said too much," Yuanting explained. "I tend to be quite talkative. I hope you do not mind." "Ah, So elder son's confusion stems from this. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. Do you smoke? Not really. When I was your age, I did not smoke either. Until I became a night wanderer. The psychological shadows cast by the trials led me to develop a smoking habit. Though it is not a commendable vice, it indeed alleviates stress. Every night wanderer possesses their quirks to some degree. Captain Yuan, you are indeed quite loquacious. But why must you share your friend's embarrassing moments so freely? Zhang Yuanqing mused internally, maintaining an outward demeanor of earnest attentiveness. After a brief moment of rambling, Yuanqing finally recalled the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he stated with gravity, we are in search of a fortunate individual. One who has obtained the legacy of the Demon Lord. All newly appointed night wanderers this year are under our scrutiny, including you. The legacy of the Demon Lord? Zhang Yuanqing, in a state of confusion, remarked, I do not comprehend your meaning. Yuanqing lit another cigarette and explained, in depth. High-ranking spirit realm practitioners do not experience complete formatting. The character card retains certain unique attributes, which are then bestowed upon newcomers. We refer to this phenomenon as inheritance. Is that so? Zhang Yuanqing, having grasped the concept, pondered, May I inquire about the identity of the Demon Lord and the purpose behind your search for his successor? This is pertinent to my own circumstances, and I hope you can appreciate my position. Yuanqing responded with surprising candor. I am unaware of the upper echelon's objectives in seeking the Demon Lord's heir. For individuals like us in the middle management, it suffices to be obedient and carry out orders. As for the Demon Lord, a look of loathing and trepidation crossed Yuanqing's face as he spoke gravely. He is a fallen night wanderer, our sworn enemy at the Tai sect. Many official spirit realm practitioners have succumbed to his hand, including members of the Five Elements Alliance and our own sect. Even the elders in our sect regard him with great apprehension, causing widespread anxiety among officials. The sect leader once remarked that he is the most formidable and promising night wanderer to emerge in the past 30 years. Whether he is truly terrifying, I cannot say. But he undoubtedly possesses an air of youthful arrogance. Zhang Yuanqing quickly inquired, how can one identify the heir of the Demon Lord? Or, how might I cooperate with you? It seems the heir has little connection to the Demon Lord himself. Surely, the Tai sect, as a righteous organization, would not wrongfully implicate the innocent. Yuanqing responded with unwavering clarity. The uniqueness of the Demon Lord's heir is twofold. First, the character card bears not a crescent moon, but a full moon. In the process of clearing the dungeon, one receives a character card exclusive reward that surpasses that of the ordinary night wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing appeared calm on the surface. Yet within him, tumultuous waves surged, and his mind was engulfed in disbelief. Was this not his character card? The card that Brother Bing had sent to him belonged to the Demon Lord? Why would Brother Bing possess the Demon Lord's character card? What was their connection? He had always assumed that the exclusive rewards of the Red Dance Shoes character card were commonplace. It now seemed that the legacy of the Demon Lord had bestowed upon him something extraordinary. Fortunately, the scarcity of rule-based items had allowed him to conceal the existence of this exclusive reward. Commander Yuan and Sister C only knew that he possessed rule-based items, yet remained unaware of the exclusive reward associated with his character card. Thoughts flashed through Zhang Yuanqing's mind, but he quickly steadied his emotions, allowing no disarray to take hold. With a wistful smile, he remarked, it appears that I am not the heir of the Demon Lord. I had long believed myself to be special, especially since I managed to clear the Xiling Tunnel. Commander Yuan, how should I manifest my mark? It eludes my control. The mark signifies the spirit realm. Apart from the Night of Character card reboot and the time when it was accentuated by the Black Moon mark during an upgrade within the spirit realm, it seemed to vanish at all other times. Yuanqing glanced at the flag inserted in the pinholder and said, lower-tier spirit realm practitioners cannot influence the mark. Such stylish attire is a privilege reserved for higher-tier practitioners. I need not examine your mark. I only require the ability to discern lies. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the pin holder beside him, explaining, this command flag is a prop I borrowed from Captain Fu Baifeng. Its power compels obedience and renders one unable to utter falsehoods. However, the cost is that I too am bound to utter nothing but the truth. Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to maintain a smile upon his face. At that moment, no words could encapsulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yuanqing ceased his idle chatter, drew forth the command flag, and pointed it towards Zhang Yuanqing, his voice low and firm. Now, I ask you, is your night wanderer mark a crescent or a full moon? Upon the conclusion of his words, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming and majestic force envelop him, instilling a profound sense of reverence that compelled him to comply, rendering him unable to conceal the truth, as if he yearned to divulge all his secrets. His mind tensed uncontrollably, and a wave of tingling spread across his scalp. What was the purpose of Tai sect in seeking the heir of the Demon Lord? If it were merely to recruit talent, their approach should be clear and straightforward, for such an endeavor is quite commonplace. Surely, there lies a more profound motive at play. The character card was given to me by Brother Bing. Perhaps it is connected to him. His taut emotions gradually morphed into anxiety. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the infant spirit nurtured within him, a servant capable of transferring the injuries and negative impacts suffered by its master, thereby sharing the burden of harm. Though the power of the command flag was immense and awe-inspiring, it lacked the capacity to inflict tangible damage. The little spirit should remain unscathed. It was worth a try. He immediately centered his emotions and communicated with the infant spirit within him, facilitating a brief connection between their souls. In an instant, the overwhelming and majestic force surged through his spiritual essence, pouring into the form of the infant spirit. The slumbering infant spirit kicked its legs, seemingly having been haunted by a nightmare. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the sense of awe and fear. Crescent moon. Zhang Yuanqing murmured the answer in a somber tone. Yuanting remained silent for a few seconds, maintaining the gesture of the flagstaff, and inquired, "Do you possess any exclusive rewards associated with your character card?" "No. No amount of money would entice me to betray my own," Zhang Yuanqing replied, silently exhaling with relief, and patted his chest, asserting, "Should anything come to light, I will notify you immediately." Yuanting nodded in satisfaction, stating, "In truth, being the heir of a demon lord is not necessarily a boon. The spirit realm operates on a balance mechanism. Those who are endowed with unique abilities as spirit realm travelers are often assigned challenging tasks. It is crucial to remember that rewards and risks are eternally proportional." Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. "The heir of the demon lord is truly pitiable." This was his heartfelt sentiment. "If you do not mind, let us become friends. There are too few night wanderers in the Five Elements Alliance, and no one to impart the wisdom and knowledge of your profession. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. You are indeed a kind soul." Zhang Yuanqing gladly scanned the code to add him as a friend. Yuanting stored his phone away, grinning as he added, "However, I will charge a consultation fee." "Do I have to pay?" Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned momentarily blank. "By the way, you have been promoted to Night Wanderer for almost a week now," Yuanting remarked. "Based on our accumulated experience, newly promoted Night Wanderers will likely re-enter the spirit realm within the next 1 to 2 weeks, most probably facing a collective challenge. Are you suggesting that I will receive a task within a week at the latest? It seems I have recalled who this individual is. He earned me $200 last night." Zhang Yuanqing's mood was a blend of gravity and anticipation as he inquired, "How much for this piece of information?" Yuanting replied with a smile, "It is complimentary." "Complimentary? Oh, you are truly a kind person," Zhang Yuanqing immediately stated. "Then I have further inquiries to pose to Captain Yuan. Is that still free?" "That depends on whether your questions hold any value," Yuanting remarked. "In the subsequent skills of the Night Wanderer, is there a power of the Sun God?" "Indeed, but I am uncertain of the exact level." "That suffices. I now possess a clearer understanding of the future direction of my profession. The convergence of the sun and moon, yin and yang within oneself. How splendid," Zhang Yuanqing declared. "I have no more questions." As he watched the Night Wanderer of the Tai Gate depart from the conference room and descend the steel staircase, Zhang Yuanqing proceeded towards the office of the squad leader. Inside, Li Dongzi heard a howl emanating from the entrance. "I stand at the edge of the tempest, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, wishing for both heaven and earth to be in perfect order." As the song ceased, it was followed by a knock on the door. Chapter 38. Investigation. Li Dongzi sat behind an opulent desk, wielding a sharp razor to groom his 2 little mustaches. "I do not relish trimming my facial hair, as it is quite bothersome, yet for the sake of elegance, it is a price that must be paid." Li Dongzi chuckled softly as he scrutinized him, saying, "It seems you have successfully passed the screening of the Tai Gate." Shencheng evidently understands the purpose behind Tai's visit. Yet he did not provide me with any prior hints. Such behavior may lead to my discontent. Zhang Yuanqing casually remarked, "Is Shencheng also aware of the Demon Lord?" The high-ranking spiritual practitioners who have perished at the hands of the Demon Lord, be they from official organizations, malevolent factions, civilian groups, or rogue cultivators, number far beyond mere fingers. His infamy is well known, and I am, of course, aware of it." Li Dongzi, while meticulously trimming his beard, added, "However, such formidable figures are far removed from us. An elephant may inadvertently crush an ant, yet it would never intentionally tread upon one. The demon lord is no benevolent entity. How could Bingo possibly be associated with such a character? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuanqing inquired, Shencheng, could you kindly consult regarding the progress of the Lei Yibing case in Jiangnan province? Additionally, please investigate Lei Yibing's activities and social interactions during his university years. The more detailed, the better. Previously, due to his novice status and lack of capability and experience, Zhang Yuanqing had harbored illusions about Bing Ji's disappearance as a long-term mission. Yet now, having uncovered the truth regarding the Demon Lord's character card, he must redefine the circumstances surrounding Bing Ji's vanishing. Why has Bing Ge disappeared? Is he alive or dead? What motive lies behind the bestowal of the Demon Lord's character card upon him? The truth is shrouded in layers of mystery. Entwined with Bing Ji's fate and his own, even with his current limited strength, he feels compelled to embark on an exploration and investigation. Bing Ge merely sent him the character card without divulging any information, a choice that is understandable. Sometimes, it is not merely a matter of unwillingness to speak, but rather the inability of others to extract the truth from him. Today's inquiry serves as a prime example. Bing Ji's silence likely stems from his concern for others. Yet he will undoubtedly leave behind pertinent clues, guiding him step by step to uncover the truth. Thus, Zhang Yuanqing must gather as much information as possible regarding Bing Ge. Li Dongze pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall contact my colleagues over there, though this will require some time. In his view, it is only natural for Yuan to worry about his childhood friend's safety. However, Li Dongze felt that, as a Lingjing practitioner, being trapped in the spirit realm for a week most likely meant death within it. After discussing Bing Ge, Zhang Yuanqing shifted the conversation's focus, his expression turning grave. Shencheng, I have a matter to report. Noticing the seriousness in his subordinate's demeanor, Li Dongze set aside his razor, closed his makeup mirror, and straightened his posture slightly. What is it? Zhang Yuanqing described the infant spirit as a stagnant spiritual entity that had undergone ritualistic refinement but had not ascended to become a spiritual servant. While stating this, he carefully composed his emotions, ensuring that his expression and tone revealed no hints that might alert the scouts. He concluded, I suspect that there are Lingjing practitioners conducting experiments to refine spiritual servants within the hospital, most likely the Night Wanderer. However, I am unsure whether they are rogue or sanctioned. Li Dongze's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, unable to restrain himself from gripping his cane tightly, exclaiming, Oh heavens! This is a despicable individual deserving of damnation. I shall ensure he pays for his actions, I swear. The concepts of consuming spiritual entities and enslaving them are fundamentally distinct. Spiritual entities are destined to dissipate, an inevitability, with consumption merely hastening this phenomenon. Conversely, refining spiritual entities into servitude is a violation of humanitarian principles, especially when it concerns an infant spirit. It is prohibited for ordinary individuals to utilize spiritual entities to forge spirit servants, a stance rooted in humanitarian principles. To put it plainly, how would you feel if your family or friends were transformed into spirit servants after death? I would have expected you to exclaim, I would certainly want to give them a good kick. Zhang Yuanqing silently criticized this habitual expression of his mentor. I have already performed the rites for that child and extracted the target's identity from its memories. I wish to apply for a solo mission to hone my skills. Zhang Yuanqing expressed his thoughts. Upon uttering this, he was acutely aware that Li Dongze would undoubtedly disapprove. As anticipated, Li Dongze shook his head. Your idea is commendable. But in the process of gaining experience, one is bound to encounter pitfalls. Among spiritual realm practitioners, a single misstep can lead to death. Therefore, let Guan Yu accompany you. Her martial arts and marksmanship surpass my own. Very well, Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself, elated. He realized that to take charge of the case involving the infant spirit, he needed to conceal the existence of the little rascal. However, as Li Dongze had pointed out, one must exercise utmost caution in matters concerning spiritual realm practitioners, as negligence often carries the cost of death, as exemplified by Xiangrong. Thus, he required a seasoned ally. When he proposed his desire for practical experience, it was highly likely that Li Dongze would forego direct involvement and instead allow Guan Yu to accompany him. Everyone was well aware that as a night wanderer, equipped with rule-based artifacts, Zhang Yuanqing possessed a significant margin for error. Ordinary dangers posed little threat to him. In his view, Guan Yu was considerably easier to manage than Li Dongze. Shall I seek out Guan Yu now? Li Dongze let out a sudden laugh, remarking, Your singing is quite commendable, but you must refrain from performing again. In the Kangang district at Ping'ai Hospital, a prestigious third-tier medical institution renowned for its obstetrics and gynecology department. Several esteemed experts in the field hold court, ranking among the top 5 nationwide. A black business vehicle glided into the hospital premises, its doors automatically sliding open. Guanya scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing's dazed expression and inquired with genuine concern, "Have you experienced any double vision while using your phone or computer lately?" Zhang Yuanqing, accustomed to her manner of speaking, chose to disregard her question and responded, "What should I do to assist you, Captain? In such circumstances, what is our usual course of action?" Guanya's smile faded, and she replied with utmost seriousness, "First, we must identify the target individual and investigate their real-world identity. If you have seen their visage, pinpointing the target should not pose a challenge. Next, we will establish contact. If the individual is not particularly formidable, we can subdue them directly. Conversely, if they prove to be a significant threat, we shall notify the captain and proceed with a forceful apprehension. However, we remain uncertain whether there are accomplices within the hospital and the extent of their operations in conjuring spiritual servants. Thus, it would be prudent to remain cautious and conduct a preliminary assessment of Pinghai Hospital. We could delve into the rumors of hauntings, ascertaining when they began and establishing a rough timeline. Aside from the spirit of the infant, are there any other tales of hauntings? If any of those individuals matches the target you have seen in your visions, we shall initiate an arrest. If not, it would indicate the presence of accomplices. The clarity of thought is remarkable. Is this what we call a scout? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "My aunt is in the hospital, and it would be rather inconvenient for me to visit the obstetrics and gynecology department. Perhaps we should split up. I will investigate matters related to the spirit, while you can discreetly inquire in the obstetrics department." The two alighted from the vehicle, donned masks and caps, and proceeded into the outpatient building, parting ways. Upon entering, they took the elevator to the 4th floor. Guanya's gaze swept across the women, some with slightly protruding bellies and others with prominent pregnancies, when suddenly her eyes brightened. A female doctor clad in a white coat approached, her round, egg-shaped face pale and delicate, with large, bright eyes and a prominent nose. Her wavy hair cascaded down her back, and she had a piece of candy in her mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed, which rendered her even more charming and adorable. Despite her own beauty, Guanya couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration upon seeing this unadorned doctor. She quickly stepped forward, blocking the doctor's path, and smiled, "Doctor, I am considering preparing for pregnancy. What should I be mindful of?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqing found himself in a secluded corridor, summoning little Dubby. The chubby, endearing infant, with sparse hair, lay on the ground, his glossy eyes gazing innocently at Zhang Yuanqing. He conveyed thoughts of freedom and playfulness to the little one. Zhang Yuanqing intended to use little Dubby to lure out the hidden pursuer. The loss of such a precious spirit servant would undoubtedly prompt the one behind it to search for it. When they discover the infant spirit reappearing in the hospital, it would surely draw their attention. Stepping back, even if the plan to lure the snake out of its hole were to fail, the little rascal could still lead him to the mastermind behind it all. The creature would certainly have some recollection of its creator, perhaps even a natural affinity. With Zhang Yuanqing's permission, the little rascal joyfully began to crawl down the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing followed closely, ascending to the 4th floor, where he pushed open the corridor door and entered the waiting hall, trailing behind until he reached the obstetrics and gynecology department. "Is that fellow really in the obstetrics and gynecology department?" This was the voice of Guanya. Turning towards the sound, he noticed the woman laughing and chatting animatedly with a female doctor. The doctor in the white coat was none other than his aunt. Good heavens! Zhang Yuanqing lowered the brim of his hat, attempting to avert his gaze from his aunt to avoid any chance of eye contact. Despite wearing a mask and hat, his aunt's familiarity with him, coupled with their deep-rooted connection, meant that she could easily recognize him with just a glance at his eyes. At that moment, he observed the little rascal joyfully crawling towards his aunt. Chapter 39. This little fool, why is he heading towards my aunt again? Zhang Yuanqing cursed inwardly, once more lowering the brim of his hat as he watched the little rascal with his peripheral vision. The infant spirit, clumsily yet agilely, quickly approached Jiang Wei, then opened its arms to embrace her calf, hanging onto her. Why does it adore my aunt so much? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually becoming more intricate. Jiang Wei remained blissfully unaware, engaging in lively conversation with Guanya. "Isn't your husband accompanying you? He is still in university." "Oh, a university student? My nephew is also a university student, yet he remains single to this day." "Is that so?" "Indeed, it is quite mortifying." Zhang Yuanqing mused to himself. You've been graduated and in the workforce for 2 years, yet you remain a single dog. Who are you looking down upon? At that moment, he noticed the little rascal sliding off his aunt's lap, crouching on the floor with his head tilted as if trying to discern something. Then, he swiftly crawled towards the depths of the corridor, settling in front of one of the consultation rooms. A flicker of realization sparked within Zhang Yuanqing, and he discreetly began to follow suit. Once the little rascal entered the consultation room, after a brief pause of several seconds, Zhang Yuanqing ambled past nonchalantly, feigning that he was merely passing by. The door of the consultation room was ajar, revealing a young doctor clad in a white coat seated at the desk. His facial features were soft and harmonious, exuding an aura of comforting scholarly charm. At that moment, he sat upright, intently sensing something. The little rascal climbed onto the desk, amusing himself with playful antics. As his owner, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a peculiar affinity between the little rascal and this doctor, coupled with the doctor's subtle body movements. He preliminarily deduced that this physician was indeed a practitioner of spiritual realms, clandestinely concocting spiritual servants. Zhang Yuanqing refrained from alarming the individual, turning away to exit, and made his way to the waiting area. Subsequently, he dialed Guanya's number. The phone rang twice before being abruptly terminated by Guanya. Moments later, the striking mixed-race lady emerged, her long legs striding confidently. I've gathered information. The haunting rumors began circulating about half a month ago, and the occurrences are not numerous. We will directly retrieve the outpatient medical records and then request a list of the obstetrics and gynecology staff, Zhang Yuanqing whispered. I've pinpointed the target. So soon? Guanya's expression suddenly turned grave. Who is it? She inquired. It is an obstetrician, Zhang Yuanqing replied, and his name, as indicated on the badge hanging from his chest, is Wang Qian. He is located in the 4th consultation room on the right side of the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing then asked, what shall we do next? Guanya pondered for a few moments before stating, I will first investigate and gauge his capabilities, and then decide whether to contact the officer for assistance. Zhang Yuanqing, intrigued, queried, how do you intend to assess his abilities? Your words seem rather peculiar. The seasoned practitioner chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering with a faint white glow as she scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing. Your physical constitution is commendable, your vital energy is robust, and the tying force within you is relatively substantial, roughly equivalent to a mid-level stage 1. Presently, your emotions are a blend of curiosity, vigilance, and a subtle hostility, though not directed towards me. As Zhang Yuanqing's mouth gradually opened in surprise, Guanya smiled and elucidated, insight is a skill of a level 1 scout. I can discern the approximate level of my opponent, albeit limited to the extraordinary realm. Should I not return within 10 seconds, you are to follow me. If I emerge within 10 seconds, we shall call for assistance. She donned her sunglasses, swaying her hips gracefully as she made her way back to the obstetrics department. Zhang Yuanqing watched her enter the consultation room, silently counting to 10, when Guanya had yet to reappear. He immediately pulled down the brim of his hat and began to act. Upon witnessing Zhang Yuanqing's return and the closing of the consultation room door, the young doctor furrowed his brow. Guanya crossed her arms and smiled. We are the 5 Elements Alliance, the 2nd team of spiritual practitioners in the Kangnong district. You are suspected of illegally manufacturing spiritual servants. Please cooperate with our investigation. The young doctor wore a stern expression, his gaze sweeping over the 2 individuals before him. He raised his voice, stating, I am unaware of what you are discussing. Please do not obstruct my work, or I shall contemplate calling the authorities. As he spoke, he rose and moved towards the door, exclaiming, do not block the entrance. I have patients to attend to. Noticing the other party approaching, Zhang Yuanqing silently tensed his muscles, ready to enter a state of alertness. He felt no fear. Since Guanyu had chosen to remain, it indicated her perception that their adversary was not particularly formidable, and together, they would prevail. Zhang Yuanqing braced himself for potential resistance. However, at that moment, he observed the young doctor displaying a look of sorrow, his voice taking on a deep, melancholic tone as he began to sing. Listening to the poignant melody, an indescribable sadness welled up within Zhang Yuanqing, accompanied by fatigue, helplessness, and a sense of disinterest. What was the point of this relentless struggle? Perhaps it was wiser to let go. Thus, he silently shifted his position, no longer obstructing the doorway. Suddenly, Guanya sprang to her feet beside the desk, twisting her waist, pivoting, and sweeping her leg, the sound of her high heels echoing. With a resounding thud, the young doctor, attempting to flee, was met with a swift kick that struck his side with great force, sending him crashing against the wall. He clutched his ribs in pain, his pallid face betraying his plight as he crumpled to the ground. Zhang Yuanqing, now fully awakened, shook off the remnants of sadness and fatigue. What was I thinking? Why was I feeling indifferent towards a man? He appeared utterly bewildered. It turned out, he was merely a musician. Guan Yapi's smile was a mask of mockery as she declared, "Not only are you suspected of illegally concocting spirit servants, but you also resisted arrest and employed your abilities against our official spirit realm practitioners." Casting a glance at Zhang Yuanqing, she added, "You have inflicted profound psychological trauma upon our personnel. I hereby formally arrest you." The young doctor clutched his agonizing rib, his complexion ashen. "You cannot arrest me. I am affiliated with the Zhisha Palace. The Zhisha Palace and the Five Elements Alliance coexist peacefully. You cannot apprehend me at will." Guanya furrowed her brows, betraying her seriousness. Zhang Yuanqing whispered, "Zhisha Palace?" Guan explained, "The Zhisha Palace is a local organization of spirit realm practitioners in Shanghai, operating independently of official oversight. Its leader is a high-ranking spirit realm practitioner. This organization has signed a non-aggression pact with our branch. The Five Elements Alliance cannot arbitrarily arrest or deal with members of the Zhisha Palace. Their members tend to be quite radical, often espousing the mantra of ending war with war, stopping killing with killing, and their leader is particularly unhinged. Thus, as long as they remain compliant, our higher-ups are willing to take a step back and coexist harmoniously." "You cannot insult our leader," the young doctor retorted, a hint of anger in his tone. "The premise of non-aggression is your compliance. Since you have engaged in unlawful activities, no one can save you now." Guanya's countenance was as cold as frost, her gaze piercing. In that moment, she transformed from a mere driver into a stern and unyielding enforcer of the law. "No, I have not broken the law. I did not concoct spirit servants," Wang Qian asserted, his voice low as he defended himself. He fell to the ground, making no attempt to rise, fearing the rude treatment from the two official practitioners of the spiritual realm. "Do you need me to give you a hint?" "That child." Zhang Yuan coldly scoffed. He contemplated how to deal with this individual. If he were a malevolent practitioner, then it would be imperative to eradicate him completely. However, if the matter only pertained to the crafting of spiritual servants, it would be a routine affair, to be handled according to the regulations of the Five Elements Alliance, striving to resolve the issue within his own jurisdiction. Yet, a question lingered in his mind, based on his earlier observations. It seemed this individual could sense the infant spirit, but could not perceive it directly. Upon hearing the word child, Wang Qian's expression changed abruptly as he realized. "So it is because of this matter. You have misunderstood. I did not craft any spiritual servants. I am merely a musician, incapable of such a feat. That child was an accident." "An accident?" "Indeed, he was the child of my deceased sister." Zhang Yuan exchanged glances with Guanya, and the former, filled with righteous fury, exclaimed, "You do not even spare your own nephew?" Zhang Yuan's words appeared to infuriate Wang Qian, who, agitated, replied, "No, I said it was an accident. Over half a month ago, my sister fell at home. Her amniotic fluid ruptured, and she began to bleed. The fetus was injured. She was already 7 months pregnant. The hospital immediately performed a cesarean section, but the child's condition was not promising. In a desperate attempt to save my unborn nephew, I requested a tool from the organization, hoping to harness its power to rescue him, but ultimately, he was still stillborn. By a twist of fate, that artifact bestowed upon him spiritual power, transforming him into a unique entity. Lacking in experience and insight, Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Guanya. The mixed-blood beauty pondered for a moment, then replied softly. The young doctor stated, "You came here because you heard rumors of hauntings, didn't you? Due to the artifact. The spirit has remained, lingering day after day in the hospital. He was still young, oblivious to his own existence as a spirit, yearning for someone to acknowledge him, instinctively gravitating towards older women. Thus, those who were deficient in vitality occasionally sensed his presence." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "So, you intend to do nothing about it?" "What can I do?" Wang Qian responded, "My profession as a musician grants me heightened sensitivity, allowing me to perceive him. However, I cannot engage with spirits like the night wanderer, nor can I communicate with him. All I can do is accompany him until his essence is completely exhausted and he dissipates." A flicker of sorrow passed through Wang Qian's eyes as he spoke these words. Zhang Yuanqing could not help but cast a subtle glance at the little jester amusing himself at the desk. No one could see him, no one acknowledged him. Had he spent his past days merely whiling away the time in solitude? Reflecting deeply on Wang Tai's words, Zhang Yuanqing found everything to be quite reasonable. He turned to Guanya, seeking her opinion. Guanyu nodded slightly. The scout could see through some clumsy lies. Wang Qian's words bore no flaws. There was no deceit in them. Guanyu then asked, "What is your sister's name?" "Wang Qian," came the reply. "Please take out your identification card." After verifying the identity card, Guanyu returned it to Wang Qian and said, "We will investigate your sister's situation and report it to the organization, which will reach out to Zhi Shagong to validate your claims. Within 24 hours, we will contact you again. In the meantime, we kindly ask that you do not leave Songhai." Wang Qian let out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. Guanyu promptly requested his phone number before departing with Zhang Yuanqing. In the office area on the second floor of the glass building, Zhang Yuanqing and Guanyu ascended to the second level, only to find that Li Dongzhe was absent. The old officer called out, "Wang Tai, where is Captain Shi? You left not long ago, and Captain Shi has gone out. There have been reports of a shaman's activities in Fenghui district, and he has gone to assist with the capture operation." "A shaman? A member of the Spiritual Energy Society? Is this a continuation of the Guayin judge incident?" Zhang Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully stated, "Sister Guanyu, let me handle the mission report. With Captain Shi gone, there is no need for a face-to-face briefing. A written report is highly manageable." "Quite sensible," Guanyu remarked, pleased. "Wang Tai, please adjust the information for the Zhi Shagong registry." A few minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing rapidly typed on the keyboard. Having absorbed much of the essence of report writing from Guanyu, he was well versed in the art of concise communication, skillfully avoiding unnecessary verbosity. A mere glance from Li Dongzhe would suffice, rendering a detailed reading unnecessary. While enslaving spiritual entities is unlawful, the little trickster possessed a certain level of intelligence. Unlike the sluggish remnants of spiritual energy, to extinguish him is akin to extinguishing life itself. Zhang Yuanqing resolved to nurture the infant spirit with utmost care. Throughout the entire afternoon, he immersed himself in the study of spiritual realms, delving into the characteristics of various professions and learning about both malevolent organizations and official entities. During this time, he engaged in incessant chatter with Guanyu, who appeared quite content, for Yuan Shi was far more entertaining than Wang Tai, who was noticeably displeased by their boisterous conversation. As closing time approached, Zhang Yuanqing received a call from Li Dongzhe. "Director, the matter at Pingtai Hospital has been resolved, and I have sent the task report to your email. Are you at the office?" Li Dongzhe bypassed any mention of the report. "Yes, I'm just about to leave. Please hold on. I will dispatch a driver to pick you up. I need to trouble you with something." Chapter 40. The Witch Doctor, what is it? A suspicion stirred within Zhang Yuanqing. There has been a confrontation among spiritual practitioners in Fenghui district, resulting in one fatality and one injury. "We require your assistance in communicating with the spirit." The noise on Li Dongzhe's end suggested a quarrel was underway. As he had anticipated, it was indeed a matter of spirit inquiry. Director would not summon him for mere assistance in distress, and in other respects, he felt helpless, for he was still but a child. What about the Night Wanderer in Fenghui district? The Tai sect has appointed Night Wanderers in every major district of Songhai. In Kangang district, it is Yuan Ting. Naturally, Fenghui district would have one as well. The deceased was a witch doctor, whose spiritual essence is notoriously malevolent and fierce. Yet this particular witch doctor possesses certain peculiarities. The risks associated with spirit consumption are considerable. The Night Wanderer of the Tai sect is reluctant to take such risks, leading to a dispute with our colleagues in Fenghui district. Li Dongzhe's voice resonated with a somber tone. As he spoke, the cacophony on the other end of the line intensified. The spirit of a necromancer? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement. He had perused numerous professional materials over the past few days. If classified by mental prowess, the Night Wanderers and illusionists shared the top tier, followed closely by necromancers. This could yield a substantial experience gain. However, Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Tai sect is also an official organization. Isn't this within their jurisdiction? Is there no oversight? Even if there are risks involved, those who enjoy the benefits and privileges of the state should fulfill their duties rather than merely occupy a position without contribution." Unlike the Five Elements Alliance, the Night Wanderers were few in number, with the Elder Council based in the capital, and each district's Night Wanderer captain was of equal rank. A hint of helplessness laced Li Dongzhe's tone. Of course, complaints can be lodged, but they must be reported to the capital. Songhai has no immediate supervisor. Complaints will surely follow, but for now, we must act. Given the ferocity of the necromancer's spirit, Night Wanderers from other districts will be reluctant to risk themselves for incidents outside their jurisdiction. At this moment, The significance of our own night wanderers within the Five Elements Alliance becomes apparent. I shall come immediately, Zhang Yuanqing declared. At that moment, he faintly heard someone speaking over the speaker. Li Dongza, your approach is inappropriate. Although I urgently need to consult the spirit, he remains at level 1. The voice abruptly ceased as Li Dongza hung up. From the tone, it seemed to be Li Yuanfang from the second team. The second team in Fenghui district had not achieved any notable accomplishments for quite some time, consistently languishing at the bottom of the rankings, which explained the inflated egos of the night wanderers in that district. Li Yuanfang? A splendid name, Zhang Yuanqing mused internally. Guanya added that the captain of the second team in Fenghui district is also one of our White Tiger troops. The old officer cast a flirtatious glance my way, subtly suggesting that I should cultivate good relations with the mid-level members of the White Tiger troops and engage in some networking. Zhang Yuanqing, with a complex expression, remarked, Sister Guanya, you are so kind to me. Have you fallen for me, wishing for an older cow to graze on tender grass? Wang Tai, seated at a nearby table, was drinking water when he suddenly spewed it out. He looked at his two colleagues in shock, wondering when they had become involved. He had completely missed it. He was mistaken. Zhang Yuanqing was indeed adaptable. A black business vehicle pulled into the Fenghui District Public Security Bureau. Through the tinted windows, Zhang Yuanqing spotted Li Dongza, leaning on a cane, waiting outside the office building. After disembarking, the two exchanged nods and proceeded into the building together. Minutes later, they arrived at the morgue. Outside the morgue, in the spacious and well-lit corridor, gathered 7 or 8 spirit realm practitioners. Zhang Yuanqing casually scanned them, guessing their professions based on their appearances and demeanor. Muscular and seemingly irritable, they were undoubtedly fire masters. The individual with a bird perched on his shoulder, what profession was that? As Shencheng mentioned, the witch spirits of the 100 Flowers Society love animals. The one with the dull expression was clearly a soil monster. These spirit realm practitioners all bore expressions of indignation. Finally, Zhang Yuanqing turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man approaching them. This man, around 40 years old, possessed sunken eyes, a sharp nose, and thin lips, exuding an air of intensity and seriousness. Allow me to introduce him. He is the captain of the second team in Fenghui district. A level 3 scout, with a spirit realm ID of Li Yuanfang from the Tang Dynasty. As Li Dongza introduced the other party's ID, a smile graced his lips. Li Dongza, it seems you are eager to introduce my spiritual realm ID to others every day. The middle-aged man sighed, turning his gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing, his stern face softening into a smile. Years ago, I became enamored with dramas set in the Tang Dynasty, and thus chose this name. You must be the newly recruited night wanderer of our White Tiger Brigade, a young man of impressive stature. I wonder if there is someone named Direnjie. It would surely be amusing, if not awkward, should you two encounter each other. Zhang Yuanqing stifled a laugh, eagerly shaking hands with the man, addressing him as captain with fervor. This only widened the smile on Li Yuanfang's face. Indeed, our own night wanderer is preferable, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia before continuing. You've heard the circumstances from Li Dongza, I presume? I apologize, but the night wanderer stationed in Fenghui district of the Tai sect has declined to inquire about the spirit, leaving us no choice but to seek your assistance. The muscular young man snorted in response, asserting that while there are risks involved in confronting a necromancer, it does not equate to a loss of life. Are we not facing peril while battling against wicked professions on the front lines? He questioned. The young man with a bird perched on his shoulder smiled. It is indeed better to rely on our own. Li Yuanfang waved a hand to interrupt his subordinate's grievances, thoughtfully stating, although Li Dongza has given you his assurance, I must caution you that the mental strength of necromancers is exceptionally formidable and often erratic. Furthermore, the deceased was a level 3 necromancer. The residual spirit is exceedingly dangerous. Are you confident in handling it? Several team members immediately turned their gazes towards Zhang Yuanqing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhang Yuanqing nodded affirmatively, expressing confidence. The practitioners from Fenghui district displayed expressions of delight, while Li Yuanfang appeared slightly relieved, his gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing filled with newfound respect. It's troublesome, he remarked with a nod. Li Dongza promptly led Zhang Yuanqing into the morgue and shut the door, blocking the eager colleagues from Fenghui district who were waiting outside. Leaning on his cane, Li Dongza approached a steel gurney and lifted the white cloth draped over the corpse. Upon seeing the body beneath the cloth, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. The skin on his face was a deep brown, and his dilated pupils resembled those of a serpent, with amber irises. Li Dongza, leaning on his cane with one hand, Explained, Zhang Yuanqing remarked, "That sounds formidable. Truly befitting of an evil profession. It is noteworthy that among the local spiritual practitioners, the witch doctor, illusionist, and demon seducer are all esteemed professions, ranking alongside the night wanderer. Thus, there are only 3 types of evil professions, and their numbers cannot compare to those of the official spiritual practitioners." Li Dongzi continued. "He was killed while transforming into a worm. His body has remained in this state. His death was anything but graceful. Due to the fusion with the worm, his spirit is rife with malice and beastliness, resulting in significant mental pollution, which is precisely why the night wanderer of the Tai sect prefers to avoid such encounters." Zhang Yuanqing nodded in understanding. With his protective Vidra pestle, he was unafraid of mental contamination. Li Dongzi went on, "The individual he battled was also a witch doctor. When our people arrived, one was shot dead, while the other escaped, wounded. Preliminary suspicions arise that this individual may be a member of the Spirit Energy Society or a subordinate of the Black Wuchang. Time is of the essence. Let us see what clues we can uncover this time, as I believe our colleagues from Team 2 outside are eagerly awaiting developments." Zhang Yuanqing nodded, opened his inventory, and retrieved the demon-suppressing pestle, which he handed to Li Dongzi. He then approached the humanoid corpse and awakened the residual spiritual energy that lay dormant within. A spectral figure gradually emerged, its expression vacant yet imbued with a ferocity and darkness. It was even more tumultuous than O Xiangrong's spirit, torn between the desire to consume and the reluctance to do so. Zhang Yuanqing sighed silently, a viscous black light surging within his eyes, filling his gaze. He inhaled deeply, drawing the spirit into his abdomen. A throbbing pain struck his brow as fragmented and chaotic memories flickered through his mind. These disjointed recollections offered Zhang Yuanqing a glimpse into the deceased's life experiences. Prior to becoming a spirit realm traveler, this sorcerer was an idle drifter, bold and reckless, collecting debts for usurious financial firms, overseeing nightclubs, engaging in tricks, and coercing women from out of town into prostitution. Having committed numerous misdeeds, he nevertheless lived a life of relative comfort. By a twist of fate, he gained the favor of the spirit realm, receiving a character card that elevated him to the status of a spirit realm traveler. He dubbed himself the Outlaw, and after becoming a traveler, he developed a penchant for philanthropy. Upon accumulating a certain level of moral value, however, he began to massacre ordinary individuals, assault women, and unleash the malevolent thoughts that festered within. These fragmented and chaotic memories were tormenting for Zhang Yuanqing, as they delivered a profound shock to his worldview, breeding a disdainful fury in his heart. At that moment, he accessed the critical memory he sought. In a luxuriously adorned tea room, a man with the upper half of his face obscured by a silver mask sat at a glass round table, savoring the tea from a ceramic cup. He cast his gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing across the table and remarked, "The Spectre Judge is deceased. The position of the Spiritual Energy East District President rightfully belongs to the Master. After years of contention between the 2 vice presidents, the dust has finally settled." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "How did the Spectre Judge meet his end?" He heard the voice of the host. "This is not for you to know," the masked man replied sharply. "My apologies, esteemed steward," Zhang Yuanqing responded. The masked man softened his gaze and poured him a cup of tea, saying, "Haihei Wuchang has taken refuge with the Holy Grail in the ledger. The Holy Grail is an essential artifact pertaining to the profession of witchcraft. Its significance is self-evident. While the ledger encompasses the servants subdued by the Spectre Judge over the years, to master the ledger is to command numerous spiritual realm practitioners. Both items are of utmost importance. Reckless one, our opportunity to achieve merit has arrived. If we assist the master in locating Haihei Wuchang and consolidating the strength of the East District branch, we shall be able to contend with the Wuxing Alliance's Songhai branch. Then, esteemed steward, what must I do?" The outlaw's breath quickened, his tone laced with excitement. "I possess a list of individuals affiliated with the enigmatic figure known as the Black Wuchang. Pursue this list, and it may lead you to his concealed whereabouts. Of course, the individuals enumerated have long since vanished into obscurity. They are known as Rampant and Unrestrained, Unjust Heaven, the Unblinking Slayer, and the Luscious Young Matron, corresponding to their real identities." Chapter 41. The water of calamity diverted a resplendent golden light pierced through the realm of consciousness, dissipating the anger within Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He extricated himself from the state of inquiry and beheld the disheveled Li Dongzi, simultaneously acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, akin to having endured a brutal beating. Truly, each time he devoured the spiritual essence of a malevolent profession, the night wanderer would descend into madness. Zhang Yuanqing accepted a damp tissue, cleansing the traces of blood from his nose. He first opened his attribute panel, noting a 5 increase in experience points, bringing his total to 52. Subsequently, he began to organize the fragmented memories. The Eastern Division of the Spiritual Energy Society is governed by 2 vice presidents. One, the Judge of the Eerie Eyes, and the other, the Superior of the Outlawed. These 2 have engaged in a long-standing rivalry for the presidency, employing both overt and covert tactics over the years. Following the demise of the Judge of the Eerie Eyes, the other vice president sought to acquire the Holy Grail and the roster, aiming to inherit the legacy of his adversary and consolidate the Eastern Division. Thus, he too is in pursuit of the Black Wuchang. The influence of the Spiritual Energy Society is indeed vast. Even within the Eastern Division, there exist 2 vice presidents, both of whom are high-level practitioners of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing steadied his thoughts and proclaimed, "Chief, I have uncovered a significant lead." Li Dongzi listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the list, his eyes brightened with excitement. "Excellent, truly splendid. With this list, we can conduct targeted investigations rather than flounder about like headless flies. Indeed, it is often the adversary who knows themselves best." Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment, expressing his unease. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." First, it was Xiangrong, then the outlaw, as if someone is deliberately providing us with clues. With a smile, Li Dongzi responded, "You possess intriguing insights. How about this? Prepare an analytical report for me. This will serve as a testament to your capabilities." Elegant anomaly. You risk losing my... Zhang Yuanqing's expression suddenly froze. Li Yuanfang had gained an advantage, and their second team had achieved a significant accomplishment. Li Dongzi sighed, choosing not to elaborate further as he leaned on his cane and made his way to the door, swinging open the iron gate. Members of the second team immediately surged forward, eyes filled with anticipation as they faced the stern and serious Li Yuanfang, inquiring, "What news? Any clues?" Li Dongzi replied with a smile, "We have obtained a list of subordinates belonging to the Black Wuchang. Your team has excelled." A smile spread across Li Yuanfang's usually stern visage. The captains of the second team were overjoyed, their faces alight with delight. The significance of this list was unmistakable. The more crucial the list, the greater their merit, benefiting the entire team. However, Li Dongzi cautioned gravely, "Yet, the authenticity of this list remains to be verified." Li Yuanfang nodded steadily, then turned to Zhang Yuanqing behind Li Dongzi, stating, "Once the rewards are distributed, we shall allocate 10% as compensation for you." "Thank you." His tone surprisingly gentle. Continuing, he sighed enviously, "Li Shicheng is indeed fortunate." The members of the second team regarded Zhang Yuanqing with expressions filled with kindness and agreement. No one opposed Shicheng's idea of compensation, believing it to be well-deserved by Zhang Yuanqing. At dinner, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the table, savoring the dishes prepared by his grandmother. Jiang Yuer, while eating, scrolled through short videos on her phone, clad in a pink sweatshirt adorned with 2 fluffy ears on the hood. It reminded him of his aunt when she was 18 or 19, who delighted in collecting black stockings and short skirts to showcase her mature charm. After her 25th birthday, her style shifted towards a more youthful aesthetic, proudly labeling herself as a young girl, a little fairy. The older she grew, the more she reveled in maintaining a youthful facade. "Do not play with your phone while eating," admonished Grandma. "Just for a little while," his aunt whined. Chewing her food as she said, "Yuanzi, today at the hospital, I saw a mixed-race girl with an incredible figure and striking beauty. Do you know how old her husband is?" The mixed-race girl not only had a great figure, but was also quite adept at driving. Zhang Yuanqing inquired playfully, "How old?" "Still a university student," his aunt replied with a look of disdain. "And look at you, single until now, with no achievements to speak of. But you're single too. What gives you the right to criticize me?" Zhang Yuanqing shot her a sidelong glance. "You don't understand. My singlehood is a matter of maintaining my integrity, whereas your single status reflects a lack of ambition." "You couldn't withstand even a punch from Xiangyu," Grandma interjected, overhearing, and scolded her daughter. "You still have the audacity to criticize Yuanzi? He is focused on his studies. What is wrong with that? Maintaining one's integrity. Do you aspire to be a saint? Next week, continue with the matchmaking. I haven't insisted on an immediate marriage, but at the very least, you should find a boyfriend to court." My aunt, the harbinger of misfortune, redirected the criticism towards her nephew. "I have yet to secure my position. I must prioritize my career. Your grandson is already 30 and still without a partner." Upon hearing this, my grandmother found it reasonable and turned her gaze towards Qin Yuanjun, pondering aloud. My cousin's lips twitched, and he instinctively furrowed his brow, speaking in a low voice. As long as Grandma is pleased, that's what matters. However, I must point out that Yuanzi has been sleeping during the day and playing games at night, showing little regard for his studies. University is not the culmination of education, but rather the commencement of entering society. With my aunt abroad, it is imperative that you supervise Yuanzi more diligently. Perhaps it's time to destroy that PS5. Upon hearing this, my grandmother felt justified and scolded angrily. All you do is play games. You unambitious thing. Are you really forcing me to destroy your gaming console? Seriously, brother. You are too much. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine. Observing his grandmother's relentless tirade, he discreetly summoned his mischievous side, instructing it to climb onto his grandfather's head, thereby allowing him to process his emotions and take matters into his own hands, metaphorically taking away his grandfather's hearing. Grandma. Look at Grandpa. He neglects everything, leaving you to manage the household alone. This is simply unfair. My aunt and cousin exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by his newfound boldness. Hearing this, my grandmother immediately turned to my grandfather, frowning. Old Shen, you should say something too. Old Shen? Old Shen? With a plump and adorable infant resting on his head, my grandfather remained oblivious, silently continuing his meal. I am speaking to you, my grandmother demanded. I didn't hear you. What do you mean? Are you pretending to be deaf? Day in and day out, all you do is stroll, play chess, and watch television. Am I merely a servant to your family? You neglect your own daughter, grandson, and granddaughter, and it becomes clear from whom the family's disgraceful traits are inherited. The old lady's temper is uncontrollable. Zhang Yuanqing bowed his head in silence, concealing his accomplishments and reputation. The Mo's pet CAF had its roll-up door half open, with dim lighting casting a warm orange glow upon the elmwood floor, creating a calming and tranquil atmosphere. 11 prominent figures from Fenghui District, Kanyang District, Jinjing District, and Punuing District gathered around a round table, each with a steaming cup of coffee at hand. Undoubtedly, this was a high-level meeting, and the only ones capable of convening such a gathering of officials must be the elders. Beneath the orange chandelier, at the center of the round table, a proud and dignified curly-haired teddy bear sat, speaking in human language. Everyone is present. I shall be brief. The incident concerning the Eye of Deception judge is of great significance. What discoveries have you made in recent days? This individual is an elder of the 100 Flowers Society and one of the key figures responsible for the Eye of Deception judge incident. He oversees all the spiritual realm practitioners in the aforementioned 4 districts and is a person of considerable authority who can report directly to the alliance leader. The other officials remained silent, and the official from Fenghui District raised his hand. Speaking in a hushed tone, one of my subordinates has today eliminated a witchcraft master confirmed to be a Gu King, and from the spirit's memories, we obtained a list. He then proceeded to reveal the contents of the list. In the eyes of the curly-haired Teddy, a glimmer of approval shone forth. The steward from Fenghui District nodded in agreement and elaborated. I believe the incident involving Xiangrong is not a mere coincidence. He serves as bait released by the Gu King to inform us of the demise of the spectral eye judge. The shaman we eliminated today is also an underling of the Gu King, who seeks to leverage our official power to uncover He Wuchang. The Gu King is another vice president of the Lingning Society in the Eastern District, and his rivalry with the spectral eye judge for the presidency has been ongoing for quite some time, akin to fire and water. When the objectives align, anyone may become an ally. However, the fallen Holy Grail poses a grave threat and must be safeguarded by our official authorities, never to fall into the hands of the Gu King. The curly-haired Teddy surveyed the assembly and inquired, "Does anyone else have anything to add?" The stewards silently noted the list, and a female steward furrowed her brow, stating, "The case of Zhao Yingjun serves as a cautionary tale. I propose a thorough screening of all members in the Songhai branch, including the Night Wanderer of Tai sect, as there may be hidden pawns of the Lingning Society among them." The curly-haired Teddy pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "In that case, we shall need to employ the Tiger Talisman. I will submit a request to the Marshal." Having concluded the serious matters, the Teddy turned his head to gaze at Fu Qingyang, clad in a white suit and remaining silent, and remarked, "I have heard that you recently recruited a promising night wanderer who successfully navigated the Shelling Tunnel?" Fu Qingyang nodded slightly and added, "Xiangrong was also killed by him." The curly-haired Teddy replied, "A few days ago, Elder Hongying of Tai sect contacted me, hoping to acquire that night wanderer. I am aware that Elder Sun has advised against the involvement of that young individual. However, the 5 Elements Alliance and the Tai sect have indeed entered into a formal agreement. Matters of personnel are under the purview of Elder Hongying, rendering Elder Sun's opinions inconsequential. What is your perspective, Qingyang? Fu Qingyang responded nonchalantly. A steward from the 100 Flowers Association chuckled and remarked, "It's hardly a major issue. Allowing a night wanderer to the Tai sect is of no detriment. In fact, the favor owed to Elder Hongying is of greater value. Moreover, each of our districts is graced with a night wanderer from the Tai sect, and when their services are required, we have always cooperated willingly, have we not, Old Zhang?" Old Zhang, the steward of the Fenghui district, remained silent, as did the other stewards, who opted not to voice their opinions on such a sensitive matter. Noticing the attention upon him, Old Zhang furrowed his brow and stated, "Since this pertains to Captain Fu's personnel, I shall refrain from expressing my views on the matter. However, I must convey my observations regarding the work ethic of the night wanderers from the Tai sect. The witch doctor we neutralized today was not interrogated by their night wanderer. He refused to cooperate, citing his poor condition. My subordinate had no choice but to seek assistance from Team 2 in the Kongnong district, and lo and behold, they responded with a mere phone call, without any complaints, and he was merely a level 1 night wanderer. In my personal opinion, there exists a distinct disparity between our own night wanderers and those from other factions." Fu Qingyang was taken aback, as he was unaware of this incident. Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, the stewards began to express their opinions. "I believe we should retain him. The Tai sect can afford to lose a night wanderer. During this critical period, it is more reassuring to rely on our own." The steward from the 100 Flowers Association wore an awkward expression and chose to remain silent thereafter. Curly Teddy nodded, and Fu Qingyang responded with an affirming sound. Chapter 42. The Lady of Three Paths Mountain. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing received a message from Guanya. Wang Qian's identity has been verified without issue. Since it was an accident, it does not constitute the illegal crafting of spirit servants. Very well. A splendid idea. This way, future brides will not face difficult births. Let us hope it is not an S-class ordeal. It should not be the case, yet statistically it is not impossible. Both Shencheng and I eagerly anticipate your performance in the second spirit realm. Why? The solo spirit realm tests one's innate talent, while the group spirit realm hones one's abilities. Although the risks may be less than in the solo realm, one will encounter other spirit realm practitioners, introducing many uncertainties. At such moments, an individual's comprehensive qualities will be prominently displayed. As their idle chatter continued, Zhang Yuanqing finished his morning routine and sat at the dining table. "Who are you chatting with, you little sprite?" his aunt inquired, peering over curiously. "What business is it of yours?" Zhang Yuanqing retorted, playfully pushing her forehead away. Irritated, Jiang Yuer initiated a playful challenge, and Zhang Yuanqing boldly accepted, only for both to be quelled by their irate grandmother. After breakfast, Zhang Yuanqing donned a cap and mask before heading out, taking a taxi to Pingtai Hospital. In the outpatient office, he observed the young doctor's downcast demeanor and remarked, "You seem rather out of sorts." After a moment of silence, Wang Qian spoke with a heavy heart. "He has dissipated. I can no longer sense him. Poor soul." Zhang Yuanqing offered consolation. He was destined to perish. Parting was inevitable. Wang Qian, engulfed in sorrow, responded, "He was my sister's first child and my very first nephew. To better care for her, my mother resigned from her job long ago, preparing a stroller, pacifiers, and clothes. Our entire family awaited his arrival, all preparing to welcome the next generation. Following the miscarriage, my sister was profoundly affected, weeping incessantly, while my mother secretly concealed her tears, burdened with guilt for not caring for her daughter adequately. For the past half-month, I have dreaded sensing him in the hospital, as it would remind me of my helplessness and the pain of my family. Yet, I cannot suppress the urge to draw near, to accompany him. He is so small and undoubtedly feels so alone." Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further consolation, quietly listening to the outpouring of emotions. "If you prove yourself worthy in the future, I shall allow you to meet him, provided you agree to become my informant." Once Wang Qian regained his composure, he stated, "I sought you today for two matters. Firstly, to fill out a form and a pledge, which will officially designate you as a documented spirit realm traveler, with minimal interference from the authorities, as long as you do not violate the rules or misuse your abilities. Secondly, are you interested in becoming my informant?" The first matter poses no issue, however, regarding the second. Wang Qian scrutinized him. "I am not merely a pawn for anyone's machinations, and moreover, I must report to my superiors and obtain their consent." The relationship between the Stop Killing Palace and the official organization is relatively amicable. He does not resent serving as an official informant. If it were that fierce and ruthless woman from yesterday, he would have been completely convinced. As for the individual before him, he appeared to be younger than himself, and Wang Qian held no regard for him. That is acceptable, Zhang Yuanqing nodded. What is your spirit realm ID? I must ascertain your identity. Wang Tai inquired. Every time I report an ID, I fear repercussion. Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned grave as he enunciated, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign? A name of grandiosity, though I have not heard of it. Wang Tai shook his head, casually composing a message to relay this matter to his superior. The Stop Killing Palace and the official organization maintain a respectful distance. Their relationship is decent, yet the divide between officials and civilians is clear. The organization would not wish to see its internal members becoming overly familiar with the authorities. Thus, it is improbable that the superiors would grant approval. Furthermore, even if there were a need to engage with official members, it ought to be the captain or an executive-level figure. The young man evidently belongs to the grassroots level. Had he been a well-known spirit realm practitioner, Wang Qian would surely have heard of him. However, he had no recollection of the name Primordial Heavenly Sovereign and deemed it of little significance to connect with such an official practitioner. Subsequently, he devoted himself to his work. And after attending to several patients, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID, the great sage of affection. Wang Qian answered the call, and a deep male voice resonated through the speaker. Holy Hand, are you saying that the person you are connecting with is called Yuan Shi Tianzun? Wang Qian's ID is Divine Healer Holy Hand. Indeed, Captain, Wang Qian replied. I did not agree to him. I subtly declined. At the same time, he found it somewhat peculiar that such a matter warranted a phone call when a simple text would suffice. The recent unrest in Shanghai necessitated close attention to official updates. So he acquiesced. Pay attention to him as well. I mean Yuan Shi Tianzun, said the frantic sage. Huh, why? Wang Qian was taken aback. After all, he was merely an ordinary official envoy. I learned through a discreet channel that a newcomer recently cleared the Xiling tunnel, breaking the record. And just days ago, he eliminated a level 3 bewitched demon. Could it be? His ID is Yuan Shi Tianzun? The name flashed in Wang Qian's mind. Recalling the expression of the young man when he introduced his ID, a surge of respect welled up within him. As the full moon hung high in the sky, the desolate ancient temple stood silently bathed in moonlight. A beautiful woman clad in an ancient flowing gown stood proudly atop the main hall, gazing at the moonlit sky. She possessed an exquisite oval face, eyes like autumn waters, brows resembling distant mountains, and lips sensuously full, exuding an air of cold beauty interlaced with an indescribable brilliance. This is not the Ming Dynasty. Who has drawn me into this realm of chaos after my slumber? She furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring to herself. After a moment of contemplation, she fixed her gaze upon the round moon. Two resplendent beams of golden light erupted from her enchanting eyes, colliding with the celestial body above. The entire space trembled violently as the golden rays struck an invisible barrier, scattering brilliant golden sparks that transformed the realm into a magnificent gilded hue. The two beams of light persisted for a brief quarter of an hour before gradually extinguishing. Crimson tears streamed from the eyes of the mountain goddess, cascading down her fair cheeks. Swiftly, the mountain goddess formed intricate hand seals, her fingers poised as if wielding a sword, and suddenly pointed skyward. A terrifying sword energy surged forth from her fingertip, piercing the heavens and creating a gaping maw in the sky. The mountain goddess transformed into a stream of golden light and vanished into the rift above. In the capital city, within a courtyard, Elder Sun reclined comfortably in a rocking chair beneath a locust tree, the strains of Peking opera wafting from the radio on the table. Abruptly, a golden sun emblem materialized on his forehead, pulsating intensely and emanating a searing, fiery aura, as a tremendous pressure radiated from the sun's mark. Startled, Elder Sun sprang to his feet, his expression grave. The realm of nocturnal deities was undergoing a transformation. He needed to alert disciples across the regions that recent tasks might yield anomalies, and any such occurrences must be reported immediately. Yes, Master. Mu Qiu, a level 2 night wanderer of the Tai sect, possessed combat prowess that could rival that of a level 3 in other professions without the consideration of external artifacts. Thus, he held a commanding position as the leader in the Shaili district of Hangzhou. Captain, we've received an email from the Five Elements Alliance's Hangzhou branch. Please review it. His assistant brought over a laptop. The email content requests him to inquire about the spirit realm. Recently, The Five Elements Alliance's various branches have been fervently apprehending and interrogating wild spirit realm wanderers, sifting through to identify potential fallen ones. For those stubbornly resistant dissidents, a strategy of immediate execution has been employed. Among the wild spirit realm wanderers who have been slain, 9 out of 10 are deemed deserving of their fate. The law-abiding and righteous wanderers do not shy away from engaging with official organizations. Their reluctance to join the official ranks stems solely from a desire to avoid constraints. Only those with a criminal record fear the invitation for tea. However, this is not the right time, as his solo spirit realm instance is about to commence shortly. By successfully clearing the solo spirit realm, he will ascend to level 3, joining the ranks of the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. In recent days, he has applied for numerous solo spirit realms from level 2 to level 3. Although the spirit realm is in constant flux, it also operates within certain cycles. And the speed at which the Tai sect compiles strategies surpasses the changes in the spirit realm. Thus, the significance of these strategies is immense, greatly enhancing the clearance rate. At that moment, Mu Qiu heard the familiar notification sound of the spirit realm. Ding! Spirit realm map is being activated. You will enter the spirit realm in 3 minutes. The spirit realm you are entering this time is Night Wanderer's Lake Town. ID 0128. Difficulty level S. Type Solo, Death type. Main quest: investigate the peculiar deaths of the townsfolk. Note: non-spirit realm items are not allowed. Introduction to Spirit Realm ID 0128. It is unclear when it began, but the townspeople have been dying one after another, with no one knowing the cause. Some speculate that it was due to fishermen retrieving a coffin from the lake. Others suggest it was the owl hanging from the locust tree at the village entrance. Some claim it was a peculiar snake with a woman's face appearing on the back mountain, while others whisper of the widow at the village's edge who mysteriously became pregnant. Hush, do not speak, do not utter a word, for they have come. Mu Qiu's complexion turned as pale as paper, his eyes reflecting despair and confusion. When did Minghu Town transform into an S-level mission? Chapter 43, Sudden Changes in Old Ailments. Saturday, 11 in the morning. Zhang Yuanqing awoke with a yawn, bleary-eyed. Ever since he had become a night wanderer, sleep eluded him. He spent entire nights gaming, leaving him lethargic and drowsy during the day. 2 days had passed since that night of inquiry, and Li Dongza along with Guanya had been frequently venturing out, engaging in the search for He Wuchang and his subordinates. Consequently, Zhang Yuanqing's combat training had been postponed. Initially, according to Li Dongza's plan, Guanya was to provide combat training to Yuan Shi, and given the physical prowess of a night wanderer, a brief introduction to combat should not pose much difficulty. However, due to the Grail and roster incident, this had to be deferred, as the second team was in dire need of personnel. Zhang Yuanqing had previously inquired with Li Dongza about the teammates who had yet to make an appearance, but the expression of the squad leader had instantly turned uneasy, hinting at unspoken burdens. Understanding and perceptive, Yuan Shi Tianzuan refrained from pressing further. Additionally, Wang Qian from the Jisha Palace had unexpectedly agreed to act as his informant, demonstrating remarkable cooperation and awareness. Following the incident involving Xiangrong, the administration at Songhai University had tightened considerably, prohibiting students residing on campus from going out at night, thus putting social gatherings on hold. At this moment, he was preparing for the traditional Zhua Zhou ceremony for the little rascal. After experiencing a 50% increase, the purity and density of the lunar energy had amplified, revealing that the infant spirit nourished by this energy exhibited a slight enhancement in intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing arranged the textbooks around the round and adorable infant spirit, mathematics to the left, language arts to the right, and physics and English in front and behind. With his extraordinary intellect and vast knowledge, he could not afford to fall behind. He had to choose one. The little rascal, with his sparkling eyes, tilted his head in contemplation for a while before finally grasping Zhang Yuanqing's intention. He swiftly flailed his limbs and crawled towards the physics textbook. Oh, what a promising child. Just as a smile blossomed on Zhang Yuanqing's face, he witnessed the little one bypass the physics book and embrace the PS5 game console. Unable to reach the physical object, he tumbled down with a thud. What a disappointing creature, nothing like me. Zhang Yuanqing scolded angrily. By your age, I had already composed poetry with 7 steps. Sighing in disappointment, he realized that in order to enhance the infant spirit's intelligence and nurture him into a talented individual, he would need to master the skills of the night wanderer and ghostly upbringing. That meant he had to level up. Calculating the time, he noted that the second spiritual realm task was approaching. After lunch, Zhang Yuanqing entered his bedroom, poured warm water into a teacup, and opened the bedside cabinet to retrieve a white medicine bottle. He muttered to himself as he tilted the bottle, pouring a few small pills into his palm. Suddenly, his expression froze. Indeed, I have delayed for 2 days. Why has my old ailment not relapsed? My condition is evidently worsening, and the frequency of the attack should only increase. It cannot possibly be postponed. Is it due to my transformation into the Night Wanderer that my physical constitution has altered? Remarkably, since my ascension to this role, I have yet to experience any ailments. Could it be that I am cured? A wave of joy surged within him. Yet uncertainty lingered. He resolved to conduct an experiment. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and envisioned the blurred visage of his father in his mind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as his heart raced. A cacophony of sounds flooded his consciousness, and fragmented images surged forth. But in the next moment, the chaos transformed into order. The sounds and images coalesced. No, it was not that the sounds and images became orderly, but rather that his brain's capacity to process information had been enhanced. He could hear his uncle dancing in the living room, accompanied by the tune of pancake rolls. His aunt was in the bedroom watching a television drama, occasionally lamenting, "It's too noisy, lower the volume." The sound of his grandmother washing dishes wafted from the kitchen. From the creaking noises of the bed downstairs, Zhang Yuanqing confidently deduced that the mistress was lying down. The brain's information processing continued unabated. Guanya exuded an inexplicable confidence, and it seemed that Captain Shi treated her with a degree of courtesy, quite unlike his demeanor towards me and Wang Tai. When I mentioned those team members, Captain Shi's expression revealed embarrassment and helplessness. The musician Wang Qian's attitude had shifted. He had dismissed me yesterday with disdain. Little Dubby shared a special bond with his aunt, calling out, "Auntie, Auntie." Just then, the bedroom door swung open, shattering Zhang Yuanqing's enigmatic state. "Come on. Accompany me to the mall," Zhang Yuer said sweetly. Today, she adorned herself in a knee-length pleated skirt, paired with pristine white shoes and a loose-fitting light blue top. With her sweet and charming appearance, she exudes a forest-like essence, appearing exceptionally demure. Jiang Guo has become a coveted figure in the matchmaking market, primarily due to this gentle demeanor. Confident men perceive beautiful and gentle women as easily manageable, while insecure men find such beauties to be less intimidating in social interactions. Zhang Yuanqing stared blankly at his aunt, as 2 streams of warm blood suddenly erupted from his nostrils. At Shanghai Airport, in the underground parking garage, Fu Qingyang sat in a luxury vehicle, waiting for an extended period. Furrowing his brow, he dialed his assistant's phone. Once connected, he inquired in a low voice, "Why has Tishi come out yet?" He had come to pick someone up. The flight had landed over an hour ago. Yet the assistant had yet to escort the passenger out. Time was of the essence for Mr. Fu. He could not afford to squander it on trivial matters. The assistant, lowering his voice, replied, "He has become entangled with a beautiful woman and refuses to leave the airport, claiming he needs to foster their emotional connection." Fu Qingyang's forehead twitched with irritation as he commanded, "Tell him to either come out on his own or I will go in and drag him out." The assistant acknowledged and promptly ended the call. Moments later, the assistant led a young man into the underground parking garage, making his way toward the luxury vehicle. The young man donned loose-fitting cream-colored trousers and a light blue top, his garments billowing gracefully as he walked, creating an ethereal presence. He possessed striking features. His eyes narrowed in a playful smile, radiating an inherent air of languor. Approachable, relaxed, and utterly unthreatening. This is the impression that young people convey. Fu Qingyang remarked coldly. It is no surprise that a dandy like him attracts women wherever he goes. This man, renowned as a dandy himself, lives up to his title. He is indeed a quintessential libertine. The son of the leader of the Tai sect, he hails from a prestigious lineage and possesses remarkable talent, drawing countless admirers to his side. However, mere lechery does not suffice to place him alongside Fu Qingyang. He has earned the moniker of dandy because of his profound understanding of women, enjoying a stellar reputation within their circles. In response to the mockery, Ling Jun squinted and smiled. Let us not speak so trivially. A beauty is akin to a work of art, to be savored and appreciated slowly to unveil her charms, such as true elegance. Fu Qingyang frowned. Your elegance has cost me an hour, delaying important matters. Brother Qingyang. Ling Jun replied with a smile. Life is not solely about career. There are many beautiful things worth exploring. I am already aware of the situation regarding the Eye of Judgment and will assist you wholeheartedly. My father is quite concerned about the death of the Eye of Judgment. Why? Fu Qingyang inquired, gazing at him. This individual perished around the same time as the Demon Lord, leading my father to suspect a connection between the two. Why is the sect leader so fixated on the demon lord's demise and the search for his heir? Because before the demon lord's death, he left behind something of great significance in his character card. What is it? I can only tell you that this item represents the ultimate essence, the quintessence of the spiritual realm. The Ruinfa shopping mall, a milk tea shop. Zhang Yuanqing, burdened with numerous shopping bags, settled into his seat and raised a glass, savoring a deep sip of iced milk tea, letting out a contented sigh. In that moment, he felt rejuvenated. Accompanying his aunt on a shopping expedition was not physically exhausting, but rather a mental ordeal. Fortunately, the graceful figures of the young ladies provided a welcome respite from the fatigue. As he enjoyed his milk tea, his spirits lifted. He had confirmed one thing. His peculiar ailment had notably improved. Not only had the frequency of attacks diminished, but he also found it easier to trigger his old affliction voluntarily. Most importantly, the accompanying symptoms, headaches and nosebleeds, had lessened significantly. Perhaps in the future, he could master the fervor of his intellectual pursuits, and for writing papers, he could enlist Wang Tai's assistance. Alas, that would be too unambitious. Zhang Yuanqing hastily banished that tempting thought from his mind. Ah, my salary this month is insufficient, his aunt lamented. Zhang Yuanqing shot her a sidelong glance, disdainfully retorting. When has your salary ever sufficed? You spend entirely from our grandparents' funds. His aunt, still an intern doctor, earned a meager salary, yet she was not lacking in luxury goods. Most of her expenses were covered by their grandparents. With substantial savings, their grandmother and grandfather, having successful careers and a wealthy son-in-law, were not short of funds, leaving the accumulated wealth to be squandered by the youngest daughter. Zhang Yua pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Indeed, who can blame an aunt for being inept? Unable to earn money, I can only rely entirely on my parents. While they chatted idly, Zhang Yuanqing retrieved his phone, instinctively logging into the official forum to see what intriguing posts awaited him. The official forum serves two primary functions. It disseminates significant announcements and information, and it provides a platform for wanderers of the spiritual realms from various regions to communicate and share intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing perceives the forum as an expedient means to broaden one's horizons. Soon, a particular post captured his attention. A surge of new A-level and S-level spiritual realms has emerged for the Night Wanderers, with numerous official Night Wanderers reported missing across various locales. Chapter 44. Expansion of scope. The content of the post indicated that recently, there had been a large-scale alteration within the Night Wanderers' spiritual realms, with many previously cataloged instances undergoing transformations, their difficulty ratings elevated to entirely new, unexplored instances. These challenges had escalated to A-level and even S-level. Many Night Wanderers scheduled to enter the spiritual realms were regrettably assigned to these instances, resulting in their demise. The author of the post is one of the forum administrators, which, to some extent, renders this an official announcement. The emergence of numerous S-level and A-level exclusive spiritual realms for Night Wanderers? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. The spiritual realms are designed with a balance and matching mechanism. Level 1 corresponds to Level 1 instances, Level 2 to Level 2 instances, and so forth. Occasionally, a Level 1 wanderer may enter a Level 2 instance, but the tasks assigned would typically be relatively simple. In essence, while the tasks presented by the spiritual realms may be daunting, resulting in high mortality rates, a Level 1 wanderer would never be tasked with challenges meant for Level 3 wanderers. Furthermore, within their corresponding instances, the difficulty ratings are categorized into 5 tiers, S through D, with S level being the pinnacle, characterized by a terrifyingly high mortality rate yet offering the most substantial rewards. The sudden emergence of so many unexplored A and S grade realms raises concerns about the toll it may exact on lives. Zhang Yuanqing's first thought was, goodness, I'm about to enter the spiritual realm as well. Is it too late for me to change my profession? His second thought followed, my next entry will likely be into a multiplayer spiritual realm, so it should be fine. A slight sense of relief washed over him as he scrolled down the post to read the official Realm Walker's opinions on the matter. The post, once published, stirred a significant uproar within the official organization, capturing the attention of Realm Walkers from various regional divisions. The topic garnered immense interest, accumulating thousands of comments below. Long days ahead. No wonder, my informant from the Night Wanderer has suddenly gone silent today. Many past sorrows. What? You have a Night Wanderer informant? You've kept that well hidden. Unruly, something feels off. While the realms are not fixed and are in constant flux, such abrupt changes are neither predictable nor acceptable. The Night Wanderer's exclusive realm has altered too suddenly and irrationally. The Ill King, Could it be a consequence of the Demon Lord's demise? I heard from someone in the Tai sect that the Demon Lord perished not long ago. Greenvine, who told you about the Demon Lord's demise? Was it Yuanqing? The Five Elements Alliance's stance on this matter primarily revolves around gossip and speculation, as it concerns the Night Wanderer's exclusive realm and does not significantly impact them. However, some members express a sense of urgency regarding the situation. Greenvine, such occurrences are indeed possible, but it does not mean every Night Wanderer will enter the realm in the near future. The frequency of missions in the spirit realm is not excessively high, thus there is no need to worry about the large-scale demise of the Night Wanderers. However, the process of conquering the spirit realm inevitably entails sacrifices. The Queen's words hold significant truth. Ultimately, I must venture into solo dungeons. The S-rank and A-rank dungeons are daunting, especially since I possess a Demon Lord character card. As Zhang Yuanqing contemplated this, his heart grew increasingly heavy. Exiting the forum, he opened his messaging app and sent a message to Yuanqing. For professional matters, it is best to consult an expert. It is unclear. The official group of Night Wanderers has been in an uproar. Colleagues who are about to enter the spirit realm, or who have recently done so, are filled with anxiety. As the S-rank dungeons are not something everyone can clear, and even A-rank ones require a stroke of luck, I am also uncertain about the specifics. The Elder Council is currently gathering data, and an announcement should be released by tonight at the latest. Yuanqing was not in high spirits, as a close colleague of his had entered the spirit realm that morning and had yet to return, leaving their fate unknown. Moreover, in half a month, he too would face a solo dungeon, though the deviation would not exceed a week. All right. Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further inquiries. During the ensuing half-day, Zhang Yuanqing periodically checked the official forum for the latest updates, entirely devoid of the desire to visit them all. Has your strength increased? Zhang Yue pinched his nephew's biceps, remarking, so firm. If you were Guanya, I would say my hardness exceeds your imagination. Or I possess an even greater resilience. Zhang Yuanqing replied dismissively, the body is the foundation of revolution. I have been exercising lately. One can easily envision that at this very moment, the official night revelers across the nation are similarly clutching their phones or computers, awaiting announcements from their organizations. At last, at 9:30, the incessantly refreshing forum user stumbled upon a prominently highlighted post, recent statement on the anomalous changes in the spirit realm and bounty announcement. Recently, a sudden disturbance has emerged in the realm of the Night Wanderer, confirmed by the Elder Council to be triggered by the awakening of a high-level boss within the spirit realm. As of now, intelligence gathered indicates that 7 spirit realm dungeons have undergone level alterations, specifically, Minghu Town, ID 0128. Difficulty level S, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Ming Dynasty Mass Grave, ID 1180. Difficulty level S, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Shencheng Reservoir, ID 1910. Difficulty level A, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Yingshan Ghost School, ID 0046. Difficulty level A, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Fengwang Tomb, ID 0277. Difficulty level A, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Jinshui Amusement Park, ID 6203. Difficulty level S, multiplayer realm. Death-related, Scream Chamber, ID 2097. Difficulty level A, multiplayer realm. Non-death related, Apartment 13, ID 1404. Difficulty level B, multiplayer realm. Non-death related. As of today, both Yingshan Ghost School and Shencheng Reservoir have been cleared, while the remaining 5 major spirit realm dungeons await completion. The Elder Council has issued a bounty. Clearing an S-level spirit realm earns a record of B-level merit. Clearing an A-level spirit realm earns a record of C-level merit, and clearing a B-level spirit realm rewards 50,000. This post has been reposted from the official forum of the Tai sect. The highest rank, S-level, has only been attained by 5 leaders, while only a select few outstanding elders have managed to achieve A-level merit. Thus, the value of B-level merit is self-evident. By the time Zhang Yuanqing finished reading the post, the comments had already surpassed 1,000, creating a ripple effect far more significant than that of the earlier post. The official practitioners of the Five Elements Alliance discovered that this matter seemed to transcend mere gossip, as 2 of the altered dungeons identified by Tai sect were of the multiplayer type. The multiplayer classification implies that practitioners from other professions also have the chance to enter. Long days ahead. Those 2 multiplayer realms must contain supernatural elements, right? My heavens, even the multiplayer realms are affected. Thankfully, only one, the Golden Water Paradise, is S-level. Please call me Queen. First and foremost, no one knows how long this chaotic mutation will persist. What we are witnessing is merely the current transformation. If more multiplayer dungeons imbued with supernatural elements are affected, we may find ourselves in peril. Furthermore, even if it is not a matter of death, the experience points deducted upon failure can significantly regress our strength, imposing a considerable cost. Days of suffering. Alas, I was just indulging in gossip at noon, and suddenly this happened. What should I do? I am also set to enter a multiplayer realm soon. Surely, I won't be so unfortunate, right? Little Pig George. If these realms are not tackled promptly, within 6 months, the number of official night wanderers will drastically diminish, and other professions may also be affected. What kind of boss is so formidable as to compel Tai Sect to issue a bounty? Qingting. Everyone, please pay attention. This bounty is announced to the night wanderers nationwide. If you have any informants among the night wanderers or know any wild night wanderers, remember to relay this information. By long, is the person above a fool? The strategy for the night wanderers instance is their own affair. What we should truly focus on is the strategy for the multiplayer spiritual realms, as that is what pertains to our very lives. Kurikudo. Indeed, indeed. I am offering a substantial reward for the strategies regarding the Jinshui amusement park, the Scream Room, and the 13th apartment instance. Has the multiplayer spiritual realm been affected as well? Zhang Yuanqing's gaze became somewhat dazed. At that moment, a piercing ringtone echoed. It was a call from Li Dongzi. Zhang Yuanqing answered the phone, greeting him as Shi Zhang. Li Dongzi's tone was grave. Are you going to the forum today? If you are referring to the chaotic changes in the Night Wanderer's spiritual realm, I am already aware. Zhang Yuanqing sighed. Do not worry too much, if the sky falls. There are tall individuals to hold it up. Perhaps by the time your solo spiritual realm arrives, Tai Sect will have already conquered these high-difficulty instances. Trust in the official organization, Li Dongzi reassured. He lightened the mood with a tease. Of course, if you have confidence in yourself. You could also be the one to strategize the instances. But that is exceedingly difficult. Is Shi Zhang calling to comfort me? Zhang Yuanqing probed. 2 matters at hand. You are soon to enter a dungeon, and based on past experiences, it is likely a multiplayer instance. You are well aware of the level matching mechanism. Captain Fu discovered that Jinshui Amusement Park is a transcendent realm dungeon. To err on the side of caution, he has utilized his authority to retrieve an old strategy guide for your reference. Li Dongzi added solemnly, remember, it is merely a reference, for the realm has undergone changes. Placing too much trust in the outdated guide could lead to fatal consequences. Captain Fu, who is preoccupied with countless matters, still remembers a minor character like me? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of emotion. Li Dongzi reassured him once more. We are merely taking precautions. Do not feel overly pressured. The number of multiplayer dungeons in the Transcendent Realm is diverse, and the likelihood of matching with Jinshui Amusement Park is exceedingly slim. Let us hope so. You are unaware. But my character card is that of a demon lord. Zhang Yuanqing inquired. And what is the second matter? The second concerns Lei Yibing. Chapter 45, Brother Bing's Clue. Regarding Brother Bing's situation, Zhang Yuanqing's heart leapt with joy. Has there been any news from the Hangzhou branch? Have they uncovered anything? The efficiency of the colleagues at the Hangzhou branch is abysmal. It took them 3 days to yield results, which clearly indicates their lack of seriousness regarding Brother Bing's disappearance. He grumbled inwardly. Brother Bing has been missing for nearly half a month. If the realm walkers at the Hangzhou branch had been diligent in their investigation, they would have provided feedback and sufficient information when Li Dongzi made the inquiry. Clearly, they believe Brother Bing perished in the realm, rendering further investigation pointless. Indeed, some revelations have emerged. Li Dongzi paused briefly before stating, Lei Yibing's interpersonal relationships are rather straightforward. He possesses a reclusive nature, often preferring solitude and shunning close ties with his peers. He maintains a low profile at school, never instigating trouble. However, upon thorough investigation by colleagues at the Shencheng branch, it was uncovered that over the past 3 years, 2 individuals who had provoked him met their demise under circumstances that could be deemed reasonable. Zhang Yuanqing, furrowing his brow as he listened, immediately countered once Li Dongzi finished, that is not accurate. While Brother Bing may not be particularly affable, he is by no means reclusive. His demeanor is far from understated. Having grown up alongside him, I know him all too well. When his temper flares, he wouldn't even utter a "what are you looking at?" before resorting to physical action. As for the alleged murderous tendencies of Brother Bing, I am unaware of the details, and thus, I shall refrain from disputing or commenting on that. Perhaps it is Brother Bing who is facing some issues. Li Dongzi responded with an affirming reflecting his agreement, and elaborated. Having attended the same high school as him, you would undoubtedly have sensed any abnormalities in his behavior. This suggests that Lei Yibing's transformation began upon entering university. Zhang Yuanqing acknowledged Li Dong's observations, yet he grappled with one perplexing matter. Despite their brotherly bond, Brother Bing had not confided in him about becoming a realm walker. The realm does not possess a mechanism for erasure. If one so desires, they could even traverse the globe with a megaphone proclaiming the existence of the realm. Though few would believe it. Is there more? He inquired. Yes, but I am uncertain if it qualifies, Li Dongza pondered before inquiring. Does Lei Yibing have a habit of keeping a journal? In this day and age, who among the respectable individuals keeps a diary? A colleague in Hangzhou discovered a journal in his dormitory. His entries were infrequent, yet the night before his disappearance, he penned an entry while sending you a character card. Where is his journal? It remains in his university dormitory. The colleagues from the Hangzhou branch inspected it and deemed it of no significance. However, at my request, they captured photographs, which I now share with you. Li Dongza remarked, if I am not mistaken, tomorrow marks the 14th day since you emerged from the Xiling tunnel. Indeed, tomorrow is the deadline. I must either enter the spirit realm tonight or do so by tomorrow. Understood. The two concluded their conversation, and Zhang Yuanqing opened the messaging app, receiving a compressed file sent by Li Dongza. Upon extraction, he discovered over 30 images. Seated at his desk, Zhang Yuanqing examined the diary. It was true that the soldier's entries were sparse, sometimes weekly, occasionally monthly, and primarily consisted of trivial matters. Initially, Zhang Yuanqing read with great attention. But upon realizing the earlier entries held little value, he flipped to the last image. The content was succinct, just a few brief sentences. Zhang Yuanqing gazed intently at the screen of his phone, suddenly leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. The soldier indeed left me a clue. The next day, Zhang Yuanqing awoke at 9:30 in the morning. It appeared that the time to enter the spirit realm was today. After having breakfast, he donned a mask and a cap and took a taxi to Lei Yibing's residence. In his youth, he resided in a narrow alley known as Yinping's community. Established half a century ago, each building bore the patina of time, uniformly 6 stories tall, devoid of elevators, with tangled cables wrapped around the walls in disarray. Zhang Yuanqing alighted from the taxi and cast a casual glance. After more than a decade, aside from the fresh coat of paint on the exterior and the addition of a security booth at the entrance, nothing had changed. During his junior high years, rumors of impending demolition circulated, and the community waited patiently for nearly a decade, yet the shadow of a demolition crew remained elusive. Crossing the street, he purchased a bag of loquats, a pineapple, and 3 Cape mangoes from the fruit shop. Ascending the narrow staircase, he paused before the door of apartment 402 and rang the bell. After a moment, footsteps echoed from within, and the security door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s, astonishment etched on her face. Yuanzi? She exclaimed, her complexion wan, dark circles under her eyes, and her face gaunt. Aunt Zhou, I came to see you and Uncle Lei, Zhang Yuanqing replied with a gentle tone, suppressing a silent sigh. Aunt Zhou's gaze fell upon the fruits he carried, and a smile of relief graced her lips as she softly invited, come in. The apartment, a 2-bedroom layout of over 80 square meters, welcomed him. Zhang Yuanqing settled on the sofa in the living room, cradling the warm water poured by Aunt Zhou, listening to her somber recounting of events. Aunt Zhou, I believe the police will find Bingo, he offered in consolation. Your grandmother visited me a few days ago. She said Old Shen told her that no news is not necessarily bad news, and Zhou sighed, continuing, stay for lunch. No more, I have class later. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. In his childhood, he was inseparable from Bingo, often sharing a bed at night and frequently dining together. However, today he would soon enter the spiritual realm, thus he aimed to minimize his time outside. Aunt Zhou, I will spend some time in Bing Ji's room. Zhang Yuanqing did not forget the purpose of his visit. He pushed open the door to Bing Ji's bedroom, a modest space furnished with a double bed, wardrobe, desk, and television. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, finally pulling out a large cardboard box from beneath the bed. The contents of the box were eclectic. A little Tyrant gaming console, a Tyrannosaurus machine, a Peepa ball, a yo-yo, a telescope, water margin hero cards, a wooden top, a whistle, Dragon Ball comic books, and the scandalous history of Emperor Yang of Sui by Qi Dynasty. Each of these small toys held a story. For instance, the telescope reminded him of a time when there was a red light district nearby. As night fell, the salons would illuminate with enchanting lights, and the charming women would elegantly lounge on the sofas inside, their alluring curves visible even through the glass doors. On one occasion, while still in elementary school, Bingu had quietly approached him, claiming to have seen Zhang Yuanqing's uncle sneak into his salon. Skeptical, Zhang Yuanqing rushed to confront his uncle, who, upon hearing the news, was struck with alarm and handed him 20 yuan as a hush money. Later, while enjoying popsicles, Zhang Yuanqing and Bingum mused about the lucrative nature of such dealings. Thus, the two boys began to keep watch after school, but instead of encountering the uncle, they stumbled upon Bingji's father. The elder was equally taken aback and also provided them with a few coins as hush money. Subsequently, the old father and the uncle reformed their ways and were never apprehended again, until one day, Zhang Yuanqing pilfered his aunt's pocket money to purchase a telescope, surreptitiously observing from a distance. Thus, he earned another hush money. Consequently, the box preserved the childhood of Brother Bing and also encapsulated the youth of Zhang Yuanqing. He stared blankly at the toys of his childhood, only to feel the swift passage of time and the inevitable changes wrought by life. He then picked up the yonder history of Emperor Yang of Sui and flicked through its pages. Amidst the rustling sound of turning pages, a slip of paper fell out, inscribed with two densely packed strings of numbers. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled slowly, as if releasing a great weight from his heart. The numbers on the slip were a cipher comprehensible only to the two brothers. Influenced by his grandfather, Zhang Yuanqing had been enamored with police and crime films, detective-themed animations, and novels during his childhood, dreaming of becoming a formidable law enforcement officer. During his middle school years, there was an instance when he and Brother Bing read a renowned foreign detective novel, and from one of the cases, he derived the inspiration that the great detective Zhang Yuanqing and his assistant Abing must have a secret code. Thus, he devoted considerable effort to devise a system of ciphers. For instance, the first number corresponded to the line number, the second also to the line number, and the third to the page number, with 7 characters forming a group. The format of the second set of numbers was the reversal of the first. Their inaugural endeavor in this game was based on yonder history of Emperor Yang of Sui. The first line of numbers, 6203, a lifetime of two brothers. The second line of numbers, Yuanzi, find it, for I have left everything there. Chapter 46, the second awakening of the spiritual realm, finding it, I left everything behind. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at this phrase, remaining silent for a prolonged period. Brother Bing, you have truly presented me with a conundrum. With a sigh, Zhang Yuanqing redirected his focus to the clues. A lifetime, two brothers. This was Brother Bing's catchphrase during his sophomore year of high school. If it were merely an expression of sentiment, it would not have been embedded in a cipher. Lu Erling San. A string of numbers. Could it be a code? What does finding it refer to? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow in contemplation for an extended duration, massaging his temples in frustration. He felt as though he had gleaned numerous hints, yet simultaneously, it seemed as if he had acquired nothing at all. He silently lamented. However, this was in line with the conventions of detective fiction. To safeguard secrets from exposure, the assistant, Bing, had left clues comprehensible only to the great detective, Zhang Yuanqing, which would eventually reveal their significance once certain conditions were met. After all, the great detective was still quite inexperienced. The so-called everything should pertain to the Demon Lord character card that Brother Bing sent me, his disappearance, and the anomalies surrounding his university years. Given the gravity of a figure like the Demon Lord, one cannot help but wonder, what exactly is it? Zhang Yuanqing tore the note into pieces and exited the room, making his way to the bathroom. Gurgle. The toilet whisked away the shreds of paper. Uncle Lei was exceedingly busy with work, which served to somewhat numb his pain and alleviate the anguish of losing a child. This also underscored just how arduous life was for Aunt Shou, the housewife. Zhang Yuanqing bid farewell to Aunt Shou and departed from the Yinping community. While waiting for a ride-hailing service on the street outside the neighborhood, he pondered, this matter must not be disclosed to Shi Zhang and old CG. I must investigate it alone. The clues are limited, and there is no point in rushing. The most pressing concern now is the second spiritual realm mission. Advancement is of utmost importance. Zhang Yuanqing increasingly recognized the significance of strength. In a multi-person spiritual realm, if the scenario is not death type, it is likely to be punishment type. Failing the task results in a deduction of experience points. A single misstep could potentially lead to a regression in my abilities. The rewards are contingent upon the inherent difficulty level of the dungeon and the performance of the participants. Currently, my experience points stand at 52. I am uncertain whether the second spiritual realm will elevate me directly to level 2. Theoretically, such a leap is improbable. However, seasoned practitioners like Guanya and Li Dongza have remained stuck at level 2 and 3 for an extended duration, attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, The dungeons they entered were of a lower level and the tasks were not particularly challenging. Thus, the rewards do not reach the staggering heights of S level. Secondly, in multi-person dungeons, success is not guaranteed. One inevitably encounters subpar teammates who may cause point deductions. Zhang Yuanqing called out towards the balcony. No. I am exhausted from classes and do not wish to accompany him in singing and dancing. I heard that your aunt recently bestowed upon him a sum of money. Grandma, I visited my uncle's house. A moment of silence for a colleague who perished in the multi-person spirit realm. Upon clicking, I discovered a post detailing that a colleague from a certain division received a mission at the S-rank Jinshui amusement park. He informed his superior before entering, and thereafter. He has not emerged. It has now been over 24 hours since he entered the spirit realm. The past is bitter. I too must venture into the multi-person spirit realm soon, and I am filled with dread. Call me queen. It seems unlikely that a strategy will emerge in the short term, so I suppose one must rely on their own fortune. However, with so many multi-person realms, the chances of encountering such misfortune are slim. A long future, O queen, while the odds may be low, encountering it once guarantees doom. Moreover, S-rank spirit realms are exceedingly difficult to conquer. Dragging it out for a year or more could spell disaster for many. This news sparked considerable panic and discussion in the forum. The past is bitter. What a brilliant idea. With a vast number of adventurers. Many like the past is bitter, who are soon to enter the spirit realm, expressed their approval of this suggestion. In their eyes, genius players of the same tier hold greater importance than stewards or elders, as the latter cannot enter lower-level dungeons. The Yinshan Ghost School and the Xinfeng Reservoir have already been conquered, and while the Jinshui Amusement Park is a multi-person realm and open to all professions, its theoretical probability of being conquered is greater than that of the Night Wanderer's exclusive spirit realm. It is evident that a long future lacks mathematical understanding. Zhang Yuanqing browsed through the comments, eager to share his perspective. At that moment, he noticed a notification from the chat application, Wang Qian. An informant from the Jisha Palace had sent a message. Wang Qian inquired, "Can you procure the old version of the Jinshui Amusement Park Guide?" Zhang Yuanqing replied, "Will you be entering the spirit realm soon?" Wang Qian responded, "My next spirit realm is exclusive to musicians, and it won't be anytime soon. I wanted to inform you that if you could obtain the old version of the guide, it could yield a small fortune. What do you say?" The guides for spirit realm instances are considered strategic resources, foundational elements of the official organization, amassed through the blood, sweat, and tears of countless official practitioners. Zhang Yuanqing had never seen such a sum as 300,000. Wang Qian continued messaging, "I have a channel that is currently acquiring old guides. As you are a member of the official organization, if you can secure the old version, I can assist you in selling it for a profit of 73. I possess it." Wang Qian sent a question mark, indicating his confusion. Zhang Yuanqing replied, "I have an old version, but I won't sell it." Wang Qian asked, "Why not?" Zhang Yuanqing responded, "I do not wish to profit from such means." Wang Qian did not press further. It was evident that the original celestial lord came from a well-off background and maintained a commendable moral compass. This was a positive trait, as no one desired to engage with cold-hearted and malevolent individuals. Zhang Yuanqing then messaged, "How much is the new version of the Jinshui Amusement Park Guide worth?" He learned that an S-rank Spirit Realm instance guide commands an exorbitant price, yet lacks a standardized valuation, allowing for negotiation with potential buyers. However, he speculated that, given his level of access, he would likely not be privy to S-rank instance guides. "Wang Qian, I have a patient now. We shall converse later. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out, as I find myself in dire financial straits." Wang Qian has been struggling financially. The remuneration for doctors is meager, and ethical constraints severely limit opportunities for sudden wealth. After this exchange, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the for the Golden Water amusement park provided by Li Dongzi. He felt a budding interest in this. Exiting the chat application, he opened his email to download the attachment. Golden Water Amusement Park, Dimension ID, 6203, Difficulty Level, B. Type, Multiplayer, Punishment Type, Main Task, Experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Upon entering the dimension will prompt you regarding which attraction to engage in. The amusement park features a roller coaster, a pendulum ride, a pirate ship, a haunted house, a Ferris wheel, and a detective reasoning chamber. Most attractions test one's capacity for teamwork, with gameplay mechanics that involve. The most perilous is the haunted house's ghostly wedding, where the ghost bride selects the most handsome male player as her husband, resulting in the immediate elimination of the chosen individual. Thus, upon entering the haunted house, one must incessantly proclaim, I am an ugly monster. When all male players chant I am an ugly monster, the ghost bride will make a random selection, at which point looks will determine fate. Female players are the safest, as they can pass through this challenge effortlessly. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously reviewed the mechanics of each attraction and, upon encountering the ghostly wedding, mused that it merely entailed elimination. This ghost bride appeared far less menacing than the one in the trial task. Although the old version serves only as a reference and should not be relied upon, it is still invaluable for swiftly grasping the nuances of the. No wonder some individuals are willing to invest a staggering sum of 300,000 to acquire it. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly navigated the screen, pulling the document to the top. Jinshui Amusement Park, realm number 6203. Lu Erling-san. He was momentarily taken aback, remaining in a state of bewilderment for an extended period. Was it mere coincidence? Did Lu Erling-san refer to Jinshui Amusement Park? Did Brother Bing have connections there? No, that was implausible. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. The realms are allocated at random, making such a notion illogical. What if I never entered Jinshui Amusement Park? Then, Brother Bing's arrangements would be in vain, unless he could predict which realm I would enter. If my entry into any realm could be foreseen, then my realm tasks would not be random, and my venture into Xiling Tunnel would evoke a chilling sense of dread. A sudden shiver coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's spine. After dinner, Zhang Yuanqing promptly attended to his evening routine, drew the curtains, extinguished the lights, locked the door, and reclined on the grand bed, staring blankly at the digital clock on the bedside table. Before midnight, the realm task would undoubtedly arrive. He clutched 5 or 6 blue pills, feeling the passage of time crawl. After an indeterminate interval, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding, realm map initializing. Entering the realm in 60 seconds. You are entering the realm of Jinshui Amusement Park. Number 6203. Difficulty level S. Type multiplayer, death type. Main task, experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Note, non-realm items are prohibited from being brought in. Introduction to spiritual realm number 6203. One day, an indescribable figure arrived at the Golden Water Amusement Park. She was astonished to find such intriguing toys emerging after a prolonged slumber. Delighted, she indulged in every attraction and resolved not to dismantle the place. Before her departure, she instructed the spirits within the amusement park to seek out a young man named XXXX. Indeed, it was the Golden Water Amusement Park. Zhang Yuanqing felt as if 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind. With no time to ponder further, he swallowed a blue pill and dialed Guanya's number. According to protocol, he had to report the spiritual realm instance to inform his superiors and colleagues, especially during this sensitive period. The call connected swiftly, and Guanya exclaimed, "Every girl whose sweet dreams are disrupted deserves a grand feast as compensation. Tell Shizhong that I am about to enter the spiritual realm. The instance is Golden Water Amusement Park." What? Your multi-person spiritual realm is Golden Water Amusement Park? Hello, Yuan Sure? Hello. Chapter 47, Golden Water Amusement Park. In a high-end apartment near the Public Security Bureau in the Health and Wellness District, Guanya abruptly sat up on her bed adorned with zodiac figurines, the remnants of sleep dissipating in an instant. In the primordial realm, it is said that an ordinary spirit walker may never encounter an S-rank entity throughout their lifetime, or perhaps they might come across one fleetingly. A moment that could define their existence. Yet, this particular individual, having just survived a bug-level trial, swiftly plunged into a multiplayer S-rank challenge. What audacity lies in the name Primordial Celestial Venerable, a title not easily borne by the common folk. In a state of frantic urgency, Guanya abruptly ended the call and dialed Li Dong's number. "You won't call me after work," leaving me to speculate on what has transpired. Just as Li Dongzhe was about to showcase his wit, he was abruptly interrupted by Guanya's fervent announcement. "Primordial has entered the instance, Jinshui Amusement Park." What? Li Dongzhe's voice escalated, elegance abandoned. The sound of a clattering noise echoed, suggesting that he had hastily risen and collided with his desk, scattering items in his wake. Oh my God, he muttered repeatedly, his mind in disarray. Preparedness is paramount. Who would have thought he would truly enter an S-rank instance? Taking a deep breath, Li Dongzhe struggled to suppress the tumult of anxiety and impatience surging within him, along with an intense urge to curse in a most unrefined manner. He spoke softly, "I understand. I share your concerns, but there is little we can do to assist him. All we can offer is our prayers, beseeching for his resilience and awaiting the dawn. Conversely, if he does not emerge, it implies a grave fate within." This is also why the forum dares to declare that those official walkers have already perished. Understood. Guan Yu sighed softly and ended the call. With a forceful motion, she threw herself onto the plush bed, spreading her arms and legs in an expansive manner, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. The purple silk nightdress clung gracefully to her delicate figure, outlining the gentle curves of her body, with the hem barely grazing her thighs, revealing her long, smooth legs. How utterly vexing, she murmured softly. Li Dongzhe hung up the phone, remaining silent for a few moments before illuminating his smartphone screen to dial Colonel Fu's number. The young colonel had casually mentioned during the strategy discussion that if Yuanshi Tianzun entered the spiritual realm, he should be notified. Recently, Fu Qingyang had been overwhelmed by the incident involving the Black Wuchang, yet his ability to keep track of Yuanshi indicated the significance he placed on the matter. In the villa, on the open-air balcony, the relaxed and casual Ling Jun lounged on a single sofa, a laptop resting on his knees. He shifted his gaze from the screen to Fu Qingyang across from him, letting out a sigh. I heard from Elder Sun that the resurrected boss is the mountain goddess from the Xiling Tunnel Shrine. She has been rampaging through the Night Wanderer's spiritual realm, causing the powers of the high-ranking beings to leak into some lower-level dungeons, resulting in alterations to those dungeons. Alas, her ability to traverse the spiritual realm indicates that her level is far beyond what we had anticipated. Fu Qingyang cradled a tall wine glass in his hand, taking a sip of the crimson liquid before replying lightly. What is the Tai sect's plan for addressing this? I promptly conveyed the intelligence regarding the mountain shrine to Uncle Sun, so you should have been prepared already. Ling Jun shook his head, expressing that there was little they could do regarding the altered difficulty levels within the spiritual realm. They could only hope that the Night Wanderers would swiftly conquer the dungeon and provide strategies, for there were many talents within the Tai sect. And among the wild Night Wanderers, experts were not scarce. As for the mountain goddess of Sandao, it remained to be seen whether his father and the elders could encounter her in the spiritual realm to sever the source, or perhaps encounter a scene of equal caliber within the realm to maintain a balance. The phenomenon of bosses traversing different spiritual realms was exceedingly rare, yet not entirely unheard of. Many years prior, the authorities had observed a similar occurrence. This was also one of the factors contributing to the adjustments in the spiritual dungeon. Additionally, due to the rarity of such phenomena, the authorities speculated that traversing between realms required a considerable cost, although this hypothesis remained unverified. Regardless, he was merely a beast king. The affairs of the Night Wanderers did not pertain to him. Ling Jun shrugged. At that moment, a slender, shapely bunny girl approached, respectfully offering a phone while softly saying, "Young master, your call." The dandy sighed, lamenting, "Young master Qian is surrounded by flowers, embraced on all sides, evoking envy." Fu Qingyang ignored him, recognizing the call was from Li Dongzhe. His heart stirred, and he answered, "Speak." "Captain, Yuanshi has entered the Jinshui amusement park." Fu Qingyang's expression briefly registered shock before he swiftly regained his composure, responding in his usual tone, "Understood. Inform me by tomorrow morning." After ending the call, he furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of the Night Wanderer under his command venturing into Jinshui amusement park. Fu Qingyang cast a cold glance at him, inquiring, "How do you know he cannot emerge alive?" Ling Jun burst into hearty laughter. "Shall we make a wager?" Fu Qingyang fell silent. Ling Jun, not pressing the matter further, contemplated seriously. He has traversed the Xiling Tunnel and possesses experience in conquering S-rank missions, according to the matching mechanism of the spiritual realm. Such a traveler has a higher probability of being assigned to challenging dungeons. However, should he fail several times in a multiplayer dungeon, his rating will diminish. Alas, the Golden Water Amusement Park is a death-type scenario, leaving him no avenue for retreat. As the scene before him transitioned from obscurity to clarity, Zhang Yuanqing found himself standing in the plaza of the amusement park. His gaze was immediately drawn to the towering Ferris wheel, a colossal structure that rotated languidly, adorned with brilliant strands of light. Beneath the Ferris wheel lay an open bumper car arena, flanked on either side by a swinging pendulum and a pirate ship. Opposite the Ferris wheel loomed the serpentine steel tracks of a roller coaster, its empty carriage racing along the rails as if filled with passengers. His eyes gradually roamed across the amusement park, capturing sights of a carousel playing gentle melodies, a free-fall tower ascending and descending, and a haphazard arrangement of canopy-covered structures. He stood at the heart of the plaza, beneath a profound night sky. The amusement park radiated with dazzling splendor, its lights weaving a tapestry of dreamlike hues. Every attraction was in motion, music resonating, and though devoid of visitors, it felt as though throngs of people surrounded him. It was a paradox of solitude and liveliness, a blend of fantasy and terror. How beautiful! Zhang Yuanqing heard someone nearby murmuring softly. Turning towards the source of the voice, Zhang Yuanqing beheld a young girl, not yet of age, with long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite oval face was adorned with large, bright eyes that reflected the brilliant lights around them, resembling the most beautiful gemstones in existence. In an era where permed hair has become commonplace in every household, such natural, sleek black locks are indeed a rare treasure. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback by the girl's exceptional beauty, but did not linger over it for long, instead shifting his gaze towards the other few spirit realm travelers. There were 7 of them who had entered the Shencheng amusement park. At that moment, they surveyed their surroundings or gazed at the attractions, their expressions markedly grim. Zhang Yuanqing could empathize with their exasperation. Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, he spoke in a clear voice, "Esteemed companions, it is a pleasure to arrive at Shencheng amusement park. In the tasks that lie ahead, we shall confront dangers together. Thus, despite our brief acquaintance, we are indeed the closest of allies. Let us take a moment for introductions so we may familiarize ourselves with one another. I shall begin. I am Wang Tai, an experienced spirit realm traveler, having navigated 4 solo realms and 7 group realms, and I have successfully conquered an A-level dungeon. An S-level one. I am quite curious to see how challenging it truly is." His calm demeanor and confident tone seemed to resonate with the others, alleviating the anxiety that had taken hold of their hearts. In times like these, a self-assured companion can provide a profound sense of security. Zhang Yuanqing was adept in the art of social interaction and understood how to enliven the atmosphere and foster camaraderie. He chose to introduce only his name, omitting his profession. Mindful of the sensitivity surrounding such matters, mentioning one's profession in introductions could lead to reluctance from those who are particularly guarded. Those who can enter the S-level spiritual realm are certainly not novices. United in purpose, we shall undoubtedly prevail. It is of little consequence. I am known as the Fire Demon. The speaker was a slender youth with fiery red hair, his sharp, small eyes and slanted brows imparting an impression of impatience and brusqueness. This must be the Fire Master, the crowd collectively mused. A man clad in black trousers and a black hoodie bore a somber expression, introducing himself with a hint of detachment. "Hebo. I am Xiaolingxi." A girl with long, straight hair, her voice soft and sweet, a smile gracing her lips, exuding innocence. A middle-aged man, seemingly awkward and taciturn, raised his hand slightly. His demeanor hesitant as he declared, "I am ashamed to be a father." "What? While it is true that spiritual realm IDs can be quite eccentric, your name, uncle, is rather remarkable," Zhang Yuanqing thought, observing the bewildered expressions of the others. "What sort of name is that?" muttered a young man in tight pants and loafers, before raising his chin and proclaiming loudly, "I am known as the Great Sage equal to heaven. You may simply call me the Sage." Everyone turned to the final companion, a mature woman, aged between 30 and 35, with a voluptuous figure, fiery red lips, and alluring eyes. She was undeniably captivating. The Fire Demon and the Great Sage frequently stole glances at her, while the somber Hebo observed the earnest ashamed to be a father with a dark expression. She smiled enchanting, saying, "I am Shisher." Her gaze lingered on Zhang Yuanqing, a playful sparkle in her eyes as she added, "Little brother, will you take care of me? You are older than my aunt, Shisher, with such an ostentatious name. Are you not afraid of being unable to uphold it?" Zhang Yuanqing mused internally, yet wore a face brimming with boldness. "Rest assured, we are comrades, and all are in the same boat." At the same time, he gained a preliminary understanding of this woman's style. She was adept at leveraging her gender advantage. Following the self-introduction, the initial sense of unfamiliarity that lingered among the crowd began to wane. Seizing the opportunity to take the lead, Zhang Yuanqing proposed, "The S-level dungeon is fraught with peril. Before the impending danger unfolds, shall we engage in a discussion?" No one opposed his suggestion. With a captivating glance, Shisher inquired softly, "Are there any members from the official organization present? I have heard that unusual occurrences have transpired at Shencheng Amusement Park, altering the difficulty level. If only we had access to the old strategies." Chapter 48. S-level difficulty. The trust among us still feels insufficient. Is it reluctance to reveal one's official identity? Or is it that, apart from myself, none of the other participants possess an official background? As Zhang Yuanqing contemplated whether to provide a hint, he heard the cold-toned voice of Yibo, clad in a black hoodie, stating, "We have been within the spiritual realm for several minutes now, and no notifications have been issued. This signifies that to succeed, we must rely solely on ourselves. If anyone possesses information, it would be best not to withhold it. We are all in this together. Xiangxi raised her hand slightly and whispered, I have some information regarding the old version of the dungeon. The content introduced by the spiritual realm has changed. Is she a member of the official organization? Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the young girl. Upon hearing this, the River Lord furrowed his brow. The introduction to the spiritual realm has changed. I believe I understand the reason behind the alterations in the difficulty of the Golden Water Amusement Park. Does anyone recall the content of the introduction? I seem to have forgotten, muttered the red-haired fire demon, scratching his head. She sure glanced at him, quietly distancing herself, and softly laughed. An indescribable being has arrived here. It is she who has altered the difficulty level of the Golden Water Amusement Park. She instructed the spirits within the park to search for someone whose name consists of 4 characters. Who could that be? Regrettably, as a father, someone interjected. I feel that the identity of this person is not crucial. They are likely just part of the background story. What truly matters is whether the spirits within the amusement park have gained extraordinary strength due to the influence of this being, leading to the elevation of the park's difficulty to S rank. The Monkey King, dressed in tight-fitting pants and a small suit, brightened up. I find that reasoning compelling, uncle. You are indeed quite astute. The River Lord nodded slightly, acknowledging the middle-aged man's insight. Then we should avoid attractions with terrifying elements and select simpler facilities to mitigate risk. He turned to Xiangxi and inquired, Are you familiar with the detailed strategies of the previous version? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to preemptively disclose the outdated information before the young girl could, lest he lose his voice in the conversation. However, at that moment, a chime resonated in his mind, recalling the alert from the spiritual realm. Due to your outstanding performance just now, you have triggered a hidden mission. You are appointed as the team leader. Be advised, there is an evil entity concealed within your ranks. Ensure that your team comprises no fewer than 3 members. Or face punishment. Current level experience reset to 0. Caution, please keep your identity concealed. Could there truly be a hidden mission? A curse flitted through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, while his heart plummeted. The perils within the dungeon were manifold, and with a werewolf lurking among the team, the difficulty escalated dramatically. My hidden task is to ensure the membership remains at a minimum of 3, thus, it can be inferred that the objective of this malevolent being is to reduce our numbers to fewer than 3, or even to annihilate us entirely. To guarantee a successful clearance, it would be prudent to unmask and eliminate the villain in advance. However, I cannot substantiate my identity, and the trust among team members is precariously low. There exists a considerable risk that my attempts may backfire, leading to accusations of being the wolf myself. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming sense of distrust towards everyone, even the sweet girl named Xiangxi, who suddenly seemed to him like a wolf in human guise. Wait, the Jinshui Amusement Park is a multi-person spiritual realm, open to all professions. Could there be an evil profession among the team? If there are no evil professions within the group, this course of action would directly pit me against my teammates, rendering further participation futile. Thus, I find myself tasked with guiding the team to complete the project while simultaneously identifying the malevolent entity. Truly, it is worthy of being an S-rank multiplayer spiritual realm. Equally challenging as the Mountain God Temple, yet in a different sense of difficulty. Even before the instance commenced, a weighty apprehension settled upon Zhang Yuanqing's heart. I am aware of the strategies from the previous version, though not every detail is etched in my memory, said Xiangxi. Oh dear, little sister. You are remarkable. You must be a member of the official organization. May I accompany you? She sure, one excessively innocent, the other harboring ulterior motives. Zhang Yuanqing quietly scrutinized the 2 women. The Hebo, clad in a black hoodie, cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuanqing, inquiring, What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing responded, My preliminary assessment indicates that the facilities enhanced in difficulty incorporate supernatural elements. Thus, other aspects may remain relatively unchanged. Consequently, we can select a facility of minimal difficulty based on the previous strategies. A flicker of approval emerged in Hebo's somber expression as he nodded, stating, That is precisely my sentiment. You are indeed an experienced player of multiple spiritual realms. He then turned to the group. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd unanimously nodded, appearing devoid of independent thought. Hebo then asked, Young lady, which facility do you believe we should experience? Xiangxi pursed her lips, her sparkling eyes glancing about before she pointed to the undulating steel track resembling a dragon, declaring, That one looks the simplest. Upon seeing the roller coaster, A collective jolt ran through the crowd, and Shisha forced a smile, asking, "Why?" The method to conquer the previous version was quite straightforward. Simply board the ride. Close your eyes throughout, and once the roller coaster completes its 3 circuits, the experience concludes. The young man, known as the Great Sage, raised his gaze towards the towering steel tracks, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Pointing towards the nearby carousel, he inquired, "What about this? I believe it appears quite safe." Xiaolingxi shook her head, her expression solemn as she replied, "The carousel is only suitable for children. If adults were to ride it, they would find themselves unable to disembark. While there may not be any tangible danger, it will continue to spin indefinitely. Is it a guaranteed demise if one ascends?" The Great Sage stepped back silently, choosing not to speak further. "If there are no objections, let us opt for the roller coaster," Hebo remarked, his tone indifferent. Suddenly, he scoffed, "I cannot vouch for the intelligence of those who would fit in Jinshui amusement park, but I am certain none are fools." Hebo seemed to be subtly vying for dominance in the conversation, though Xiaolingxi appeared naive at first glance. One must wonder if those who achieve S rank possess such simplicity. She sure had been probing the identities of others from the beginning. Her alluring demeanor might very well be a fade. As a father, he presented himself as earnest and trustworthy. Yet his ability to incisively discern the presence of supernatural elements revealed a depth that contradicted his outward simplicity. The Great Sage was somewhat timid and a bit lecherous, lacking any remarkable traits, yet he was not a troublemaker. Among this group, I perceived the greatest safety in the fire demon, provided he could indeed be confirmed as a fire master. Conversely, should that not be the case, he would pose the greatest threat. Zhang Yuanqing contemplated the characteristics of his companions, raised his hand, and concurred, "I have no objections, let us proceed with the roller coaster." Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually relinquished some of his initiative, no longer taking the lead in every matter, yet still maintaining a certain level of activity. He had perused the guide and was aware that Xiaolingxi had not spoken falsely. The roller coaster, while appearing perilous, was in fact the simplest of attractions. Of course, whether the roller coaster's operation remained unchanged was uncertain, but could it be that the other facilities had not undergone any alterations? "I have no objections." "I too harbor no dissent." "Very well, regardless of what we engage in, it is all in the spirit of enjoyment." Upon reaching a decision, the group made their way to the roller coaster, navigating through the passageway as indicated by the signs, entering the building beneath the tracks. It was a modest hall. To the left of the entrance were lockers, and to the right was a ticket booth. As the group stepped into the hall, a notification from the realm of spirits echoed in their ears. "Ding! You have received a roller coaster experience ticket. Please reach the upper level within 5 minutes. Superfluous matters." Zhang Yuanqing instinctively reached for the blue pill in his pocket, relieved to find it still there. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, he heard the fire mage exclaim in alarm, "The inventory cannot be opened." Panic ensued among the crowd as they immediately attempted to summon their inventories, only to discover that this function appeared to be non-existent. The Monkey King's voice trembled. My skills are also unusable. What about you all?" Zhang Yuanqing's heart sank abruptly. Instinctively, he attempted to invoke Night Wonder, yet the power of the Taiyin was firmly sealed within him. Each individual made their own attempts, and indeed, they had all lost their skills. This phenomenon cast a heavy pall over the spirit realm travelers. Without their abilities, how were they any different from ordinary people? At this moment, the fatherly figure remarked, "While active skills cannot be utilized, our passive abilities remain intact, and our physical condition has not diminished. Now that we are here, let us proceed." Zhang Yuanqing was the first to ascend the stairs. The group, burdened with a heavy sense of foreboding, made their way up to the rooftop, where a platform awaited them, adorned with 2 iron tracks. Upon these tracks lay a pair of twin-seated roller coasters, silently beckoning. The team gazed at the roller coasters, enveloped in silence, none daring to voice their thoughts. Sighing, Zhang Yuanqing realized it was time for him, as the captain of the Chinese team, to set an example, aligning with the persona he had initially portrayed. "The last time I rode a roller coaster was during my school days. I always relished sitting in the front row," he declared with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he took his place in the front row and fastened his seatbelt. A collective sigh of relief spread through the others as they began to board. "I have a fear of heights," Shisha lamented, feigning a pitiful demeanor, hesitating between Zhang Yuanqing and Hebo. In that moment of indecision, the strikingly long-haired Xiaolingxi swiftly claimed the seat beside Zhang Yuanqing. Leaving Shisha with no choice but to settle for Hebo, Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at her, to which she responded with a sweet smile. Once everyone had secured their seatbelts, Qi in the second row calmly advised, "Remember to keep your eyes closed. No matter what happens, do not open them. Of course, if anyone wishes to test the rules with their life, I welcome that too." "Your words are rather unpalatable," Fire Demon retorted with a pout. The somewhat timid Qi Dynasty seemed to have been ostracized, sitting alone in the fourth row. At that moment, the track was electrified, and a thud resonated from beneath the carriage as the roller coaster began to move slowly. He shut his eyes, savoring the sensation of the car crawling along the rails. Initially at a leisurely pace, seemingly ascending a steep slope. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the ride halted momentarily. The next instant, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness engulfed him, accompanied by the fierce rush of wind and a small gasp from Zhang Yuanqing's body tensed, attuned to the sounds around him, silently counting the seconds. After approximately 2 minutes, the speeding roller coaster gradually decelerated and eventually came to a standstill. Exhaling silently, he suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. A chill ran down his spine as he turned to look, his pupils constricting in horror. Seated in the second row, Qi was devoid of his head, his neck eerily empty. In the third row, the Fire Demon, his face smeared with blood, trembled as he cradled his severed head in his hands, his voice quivering. It's useless. Keeping my eyes closed is futile." Qi tightly shut his eyes, his expression serene, seemingly impervious to any pain. A wave of cold dread surged within the group. Chapter 49. A desperate situation? Are the rules of closing one's eyes rendered ineffective? Has the amusement park's transformation into an S-rank altered the regulations of its attractions? The crowd gazed at Qi lifeless body and the head cradled by the Fire Demon, their faces etched with profound dread. As the roller coaster came to a halt, the Six Realm Wanderers simultaneously received a notification. Next round begins in, for 58:20. In 5 minutes, the next round would commence. Seated in the last row, the Monkey King gazed at the headless corpse of the river god ahead, his expression taut with tension. If the rule of closing one's eyes is rendered ineffective, then in the next round, there may still be casualties among us. We must swiftly ascertain the rules. Have any of you made any discoveries? The Fire Demon, still haunted by fear, tossed his head out of the car and irritably turned to shout. With our eyes shut the entire time, who could have discerned the rules? The father, burdened by a frown, replied, "If the rule of closing one's eyes has indeed changed, we must rediscover the regulations, otherwise there will be further fatalities in the upcoming 2 rounds. Qi bit her fiery red lips, reflecting, "Since we decided to board the roller coaster, I have been vigilant along the way, yet I have found no valuable clues or information. The absence of clues and information signifies an inability to devise a targeted strategy, leaving us with no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary trial and error method." However, the cost of trial and error. The Monkey King's countenance darkened. An S-rank realm should not provide clear and explicit passage information. If it were that simple, could it still be deemed S-rank? Xialingxi pondered for a moment before sharing her thoughts. "I apologize. It is my fault. We were misled by the outdated strategy, missing an opportunity to seek the rules." Tears glimmered in her eyes, and she appeared utterly remorseful, radiating an aura of profound guilt. The Monkey King, in a flurry of words, reassured, "It matters not. It matters not. Speaking of this now is futile. A lack of information does not equate to a lack of solutions. While we still have time, let us deliberate." He paused before continuing. "If the rules of closing one's eyes have indeed shifted, then 2 possibilities arise. Firstly, the rules of the roller coaster have transformed into a deadly game, exemplified by the demise of the River Lord. Secondly, we, with our eyes shut, have missed the opportunity to observe." Shisher's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if gazing at him with respect. "Thus, we must not close our eyes any longer." Zhang Yuanqing listened intently to his companion's discourse, his thoughts drifting far away. First, he dismissed the notion of supernatural elements. Although his active skills were sealed, as a night wanderer, his sensitivity to spiritual entities remained intact. If malevolent spirits were afoot within the amusement park, he would certainly sense their presence. As it stands, the roller coaster remained a tricycle. Since this aspect had not changed, what could have prompted the alteration of the rule regarding closed eyes? Perhaps it is not the rules that are murderous. A jolt of realization struck Zhang Yuanqing, leading him to ponder a sinister possibility. Could it be that a nefarious individual lurked within their ranks, a villain poised to strike? But how could he or she execute such a deed? At that moment, ashamed to be a father turned to the Fire Demon and suddenly inquired, "When the River Lord perished, why did you not alert us? Why wait until the ride came to a halt to speak?" The Fire Demon raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man, maintaining his simple and earnest demeanor, calmly replied, "I am merely curious." The fire demon glared at him and exclaimed, "Of course I felt it. It landed right in my embrace. But could I utter a word? Dare to open my eyes? What if I were to speak and the next to perish as me, regretful as a father?" He fell silent. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "When did he die? Or rather, when did the head fall into your arms?" Without hesitation, the fire demon replied, "It was during the descent of the second slope." Zhang Yuanqing immediately turned to Shi, asking, "You were right beside him. Did you sense anything amiss?" Shi shook her head. I suffer from acrophobia, and I was terrified, so I did not pay attention to the commotion around me." Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow deeply. Given the arrangement of their seats, the most likely suspects were Shi, the fire demon, and the regretful father, setting aside the fact that the two could easily notice him. The momentum of the roller coaster could have flung him away. Thus, her likelihood was diminished. As for himself, being able to capture sound allowed him to pinpoint the culprit directly. He mulled over these scenarios while waiting patiently. At last, they boarded the ride. And as the two-person roller coaster began its slow ascent, Zhang Yuanqing shut his eyes, blocking out all visual stimuli. Yet, sounds persisted. He detected the heartbeats and breaths of the 7 individuals. Then came Shisher's sharp gasp as the roller coaster plunged straight down, roaring towards the second peak. It was at that moment that a heartbeat from the back row ceased. "Oh, what happened to you?" Xiaolingxi exclaimed in shock. Staring in disbelief at her companion, blood streaming from his nostrils. The other members ceased their debate, all eyes turned towards them. It's nothing. Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, wiping away the blood from his nose, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, and chuckled, "I have had a habit of nosebleeds since childhood, particularly upon encountering beautiful maidens." Upon hearing this, Xiaolingxi felt a hint of shyness. She cast a skeptical glance at him, while the middle-aged man, feeling ashamed as a father, merely shot him a fleeting look. In the back, the Monkey King seized the opportunity to steal a few glances at Xiaolingxi's face and Shisher's bosom. Zhang Yuanqing maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he was cursing. The silent, stealthy act of beheading was rather terrifying. It was imperative to devise a method to halt this. After one round of slaughter, only 4 individuals remained in the group. With at least one more entertainment event to come, how could they possibly continue? Arriving at this juncture would almost certainly spell doom. Whether the perpetrator was a villain or merely the rules of the roller coaster, the outcome remained unchanged. The more Zhang Yuanqing pondered, the more anxious he became. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Every person bore suspicion, including Xiaolingxi beside him and the Monkey King at the rear. His gaze swept over the crowd. Xiaolingxi, frowning in contemplation, her countenance troubled, the silent middle-aged man, the Monkey King, whose eyes betrayed a hint of panic, and the irate fire demon. In that moment, he felt as if these individuals were all performing, each harboring ulterior motives. The peril of this scenario stemmed not only from the entertainment facility, but also from the internal strife among the Lingjing practitioners. Within his heart, Yuanshi Tianzuan grumbled. Simultaneously, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why was it the river god who had perished? The malevolent fiends perpetrate their random acts of murder. Yet there may lie deeper motives. Suppose I were a werewolf, granted a singular opportunity to kill indiscriminately. Whom would I choose? This contemplation led Zhang Yuanqing to a chilling realization. The most astute member of the group must be eliminated. Such a notion implies that I would be the next victim. A shiver coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's spine. Chapter 50. The captain's authority. Now that the river god has perished, it is unequivocal that he is the next target. Meanwhile, Shi, with a hint of urgency, implored, "Only a minute remains. Hasten your decision. What shall we do next? Shall we keep our eyes closed? Or shall we open them?" Xiaolingxi timidly raised her hand, suggesting, "Perhaps we should vote?" The fire demon declared loudly, "I choose to open my eyes. I refuse to endure the horror of another head rolling into my lap, or the inexplicable loss of a comrade's head. If we open our eyes, we may still hold a glimmer of hope, perhaps even deduce the underlying rules." She cast an expectant glance at Zhang Yuanqing, but upon seeing his silence, she conceded. "I too believe that opening our eyes is preferable. The sensation of having them closed is utterly dreadful." The father, burdened by his paternal instincts, remained silent for a few moments before conceding, "I am in agreement." Xiaolingxi added, "I concur as well." Observing the situation, the great sage realized that his vote had become inconsequential. "It appears I have no choice left. To open our eyes? If the rules of this deadly game have indeed shifted, that would be one matter, but if As I suspect, it is the malevolent fiends who are committing these murders. Have you all contemplated the consequences of opening your eyes? A chill of apprehension enveloped Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He nearly confessed the truth about the traitor among the team. Yet the realm had provided a warning, urging him to conceal his identity. This was both a safeguard for the malevolent individual and a protection for the captain. After all, this was not a game from reality where everyone initially knows the wolf and must seek it out. Given that the team was hastily assembled, how could one simply trust what was said? The concealment of identities was evidently a balancing mechanism of the scenario, recklessly revealing it could trigger a punitive response. However, they could not be allowed to proceed unchecked, for losing was not an option. An idea occurred to me, albeit fraught with peril. Zhang Yuanqing no longer hesitated and spoke gravely. Is there a possibility, if I may suggest, that if the rule of closing one's eyes remains unchanged? Have you considered the consequences? In the previous round, only one river god perished, and there are still 2 rounds to come. At worst, 2 more could fall. The choice between total annihilation and the loss of 2 individuals is clear, I believe. Silence enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere tense. Observing the lack of dissent, Zhang Yuanqing felt a slight relief and continued, I have another suggestion. Shi Shi's eyes lit up. What is it? Select one individual to remain on the platform as an observer, while the others close their eyes and ride the roller coaster. This way, there would be a watchful eye, and those on the ride would be spared from peril, thus averting the risk of total destruction. The group paused, and the fire demon furrowed his brow, irritatedly stating, the scenario's information indeed does not mandate that we experience the facilities together, but it also does not imply that we can. You must understand what this entails in terms of risk. The realm will not explicitly lay out all the rules for you to follow step by step. Such leniency is hardly to be expected. For instance, the information provided is to form a team, yet it fails to disclose the consequences of not doing so. Perhaps nothing will happen, or perhaps separation from the group could lead to demise. I am aware of this. Zhang Yuanqing spoke slowly, declaring, therefore, I shall bear this risk. I will remain. Upon finishing his words, he fixed an intense gaze upon his companions, for at that moment, anyone who opposed him would be deemed a murderer. I have no objections. Neither do I. Young man, we are counting on you. Wang Tai exercised caution. No one voiced dissent. The perpetrator proved to be more astute than I had anticipated. Observing the situation, Zhang Yuanqing let out a resigned sigh inwardly. Unbuckling his safety belt and stepping off the roller coaster. If staying posed a risk, then the murderer in this round effectively had the power to eliminate 2 individuals. Thus, in the face of overwhelming agreement, choosing to go with the flow was a prudent course of action, illustrating the cleverness of the assailant. However, for Zhang Yuanqing, remaining, despite the peril, was a certainty of death if he remained seated on the ride. At that moment, the countdown concluded, and with a resounding thud, the roller coaster began to move slowly. Zhang Yuanqing's body tensed as he remained vigilant against potential dangers lurking nearby, his sharp gaze fixated upon the roller coaster's gradual ascent. Sound offered no feedback, yet the visuals certainly would. Should the murderer dare to strike, he would immediately resurrect old grievances, exposing the perpetrator. He did not believe that the murderer could kill by mere thought, as such an act would disrupt the balance of the mechanism. Once the roller coaster reached its apex, it suddenly plunged downward, executing a free fall, causing the beauty aboard to emit a sharp scream. With a thunderous roar, as the roller coaster came to a halt, the team members swiftly opened their eyes, their expressions tense as they surveyed their surroundings. No one has died. This time there are no casualties. Shi Shi exclaimed in surprise. The others wore expressions of joy, their previously tense faces relaxing. Xiaolingxi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, have you observed anything unusual? The team members immediately turned their gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing, their eyes filled with anticipation. As I suspected, it is not the rules that are lethal, but rather the murderer. Zhang Yuanqing replied, I saw nothing. He subtly hinted to his teammates. Since the rule of keeping one's eyes closed remains unchanged, how did the river god perish? Use your intellect to ponder. Upon hearing this, the team members fell silent, deep in thought. For the next 5 minutes, they displayed an unusual quietness, refraining from conversation or debate, and subsequently completed the 3rd round under Zhang Yuanqing's watchful gaze. Finally, it is over. Shi Shi eagerly unfastened her safety belt and leaped off the roller coaster with long strides, almost as if fleeing. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her and, once the remaining teammates had disembarked, he cheerfully remarked, now it is my turn. Please wait here for a moment. The roller coaster decelerated and came to a stop on the rooftop platform. Zhang Yuanqing unbuckled his safety belt and rejoined the waiting teammates. As his feet touched the concrete ground, a sudden sense of relief and fatigue washed over him, as if he had narrowly escaped a great disaster. Finally, they had completed an amusement ride, with only one teammate lost, a manageable loss. Alas, it was nearly a total collapse. S-level tasks are exceedingly challenging, Zhang Yuanqing mused. Feeling weary, the moment he saw the others wearing equally exhausted expressions, he felt an instant sense of balance. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing received a notification in his mind. You have completed the initial task, roller coaster, successfully activating the heart-pounding task series. The attractions in this series include the roller coaster, the haunted house, morning marriage, and the detective mystery pavilion. Please proceed to the second location within half an hour. Ghosts, haunted houses. Hearing the notification echo in his mind, Zhang Yuanqing's expression instantly stiffened. Xiaolingxi, the enchanting beauty, the middle-aged man, the fire demon, and the Monkey King also gradually lost their smiles. The roller coaster was part of the heart-pounding series, which included a haunted house. Zhang Yuanqing abruptly turned his gaze towards the long-haired girl. Simultaneously, another notification resounded in his mind. Ding! You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You now have the opportunity to exercise your authority as captain. Please identify the evil person hidden among your teammates. The designated individual will face annihilation. Failure to make a choice within 30 seconds will result in forfeiture of this opportunity. Chapter 51. Underground Parking Lot. Designating a culprit, annihilation. Listening to the notification by his ear, Zhang Yuanqing maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though an epiphany struck him internally. He had previously found it perplexing that the mission assigned him the role of captain yet required him to keep it a secret, forbidding him from exposing a traitor. What significance did such a captaincy hold? Now, it became clear, the captain's authority lay in this very situation. Who should he eliminate? Zhang Yuanqing's mind raced with possibilities as he swiftly narrowed down his focus to 3 individuals, Xiaolingxi, the fire demon, and the enchanting beauty. Among these 3, he most desired to target the long-haired girl. Although she is a delicate beauty that evokes sympathy, upon hearing that the subsequent experiences include a haunted house, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but feel an impulsive desire to eliminate her. Yet, this was merely a fleeting whim. The previous guide did not mention any series of events. Or at least, it was not documented. This change must have arisen after the difficulty adjustment at Jingshui Amusement Park. It is likely that Xiaolingxi is unaware of this as well. Given the S-grade difficulty of the spiritual realm, perhaps regardless of the entertainment facilities we choose to experience, we will inevitably end up in the haunted house. It is inescapable, with only the sequence of the haunted house differing. Currently, the information is scant, making it nearly impossible to unearth the malevolent perpetrator. Half intuition and half speculation yield little confidence. If we misidentify the culprit, we risk losing a teammate in vain, thus placing ourselves at a disadvantage. However, should we choose an action, the next victim would undoubtedly be me. Perhaps fortune would favor us and reveal the murderer. Caught in a dilemma, I am torn between embarking on a daring gamble based on instinct or adopting a cautious approach to observe further. Each option carries its own risks. Since, as the captain, I cannot make a decisive choice, I ponder the thoughts of the traitor, who may very well be the malevolent force at this moment. Zhang Yuanqing resolves to approach the problem from a different perspective. His hidden task should be to commit murder. Yet it remains uncertain whether he is aware of the captain's presence. I shall set this consideration aside for now. Earlier, I noted a lack of abnormalities. And the unchanged guide while my eyes were closed serves as a clear indication. The murderer is not foolish. He must be aware of my suspicions regarding a traitor within our ranks. Consequently, he will proceed with caution, seeking the opportune moment to eliminate me. The timing of this opportunity is of utmost significance. The character identities are concealed missions, not primary quests. And the murderer must also consider that acting too hastily could heighten his own risks in subsequent tasks. The haunted amusement park is classified as an S-level difficulty. Zhang Yuanqing does not believe that the nefarious intentions of the villain are merely to reduce the number of team members. If it were that simple, it would not warrant an S-level classification. Continuing along this line of reasoning, upon realizing the inevitability of the daunting supernatural tasks, the murderer is unlikely to resort to frequent killings, for he requires allies, requires expendable pawns, and I, demonstrating a certain competence, am a commendable candidate. Thus, the opportune moment to assassinate me should arise after clearing the haunted house, or perhaps during the process. These are merely my conjectures, yet to be validated. And I shall use the underground parking lot to probe him. With half an hour remaining until the next task, I seized this opportunity to conduct another reconnaissance. Having clarified my thoughts, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to relinquish his captaincy for this occasion. Damn, in the end, I still cannot evade the haunted house. In the plaza, the fire demon, having received a supernatural alert, found his composure unraveling as he glared furiously at the delicate young girl. Damn it, you're going to get me killed. Xiangxi pouted her lips, feeling wronged, and replied, I didn't want this either. I am uncertain as to why the S-level spirit realm has transformed in this manner, for I have never visited it before. The fire demon, in a fit of agitation, tugged at his fiery red hair and cursed, had I known. I would not have heeded your advice. This is a chaotic situation. The haunted house is undoubtedly perilous. What was the strategy from the previous version? I believe we should deliberate as a group. Xiangxi shook her head. I am unaware. There are too many attractions in the amusement park, and I only remember a portion. Unaware? Do you think I would believe such a preposterous claim? Do you take me for a mere child? The fire demon exploded in wrath. Why are you being so fierce? Xiangxi's eyes brimmed with tears. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Likely still a high school student. After being yelled at by the fire demon, she looked both wronged and innocent, on the verge of tears. Enough. A rare assertiveness emanated from the simple and earnest middle-aged man as he intervened to halt their quarrel. He gazed calmly at the fire demon, stating, no one can possibly comprehend the amusement park after the difficulty has changed. This is not her fault. Furthermore, the decision to ride the roller coaster was the result of a collective vote. The middle-aged man's reasoning was sound, yet the fire demon, consumed by anger, refused to heed his counsel, glaring fiercely, I am speaking. What business is it of yours to play the moralist here? It is not a matter of playing the moralist. I merely wish for you to cease your tirade. Should you be unwilling to do so, I can assist you. The seemingly honest and unassuming middle-aged man's eyes momentarily flashed with menace. Zhang Yuanqing, recognizing the need to intervene, quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, and cheerfully remarked, let us all remain calm. If this dispute continues, half an hour will have passed in no time. Dear sir, please do me a favor. Once we conquer the Golden Water Amusement Park, I shall treat you to a drink. Brother Hua, feel free to seek me out after leaving the spirit realm. I am from Yancheng, where the white-cut chicken is unparalleled, tender and succulent, truly delightful. His playful banter lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Poemo and the middle-aged man deftly sidestepped the matter at hand. The six of them followed the signposts, departing from the square and traversing the dazzling amusement park. A gentle breeze wafted through, while the inky sky loomed like an endless black swan curtain, devoid of stars or moonlight. The fantastical and radiant lights of the amusement park served as the sole source of illumination in this realm. The unoccupied roller coaster thundered along its track. The swinging pendulum and pirate ship oscillated relentlessly. The carousel turned slowly to the joyous strains of music. Driverless bumper cars careened wildly across the arena, colliding with one another. The atmosphere shifted abruptly from a fairy tale dream to something sinister. Along the way, silence reigned among the team. A palpable tension hanging in the air as they maintained a certain distance from one another, neither drawing too close nor straying too far. Clearly, they had begun to grasp my insinuations and were starting to harbor doubts regarding the river god's demise. I would need to test them one by one. Alas, concealing my identity proved to be a vexing challenge. Zhang Yuanqing had long ceased to care about whether his role as captain would be uncovered, for it held little significance. In the face of wicked adversaries, once the opportunity arose, he would be the first to be eliminated, without a moment's hesitation. He strode briskly towards Xiangxi and inquired, Lingxi, are you a high school student? Where are you from? I hail from Jiangnan province. I am Wang Tai, and I am in my senior year. What a coincidence. I am a student at Jiangnan University. Shall we exchange phone numbers? Once we navigate through the Jinshui amusement park, I can assist you with your homework and provide personalized tutoring. That sounds great, but do you have a boyfriend? Why do you ask? If you have a boyfriend, it would be inconvenient for me to offer you private lessons. Oh, why is that? Sister Shisher, what is your occupation? I am a nurse. A nurse? The kind that wears a uniform and administers injections? Zhang Yuanqing made an expression of admiration. I hold the white-clad angels in the highest regard. Shisher's eyes sparkled seductively as she replied, actually, there is no need for such reverence. I prefer men who are wild and a bit rough. Someone to completely take charge of me. Zhang Yuanqing paused for a moment, then smiled. Perhaps we could share a bed sometime. He then approached the middle-aged man, who appeared regretful as a father, and casually remarked, Sir, do you have a daughter? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and grunted in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanqing, filled with curiosity, asked, "Your relationship with your daughter must be quite strained, am I right?" The man's earnest face suddenly darkened, and he coldly replied, "That's none of your business." Apologies. Distancing himself from the middle-aged man, he swiftly caught up with the auburn-haired youth, who appeared gaunt and wiry, with small, sharp eyes and slanted brows, exuding an air of impatience and rudeness. After exchanging a few flattering remarks, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the fire demon smile. Realizing that this young man had a pleasant way with words and was willing to engage in conversation. When Zhang Yuanqing inquired about his opinions on their teammates, the fire demon bluntly remarked, "These teammates are quite peculiar. The young girl feigns helplessness throughout, while the voluptuous woman seems available to anyone. Yet, when I asked her on the roller coaster platform if she wanted to indulge, she ignored me entirely. That older man appears the least trustworthy. He is utterly useless." Turning to Wang Tai, he added, "Brother, you are the only one in this team I find agreeable. You flatter me, fire brother. I too believe you are the most reliable one here." Zhang Yuanqing then approached the spirited young man in tight pants and quirky shoes, saying, "Great sage, may I have a word?" The great sage cast a lingering glance at Xielingxi before following Zhang Yuanqing aside. "What is it?" he inquired, offering a questioning look toward the socially adept youth. "What do you think of those two girls?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The great sage glanced at Xielingxi, commenting, "She is beautiful, with a perky backside, though her bosom is modest." He then assessed Shi, well-endowed and curvaceous, yet she seems disinterested in conversation. Regarding the fire demon and the middle-aged man, the great sage perceived the former as irritable and difficult to engage with, while the latter, though taciturn, occasionally provided sound advice. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly whispered, "If I perish, you must do everything in your power to eliminate that man. He embodies malevolence." The great sage, Qi Dynasty, was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He instinctively opened his mouth, only to promptly close it again, his expression shifting to one of vigilance and caution. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the underground parking garage on the west side of the amusement park, halting at the incline's entrance. Through the descending slope, they glimpsed the garage illuminated by harsh lights, where a series of dust-covered vehicles stood in orderly rows. The garage was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhang Yuanqing turned to Xielingxi, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's mind. What is the strategy for this challenge? Chapter 52. Everyone must perish. As the group gazed at her with eager anticipation, Xielingxi pursed her lips and spoke with a sweet, melodious voice that resonated with youthful clarity. In the previous version of the strategy, the spirit realm travelers must navigate through the underground parking lot. During this venture, an automaton appears every 3 minutes, pursuing any spirit realm traveler who enters the garage. Those who are caught will be eliminated. The travelers must locate the controller to shut down the automaton before everyone is eliminated, and the controller is hidden within one of the vehicles in the parking lot. The short-tempered fire demon suddenly realized, so it's about finding the controller to disable the automaton, correct? Wang Tai, what is your perspective? As the others pondered her words, they turned their gazes towards Zhang Yuanqing, curious to see what insights this capable young man, who had adeptly navigated the crisis in the first task, might offer. The crude firemaster, your method of extracting the core is utterly brutal, Zhang Yuanqing articulated. In the previous version of the amusement park, elimination merely resulted in a deduction of experience points rather than death. However, with the difficulty now escalated to S level, the accurate interpretation of elimination is that every 3 minutes, one person will perish. Shishi's delicate complexion shifted slightly. We have a maximum of only 18 minutes. The father, filled with paternal concern, slowly shook his head. No, it would be best if we avoid any fatalities in this round. The more individuals that enter the haunted house, the greater the odds of survival. Father, you nearly implied it outright. The haunted house requires cannon fodder. Zhang Yuanqing sighed. Lingxi, will the parking lot seal our abilities? The fire demon pondered for a moment and proposed, once we enter the parking lot, we should act separately. This will facilitate a quicker search for the key. The Monkey King promptly shook his head. In such a perilous location, splitting up is tantamount to courting death. The fire demon glared disdainfully. Are you simply afraid of dying, you useless fool? Anger flickered in the Monkey King's eyes, yet he remained wary of the fire demon. Retorting coldly, regardless, I do not recommend dispersing. Splitting up would be the more prudent approach, provided there are no traitors among us. Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, cutting off the burgeoning argument. and suggested, "Let us proceed inward." Devising a plan necessitates an abundance of information. He led the way down the steep slope, entering the underground parking lot illuminated by harsh white light. As he descended the gentle slope, Zhang Yuanqing surveyed his surroundings, his lips twitching in agitation. The underground parking lot is vast, akin to the parking facilities of a large shopping mall. As one gazes around, vehicles are parked in an orderly fashion, showcasing an array of diverse models, their roofs coated in a thick layer of dust. Xianlingxi and the others entered the parking structure, and upon witnessing the scene before them, the fire demon's expression darkened. With so many cars, how will we find what we seek? She sure, with her enchanting visage tinged with concern, suggested, "Shall we split up? With this multitude of vehicles, it may take an eternity to locate our target." The others remained silent, as they simultaneously received notification sounds from the mission interface. Ding! The team has entered the underground parking lot. The experience has commenced, and excess items have been cleared from your inventory. Hint 1. Controller. Hint 2. Car key. We wish you luck. Countdown. 002. 55. Once again, their active skills were sealed. The inventory was inaccessible. Cursed be the binding of their abilities. The expressions of several team members shifted subtly. Yet Zhang Yuanqing's attention was captivated by the two hints. Could it be that hints were provided? The outdated guide had not mentioned any such clues for this level. Generally, S-class instances do not offer overt hints. Instead, they require the realm walkers to observe, contemplate, and derive patterns to forge a path forward. The fact that the underground parking lot presented such conspicuous hints as a controller and a key indicated a high level of peril. Otherwise, the realm would not have provided such guidance. Zhang Yuanqing murmured, "Everyone, the situation appears quite dire." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to escape the panic induced by their skills being sealed. As they carefully pondered the hints provided by the instance, their expressions grew grave. The car keys, the impatient fire demon strode towards the nearest van, attempting to unlock the door, but it was firmly secured. He turned sideways and swung his elbow in an effort to shatter the glass. The loud crash echoed, yet the glass remained intact, not even a crack to be seen. It was clear that to locate the controller, they first needed to find the car keys. The fire demon spat disdainfully and cursed, "I propose we split up." Zhang Yuan cast a glance at the others, noting that they shared this sentiment. He promptly replied, "That's acceptable, but let us not stray too far apart. We must remain within each other's line of sight at all times. There is little time left, so let us commence our search." The countdown loomed like a specter, and the 6 spiritual realm practitioners ceased their delay, each beginning to scour the parking lot. The vast expanse of the parking area was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their footsteps. Zhang Yuan intentionally lingered at the back, ensuring that everyone remained in view while simultaneously searching for the car keys. This task felt somewhat amiss. With such a large underground parking lot, it seemed improbable that they could locate the controller within 3 minutes. It was unlikely they would find it at all if they were to perish here lost in thought. Zhang Yuan suddenly heard Xianlingxi crouching down to slip beneath a vehicle ahead of him. Moments later, she joyfully exclaimed, "I found the car keys. They're under this SUV." She raised her delicate arm, proudly displaying the keys while simultaneously pressing the unlock button. The parking lot lay in hushed silence, with vehicles exhibiting no response. Xianlingxi's petite face transformed into one of disappointment as she pitifully remarked, "The car is not nearby." Observing this, the others resumed their search, and soon, the Monkey King proclaimed loudly, "I have found the car keys." He pressed the unlock button, prompting 2 beeps and a flash from the tail lights. Everyone rushed forward, flinging open the 4 doors, their gazes sweeping through the interior of the vehicle. A sense of paternal disappointment settled as one lamented, "There is nothing here." Just then, Xianlingxi, with her keen eyes, leaned into the car, raising her small rear, and retrieved a card from beneath the seat. This was a card of metallic composition, its surface gilded, depicting a serene pool of clear water at its center. As they gazed at the card, a message materialized in their minds: life concentrate, type, potion, function, healing, description, a potion infused with immense vitality, capable of healing all external injuries. Note: as it is a consumable item, there is no cost involved. Life concentrate. Shishi's eyes sparkled. I recall that the life essence is an item for the bard profession. I never anticipated finding a consumable within the car. Do you suppose other vehicles might contain them as well? Such a notion would significantly enhance their chances of success in navigating through the challenges ahead. If the team were to discover that their leader was, in fact, a novice experiencing the mystic realm for the second time, one could only imagine their reactions. Let us secure it for now. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the countdown, urging, "We must continue searching for the car keys. Our time is running short." The crowd dispersed once more, swiftly searching for the car keys. As Zhang Yuanqing sought the elusive keys, his mind pondered, with both hints and consumables being offered. The peril of this level was likely to exceed expectations. The perpetrator would most likely discern this as well. He hoped the assailant would refrain from further violence, striving to preserve the lives of his companions, for otherwise, escaping the haunted house would be utterly impossible. As seconds ticked away without the discovery of a third key, the anxiety among the realm walkers intensified, their search growing increasingly frantic. At that moment, the ever-watchful Qi Dynasty exclaimed in alarm, "Time is up." In the next instant, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from the distance, causing a tremor of dread to ripple through the crowd. They turned towards the source of the sound, where a towering figure emerged at the entrance of the underground parking lot, standing at an impressive 2 meters. Its metallic form glistened ominously, with glowing red eyes and wielding a 3-foot-long chainsaw. Panic ensued. Everyone was doomed. "Transformers!" cried Shencheng. The roar of the engine crescendoed as the mechanical being surged forward, gliding effortlessly across the ground, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. "Scatter!" Zhang Yuanqing bellowed. The group erupted in all directions, akin to bowling pins struck by a ball. Shencheng, seemingly less agile than her companions, was a beat too slow to evade. She was knocked down by the robot, letting out a muffled groan as her lower back collided painfully with the vehicle, plunging her into darkness. Unable to rise due to the excruciating pain, the automaton, with its ankle vents expelling gas, executed an abrupt stop that defied human capability, raising the chainsaw high with a fierce determination to strike. The sound of the chainsaw's engine reverberated like the whisper of death. The young girl's face turned pale with fear, her expression one of utter despair. Chapter 53. The Method to Break the Deadlock. Thud, thud, thud. In the midst of the hurried footsteps, a father, filled with remorse, bent low and sprinted forward, crashing his shoulder fiercely against the metallic form of the automaton. Though his formidable physique could have collapsed a wall, it merely caused the automaton to stagger. The chainsaw grazed past Shencheng, biting into the concrete floor, as its high-speed rotation carved a deep line into the ground. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing also reacted, his leg muscles swelling with unprecedented speed as he dashed to Shencheng's side, grasping the girl's shoulder and pulling her back, tossing her to the waiting Shi, while simultaneously seizing the automaton's hand that wielded the chainsaw, shouting, "Let us go together. Disarm him." His voice resonated like the tolling of a bell, rousing the panicked fire demon and the Monkey King, who both lunged at the automaton. The irate fire master collided with the automaton's back, while the Monkey King joined Zhang Yuanqing in grappling for the chainsaw, attempting to wrest it away. "You will all perish. You will all perish," declared the automaton through its chest speaker, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. Its mechanical arms whirred menacingly, swinging fiercely, sending Zhang Yuanqing and the Monkey King flying. The latter fell heavily to the ground like a sack of potatoes, dazed and disoriented. The former, adjusting his body mid-air, executed 2 backflips to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully. A wood spirit? Is this creature a wood spirit? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing promptly identified the profession of the Monkey King. The earlier display of skill in dissipating force was not merely a product of physical prowess, it required a specialized technique, which he surmised aligned most closely with that of the wood spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The fire demon, feeling the weight of paternal duty, relentlessly pounded his fists against the metallic frame of the Autobot. Yet, with a mere sweep of its arm, the Autobot sent him flying, subsequently brandishing a chainsaw to pursue him. In this dire predicament, the seemingly unassuming middle-aged man exhibited an unexpected ferocity and agility, his countenance hardened with determination. Utilizing the parked vehicles around him, he dodged the chainsaw's relentless strikes by sprinting, leaping, and rolling in a perilous dance of survival. "Damn it!" The fire demon cursed as he charged forward, leaping high to deliver a kick to the Autobot's back. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself. Thud. His right palm detached in an instant, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. The fire demon soon crashed down, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Clang, clang. Zhang Yuanqing's fists collided against the iron chest, a searing pain coursing through him as if his bones might shatter. His once formidable fists, capable of felling an octogenarian, felt like mere child's play. The target of the chase had transformed from 1 to 2, relying on the physicality of the Nightwalker. Zhang Yuanqing narrowly evaded the lethal onslaught, all the while racing to devise a plan, with no hope of victory and no means of escape. This was undoubtedly a scenario of total annihilation. Under the constraints of sealed abilities, how could one possibly survive the clutches of the Autobot, even within the S-rank spiritual realm? It is inconceivable to orchestrate a mission that guarantees inevitable demise. There must exist a means of resolution, one that I have yet to uncover. It would be splendid if there were a sanctuary akin to the Mountain God Temple. A spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Yuanqing's mind, and he exclaimed, "Get into the vehicle, quickly." The assembled crowd momentarily paused, then comprehended his intent, like a drowning soul grasping for a lifeline. The great sage of heaven hastily retrieved the car keys and pressed the unlock button. A few meters behind them, the previously unlocked car emitted two beeping sounds. The pallid-faced Xielingxi produced her car keys from her pocket and pressed the unlock button. Moments later, a black SUV responded with a beep and its taillights flickered. So it was here. Sister Shisha, let us hurry over. Xielingxi exclaimed with delight. This way, this way. You go first, the middle-aged man said. Bending to evade the chainsaw's lethal arc, his voice low and grave. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's hesitation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your skills are too novice. You hardly resemble an experienced spiritual realm traveler. If I leave, you will undoubtedly perish." Zhang Yuanqing inwardly protested this assertion, unwilling to accept the notion of being a non-combatant. Yet he refrained from showing bravado and swiftly turned to flee. He dashed towards the SUV, flung open the rear door, and poked his head out, calling, "Hurry." The man, filled with paternal instinct, immediately abandoned the automaton and raced towards him. The automobile's engine roared with intensity, its wheels propelled forward as it surged ahead. As a father, his facial muscles were taut, veins bulging on his forehead, a grimace contorting his features, yet he could not outrun the automaton. Zhang Yuanqing shouted, "Switch sides." He abruptly slammed the car door shut and opened the opposite door. The father, in a desperate lunge to the left, narrowly evaded the sweeping chainsaw. Rolling and crawling around to the other side of the vehicle, swiftly slipping into the car. Bang! The door slammed shut. From the vents at the automaton's ankles, gas expelled, dissipating its momentum as it halted beside the vehicle, chainsaw in hand. In that moment, the four occupants of the car collectively held their breath. They endured a tense silence for half a minute until Zhang Yuanqing, exhaling with relief, observed the automaton standing outside, glancing left and right, and remarked with a smile, "It seems my judgment was correct." Shisha promptly cast an admiring glance, exclaiming, "You're truly remarkable. No wonder you are an experienced realm walker." The father shot him a sidelong glance, sensing that he had discerned his novice status. Zhang Yuanqing smiled faintly, replying, "I merely possess a keen eye for observation." Xielingxi blinked her sparkling eyes, asking, "Are you a scout?" "Certainly not. How could I possibly be a pair of eyes worth 75 gold coins?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled, remaining silent. Xielingxi did not press further, sweetly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, brother Wang Tai, for rescuing me earlier." The father offered a slight nod. Xielingxi appeared not to be suited for close combat, while she sure seemed more reserved, making it difficult to ascertain his class. The fire demon was likely a fire mage, exhibiting a temperament that could be masked, yet not without revealing some flaw. The feeling of being a father fills me with a sense of shame, reminiscent of Xiangrong. Previously, I could not discern the profession of this middle-aged man. But through the recent confrontation, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from the father figure, alongside a remarkable proficiency in close combat. This immediately conjured memories of Xiangrong. The two exuded a strikingly similar vibe. If he were to be deemed a tempter of sorts, would he not be overly gentle? However, considering that Xiangrong had already succumbed to mental turmoil at that time, he cannot serve as a reliable benchmark. Should the uncle indeed be a tempter? Given the prevailing oppositional factions, the likelihood of him being a malevolent entity is significantly heightened. Upon the conclusion of our mission, should I consider eliminating him? To navigate the underground parking lot, we require personnel to search for the keys and collaborate against the Autobots. Under such circumstances, the possibility of a murderous betrayal is greatly diminished. Lost in thought, he heard Xielingxi cheerfully exclaim, "Oh, I found another card, dang. Your conditions have been met. Would you like to eliminate a team member? If no choice is made within 30 seconds, this opportunity will be forfeited." Ding, you have forfeited this opportunity. Inside the vehicle, everyone's attention was drawn to Xielingxi as she extracted a metallic card from the sun visor of the passenger seat. The gilded surface bore a single phrase, "You have gained the opportunity to use an item." An opportunity to use an item? Zhang Yuanqing observed Shisha, Xielingxi, and the middle-aged uncle, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. In comparison to the life essence elixir, the card granting the ability to utilize an item appeared far more significant. Utilizing props effectively can resolve a predicament. Although the life essence may save a life, it cannot alleviate a crisis. At that moment, outside, the Autobots shouted that everyone was doomed, reluctantly retreating. Simultaneously, the group noticed the countdown reappearing, this time with a limit of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Shortened by 20 seconds. There was another possibility, as Xiaolingxi expressed her thoughts. Opening a vehicle incurs a loss of 10 seconds. The four fell silent. Regardless of the scenario, none brought good tidings. Shishi's countenance was bleak. The S-level instance is exceedingly challenging. I never wish to endure this again in my lifetime. Huh? Are there instances beyond S-level in this world? Zhang Yuanqing jested despite the grim situation. The four opened the car doors and happened to see the Monkey King assisting the fire demon, whose wrist was hastily bandaged with a short sleeve. Yet it did little to staunch the bleeding. In the few minutes spent hidden inside the vehicle, blood had already stained the fire demon's trousers, and he appeared pallid from excessive blood loss. His condition was dire. The Monkey King approached the group, gesturing towards the wound. The fire demon, noticing his reluctance to speak, weakly said, "Little girl, where is that card of yours? Hurry and hand it over to me." Xiaolingxi wrinkled her nose. "I need to keep it for my own survival. Why should I give it to you?" The fire demon fumed. "I knew you were just putting on a show. Beneath it all, you're quite heartless." Xiaolingxi pouted. "Feeling wronged? Why do you speak of me so harshly? I'm not even of age yet. The mission in the underground parking lot remains unfinished. The search for the keys requires manpower. Without rescuing the fire demon, his demise is inevitable, which not only delays the progress of the task but also diminishes the team's strength." After a brief contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing suggested, "Let us take a vote." The outcome revealed that, aside from Xiaolingxi, everyone else cast their votes in favor. Humph. Reluctantly, Xiaolingxi tossed the life essence card to the fire demon. Ding. Injuries detected. Would you like to use the life essence? Yes. The metallic card emitted an ethereal stream of water, enveloping the severed wrist of the fire demon. Moments later, flesh and blood regenerated, and a new hand gradually emerged. The pallid fire demon suddenly radiated vitality. Upon witnessing the injured party's recovery, the Monkey King promptly stated, "She sure should inform the others in the vehicle." The Monkey King furrowed his brows as the fire demon exclaimed, "Damn it. If this continues, will those Autobot entities not relent until they annihilate us? Given the S-level difficulty, this seems highly probable." Zhang Yuanqing sighed. She sure swallowed hard and urged, "Let us not squander any time. We must locate the controller and disable the Autobot's power before the worst occurs." Xiaolingxi surveyed the densely packed vehicles, those nearby, those afar, and even those beyond sight, with a furrowed brow, pondering, how can we possibly find them all? Anxiety and despair surged within each individual. First, we must find the keys, then the controller. With each attempt, the 3-minute interval would swiftly deplete. Alas, Zhang Yuanqing sighed again and declared, "I have a method. If it proves feasible, we should succeed in clearing the parking lot." What? This utterance resonated in the hearts of the team members like a celestial melody. They turned abruptly, astonished and elated, gazing at Wang Tai. Chapter 54. Finally dead. Under the fervent gazes of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing articulated his thoughts. "I possess an item capable of ensnaring the automaton, granting us ample time to locate the controller." As a father, Shisher and Xiaolingxi furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Homa and Qi Dynasty appeared perplexed. "Item? Haven't our skills and items been sealed?" Shisher, with a charming smile, elucidated. "Just now, we discovered a card in the vehicle, which stated that we could use an item once. Can we indeed utilize an item?" Homa and Qi Dynasty initially rejoiced, only to furrow their brows in concern. The latter probed, "Are you suggesting that you will employ the item to confront the automaton alone, buying us time? This proposal seems precarious. Unless our active skills are unsealed in conjunction with the item, perhaps we could contend with that robot." This time, Xiaolingxi concurred with Homa, softly expressing, "As a father, I must say this notion is quite risky. If a single item could effortlessly resolve such peril, then there would be no card in the vehicle." He was cautioning Zhang Yuanqing against misjudging the situation and wasting the card in vain. An S-level task could not possibly be so straightforward. Clearly, the team members regarded Wang Tai's idea as unreliable, yet, owing to the esteem Zhang Yuanqing had garnered, they merely countered without vehement opposition. Ordinary items would undoubtedly be ineffective, but items governed by rules would certainly be. Confronted with the skepticism of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing, fully aware of the prowess of the red dance shoes, offered a faint smile. As a seasoned realm walker, you dare question my judgment? Let us not forget that we are all in this together. And I would never gamble with my own life. His expression radiated confidence, and his tone remained unshakably calm. At that moment, Wang Tai's consistent demeanor bore fruit. The team members furrowed their brows in silence, still harboring doubt yet refraining from dissent. Primarily, their hesitation stemmed from either a lack of equipment or the absence of powerful tools to confront their adversaries. As a father, he chose to remain silent. Setting aside the notion of experience, he indeed concurred with the latter part of Zhang Yuanqing's statement. Time is of the essence. Everyone, quickly search for the car keys. The 6 realm walkers sprang into action. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Yuanqing discovered 2 car keys, Shi found one, the Monkey King another, and Xiaolingxi uncovered one as well. Each of them located the corresponding vehicle, unlocking it to inspect its contents. Except for the young girl's car, which contained a metallic card, the others yielded no findings. The card found by Xiaolingxi bore the inscription, "You possess one opportunity to transfer enmity." Regrettably, the vehicles in the parking lot were inoperable. Zhang Yuanqing lamented, when suddenly, a resounding engine roar echoed from afar. The group, akin to startled deer, instinctively stretched their necks, straining to discern the source of the sound. At the entrance of the underground parking lot, a towering 2-meter-tall automaton re-emerged, wielding a chainsaw, its crimson eyes glowing ominously. A microphone embedded in its chest bellowed, "All must perish." Shi screamed, "Wang Tai." Meanwhile, others hurriedly flocked to the same vehicle, flinging open its doors. Yet, rather than immediately seeking refuge within, they cast expectant glances towards Zhang Yuanqing. From his pocket, Zhang Yuanqing produced a metallic card. Ding. Do you wish to utilize the card to activate the inventory? Yes. In the next instant, he sensed the presence of his inventory anew, swiftly opening it to summon a pair of crimson dancing shoes. A flicker of dark red light shimmered and danced before coalescing into a pair of red ballet slippers before their unworthy master. Tap, tap. The pristine, petite, and exquisite red shoes twirled around Zhang Yuanqing with alacrity, their movements carefree yet spirited, as if reveling in their newfound freedom to dance. However, to Xiaolingxi and the others, this spectacle was somewhat macabre. Dancing shoes, a pair that moved of their own accord? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But as they beheld the crimson footwear, an instinctive chill and dread enveloped them, an inexplicable intuition. Alas, if it were not for dire necessity, I would prefer not to invoke it. Zhang Yuanqing sighed inwardly. In truth, upon glimpsing that card, his initial reaction was one of reassurance. The haunted house was secured. No matter how terrifying the spirits within, they were ultimately but phantoms, the demon-suppressing staff, infused with the divine power of the sun and half of the goddess's yang spirit, stood as the nemesis to all entities of darkness. Upon entering the haunted house, he brandished the exorcist staff. Beneath the blazing sun, the ghostly bride, regardless of her insatiable hunger, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming as she whimpered, "My lord, please don't." Alas, resolving the immediate predicament was paramount. Navigating the underground parking lot presented challenges that were complex yet manageable. Furthermore, utilizing the red dancing shoes bore an additional advantage. It instilled fear in the assailant. A collective demise awaited. As the menacing cars approached with a deafening roar, Zhang Yuanqing softly uttered, "Go." The red dancing shoes soared forth. 2 ethereal beams of crimson light, swift as lightning, struck the chest of the mechanical assailant, producing a resounding clang. The once thundering steel automaton was abruptly halted, sliding back slightly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a forceful kick, the red dancing shoes immobilized the automaton, unleashing a flurry of relentless stomps, each step causing the mechanical body to shudder and stagger, effectively curtailing its movements. The automaton, furious, swung its chainsaw. However, the razor-sharp weapon could not reach the red dancing shoes, which seemed to transcend reality itself. Regrettably, the automaton's indomitable physique proved impervious to the red dancing shoes' influence. Nevertheless, to the fire demon, Shi and their companions, this was undoubtedly the most exquisite spectacle imaginable. What manner of prop is this? The fire demon was both astonished and elated, his eyes glimmering with desire. Shi, Xiaoling, and the others, who had been on edge, finally felt a sense of relief, their gazes toward the red dancing shoes tinged with envy and longing. Given the rarity of such props, the seekers of the spirit realm possessed an insatiable yearning and greed for powerful artifacts, deeply ingrained in their very essence. The expressions of the fire demon and his companions shifted subtly, their fleeting greed dissipating instantly. They dared not linger any longer and swiftly commenced their search. He has perished. And those shoes represent another peril, a tremendous danger. In the ensuing time, the red dance shoes took on the critical responsibility of thwarting the Autobots, repeatedly interposing themselves to avert crises. Eventually, after an uninterrupted search lasting half an hour, Xiaolingxi discovered the controller within a sports car. Is this it? Is this it? The young girl shouted with all her might. Such extraordinary fortune she possessed. The crowd momentarily ceased their tasks, converging towards the young girl with unprecedented swiftness. In her hand was a slender black metallic object, reminiscent of early mobile phones, topped with an antenna, and at its center, a red button. Give it a try, urged Fire Demon. Xiaolingxi glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, who nodded in affirmation, and promptly pressed the red button. In that instant, everyone held their breath, turning their gaze towards the robot engaged in battle with the red dance shoes. They beheld the towering steel figure suddenly stiffen, as if its power had been severed. All motion ceased, and the red glow in its eyes extinguished. Da-da-da, it's coming, it wants to dance with me. Zhang Yuanqing released a sigh of relief, though a subtle twitch of his lips betrayed his composure. We did it, Xiaolingxi exclaimed joyfully. She sure, and the others exhaled wearily. Their faces alight with elation. No one had perished, they had achieved a flawless victory. Just as they were about to express their gratitude and admiration to Zhang Yuanqing, they suddenly noticed that the robot, which had seemingly ceased its movements, reignited its red glow, roaring back to life, and hurtled towards them like an arrow. He once again issued commands to the red dance shoes. However, it was too late. The Autobot had already surged past the red dance shoes, reenacting the initial scene, crashing into the crowd. Its target was unmistakably clear, Xiaolingxi, who clutched the controller. This scene unfolded with such suddenness that no one could react. Instinctively, they flung themselves to the ground, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. Was the controller malfunctioning? Had the mission changed, rendering the controller ineffective? In Xiaolingxi's eyes, the image of the speeding metal monstrosity was reflected, along with the roaring sound of the chainsaw. Her mind was a blank slate. Yet, in the next moment, she saw the earnest, humble face of a father, alongside the fury and determination mirrored in his eyes. The father, in a desperate bid, hurled himself at Xiaolingxi, only to collide with the chainsaw. His body was severed in two by the merciless blades, intestines, organs, and upper body plummeting to the ground, blood splattering forth in a gruesome display. I am no longer the person I once was. The Autobot speaker erupted with maniacal laughter. Demon Lord, you have finally met your demise. You have finally met your demise. Demon Lord, kill me, but do not think you can survive alone. Chapter 55. Why? This was the collective sentiment of all present. Why had the controller become ineffective? Why did the father risk his life to save this girl? Zhang Yuanqing could not comprehend it either, yet his attention was wholly captivated by the voice emanating from the Autobot speaker. Demon Lord? Did it just utter the term Demon Lord? Why would a robotic voice system reference such a title? Suddenly, he recalled the message left by Soldier Brother. Could it be that the object Soldier Brother had instructed him to find was this very Autobot before him? He was momentarily taken aback. With a resounding thud, the red ballet shoes kicked up, sending the automaton sliding half a meter to the side. Without his prompting, the Fire Demon and the Monkey King had already flung open the car doors, preparing to seek refuge within. Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at the dazed Xiaolingxi, lifted her up, and tucked the upper half of his body, weighed down by paternal regret, under his arm as he hurried into another vehicle. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, sealing the danger outside. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief before turning his gaze to his two companions. The man burdened with paternal guilt was remarkably resilient, not succumbing immediately, but it was merely a matter of time. Xiaolingxi emerged from her stupor, her gaze complex as she looked at the middle-aged man, softly asking, Why? Why risk your life to save me? In response to the young girl's inquiry, the man's face was pale and ashen, yet his tone was unexpectedly calm as he retorted, Does saving a life require a reason? Xiaolingxi was momentarily speechless. Uncle, that doesn't sound like something you would say. Zhang Yuanqing thought, his emotions a tangled mess. The man continued, You need not feel gratitude or guilt. My act of saving you bears little significance to me. For someone like me, death could very well be a release. If you were aware of my past deeds, you would harbor no pity for me. Indeed, I seek no sympathy. His voice was weak, fragmented. Wang Tai, you ask, why me? Zhang Yuanqing lifted his gaze in confusion, glancing at the side of Xiaolingxi. The father, overwhelmed with guilt, appeared increasingly defeated, his voice frail as he murmured. She is one of the officials. Xiaolingxi, aware of the strategy, cast out on the young girl's allegiance to the authorities. Could his affairs remain concealed from them? A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Yuanqing's mind, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall comply, provided that I can leave the amusement park alive. The person I need you to find is Master Wuhan. Please convey a message to him on my behalf." The father hesitated, his gaze flickering with confusion, loathing, and sorrow. "I am truly sorry. I still do not know whether the fault lies with me or with this world." Zhang Yuanqing paused momentarily before responding. "I shall remember that." The father nodded in satisfaction. "I will provide you with an address along with the information as compensation. Come closer." Zhang Yuanqing leaned in, pressing his ear to listen. After a brief moment, he raised his head and softly replied, "Very well, in exchange. I shall ensure this matter is attended to." The father's expression shifted to one of relief, the lingering fire in his eyes extinguishing instantly. Xiaolingxi's eyes glistened with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Zhang Yuanqing found himself unable to discern whether her tears were genuine or feigned. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "He is a beguiling fiend. He just told me this himself. I do not understand why he chose to save you. But perhaps it truly has nothing to do with you. You need not feel any guilt. Every malevolent profession, to a greater or lesser extent, harbors its own tale." Xiaolingxi sniffed delicately, nodding obediently. "I understand. He exudes a formidable aura of malevolence. I have long recognized him as a harbinger of evil. What shall we do next?" According to their observations, the Autobots relentlessly pursued the Spirit Walkers for a span of 5 minutes each time they appeared. Yet the allotted time had long since elapsed, and this metallic monstrosity showed no signs of departing. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the red dancing shoes and the Autobots before shifting to a vehicle diagonally behind them. There, he spotted Qi fervently tapping on the window, casting an anxious glance in their direction, as if summoning them for assistance. Behind her, the fiery demon and the Monkey King were embroiled in a heated altercation. The rapidly deteriorating situation had incited discord between the two, and Qi likely sought their help, but the distance rendered communication impossible. If this continued, they would be trapped within the confines of the vehicle. He surmised that their fear was not solely of the Autobots, but also of the red dancing shoes. For an hour was nearly at hand. Zhang Yuanqing fixed his gaze on the charming young lady beside him and inquired, "You have witnessed the situation outside. What are your thoughts?" Regardless of whether she feigned fragility or genuinely possessed it, her ability to fit into the amusement park indicated her intelligence. A competent leader must seek counsel from the wise. Xiaolingxi maintained her demeanor of delicate vulnerability, sobbing softly, to resolve the crisis. "We must first identify the root of the problem. We need to comprehend the Autobots' disregard for honorable combat." Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "These Autobots lack principles, resorting to deceit and ambush." "Please, continue." "Just now, when I pressed the controller, it indeed ceased to function, indicating that the controller is effective. The automaton cannot possibly deceive our intellect. In essence, we have already deactivated the automaton once." Xiaolingxi remarked, "I just noticed that after restoring power, its speech has changed. Could it be that the control system of the automaton has been altered? We may need to deactivate it once more." "Deactivate it again." Zhang Yuanqing silently pondered this statement, refraining from further inquiries, as Xiaolingxi could not possibly possess that knowledge. However, the analysis provided him with ample inspiration. The automaton must be connected to the information left by Brother Bing, to uncover the mystery surrounding Brother Bing's disappearance and the matters related to the Demon Lord. "I must seize control of the automaton." Upon entering the Golden Water amusement park, he did not forget the clues left by Brother Bing. Yet he did not deliberately seek them out, for the S-level difficulty meant that merely completing the task was already a stroke of good fortune. Aimless exploration seemed akin to courting death. The clues from Brother Bing could only be revealed by fate. In light of the present circumstances, it is, in fact, a fortuitous turn, as both the task and the clues could potentially be resolved, provided he can navigate the crisis. Among the information left by Brother Bing, apart from the spirit realm number, there was only a single phrase, "In a lifetime, 2 brothers. Deactivate it once more." "I believe I have grasped the application of this phrase." Zhang Yuanqing resolved to give it a try and pushed open the car door. "You!" Xiaolingxi exclaimed in surprise, uttering a brief call. Nearby, in the vehicle, Qi was taken aback, and the Monkey King and Fire Demon fell silent. Zhang Yuanqing closed the car door and approached the automaton, halting 5 or 6 meters away. He took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "In a lifetime, 2 brothers." At that moment, a voice emanated from the sound system embedded in the automaton's chest, confirming, "Command accepted." The steel armor covering its chest clanked as it parted to reveal internal wiring and a square black box. Observing this, Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward, contemplating how to prevent any further surprise attacks from the automaton. He summoned the red dancing shoes to envelop his feet, ensuring he was fully prepared to evade. Before continuing his approach, upon reaching the automaton, Zhang Yuanqing removed the square box. Its exterior was crafted from a black metal composite, and the front featured a speaker with 2 buttons. Judging solely from its appearance, it resembled a compact version of a speaker, roughly the size of half a palm. At that moment, a message materialized within Zhang Yuanqing's vision. Name: Cat King Speaker. Type: audiovisual equipment. Function: audio playback. Description: long ago, a cat king, enamored with music, declared a challenge to the god of light, who subsequently punished the arrogant feline by sealing its soul within a musical instrument. For many years, the cat king existed in solitude within this instrument until a musician from the east acquired it and transformed it into a speaker. Note 1. When the drums sound, you will gain unparalleled fighting spirit, while your enemies will be struck with fear. Note 2. When the suona plays, you will be invincible. But be sure to conclude the battle within 3 minutes, otherwise, the suona's sound will be employed for another purpose. A peculiar artifact, a cost-based item, bestowed upon me by the soldier. According to the annotations, the speaker harbors 2 distinct audio files, one featuring the resonant beat of drums, the other the haunting sound of a suona. The drumbeat serves to amplify combat prowess while simultaneously intimidating adversaries. The annotation regarding the suona is rather straightforward. It must be silenced within 3 minutes, lest it herald my demise. However, what connection this bears to the soldier's remark about leaving everything behind remains unclear. Furthermore, the meanings of annotations 3 and 4 elude my understanding. Zhang Yuanqing curiously examined the speaker cradled in his palm. Overall, this artifact appears promising. Classified as a cost-based auxiliary tool, without having tested the sounds of the suona and drums, it is challenging to ascertain their efficacy. Yet, the soldier's meticulous concealment of this item suggests its unique significance. What precisely the soldier has hidden within it warrants further investigation. At this moment, witnessing the defeat of the automaton, which showed no signs of revival, Qi and the others finally emerged from the vehicle. "We have successfully navigated the underground parking lot. Thanks to you, Wang Tai." A broad smile adorned the face of the Monkey King. Qi approached, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and softly remarked, "Brother Wang Tai, I knew you would not let us down. I was calling for your help from the car just now. You heard me, didn't you, brother?" Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her. This woman, in her 30s, could easily be mistaken for his mother if she were a few years older. "How did you know how to disable the automaton? What is this?" The fire demon gazed intently at the speaker. Just as the fire demon was about to speak, he noticed the red dancing shoes approaching with a soft patter. Immediately, he stated, "Since you resolved the matter, the item rightfully belongs to you." Quite reasonable, indeed. Qi and the Monkey King exchanged glances at the red dancing shoes, nodding in agreement. Zhang Yuanqing was on the verge of storing the Elvis speaker in his inventory, but received an unexpected notification. Unable to store this item. Unable to store? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, soon comprehending the implications of Note 3. How troublesome. This item could not be placed in the inventory, which meant he would have to carry it with him. At that moment, the group received a notification from the spiritual realm. "You have completed the underground parking lot task. You are currently engaged in the thrilling task series, which includes the following entertainment facilities: roller coaster, underground parking lot haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective mystery hall. Please proceed to the 3rd location within half an hour." In addition to this information, Zhang Yuanqing received another notification. Ding. You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You have one opportunity to exercise the authority of the team leader. Please identify the hidden evildoer among your teammates. The chosen individual will face obliteration. Failure to make a selection within 30 seconds will be considered a forfeiture of this opportunity. This time, Zhang Yuanqing did not hesitate. He silently contemplated. Forfeit. Exiting the parking lot, a gentle evening breeze wafted through the air. The amusement park's lights remained as enchanting and ethereal as ever, with soft, melodious music drifting in from a distance. Following behind him was the red dancing shoes. He glanced around and addressed his companions, saying, "Please wait a moment. I shall step away for a while." The crowd nodded with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Zhang Yuanqing found a secluded spot where he was alone. and decided to drop the facade. He placed the speaker aside and accepted the invitation to dance from the red dancing shoes. Suddenly, the night was filled with the crisp sound of tap dancing. At that moment, the speaker unexpectedly began to play music. Why not dance? Chatting pales in comparison to dancing. Allowing oneself to feel at ease. Keep dancing. Romance is no match for dancing. This is how we connect. What is happening? Why did this fellow suddenly start playing music? Zhang Yuanqing, who was in the midst of a dynamic dance, felt a twinge of embarrassment, startled by the sudden song, nearly losing his rhythm. So this is what the note meant. What a trap. As if awkward dancing wasn't enough. Now there's this embarrassing music. If anyone sees me, how will I face them? Zhang Yuanqing thought, his emotions tangled. The resounding melody drowned out the sound of the tap shoes. The red dancing shoes seemed displeased, and the tapping grew more intense and resonant. The five of them followed the signs deeper into the amusement park. The further they ventured, the darker the lights became, and their mood grew increasingly somber. The third challenge was the haunted house, the only attraction in the park that contained supernatural elements. According to the introduction to the spiritual realm, the park's transformation into an S-tier instance was largely due to changes in the spiritual environment. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, they arrived at a quiet alleyway, where the architectural style leaned towards the Republican era, white walls and black tiles. With walls towering 2 people high surrounding each residence, and white lanterns hanging beneath the eaves of every household. The ground beneath their feet had, unbeknownst to them, shifted from concrete to a pathway of cobblestones. A faint melody lingered in the air, almost imperceptible, and vanished completely as the crowd entered the shadowy alley. The night was thick with darkness, and white lanterns hung beneath the eaves, casting an eerie stillness all around, devoid of any sound. Qi clutched Zhang Yuanqing's arm tightly. Glancing nervously from side to side, her voice trembling as she said, "I fear not the act of murder, but this oppressive atmosphere is unbearable." Though Xielingxi did not grasp Zhang Yuanqing's arm, her face paled slightly, and her expression was tense. It was perhaps this facade of composure that drew Qi and Xielingxi closer to him, seeking solace in his presence. Unbeknownst to them, the group soon arrived at a grand courtyard. Unlike the other residences, this one was adorned with red lanterns, their candlelight resembling blood, casting a crimson hue before the entrance. The door was embellished with auspicious characters, and the couplets were also red, suggesting that the household was in the midst of celebrating a joyous occasion. Reaching their destination, the group exchanged glances, ultimately turning their eyes toward Zhang Yuanqing. He stepped forward, knocked on the door, and called out loudly, "Is anyone there? I have come to wed your daughter." As his words echoed, the door creaked open, a chilling breeze rushing forth from within. Being a deity of the night, Zhang Yuanqing felt the hairs on his back stand on end and whispered, "A ghost approaches." Chapter 56. The wedding invitation within the pitch-black courtyard. A solitary red lantern floated toward them, emanating a sinister crimson glow. Strangely, its radiance seemed sealed within, failing to illuminate the surroundings. The lantern halted at the threshold, mere inches away from Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing could distinctly sense that within the threshold lurked a ghost, a wretched and eerie apparition. Yet, no matter how intently he gazed, he could not discern the visage of the specter concealed in the darkness. Quietly, he summoned the power of the Yin, ever prepared to devour the spirit. The Night Wanderer naturally suppresses spiritual entities, provided that their rank does not exceed his own. From the shadows, a hand emerged. Zhang Yuanqing, aided by the faint crimson glow, beheld a hand of a ghastly, bluish-black hue, with nails as dark as the abyss. This ghostly hand clutched a stack of crimson-covered invitations, seemingly intent on offering them to Zhang Yuanqing. When he did not accept, the hand persistently extended the invitations, leading to a stalemate, as if they were locked in a silent contest. After a considerable duration, Qishi's trembling voice broke the silence, softly cautioning, "Wang Tai?" Observing Wang Tai standing motionless, she feared that this man might unwittingly trigger a crisis, having already departed from life. "There are 5 in total. It appears they are intended for us." He distributed the invitations among his companions, who then unfolded them. The crimson background bore black lettering, inscribed with the bride's name and birth details, while the groom's side remained blank. The bride's name was by Lan Ding. "You have received the ghost bride's wedding invitation. Please inscribe your name. The ghost bride shall select a suitor in 1 hour to fill in a name, and in an hour, a suitor would be chosen." What fate awaited those selected by the ghost bride? Each person clutched the invitation, their thoughts in disarray. Zhang Yuanqing found himself in a quandary. Having misrepresented himself during introductions by usurping Wang Tai's name, he grappled with whether to inscribe Yuan Shi Tianzun or Wang Tai. He could not ascertain whether using a false name would incur any repercussions. As Zhang Yuanqing pondered how to fill in the name, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at his companions. Do you recall the introduction to the amusement park? An indescribable entity has arrived here, requesting the spirits within the park to assist in locating a certain young man, whose name consists of 4 characters. Naturally, Shi and the others remembered. Yet they were perplexed as to why he brought it up. Xiaolingxi, quick-witted, cast a glance at the wedding invitation in her hands. Are you suggesting that there may be a connection between the two? Following this line of reasoning, the young girl's expression shifted slightly. The indescribable figure has tasked the ghostly bride with finding a young man, yet she asks us to fill in a name? Could this imply that the young man sought by the bride in the haunted house is a spirit realm traveler? How could that be? Shi exclaimed in astonishment. They had all traversed numerous instances as travelers, and typically, the spirit realm's introduction served merely as a backdrop, informing them of the nature of the place and the events that transpired. It was intended to facilitate the traveler's swift understanding of the instance, and nothing more. Prior to this, they had assumed that the young man the indescribable entity sought was merely a character within the spirit realm, or even some sort of monster, unrelated to the players. What influence could a mere spirit realm traveler wield to alter the very essence of a spirit realm? Surely, this was just a coincidence. After all, in a ghost marriage, one must certainly write a name. The Monkey King furrowed his brow. Whether it was merely an illusion, he couldn't shake the feeling that the information within the spirit realm's introduction bore a striking resemblance to something he had encountered before. On that fateful day, she arrived at the Golden Water amusement park. Suddenly, the Elvis speaker in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket emitted a sound. The crowd turned their gaze toward his pocket. But the speaker fell silent once more. Why did it stop speaking? This speaker is quite peculiar. After waiting a few moments and noticing the speaker remained mute, Zhang Yuanqing shifted his attention and said, "Let us first fill in our names." He unfolded the marriage invitation and attempted to inscribe the name Wang Tai in the designated space using a symbolic pen. His reasoning was that since the spirit in the haunted house had requested names, it implied that she could not perceive the true identities of the realm walkers. Otherwise, the invitation would be redundant. Thus, one could infer that the scenario permitted the realm walkers to disguise their identities, albeit without explicit mention, requiring one to deduce and comprehend this. In truth, writing Yuanshi Tianzun would also suffice, though it might lead to trust issues among teammates. Zhang Yuanqing mused, only to see the strokes of his finger coalesce into dark letters, Wang Tai. Subsequently, he fabricated a birth date and gender, though the latter remained unchanged. His 4 teammates followed suit, employing the symbolic pen. Xiaolingxi rose on her tiptoes, timidly stealing a glance at Zhang Yuanqing's marriage invitation before scribbling her name. Hesitating slightly at the gender section, she ultimately filled in male. Once the marriage invitation was completed, Zhang Yuanqing tucked it into his pocket and stepped over the threshold first, saying, "Let us proceed. It is best if you all follow closely behind me." The others responded with silence, pondering whether he was truly audacious or simply unafraid of death. Considering there was indeed a bride ghost awaiting within, was that jest not sufficiently humorous? Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at their expressions, ceased speaking, and silently entered the residence. Beyond the threshold lay an expansive courtyard, with a stone-paved path running centrally, flanked by corridors adjoining the outer walls. As the group crossed the threshold, lanterns in the corridor flickered to life, casting an eerie crimson glow that lent a deep red hue to the inky night. The lanterns resembled blood-red orbs, quietly observing the intruders entering the courtyard. At the end of the stone path stood a grand hall with eaves arching upward, its lattice door firmly shut, with dim yellow light seeping through. Upon crossing the threshold, Zhang Yuanqing's eyes brightened slightly. Take a moment to check if your skills and inventory have been sealed. The fire demon and the others paused, either sensing their abilities or inspecting their inventories, and were pleasantly surprised to discover that this task had not restricted their powers or items. A mix of joy and concern washed over them. The joy stemmed from finally feeling a sense of security in the face of danger, while the concern arose from the realization that the unsealed tools and abilities indicated a heightened level of peril within the haunted house. Under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, the group proceeded cautiously, their footsteps the only sound breaking the stillness of the night. Suddenly, the absorbed group was startled by a piercing scream. Shishi's face turned pale as she pointed tremblingly towards the corridor a few meters away, stammering, "There, beneath the lantern, there is a woman." The group quickly turned their heads, only to find the lanterns hanging silently, devoid of any ghostly figure. This unexpected interruption only intensified the already fraught atmosphere among the 4. heightening their sense of unease. Zhang Yuanqing, having previously traversed a supernatural realm, felt a sense of ease in the face of the eerie. As a deity of the night, he harbored no genuine fear of phantoms. To him, spirits were akin to automobiles, devoid of distinction. In this foreboding environment, suffused with malevolent energy, his senses dulled. He could not perceive the weaker, distant entities. However, he was equipped with the demon-subduing staff, rendering him unafraid of the ghostly bride. As he sought to reassure his companions, he led the group onward. "Have you noticed," he remarked, "that the scenario has granted us but an hour before the ghostly bride selects her groom?" He dismissed the irrational dread that enveloped them, redirecting his teammates' attention to alleviate their anxiety. "My belief is that our actions in this hour will serve as the criteria for the bride's choice. Yet, I wonder if being chosen as a groom signifies survival or demise." Moreover, the oppressive atmosphere was fraught with peril. It was conceivable that before the hour elapsed, they might meet their end. He pondered whether the ghostly bride favored handsome suitors. If so, as the most aesthetically pleasing member of the team, he felt the weight of expectation upon him. Before long, they reached the grand hall, where Zhang Yuanqing took the initiative to push open the tightly shut lattice door. Creaking open, the hall revealed flickering candlelight, a crimson carpet laid out before them, and red drapery adorning the pillars. At the end of the carpet stood 2 grand chairs, flanked by a table laden with candles and fruits, while a vivid red character symbolizing happiness adorned the wall. On either side of the carpet stood 7 or 8 paper figures, clad in the attire of ancient servants, their features remarkably lifelike, with lips painted a striking crimson. What is most unsettling is that the heads of these paper figures twist into grotesque angles, their hollow eyes fixed on the doorway, gazing at the individuals who push through. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaolingxi stepped back in terror, her small hand covering her mouth, stifling a scream. In this moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt a shiver run down his spine. It was not out of fear, but rather the realization that these paper figures were all apparitions. After a brief moment of sensing, he let out a sigh. They were merely minor spirits. "I may have no means to confront the ghostly bride, but for you little spirits to act so audaciously in front of me is truly excessive." Zhang Yuanqing summoned the power of the Tang, allowing darkness to coalesce within his gaze. With a focused breath, he commanded, "Be gone." The paper figures in the hall collapsed to the ground, swept by gusts of chilling wind. Faint cries of ghosts echoed as they scattered in a panic. The others, Shi, Xiaolingxi, the fire demon, and the monkey king, were left in astonishment at the scene. Chapter 57. The betrothal gift. As the sinister winds subsided, tranquility returned to the hall. The candles burned quietly, their flickering shadows casting a gentle sway, dispersing the heavy atmosphere of gloom. Although Xiaolingxi and her companions lacked the instinct of a night wanderer, they could still sense, through intuition, that the hall had become safe once more. The fire demon scrutinized the situation, his voice tinged with both surprise and delight, inquiring, "Are you a night wanderer?" "You are indeed a night wanderer." Just a mere reprimand was enough to send the vengeful spirits fleeing. It is apparent what profession Wang Tai holds. Is it so strange? The Jinshui amusement park possesses supernatural elements. Is it not entirely reasonable to have a night wanderer in attendance? Zhang Yuanqing responded with a smile, saying, "My friends, while I cannot guarantee the safety of other entertainment attractions, I assure you that in the haunted house, prior to encountering the ghostly bride, I can certainly protect you." The 4 teammates exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of joy in their eyes. They had not anticipated the presence of such a rare profession within their ranks. In the midst of the supernatural chaos that characterized the eerie dungeon, having a night watchman to provide protection was far more dependable than most items at their disposal. After all, the night watchman was aptly suited for this task. In that moment, the gaze of the 4 teammates towards Zhang Yuanqing was imbued with a sense of reliance. "We have only 1 hour. Let us not linger. Let us see if there are any clues here," Zhang Yuanqing declared as his keen eye scanned the room. Endowed with night vision, he quickly focused on the offering table situated behind the grand armchair. Approaching the table, he noticed a blue and white porcelain plate filled with peanuts and longan, beneath which lay a piece of red paper. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the paper and examined it under the flickering candlelight. Betrothal gifts, a weighing pole, a gold hairpin, medicinal wine, and a joyous quilt. The others gathered around him. Xiaolingxi stroked her chin thoughtfully, her bright eyes glinting as she said, "These items are not traditional betrothal gifts, but since they are listed on this paper, it suggests that we must locate these 4 items as a substitute for the betrothal gifts. Finding these 4 items would mean we possess the betrothal gifts of the groom," remarked Qi Dynasty. And what if we fail to find them? Inquired Huemo. Then, of course, we would perish, Zhang Yuanqing replied. Once we procure the betrothal gifts, will the ghostly bride select one among us? Why only one, rather than allowing us all to enter the bridal chamber together? Zhang Yuanqing jested, attempting to lighten the mood as he noticed the expressionless faces of his teammates. He shrugged, just a little humor to ease the atmosphere. You all lack a sense of humor. His teammates remained unamused, their faces still devoid of expression. She sure rolled her eyes. And Xielingxi continued, the outline of this task is becoming clear. In 1 hour, the ghostly bride will choose her groom. And the criterion for selection is the possession of a bridal dowry. Therefore, we must uncover 4 items of dowry within this grand estate. However, whether the fortunate recipient will have a glimmer of hope or face certain demise remains uncertain. Huemo scrutinized the young girl, inquiring, do you truly not recall the details of the strategy? Your analysis is quite astute. Xielingxi pouted, feigning a look of grievance. I genuinely do not know. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the number of team members, a chill running down his spine. Following the current clues, 2 outcomes may arise. The first, if we discover the 4 items of dowry, it will signify that all members have met the requirements, after which we shall await the ghostly bride's favor. The second possibility is that the 4 items of dowry can only guarantee 4 individuals meet the requirements, leaving those who fail with no chance of survival. The first scenario is manageable, but if it is the latter, Zhang Yuanqing contemplated, should the second outcome occur, the team will inevitably descend into internal conflict at this juncture, and the number of survivors may dwindle to fewer than 4. No wonder they have not sealed off items and skills. They are compelling us to turn against one another. An S-level instance truly is fraught with peril at every turn. If we reach such a dire situation, how many members will remain? As the captain, he harbors a hidden task, requiring the team to consist of no fewer than 3 members. Moreover, the aspect of selecting a son-in-law possesses a perplexing influence, creating an impression that only those chosen by the bride may have a glimmer of hope. This cognitive inertia suggests that the fortunate are always afforded preferential treatment. However, Zhang Yuanqing is certain that those selected by the bride are destined for demise. The reasoning is straightforward. Firstly, the previous version operated on this premise. Secondly, if only the chosen could survive, the hidden task would lose its significance. Regardless of the efforts exerted, ultimately, only one individual shall remain. The distinction between reducing personnel or not is negligible. Of course, if the ghostly bride is a capricious heartthrob, that would be an entirely different matter. No one is foolish. Zhang Yuanqing cleared his throat, asserting, time is of the essence. Let us seek the bride price. Everyone, stay close to me and do not disperse. For ordinary vengeful spirits dare not approach. In such a situation, his words wield the most influence, and the others must rely on his expertise. In the distance, the archway faintly connects to other courtyards, while the orderly array of rooftops stands resolutely in the nocturnal ambience. Indeed, the ghostly bride is the daughter of a prominent family. Zhang Yuanqing mused. Given the scale of this estate, it must encompass 3 entrances. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Behind him, an empty expanse revealed not a single silhouette. The team members had vanished. This was rather unsettling. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled deeply, refusing to halt, and pressed onward. He traversed the garden and noticed a room ahead illuminated by candlelight, dimly glowing through the lattice window. Conversely, the other rooms lay shrouded in darkness. Zhang Yuanqing cautiously entered the corridor, approached the room, and focused his senses. The interior exuded a chilling aura, yet no vengeful spirits lingered within. With stealthy steps, he gently pushed open the lattice door, revealing the scene within. It appeared to be a young woman's boudoir, with a bed draped in low-hanging curtains to the east. A round table at its center, and a dressing table beside the window, its copper mirror facing the entrance. A golden scale rod lay quietly in front of the dressing table. Zhang Yuanqing stepped over the threshold, turned back to close the door, and approached the dressing table. Picking up the golden scale rod, which measured merely half an arm's length and was as thick as a thumb. This object was traditionally used to lift the bride's red veil, symbolizing a harmonious union. It wasn't difficult, he quickly found. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to leave the room, he suddenly heard a crackling sound, emanating from the Elvis speaker tucked away in his pocket. That day, she arrived at the Jinshui amusement park. This unreliable device always chose the most inopportune moments to speak. What was it trying to convey? After all, it was part of the amusement park and perhaps possessed some information. Zhang Yuanqing's attention shifted to the Elvis speaker, eagerly anticipating its next words. This time, the speaker did not disappoint, continuing to broadcast. In the haunted house, a spirit trembled, crawling upon the ground. The great being did not torment the feeble, vengeful spirit. She instructed the bride to seek out a young man, whose name was Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seeking me? Seeking me? Who wants to find me, and why? A wave of astonishment and confusion surged within him, only to be swiftly replaced by realization. It was the mountain goddess of the three paths. The Lady of Sandow Mountain is one I have awakened. She seeks me because within the demon-subduing scepter resides half of her young spirit. Alas, this old specter refuses to relent. Must she persist in tormenting me? I am but a child. Zhang Yuanqing is acutely aware of the implications. Should he continue to ascend in power, a confrontation with the Lady of Sandow Mountain is inevitable. However, that encounter ought to occur only after he has attained a higher rank as a spiritual practitioner, allowing him to negotiate with her using the young spirit contained within the scepter. To his astonishment, this venerable specter possesses such far-reaching influence that it can affect lower-tier spiritual realms. Cursed be it, he mused, how could the task be so straightforward? Now it appears that extracting the scepter might instead expose my identity. The lady seeks him solely for the scepter, in a realm tainted by her presence. It seems that the moment I retrieve the scepter, the old specter will come for me, and what fate awaits me then? Is there any moral code governing the bosses within this spiritual realm? What if she were to effortlessly crush me, this insignificant ant? After much contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to conceal his identity and proceed with the task, refraining from utilizing the scepter. The repercussions of revealing his identity could lead to a direct confrontation with the formidable Lady of Sandow Mountain, laden with uncertainties. Conversely, if he were to navigate the haunted house successfully, he would remain unscathed. Should he find himself cornered, he could retrieve the scepter then. With the pros and cons weighed, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Just as he intended to turn away, he suddenly noticed in the copper mirror that the door had swung open. Within the reflection, a woman clad in a white dress appeared, her hair cascading loosely. She stepped over the threshold, advancing into the room with an unusual gait. In the reflection of the copper mirror, the room appeared distinctly different from the one he occupied. A woman in a white dress approached the dressing mirror with an oddly peculiar gait and seated herself. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing finally discerned the reason for her strange manner of walking. She was moving backwards. The ensuing scene could terrify an ordinary person to death. The woman in the mirror raised her hand and removed her head, cradling it in her arms. Her skin was a ghastly shade of blue-black, and her long, sharp nails were pitch dark. The disheveled hair of her head cascaded down, revealing her visage, a pair of chilling white eyes set in a pallid face. With lips as black as coal, fixating on Zhang Yuanqing through the mirror as if gazing into another realm. This specter lacked allure. Zhang Yuanqing swiftly retreated, intending to exit the room. However, the hair in the mirror seemed to come alive, rising like tendrils and piercing the surface of the glass. The copper mirror rippled with waves, and clusters of hair penetrated through, ensnaring Zhang Yuanqing's wrists and body, tightening inexorably as if attempting to pull him into the mirror's depths. Humph! A thick, dark light surged in Zhang Yuanqing's eyes as he opened his mouth and drew in a deep breath. Soul Devour. This ability, capable of subduing vengeful spirits, merely slowed the speed of the encroaching hair, but could not consume the female specter within the mirror. She was formidable, not an ordinary vengeful spirit. Gradually, Zhang Yuanqing inched forward, closing the distance to the copper mirror. He rapidly contemplated his countermeasures. The demon-slaying staff was best left unused. The bloodthirsty blade served as a physical weapon, ineffective against spiritual entities, and the red dancing shoes also operated on a physical plane, thus rendering stomping futile against such spirits. After much deliberation, it was undoubtedly you, little rascal. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a breath of ominous energy, summoning the mischievous spirit. Abba. The plump and adorable infant spirit landed on the dressing table, lazily stretching its limbs. Then, it caught sight of the ghostly figure in the mirror. In an instant, like a startled cat, the infant spirit, displaying an agility uncommon for its age, tumbled down from the dressing table and cowered behind Zhang Yuanqing, wailing in terror. Zhang Yuanqing scolded, "Useless creature, get moving." He transmitted a command for assault to the infant spirit. Abba Abba. Obedience is the innate nature of a spirit servant. The infant spirit raised its delicate brows and let out a fierce cry, grasping the hem of Zhang Yuanqing's trousers and climbing up to his shoulder. Making a valiant leap, its round and chubby form penetrated the copper mirror, adhering itself to the ghost's visage. Zhang Yuanqing quickly calmed his emotions, shifting his consciousness into the infant spirit, thereby usurping the ghost's perception. The ghost's ghastly countenance became vacant, as if it had suddenly lost its wits. Its hair, as lethal as steel strands, lost the strength to maintain its form and fell limply. Well done. The infant spirit's ability lasted only 3 seconds, but it was sufficient for their escape. A chilling wind swept through the inner courtyard, where numerous vengeful spirits lurked in the distance. Drawn to the aura of the night wanderer yet wary of its formidable presence, unwilling to approach. They needed to locate them quickly. They must not perish. Zhang Yuanqing hastily departed from the garden, passing through the arched gate and entering the adjacent courtyard, where he soon spotted Xiangxi. The young girl stood before a water vat in the corner of the courtyard, her upper body plunged into the depths, hands gripping the rim as she struggled valiantly, seemingly being pulled by some unseen force within. Despite her relentless efforts, she found herself unable to extricate herself from the confines of the vat. Gradually, her struggles weakened, fading into feebleness. Zhang Yuanqing approached with measured steps, catching a whiff of alcohol, and upon leaning closer, he beheld a dark liquid rippling within the vat, where a spectral infant, tethered by its umbilical cord, swirled. It was this very cord that constricted Xiangxi's neck, dragging her mercilessly beneath the water's surface. With determination, Zhang Yuanqing grasped the little troublemaker, disregarding his protests, and cast him into the vat. Upon the arrival of a kindred spirit, the umbilical infant relinquished its grip and bared its teeth at the newcomer. Seizing Xiangxi by the shoulders, Zhang Yuanqing exerted a powerful tug, liberating her from the watery depths. She erupted into a fit of violent coughs, her face flushed, damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks. After several moments, as her lungs began to settle, she focused on Zhang Yuanqing's face, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Brother Wang Tai, you've come to rescue me. Woe is me, I never wish to enter a realm associated with the Night Wanderer again. It is far too terrifying. This marked her inaugural venture into such a supernatural domain. How did you find yourself here? Zhang Yuanqing's gaze remained fixed on the vat, where the two infant spirits had engaged in a tumultuous struggle, biting and entangling one another, causing the dark liquid to ripple in chaotic waves. Xiangxi rose on her tiptoes to glance into the vat, recalling the considerable quantity she had just consumed, and a wave of nausea washed over her. How revolting! How utterly revolting! Brother Wang Tai, I followed you out of the hall, and amidst a swirling fog, I realized you all had vanished. In my search for you, I unknowingly wandered to this place, only to catch the scent of wine and trace it to this very vat. I thought this must be one of the betrothal gifts. As I lifted the wooden lid, a rope suddenly emerged from within, dragging me into the water. She gazed at the umbilical spirit residing in the vat, her thoughts drifting back to the liquid that had nearly choked her, her delicate face turning an ashen hue. How revolting, how utterly revolting. Zhang Yuanqing calculated the passage of time. Assessing the young girl before him, you can hold your breath for quite a while. As he spoke, he raised his snow-white wrist, revealing a jade bracelet of deep green hue, a bracelet that restores vitality. Could this girl be a wood spirit? Yet her demeanor does not quite align. With a nonchalant Zhang Yuanqing did not dwell on the bracelet, stating, "Let us proceed to find them. I hope we are not too late. By the way, hand me that card." "Ah? What card?" "Do not feign ignorance. The card from the parking lot. I saw you tuck it into your back pocket." Chapter 58. The bride. Subsequently, they discovered the fire demon beside the dilapidated stage in the western courtyard. The stage had been abandoned for years, with tattered drapes hanging down, enveloped in layers of dust both on and off the stage. He sat motionless on the bench, his gaze vacant as he stared at the stage, as if the empty platform were alive with the performance of a grand drama. Zhang Yuanqing's expression darkened, for in his line of sight, the fire demon was shrouded in a thick veil of malevolence, teetering on the brink of death, its soul wavering between realms. He hurried over, placing a hand on the fire demon's shoulder, his eyes swirling with darkness, continuously drawing in the negative energy, consuming and transforming it. The fire demon shivered, the hollowness in its eyes beginning to flicker with vitality, instinctively exclaiming, "So cold, so cold." This fire master trembled as he glanced around, spotting Zhang Yuanqing beside him and Xiangxi not far off, exclaiming, "Where have you two been?" The moment we left the hall, everyone vanished. The crowd had dispersed. Zhang Yuanqing waved a hand to interrupt the inquiry, asking, "How did you end up here?" "I followed the sound and saw a stage with a woman performing. I watched for a moment, and then I can't recall anything else." As he spoke, a shiver coursed through him as he beheld the dilapidated stage, where no performer could possibly exist. The fire demon gazed at the night wanderer with deep gratitude. "You saved me, didn't you?" It was a rather evident truth. Zhang Yuanqing replied with a smile. Phew. The fire demon exhaled in relief. Recalling the harrowing experience with a shudder, my skills and tools were utterly useless against the vengeful spirits. Thank you, Brother Wang Tai. Although each profession possesses its unique attributes, the ability of the vengeful spirits to silently control the fire demon likely stemmed from a sheer suppression of levels. The efficiency is akin to being stabbed with a knife. In the cobweb-laden dressing room beside the stage, the three discovered a golden hairpin. Where are Shishir and the Monkey King? Xiaolingxi shook her head, expressing her disappointment. They have yet to be found. I hope they are as fortunate as you. The fire demon cast a sidelong glance at her. Do you wish for their demise? Xiaolingxi, appearing pitiful and aggrieved, replied. How could you say such a thing, brother? We are companions after all. The fire demon, uninterested in her lamentations, chose to disregard her. Their prior quarrel had left him quite irked by her petulant demeanor. The trio departed from that place and ventured to another courtyard, which was larger than anticipated. The backyard was divided into several small courtyards, some serving as gardens while others housed performance stages. After a short while, Zhang Yuanqing, possessing night vision, spotted a figure stumbling towards them in the distance. The individual, adorned in tight pants and slip-on shoes, was none other than the Monkey King himself. What brings you here? He exclaimed joyfully as he approached. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes darkened as he scrutinized the figure for a moment, confirming it was indeed the real one. The four gathered and recounted their respective encounters. After getting separated, the Monkey King had inadvertently wandered into a courtyard where he found a room aglow with candlelight. Upon pushing the door open to investigate, he discovered the room deserted, with a neatly folded wedding quilt atop the bed. The Monkey King speculated it might be a part of the bride price, but he chose to heed the call of his heart and quietly retreated. Soon thereafter, he encountered Zhang Yuanqing and the others. The fire demon, astonished, remarked, The most cowardly among us is, paradoxically, the safest? What do you mean by that? I am cautious. Not cowardly, the Monkey King retorted, defending his reputation. It is indeed true that sometimes the ones who survive are not necessarily the most astute or capable, but rather those who exhibit the greatest timidity. Zhang Yuanqing interrupted the feudal dispute between the two and turned towards the Monkey King, inquiring about the location of the wedding blanket. The Monkey King glanced behind him. Under his guidance, the four individuals arrived at a courtyard, where they indeed spotted a room illuminated by candlelight. Noticing the expressions of fear on his companions' faces, Zhang Yuanqing let out a resigned sigh, declaring, I shall retrieve it for you. This is the domain of the Night Wanderer. He promptly entered the room, and as he crossed the threshold, the lattice door closed automatically. Outside, Xiaolingxi and the others beheld the moment the lattice door shut, and the figure of Wang Tai vanished. Inside, the candlelight flickered dimly, failing to reveal his shadow. After a tense few minutes of waiting, the lattice door was abruptly flung open, and Wang Tai emerged, clutching a wedding blanket, appearing somewhat disheveled, his garments torn in several places, stained with blood. Great sage, catch. Zhang Yuanqing tossed the wedding blanket to the Monkey King, who received it with delight, cradling it tightly. Just as he was about to inquire about the events that transpired within, Zhang Yuanqing interjected, Let us go find Shishir. The Monkey King, sensing the urgency, refrained from further questioning and continued to explore the inner courtyard alongside his companions. The night was thick and oppressive, devoid of stars or moonlight. The only source of illumination was a red lantern hanging beneath the eaves, casting a crimson hue over this desolate realm. An occasional chill wind swept through, causing the lantern to sway, intensifying the atmosphere of dread. Come here quickly, I am here. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed from ahead. Zhang Yuanqing and the others turned to see Shishir standing beneath the lantern at the corner of the eaves, beckoning them closer. She stood there, her body as motionless as a clay sculpture, her stiff wave and the smile on her face equally rigid, exuding an unsettling aura. Shishir, the Monkey King, relieved to see she was unharmed, was about to approach when the fire demon restrained him by the shoulder. Simultaneously, a voice whispered in his ear, Look at her shoes. Shoes. The Monkey King scrutinized her closely, his pupils narrowing slightly. She wore a pair of red embroidered shoes. She is not Shishir. Come here, you all. Come here. Shishir continued to wave, her smile remaining eerie and stiff. Ignore her. Just move past. Zhang Yuanqing urged quietly. After a brief moment, they continued onward. And Zhang Yuanqing remarked, Do you remember when Shishir entered the house and mentioned seeing a woman standing under the red lantern? It's truly unsettling, the fire master spat in disdain. Why would she take on the appearance of Sister Shishir? Xiaolingxi inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yuanqing gazed into the distance. Sighing, "You'll understand once you see for yourselves." "Sister Shishir?" Xiaolingxi exclaimed. The figure was indeed Shishir, hanging lifelessly from the eaves. Her delicate face contorted in a suffocating grimace, her eyes wide and bloodshot, her complexion ashen, lips slightly parted. The sight was horrendous. The Monkey King and the Fire Demon were struck with both shock and dread, realizing she had met her silent death here. Shishir hung there quietly. Zhang Yuanqing touched her hand, icy to the touch, indicating she had been dead for over half an hour. "It's Sister Shishir's wedding invitation." Xiaolingxi pointed to a red card lying at the foot of the corpse. Zhang Yuanqing cast a fleeting glance at the wedding invitation, choosing to disregard it. As a dark tumult surged within his gaze, connecting with the lingering spirit residing in Shishir, he felt compelled to ascertain whether Shishir had perished due to vengeful spirits or other circumstances. Suddenly, a wave of memories not his own flooded his mind. In her earthly existence, she was a nurse, entangled in relationships with several men, including the department head, affluent businessmen, and managers of spiritual organizations, an advocate of anti-marriage. She held a skeptical view of love, perceiving men merely as resources. She was a social butterfly navigating her world with considerable finesse. As the memories culminated, Zhang Yuanqing beheld a shadow clad in bridal attire materialize, abruptly halting the vision. Had she been slain by the ghost bride? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. "I see dread creeping down his spine." He mused, "It cannot be. How could the ghost bride act prematurely? Was she not awaiting the selection of a suitor? If the ghost bride could strike at will, what sport would remain? Moreover, if she had indeed taken matters into her own hands to kill, why target Shishir and spare himself and others? Or perhaps the act had not yet been committed?" At that moment, he overheard the voices of Xiaolingxi and the Monkey King in discussion. "Why has her gender been crossed out? I suppose once deceased, everything is erased?" Zhang Yuanqing, taken aback, urgently requested, "Show me." Xiaolingxi handed over the wedding invitation. As Zhang Yuanqing focused on it, he noticed that Shishir's gender had been obscured by a thick stroke of ink. With wide, innocent eyes, Xiaolingxi inquired, "Brother Wang Tai, what did you perceive within Shishir's spirit?" The Monkey King and the Fire Demon immediately turned their gazes toward him. "She was slain by the ghost bride." "What?" The trio's expressions turned pale with shock, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. If the ghost bride were to make a move, it is likely that none present would survive. Logically, this should not be the case, even for an S-rank mission, despite its high difficulty. There ought to be a glimmer of hope for them. "I have an idea, but the reasoning is flawed." Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment. Casting a glance at the keen-eyed Xiaolingxi, "Could I see your marriage invitation?" "Oh." She was quite cooperative, retrieving the invitation tucked into her waistband. Zhang Yuanqing accepted it, unfolding it to reveal a strange expression. The gender listed was male. Both the Fire Demon and the Monkey King leaned in, noticing that the gender stated was indeed male. The Monkey King lamented, "This young lady appears so delicate and graceful, yet she turns out to be a boy." "What are you talking about?" Xiaolingxi blushed, explaining, "I thought the ghost bride would be seeking a husband, and that husband must surely be a man. If I had filled in woman, it would contradict the rules. Wouldn't it? That would lead to immediate disqualification." The Fire Demon and the Monkey King fell into deep contemplation. With Xiaolingxi's gender marked as male, my earlier conjecture appears to be correct. In the previous version, females could pass directly. However, in the new version, females face immediate failure, as S-rank spirit realms do not offer such leniency. Zhang Yuanqing's deduction was validated. Shishir was directly eliminated by the ghost bride, the reason being her failure to conform to the groom's specifications. He articulated his reasoning, and upon hearing it, Xiaolingxi looked sorrowful, saying, "I merely speculated and did not dare to assert it, so I kept it to myself. Had I known, I would have warned Sister Shishir. Whatever you say is what it is." This thought resonated in the minds of the three men in unison. Now, only 4 members remain in the team. And even if the ghost bride claims another life, it can only be one at most. Fortunately, acknowledging their shared experience, Zhang Yuanqing gently laid Shishir's body down on the ground, then surveyed the 3 remaining companions. "Time is of the essence. We must find the wedding chamber." Though he did not keep a precise count of the time, he could estimate that nearly an hour had passed since their entry into the mansion. Xiaolingxi, the Fire Demon, and the Monkey King swiftly put Shishir's plight behind them, steeling themselves for what lay ahead. Each of the 4, bearing their wedding gifts, pressed onward, delving deeper into the mansion, silently weaving through various gardens, accompanied only by the glow of red lanterns. After wandering for quite some time without locating the wedding chamber, They suddenly spotted a courtyard ahead, its eaves elegantly arched, doors adorned with auspicious characters, and a warm candlelight flickering within. A vibrant crimson carpet led the way from the courtyard to the main house. As the moment arrived, the wedding chamber revealed itself. Observing the tense expressions on his teammates' faces, Zhang Yuanqing murmured, "Let us proceed." He had intended to lighten the mood with a jest. "Do not be so anxious. Perhaps the ghost bride is a voluptuous enchantress." As of now, they remained unaware of the ghost bride's criteria for selecting a spouse, whether it was a choice of one among four or a desire for all. Similarly, they were uncertain of their own fates. Upon entering the courtyard and traversing the crimson carpet, Zhang Yuanqing halted before the door, inhaled deeply, and forcefully pushed open the lattice doors. With a resounding clang, the two lattice doors swung inward, and Zhang Yuanqing stepped over the threshold, his muscles taut, scanning the interior layout with keen scrutiny. The entire room is adorned predominantly in festive red, with decorative characters of happiness affixed to the walls. In the center, a round table is set, graced by two candlesticks, their half-arm-length red candles flickering gently. Beneath them lie several dishes of celadon, holding longan and peanuts. To the east, a grand bed is positioned, its canopy and sheets a jubilant crimson, yet devoid of bedding. The space beside the bed remains empty, lacking the anticipated bride clad in wedding attire and shrouded in a red veil. 3 of my companions have vanished once more. Am I truly the only one to have entered the bridal chamber? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly felt a chill, then realized. Murmuring to himself, the ghostly bride certainly knows how to play, arranging a bridal chamber for each person. Observing the current circumstances, it aligns with his earlier hypothesis, for betrothal gifts correspond to 4 grooms, the rest are all deceased. Now he awaits the arrival of the bride. Yet, who will she choose? Zhang Yuanqing turned to close the door, quietly summoning his little companion to perch upon his head, prepared for the unexpected. Moreover, his son is not of the dark complexion. The candlelight shimmered, illuminating the room. Zhang Yuanqing initially hoped to gauge the passage of time through the burning candles. But to his astonishment, the candles exhibited an extraordinary quality, showing no signs of consumption regardless of their duration of burning. Time passed without his notice, until the door creaked open with a chilling gust, extinguishing the candles in an instant as a cold wind howled through every corner of the bridal chamber. The room was engulfed in darkness, and a tremor coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's heart. The spirit atop his head quivered violently, plunging into an abyss of terror. As if facing the apocalypse, he stiffly turned his neck to gaze at the ajar door, the outside shrouded in inky blackness. With his night vision, he vaguely discerned a figure clad in wedding attire, draped in a red veil, stepping upon the crimson carpet, advancing toward the bridal chamber. Chapter 59. The Detective's Reasoning Hall, and, outside, a profound darkness surged forth, deeper than the darkest night. Zhang Yuanqing possessed eyes that could pierce the veil of night, yet he found himself unable to penetrate the terrifying aura that enveloped him. He could only faintly discern the figure clad in bridal attire, advancing with a deliberate pace. Crossing the threshold, in that instant, Zhang Yuanqing experienced the most profound terror of his life. This terror was not the chilling fright of being drained of vitality by a vengeful spirit, nor was it the panic of being pursued by a zombie. It was the horror of an emotional explosion within, while the body remained paralyzed and unresponsive. There was no resistance, no defense, only an endless despair. The powers of the Night Wanderer were rendered utterly ineffective, leaving him completely subdued. The little jester was too frightened to even weep, while the plump companion trembled incessantly. Moments later, his ineffectual master joined him in shivering. The darkness infiltrated the room as the figure in the bridal gown approached step by step, a thick miasma of death enveloping every corner of the chamber. At that moment, the Elvis speaker nestled in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket emitted an incongruous sound. She has arrived, bringing with her unparalleled terror. The groom sat at the edge of the bed, contemplating his scheme, appearing calm on the surface, yet inwardly trembling with fear. Just as the speaker reached this point, it seemed to suffer some interference, producing a crackling noise. Moments later, the sound returned. But the words that followed left Zhang Yuanqing astounded. The groom, seemingly composed, was in fact brimming with joy, for the bride was strikingly beautiful, gentle, and dignified, a rare match indeed. Yes, it was precisely so. Crackle, and then it fell silent. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a pair of red embroidered shoes halting before him. Time ticked away, second by second, as Xielingxi sat on the edge of the bed, paralyzed with fear. Her features were exquisitely refined, complementing the decor of the bridal chamber, making her appear as though she were the bride herself. In the previous version of the strategy, those chosen by the ghostly bride were doomed to die. This aspect would likely remain unchanged in the new edition. Whoever she selected would be destined for demise. Xialingxi quietly swallowed her saliva, choosing not to mention it further. She was filled with dread, though she had endured 2 solo spirit realms and 2 group spirit realms. Encountering peril along the way, particularly in the solo spirit realms, where the mortality rates among various professions were uniformly grim, her own profession, while thrilling in its solo realms, was not associated with horror. The Jinshui amusement park was the first realm imbued with supernatural elements that Xialingxi encountered, and it was utterly terrifying. This fear transcended mere threats to life. The very essence of ghosts inherently provokes profound dread within humanity. She silently vowed never to watch horror films again. In the bridal chamber, the notion of time seemed to dissipate, as if trapped in an endless torment. Suddenly, Xialingxi heard the notification from the realm. You have completed the haunted house, ghost marriage, task. You are now engaged in the spine-chilling task series. The entertainment facilities included are roller coaster, underground parking lot haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective mystery hall. Please proceed to the 4th location within half an hour. Is it over? Xialingxi was momentarily taken aback, then a wave of intense joy surged within her, as if she had traversed a long, dark night. Her heart brimming with elation that she could scarcely contain. At last, this horrifying supernatural ordeal had come to an end. Then, a second thought struck her. Who perished? Eagerly, she pushed open the lattice door and stepped outside, glancing around. The night was desolate. Lanterns hung high at the eaves, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The fire demon's face was a tapestry of joy, his eyes seemingly anticipating something. It appeared that either Wang Tai or the Monkey King had met their demise. Seeing that he had survived, Xialingxi subtly furrowed her brow. The fire demon, in high spirits, remarked. Xialingxi shot him a glance and replied coolly, the strategy for this haunted house challenge is not entirely clear to us. Wang Tai possesses the most insight. The value of the strategy you pinned may be significantly diminished. The fire demon shrugged. Even so, it remains invaluable. And you? The fire demon paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, before swiftly regaining composure. With a chuckle, he remarked, it seems that the great sage Qi Tian is destined to remain here as the groom. This fellow is both timid and cowardly. Should he manage to escape the spirit realm alive, it would be utterly unjust. Brother Wang Tai. Xialingxi beamed a sweet smile. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly, casting a solemn glance at the fire demon. Regardless of our differences, we are companions in this endeavor. There is no need for sarcasm. Indeed, whatever you say goes. Let us depart from this place post-haste. I wish not to linger here any longer. The sooner we escape, the sooner we can conclude this task and pursue our separate paths. The phrase pursue our separate paths was emphasized heavily. Thus, under Zhang Yuanqing's leadership, the trio traversed through the inner courtyard, the grand hall, and the outer courtyard, encountering no further crises along the way, and successfully exited the haunted abode. The 3 hastened through the dark alley, not pausing for a moment, moving in perfect harmony as if they had all developed a significant psychological aversion to the place. 10 minutes later, guided by a roadside sign, they arrived at the Detective Investigative Institute. This was an imposing white structure, with stout pillars supporting a triangular roof. Embodying a classic Western architectural style, the wrought iron gates stood wide open, revealing a front yard adorned with a fountain. Do you need a moment to rest? Zhang Yuanqing paused at the wrought iron gate, seeking the opinions of his companions. Xialingxi and the fire demon shook their heads. The terror of the haunted house had primarily drained them mentally rather than physically. The 10-minute journey had sufficiently calmed their emotions, and they felt no need for further respite. Moreover, at this juncture, they were all eager to bring an end to the nightmarish task that lay before them. 3 individuals entered through the grand entrance, meandering around the fountain pool, and stepped into a structure reminiscent of a museum. The hall of the detective gallery was adorned with square floor tiles and featured a dome from which hung 8 exquisite crystal chandeliers, casting a brilliant and radiant glow. Display cabinets filled the hall, showcasing an array of artifacts such as pipes and canes, bow ties and footballs, symbols of dancing figures, and bound volumes of the Record of Exoneration. Pipes and canes were one thing, but the presence of bow ties seemed to suggest a playful jest within this narrative. As an ardent enthusiast of deduction, Zhang Yuanqing aspired to emulate his grandfather and become an exemplary sheriff. Thus he was not unfamiliar with these peculiar items. The The trio's gaze swept across the display cabinets before swiftly shifting to the center of the hall, where 6 statues draped in red cloth stood. The fire demon regarded the red-covered sculptures, his eyes flickering momentarily as he inquired, "What is the task here? Is it reasoning? I detest such mentally taxing challenges." Xialingxi remained contemplative and silent. Zhang Yuanqing pointed towards the 6 statues with a smile, stating, "Hasn't the question already been presented to us?" No sooner had he spoken than all 3, Zhang Yuanqing, Xialingxi, and the fire demon, simultaneously received a task notification in their minds. Ding. Welcome to the Detective Gallery. Excess items have been cleared. The Detective Gallery is a realm that tests wisdom. Physical confrontations are strictly prohibited. Violators will be eradicated. Please, the team leader, step forth to unveil the red cloth, while Xialingxi and the fire demon remained still. Zhang Yuanqing strode confidently forward and pulled back the red cloth covering the statues. Each of the 6 sculptures was identical, each adorned with a nameplate affixed to its chest. Reading: Commoner, Neutral, Neutral, Guardian, Traitor, and Villain. Is there a nefarious individual among our ranks? This elucidates why the roller coaster strategy remains unchanged. While the river god has perished. Wang Tai, you must have wished to alert us at that moment. The fire demon suddenly grasped the situation and, with astonishment, scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing, inquiring, "You're the captain?" The fire demon fell silent. Beep. The captain's task is now announced. Attention, there is an evil entity concealed within the team. Please ensure that the number of team members is no less than 3. Otherwise, penalties will be incurred, resulting in the loss of current experience points. Be mindful to keep your character identity hidden. Beep. Each member of the team possesses their own role. The captain must deduce their identities and affix name cards accordingly. Any incorrect attachment will lead to the failure of the detective reasoning mission and the annihilation of the entire captain's faction. Every team member has the right to defend themselves. Please complete the reasoning within half an hour. Failure to do so will result in the annihilation of the entire captain's faction. There are 2 things in this world that should not be gazed upon directly: the sun and the human heart. Timer begins, 0:30:00. I pondered why the hidden task mandates the concealment of each individual's identity. The reason lies here. Zhang Yuanqing mused internally, simultaneously sensing a new item in his inventory. Upon inspection, he found that the inventory items were gray, unusable. Yet one slot displayed its colors vibrantly. It was a stack of name cards. He retrieved the cards, a total of 6, each inscribed with the names of the team members. Time is of the essence. I shall commence my reasoning with the deceased teammates. Do you 2 have any objections? He raised the business card in his hand, gazing towards Xialingxi and Huama beside him. Xialingxi nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanqing fanned out the card, glanced at it, and extracted the card of a father's remorse, stating, "For the sake of caution, let us begin with the most prudent choice. A father's remorse is a neutral party. He personally disclosed this to me before his demise. To be frank, I found it hard to believe at the time, as he belonged to the malevolent profession. It was from that moment onward that Zhang Yuanqing truly confirmed that everyone had received their hidden tasks. He belongs to the malevolent profession? Huama exclaimed in astonishment. Could he possibly be a villain? It is worth noting that since his death, no one in our team has died for no reason. There is a rationale behind a villain's reluctance to commit murder, which I shall elaborate on later. However, a father's remorse is not a villain. For after the underground parking lot mission concluded, I discreetly inquired with Ling. Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward, affixing the card of a father's remorse onto one of the statues of the neutral parties. Ding, deduction correct. Subsequently, the 3 observed an inscription materializing above the statue bearing the card of a father's remorse. Neutral party. There is 1 captain and 1 villain in the team. You must choose your faction before the conclusion of the first mission. Please do not disclose your identity. This was the hidden task of the neutral party. Xialingxi smiled radiantly. Indeed, Brother Wang Tai. Choosing a faction must be approached with caution at that time. I had no idea who the captain was and who the villain might be. A wrong choice could lead to death. I propose that our initial endeavor be a roller coaster, as it presents the simplest challenge, devoid of external influences. Should the strategy remain unchanged, it would serve as the optimal battleground for both the captain and the nefarious adversaries. Following the outcomes of this engagement, I shall select my allegiance. Wang Tai, your ingenuity in devising a solution is commendable, and thus, I have chosen to align myself with the captain's faction. Zhang Yuanqing let out a soft scoff, affixing Xialingxi's business card to the board. This young lady has been exceedingly compliant since the roller coaster, exhibiting ample goodwill towards him. Ding. The deduction is correct. Subsequently, the hidden task for the neutral party reemerged. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved Shisher's card and remarked, "This woman has merely coasted through the entire ordeal." During the roller coaster challenge, she merely endorsed with her eyes open, and when confronted by the Autobots, she refrained from taking action. Her behavior throughout the night displayed a notable lack of initiative. Thus I deduce she is a civilian. Fire Demon, what is your perspective? The Fire Demon furrowed his brow and replied, "That is rather presumptuous. Such reasoning could equally apply to the malevolent faction." Zhang Yuanqing chuckled, "No, it is not presumptuous. Though I cannot divulge my reasoning." He affixed Shisher's card to the civilian statue. Ding. The deduction is correct. Civilian, your identity is that of a civilian. Before the conclusion of the first task, seek out the captain and receive his protection. Do not reveal your identity. In addition to the aforementioned reasoning, Zhang Yuanqing's conviction that Shisher is a civilian rests on two more foundations. This is, in fact, her subtle insinuation of her civilian status. Commoners do not require reverence. They are perpetually subjected to rudeness and wild treatment. However, at that moment, Zhang Yuanqing perceived this as an expression of allegiance from the other party, only truly comprehending it upon discovering the identity of the commoner. The river god was the first to perish, but let us set him aside for now. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at the fire demon with a smile and inquired, "Fire demon, are you a traitor or a villain?" The fire demon's expression darkened as he replied solemnly, "I am a guardian." "Nonsense." Xielingxi rolled her eyes. "You, with your bushy eyebrows and large eyes, are the least likely to be a good person. You have been nothing but a troublemaker, a veritable nuisance." The fire demon remained unperturbed, logically defending himself. "Brother Wang Tai, I truly am a guardian. In fact, I have known you were the captain ever since the roller coaster incident. Just think, if I were a villain, I would have dispatched you like I did the river god." "Ha ha, what are you laughing at?" The fire demon frowned. "I am a seasoned expert who has traversed numerous spirit realms. Any falsehood is futile against me." After finishing his laughter, Zhang Yuanqing coldly remarked, "You seemed quite disappointed when you saw me emerge from the haunted house." "Disappointed? On the contrary, I couldn't be happier." The fire demon retorted angrily. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have acted long ago. Does that not make sense?" Xielingxi hesitated. Although she sensed the fire demon was not to be trusted, she lacked substantial evidence and feared that a misstep could mislead the captain. If even one person makes a mistake, the entire team led by the captain faces annihilation, including her. At this moment, Xielingxi's heart raced with anxiety. "Now, could you clarify why you misled us during the roller coaster task, claiming that the strategy of closing our eyes had become ineffective? Don't tell me it was simply because you were scared. We are not novices, after all. Would just the thought of a personal loss truly frighten you?" Zhang Yuanqing questioned. Hua Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his fiery temper, and patiently explained, "I admit that I misjudged the situation out of impatience, but that reflects a lapse in judgment, not an intention to harm anyone. What benefit would I gain from the destruction of the team? The roller coaster was merely the first task. How could I possibly navigate the subsequent challenges on my own?" No, Zhang Yuanqing interjected, shaking his finger with a smirk. "I never suggested that your proposal to open your eyes was meant to lead to our demise. What ill intentions could you possibly harbor? You merely sought to identify the captain." Hua Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, Xielingxi smiled. "I advised you all back then that if the roller coaster strategy remained unchanged, opening our eyes would lead to collective destruction. In contrast, losing one team member each round seemed the more rational choice. Curiously, however, everyone opted to agree to open their eyes." Zhang Yuanqing scoffed. "Of course, you are not that foolish. Each of you harbored ulterior motives. One side sought self-preservation while the other aimed to unearth the captain, knowing full well that the captain would surely oppose." Hua Mo fell silent, unable to respond. Xielingxi's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she remarked, "Brother Wang Tai, you truly are remarkable." Her words were heartfelt. At that time, the proposal for a vote came from her, and she did not align herself with any faction. Her agreement was merely a test of the captain's capabilities, driven by a fear of fierce opposition that could arouse the suspicions of malevolent individuals and lead to her own demise. Regardless of the voting outcome, she would still choose to remain silent. Both Shisher and the man who felt guilty for being a father likely shared similar sentiments. What Xielingxi did not anticipate was that Brother Wang Tai had already discerned their intentions, which greatly bolstered the young girl's confidence in the ensuing deductions. The fire demon fell into a prolonged silence before once again reiterating his old refrain, "I am truly a good person, not one of those wicked beings. Otherwise, I would have slain you long ago. You wouldn't dare." Zhang Yuanqing retorted, shaking his head. After the roller coaster incident, I realized my exposure. From that moment onward, it became a matter of playing my cards openly. I had to ensure my own survival. Thus, when I entered the underground parking lot, I repeatedly emphasized that we were all in this together, that we must unite our efforts. Fortunately, the task in the parking lot required manpower, and I felt a sense of relief, knowing I was at least safe in the initial stages. Later on, when Xiaolingxi received the card granting her permission to use props, I immediately volunteered to take on the task of dealing with the Autobots, while also informing you of the lethal cost associated with those dancing shoes. All of this was intended to instill a sense of caution in the murderer, to make him believe he could afford to delay, that he need not rush to eliminate me, for I still held value for him, enabling him to benefit without immediate action. The fire demon's countenance shifted rapidly, his fury boiling over as he growled, "I should have killed you sooner. I should have done it back in the underground parking lot." Xiaolingxi urged, "You could strike now if you wish." The fire demon cast a venomous glance at her, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Wang Tai, you are formidable. I concede defeat. I am indeed a nefarious villain." Zhang Yuanqing let out a derisive snicker, extracting the fire demon's business card and affixing it to the traitor. Xiaolingxi's face drained of color as she emitted a short gasp. "You." Yet, almost immediately, she noticed the fire demon's expression shift drastically, his eyes brimming with despair and panic. The ferocity and rage he had displayed moments ago appeared to be mere pretense. This revelation left Xiaolingxi momentarily stunned. Ding. Reasoning successful. Traitor, your identity is that of a traitor. You must identify the villain before the first mission concludes, assist him in concealing his identity, and eliminate the captain. Upon the captain's demise, the mission will be complete, and you shall receive a reward item. I never claimed you were a villain. You were simply a traitor. Spat Zhang Yuanqing. The fire demon seemed to have lost all vitality, his gaze vacant as he murmured, "How did you know? Your behavior was far too conspicuous. Were I a villain, I would certainly devise ways to disguise myself, to avoid drawing any attention. Remaining inconspicuous is the best course." Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the traitor's mission, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Thus, the identity of the true villain becomes abundantly clear. My guess was not amiss. It is indeed the Monkey King. He scrutinized the disheartened fire demon and remarked with a sardonic smile, "I harbor doubts about each member of our team. I have tested and examined them one by one, and in the end, I found myself wavering between you and the great sage, equal to heaven." Before arriving at the detective's reasoning hall, I remained uncertain about which of you was the nefarious culprit until I became aware of the presence of a traitor, which led to my epiphany. Xiaolingxi was indeed correct. You resemble a stirring stick in a cesspool, exhibiting traits akin to a wolf. You were the first to propose opening your eyes, seated behind the river god, relentlessly targeting Xiaolingxi. When I hinted at the danger within our ranks and sought a conversation with you, you immediately displayed an eagerness to appease me, a behavior characteristic of a guilty perpetrator. I must admit, your disguise was remarkably convincing. It is precisely for this reason that I could not ascertain whether you or the great sage was the true villain. Now, it is clear. The logic behind your series of actions served merely as a shield for the great sage, diverting my attention and prompting me to suspect you. Fear flickered in the fire demon's eyes. The young man's mind was exceedingly astute. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Xiaolingxi, noticing the young girl gazing at him with sparkling eyes filled with admiration, which brought him satisfaction as he nodded in approval. He continued, upon entering the underground parking lot. A dispute arose between you and the great sage. He sought to act in unison, while you insisted on separating. This is where your opinions diverged, am I correct? The fire demon gritted his teeth and replied, "After the roller coaster, you hinted at the dangers within our team. I realized that I had been too overt in my behavior, which may have aroused your suspicions. The malevolent have the power to kill, and surely the captain possesses the same capability. I fear for my life at your hands, thus I subtly suggested that the great sage, Qi Dynasty, eliminate you in the underground parking lot, yet he declined. He deemed the parking lot too perilous and considered that to take your life at that moment would not be a judicious decision. For it was not his emotions that were under threat. That scoundrel, treating me as a mere pawn disposable at his whim. Subsequently, I discovered that after navigating through the underground parking lot, you did not take my life, which brought me a sense of relief. Then came the haunted house, where I similarly hinted to him to end your life, but he again refrained." Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. "Of course he wouldn't slay me. Do you believe I would risk revealing my identity as the Night Wanderer? During the ordeal in the underground parking lot, I was apprehensive, yet upon entering the haunted house, I realized I was assuredly safe. You all require the Night Wanderer as protection, and it is well known that the Ghost Bride would undoubtedly select me. As long as I am present, you can essentially traverse the haunted house with ease. To kill me would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. The Night Wanderer possesses a fatal allure for vengeful spirits. One can easily surmise whom the Ghost Bride would choose as her consort. Suddenly, the fire demon recalled something. His voice rising sharply. Why did the Ghost Bride not choose you? Why? This was precisely the source of his confusion. The reason for his astonishment and disappointment upon witnessing Wang Tai emerge alive. Zhang Yuanqing and Xia Lingxi burst into laughter simultaneously. The young girl, hands on her hips, beamed with pride, because we found a card in the underground parking lot, a card to divert hatred. She no longer feigned innocence or weakness. I chose to redirect the Ghost Bride's attention towards Qi Dynasty, as I believed his culpability to be greater than yours, Zhang Yuanqing added with a smile. A chill coursed through the heart of the fire demon, for both he and the Monkey King had been ensnared from the very beginning. This realization enveloped him in despair. The selfish and foolish wretch likely remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Zhang Yuanqing paid him no further heed and affixed the business card of the Monkey King to the statue of the villain. Ding, deduction successful. Villain, your identity is that of a villain. Beware, there is a captain within the team, and he is your adversary. Locate him and eliminate him. Do not reveal your identity. Victory. Xia Lingxi leapt with a small cheer. The fire demon glared venomously at the pair, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Do not rejoice too soon. I concede that you are formidable. I admit defeat. But what of it? Our team consists of but 3 members. The captain's task is to ensure that the number remains 3 or greater. Do you dare to eliminate me? You are astute enough to grasp the essence of the hidden mission. The villain, once identified, faces annihilation, and the traitor is equally at risk of being miskilled. Thus, no further punishment exists. What punishment could surpass death? Even if you unearth my traitorous identity, I shall not suffer any repercussions, for you have relinquished your authority as captain. Of course, you possess one final opportunity, yet you cannot slay me unless you wish to forfeit your current level's experience points. Feuds within the spirit realm are commonplace. The conclusion of a dungeon does not signify the end of matters. The fire demon had dispatched numerous foes who bore grudges in the spirit realm, and he was well versed in dealing with rivals from the same faction. Xia Lingxi was momentarily taken aback, her previously radiant expression now frozen in shock. Zhang Yuanqing remained silent. After completing the haunted house task, he refrained from exercising his authority as captain, and this was the reason. Don't rush, there is still one last person. Zhang Yuanqing stated calmly. He affixed the final name card onto the guard. Ding, reasoning successful. Guard, your identity is that of a guard. Please protect the captain within the team and ensure he is not slain by the nefarious individuals. Should you fall to the wicked, deaths during the mission do not count. All will be suspended. Upon the captain's victory, you shall be revived. If the captain fails, revival shall not be possible. Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing gazed upon the information, a mix of astonishment and understanding washing over him. At this juncture, he could ascertain that Yibo had actively sought to claim authority. As the motivations of the guard and the traitor were akin, both serving to shield their respective masters from harm. In the initial self-introduction, Yibo had exhibited a demeanor that leaned towards indifference and gloom. Such individuals typically preferred solitude and were unlikely to vie for a position of leadership. However, subsequently, he altered his approach and contended with Zhang Yuanqing for influence. This shift surely stemmed from a deeper motivation. This very reason led the malefactors to suspect the other as the captain, prompting their decision to eliminate him first. In contrast, Zhang Yuanqing had consistently displayed a sociable character prior to everyone receiving their hidden tasks, without any significant transformation during that period. To return to the matter at hand, the hidden task remained merely a hidden task. They were not long-lost brothers, and engaging in such perilous acts without sufficient assurance would deter anyone. Thus, Zhang Yuanqing was not particularly surprised. Nevertheless, for the guard, this remained an audacious gamble. The advantage lies in the fact that one can achieve victory with but a single demise, thereby evading the subsequent crises posed by S-level spiritual realms. However, the downside is the possibility of perishing upon mere experimentation. As the information regarding the guards materialized, the fire demon's complexion gradually paled. His lips began to quiver, and his pupils trembled violently, enveloped in a profound sense of dread. The notification tone resonated. You have successfully completed the Detective Reasoning Hall task. You are now engaged in the thrilling task series, which includes the roller coaster, underground parking lot, haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective reasoning hall. You have completed the series of tasks. Zhang Yuanqing received a notification that was distinct from those of Xielingxi and the fire demon. Ding. You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You now possess the authority to execute a team leader's power. Please identify the malevolent figure hidden among the team members. The designated individual will face annihilation. If a choice is not made within 30 seconds, this opportunity will be forfeited. Zhang Yuanqing remained impassive, calmly declaring, "Fire demon." At that moment, the terror in the fire demon's eyes erupted. No. Amidst his screams, his head separated from his neck, rolling to the ground, a fountain of blood gushing 3 meters high, a harrowing and gruesome sight. The fire demon's head, eyes wide open, mouth still moving in a futile attempt to speak. Ding. Congratulations on completing the multiplayer spiritual realm task. Golden Water Amusement Park, ID 6203, difficulty level S. Rewards are being calculated. Listening to the spiritual realm notification echoing in his ears, Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of anticipation for the experience points reward from the S-level dungeon. He sought counsel from Guanya and Li Dongzi. Upon initially receiving the role card of a spirit realm walker, the experience points typically range from 0 to 5 after clearing the trial tasks. Subsequently, completing a multiplayer spirit realm usually yields an experience reward of approximately 5 to 10. In contrast, a single-player spirit realm grants an experience reward of 10 to 15. This implies that even with a 100 clearance rate, a spirit realm walker must undertake over 10 multiplayer realms or nearly 10 single-player realms to achieve a level up. The difficulty of leveling up is evident. Zhang Yuanqing's trial spirit realm is classified as S-level, rewarding 20 experience upon completion. Following this, a hidden task was triggered, allowing him to extract a spirit crystal from the lips of the mountain goddess, which further augmented his experience by 22. A single mountain deity temple can equate to 4 or 5 multiplayer spirit realms undertaken by others. Under normal circumstances, to ascend to level 2, one must engage in at least 5 multiplayer realms or 3 single-player realms. Zhang Yuanqing wondered if the Jingshui amusement park could propel him directly to level 2. He brimmed with anticipation. Within the official organizational structure, level 1 corresponds to entry-level personnel, while level 2 signifies entry into the elite echelon, accompanied by enhanced salary and numerous benefits. Rewards are being settled. Acquired items. Elvis Speaker, Red Veil, experience points awarded. 40, main quest settlement completed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Rewards are being calculated. Acquired item, Steadfast Gem, experience points awarded. 25, hidden task settlement completed. Ding. Congratulations on advancing to level 2 Night Wanderer. Ding. Character card reward activated. Reward item, Disguise Ring. Settlement complete. Exiting the spirit realm in 5 minutes. The rewards exceeded those of the Xiling Tunnel, truly worthy of an S-rank extraordinary dungeon, with 65 experience points and 4 items, a resounding success. Zhang Yuanqing stood in awe, feeling the fervent beating of his heart within his chest. Soon, he sensed a burning sensation at his brow. Realizing the black moon mark was about to manifest. This was troubling. The black crescent moon must not be seen by outsiders. A chill ran through him as he instinctively glanced at Xielingxi. The young girl appeared lost in thought, her gaze fixed on some distant point in the void. Presumably reviewing her character panel and examining task rewards, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled in relief and turned away. In that instant, the searing black moon mark unleashed a surge of formidable lunar energy, forcefully coursing through his body, permeating each cell and infusing every bone. He involuntarily convulsed, sensing a transformation in the essence of life itself, as his genetic sequence underwent a remarkable reorganization. 3 entirely new innate skills seamlessly integrated into his instincts. Name, Yuan Tianzun. Race, human. Occupation, Night Wanderer. Level, 2 skills, Night Walk, Soul Devourer, Spirit of the Moon, Howl at the Moon, Enchantment. Spirit Talisman, Experience, 23, Moral Value, 90, Reputation, 15. Howl at the Moon, active borrowing power from the moon, significantly enhances personal attributes for a duration of 15 minutes. However, upon the skill's conclusion, the user will experience a 3-hour state of lethargy. Note, this skill can only be executed at night, with the prerequisite action being to gaze upward and howl at the moon. Enchantment, active capable of inducing illusions in the target, causing them to lose their sense of direction. Note, this technique is favored by spirits to bewitch mortals. Spirit Talisman, active a unique script belonging to the Night Wanderer. capable of inscribing talismans and formations. Note: currently, it can only inscribe scripts targeting spiritual entities. Zhang Yuanqing focused intently, discerning the nature of the skills without the need for practice. Howl at the Moon and Nightwalk are incompatible active skills. While in the state of Howl at the Moon, one cannot utilize Nightwalk, and vice versa, if Nightwalk represents a pinnacle of assassination techniques. Howl at the Moon compensates for the Night Wanderer's shortcomings in close combat. As for the Spirit Talisman, it can be employed to create talismans and delineate formations. These are not merely tools for countering vengeful spirits, but can also nurture and refine them. Finally, he could further cultivate his little companion. Zhang Yuanqing thought joyfully as he opened his inventory to examine the items. In addition to the Elvis speaker, the copy rewarded 2 items, one of which is a consumable. Name: Red Veil. Type: decorative item. Consumable. Function: summoning. Description: the veil of the ghost bride in the scene of a ghostly marriage at the Golden Water amusement park. An item blessed by an indescribable entity. It is an inseparable part of the ghost bride, and only a special individual who successfully deceives the ghost bride can obtain it. Note 1. By donning the red veil, one can summon the ghost bride. This item can be used 3 times. Note 2. Haha. I mock that foolish lady, laughing at her failure to seize the hen while losing the rice. Note 3. Using the red veil in the spirit realm carries a certain chance of attracting the attention of that entity. Having read Note 2, I trust you will exercise caution in its use. Hiss. Does this thing come with a taunt? If the Lady of the 3 Mountains senses it, she would surely be infuriated. Zhang Yuanqing gasped, feeling both delighted and pained. The pain stemmed from the fact that this item posed little physical threat to the Lady of the 3 Mountains. It was deeply insulting. That extraordinarily graceful lady would likely pursue him throughout the spirit realm. He resolved not to use it in the spirit realm at all. Name: Gem of the Steadfast. Type: Orb. Function: enhancement, defense. Description: an item of the earth monster profession, imbued with the power of the earth, capable of enhancing strength and defensive capabilities. Note: heaviness comes at a price. Title: Disguise Ring. Type: accessory. Function: alteration of appearance. Description: a magical ring capable of transforming one's visage, allowing for the effortless adjustment of facial features at will. Note: are you not aware of your own appearance? The Demon Lord's character card reward grants 1 item for each dungeon completed. Remarkable. The functionality of the disguise ring is straightforward, yet the cost of the steadfast pearl seems rather dubious. Let me give it a try. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved the pearl from his inventory. It was excised, with a muted yellow hue, and exuded an inexplicable heft. Upon grasping the steadfast pearl, he felt a surge of weight and newfound strength, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of security. However, he also noticed a marked decrease in his agility, as if an immense mountain pressed down upon him, rendering his movements excruciatingly slow. How could one engage in battle while wielding this gem? The advantages and disadvantages were glaring. This was indeed a conventional item, unlike the abnormal demon-subduing staff or the red dance shoes. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by jubilant cheers. Brother Wang Tai. Can you imagine? I received 35 experience points, 1 item, and 1 consumable. Such generous rewards. Truly befitting an S-rank spiritual realm. Xialingxi, having tallied her rewards, radiated joy akin to that of a little girl receiving a lollipop, bouncing in place. Brother Wang Tai, what rewards did you receive? How much experience did you gain? Do you have any items? The young girl blinked her bright eyes, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. She possesses 2 items. One bestowed by an elder and the other acquired within a solitary spiritual realm. Now, she has obtained yet another, and at such a young age, she possesses 3 items. Can you fathom that? The expression of pride on your face is nearly palpable. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. Indeed. My rewards are modest. 65 experience points, 3 items, and 1 consumable. Xialingxi was taken aback, her small face frozen, her mouth slowly agape, staring at him in a daze. I can distinctly sense a feeling of envy towards the affluent emanating from you. Zhang Yuanqing felt elated. Xialingxi muttered, how could this be? Why are your rewards so much higher than mine? The spiritual realm is unjust. Zhang Yuanqing reassured her. Perhaps the spiritual realm intends for you to witness the disparities of the world. Xialingxi felt on the verge of tears as she contemplated the potential benefits of her future achievements, successfully obtaining the first kill in an S-class spiritual realm. She realized that the experience point rewards for subsequent challengers would undoubtedly diminish, and the item rewards could not possibly be as bountiful as those from the first kill. Nonetheless, the rewards would still surpass those of ordinary spiritual realms, thus making strategy essential. By the way, I must attend to the matters entrusted to me by my late father. Brother Wang Tai, why haven't I seen Hebo? Can we exchange phone numbers? Xiaolingxi remarked, glancing at the rapidly depleting countdown. Hebo should still be at the roller coaster. Didn't we already exchange numbers? The number I provided to you is a ruse. Oh, but the number I gave you is genuine. No, the one you gave me is surely also a fabrication. Xiaolingxi wrinkled her nose in discontent. Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at her, pondering that they were merely online acquaintances within the realm of the spirit world, destined to part ways after completing their quest. Why maintain contact? You are still young. When you reach the age of 18, we shall engage in a more profound exchange. It is prudent for practitioners of the spirit world to refrain from excessive interaction in reality, even among comrades of the same faction. I will find you, Xiaolingxi declared with a hint of defiance. No sooner had her words faded than the surroundings of the detective agency blurred, akin to ripples on the surface of water. The room was engulfed in darkness, enveloped in silence, the curtains drawn tight, soundproof glass muffling the outside world. The electronic alarm clock on the bedside table indicated it was 5 in the morning. Zhang Yuanqing had spent 5 hours in the spirit world. Yet he felt as though eons had passed. He drew back the curtains to reveal a dim sky, the streets sparsely populated. As sanitation workers leisurely rode by on their garbage trucks, the breakfast chain at the street corner had opened its doors, steaming clouds of warmth wafting into the air. Zhang Yuanqing flicked on the light and stood before the full-length mirror by the window, scrutinizing his reflection. His skin had paled, his features remained unchanged. Yet he sensed an enhanced refinement. Between his brows lingered an unusual aura. After a moment's contemplation, 4 words flashed through his mind: exotic and noble. He recalled that Yuanqing possessed a similar aura. The higher the rank of a night wanderer, the more pronounced the quality. It was evident that this transformation was a result of the potent influence of the Tang energy following his upgrade. In the future, I too shall possess a charming smile. Yet, I must refrain from such actions, lest I attract the affections of youthful maidens, which would surely become a source of vexation. Zhang Yuanqing let out a soft chuckle, approached the bedside, and retrieved his mobile phone from the frigid sheets. Illuminating the screen, he noticed an unread message: "Come out immediately and call me. Everyone is waiting for you, Guanya. What if I do not emerge? Well, by dawn, she should take the initiative to contact me to ascertain whether I have perished in the spirit realm." Zhang Yuanqing exited the message inbox and dialed Guanya's number. Chapter 61. Report in the luxurious suite of a high-end apartment. Guanya sat on the bed, hugging her knees, with a tablet before her playing a melancholic urban romance drama. After being unsettled by that rascal Yuanshi, sleep eluded her, and she found herself unable to engage with the television series, remaining seated for 5 or 6 hours, causing discomfort in her posterior. Alas, Guanya pressed her fingers to her temples, her delicate visage betraying a hint of fatigue, given her constitution. Enduring 2 days and nights without slumber posed no issue. However, her heart was troubled. Previously, while idly browsing posts on the forum, she had come across news of someone perishing in a dungeon, and she could only lament the capriciousness of fate. Yet, unexpectedly, a friend of hers had become embroiled in the turmoil, their lives hanging in the balance. To be candid, Guanya harbored a fondness for that young man. He was quite handsome, youthful, brimming with potential, and possessed a delightful sense of humor that endeared him to her. Most importantly, he knew how to seize the moment. However, this intriguing young fellow was now at significant risk of failure. The challenges posed by different S-rank spirit realms varied greatly, and successfully navigating one S-rank did not guarantee triumph in another, for every individual has their shortcomings, and no one is universally gifted. Yuanshi possesses an extraordinary memory, as he himself claims, yet this ability may not prove beneficial in the Golden Water amusement park. Guanya is already prepared for the worst. Suddenly, a phone call interrupts her thoughts. With her eyes widening in surprise, she tilts her head to glance at the illuminated screen. Yuanshi Tianzun. In that moment, Guanya feels her heart racing fervently. Flustered, she grabs her phone, takes a deep breath, and chooses to answer. Yuanshi? As she utters those 2 words, she holds her breath. Guanya Jia. I've cleared the Golden Water amusement park. A familiar voice reverberates through the speaker. Guanya Jia, are you listening? You've conquered the S-rank spiritual realm again, you little rascal. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Sure, Zhang must be overjoyed. Yes, I can already envision his reaction. Zhang Yuanqing chuckles. He would exclaim, "Oh my heavens, dear God, have you heard my sincere prayers? Indeed, you must have." Moreover, he mentally corrects himself. I am not a little rascal. Guanya chuckles heartily, playfully kicking her long legs. Just don't tease him in front of Zhang. Otherwise, he'll surely retaliate with great force. Zhang Yuanqing laughs in response, but Guanya, unable to contain her curiosity, inquires, "You haven't checked the forum, have you?" Last night, yet another official entered the Golden Water amusement park. I believe his name is Hebo. Those colleagues preparing to enter the spiritual realm are quite anxious. Could you share some insights about the situation in the Golden Water amusement park? The strategies and items within the realm of the spirit possess an irresistible allure for the practitioners, akin to the charm of a breathtaking beauty to an ardent admirer. No, I cannot disclose that. Zhang Yuanqing firmly refused. Guanya was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yuan Shi's rejection, believing that their camaraderie was sufficiently strong. Unless you share a photograph of your alluring legs and black stockings as a reward, Zhang Yuanqing suggested with a mischievous grin. The elder sister chuckled softly, her face once again illuminated by a smile. Zhang Yuanqing, adopting a serious tone, remarked, "I believe using stockings for bubble tea is a tremendous waste. They would serve better for cleaning the firearm." Guanya, reclining on the bed, laughed so heartily that her chest quivered. "How can you utter such words in front of a lady? Is there more? Is there more?" At 7:30 in the morning, the first action of Li Dongza upon awakening was to seize his mobile phone from the bedside table, checking for any missed calls or unread messages. Disappointment washed over him. What a troublesome child. Li Dongza sighed, gazing at the ceiling for several seconds before finally rising to dress. His manner of dressing was graceful, deliberate, and unhurried. No matter how dismal his mood or heavy his heart, elegance must never be forsaken. At the dining table, Li Dongza savored the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, though his thoughts were elsewhere. "Please clear the food away." The busy housekeeper acknowledged and was just about to emerge to tidy the table when she heard the sound of her employer's phone ringing from the bedroom. "I'll get it." She turned towards the bedroom, only to see her employer spring up from the chair, his expression agitated. "No, it's not necessary." Then, this elegantly poised employer burst into the bedroom with a lack of grace. Li Dongza rushed to the bedside, noticing the caller ID read Yuan Shi Tianzun. His breath quickened, and he seized his phone to answer, inhaling deeply to maintain a calm demeanor as he said, "Yuan Shi, have you emerged?" Li Dongza's expression tightened. "Yes, I have emerged," Zhang Yuanqing replied, his tone laden with fatigue. "I just got out and immediately called you." He had been engaged in conversation with Guanya until the passage of time slipped away unnoticed. Li Dongza's tense visage relaxed, and he promptly inquired, "Are you injured? Did you endure any profound psychological trauma that might leave a lingering shadow?" Indeed, at the amusement park, the ghost bride expressed her deep affections for me, declaring that she would marry no one else. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, which has left me with a profound psychological imprint. It appeared that all was well, and Li Dongza felt a sense of relief wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he suggested, "Now that you've just returned, take some time to rest at home. You may come to the office in a few days, but do ensure that the strategy is drafted and sent to my email at your earliest convenience. I will apply for the relevant rewards and merits on your behalf. By the way, is there a shortage of coke at home? I can arrange for a few cases to be delivered." Strangely, Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself, "Oh my goodness." He didn't say, "Oh my God." "No need, Zhang. I still prefer the stubborn version of you who insists on going to buy it yourself." Li Dongza hung up the phone and took a deep breath, unable to contain his emotions any longer. "Oh, dear heaven, have you heard my earnest prayers?" He was mistaken. This young man was not merely talented, but rather a prodigy. While passing one S-level trial might involve an element of luck, successfully navigating two S-level trials transcends mere chance and suggests he could be cultivated as a potential deacon. There is even hope for him to ascend to the ranks of the elders, among the younger generation of spiritual practitioners in the Five Elements Alliance. Fu Qingyang stands out as the most promising candidate for elder status, yet, even he has only conquered an S-level trial once. On the second floor of the villa, at the dining table, Fu Qingyang, clad in a tailored white suit and sporting a stylish short ponytail, methodically sliced through his fried egg and steak with an impassive expression. Opposite him sat Ling Jun, casually dressed in a loose t-shirt and baggy shorts, devouring his meal with abandon. At that moment, a bunny girl approached, cradling a phone in her hands, and softly announced, "Young master, a call from Li Dongza." Fu Qingyang's gaze fell upon the phone. Setting down his utensils, he glanced at his friend, who was blissfully oblivious to the world around him, engrossed in his meal. "What is it?" He answered the call, his voice cool and composed. "Captain, the primordial celestial master has emerged. He has successfully cleared the Jinshui amusement park. Li Dong's voice resonated with a notable clarity. With a sidelong glance at the utensils that had clattered onto the table, a smile crept across Fu Qingyang's lips. "I see," he replied. He then handed the phone back to the bunny girl, a playful smile gracing his features as he remarked, "I underestimated the situation. I should have wagered with you." The words were spoken with an exceedingly pleasant tone, devoid of any trace of regret. "I have always believed that the S-class spirit realms ought to be conquered by our Tai sect." However, Ling Jun was filled with profound vexation, lamenting, "Elder son is truly muddled." Fu Qingyang, taken aback, inquired, "Are you aware of this matter?" This is merely a new meme circulating in our Tai sect forum. I occasionally peruse the forum myself. You dare to speak ill of the elder? Are you not afraid of his retribution? Fear not. Elder son seldom ventures online and struggles with mobile devices. Ling Jun resumed his meal, stating, however, "It seems we cannot conceal this any longer." During the passage through the Shelling Tunnel, he was a potential candidate worthy of observation. Now, having conquered another S-class challenge, it confirms that this lad possesses both intellect and potential. His future achievements are bound to be remarkable. Alas, I find myself somewhat irked with Elder Son now. Fu Qingyang continued on his path outside, saying, "I shall report to the Elder Council, requesting that the merits and rewards be expedited. Before you Tai sect begins to undermine us, I must first win people over with virtue. Oh, by the way, should the Tai sect desire a strategy for the Golden Water Amusement Park, it will require additional funding." At that moment, luxury vehicles traversed the lakeside road. Heading toward the villa, a series of knocks echoed at the bedroom door. Xiaolingxi lifted her teacup, taking a sip, her voice cold and clear. "Enter." A female assistant, clad in a tailored suit, pushed the door open and paused respectfully behind her, stating, "Miss, here are the materials you requested." Xiaolingxi did not answer the call. Instead, she settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, still wrapped in a bath towel, her delicate legs elegantly crossed. With an air of cold nobility akin to that of a female CEO, she said softly, "Speak to me." The female assistant opened the dossier and began, "Wang Tai, a member of the second team in the Kangyong district of the Songhai division of the Five Elements Alliance. His superior is Li Dongza, a level 3 scout of the White Tiger Battalion, and his profession is a scholar. This constitutes the basic information we have. We can only access fundamental data such as photographs and real identities, which remain inaccessible within official organizations. Such basic records are publicly available internally and are part of personnel files. However, real identities can only be accessed by direct superiors and the Elder Council. A scholar." Xiaolingxi responded with a thoughtful hum, exuding the demeanor of a commanding woman. "Please investigate the profiles of the other members of the second team and explore Wang Tai's social circle. Keep a watchful eye on the official forums of Tai Min and the Five Elements Alliance. Notify me immediately upon any news of the Jinshui amusement park being conquered." The assistant nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaolingxi continued, "Arrange for a vehicle. I must make a trip to Songhai. Additionally, on behalf of the Xie family, send a formal greeting to the Songhai division of the Five Elements Alliance, as I require Wang Tai from the second team in the Kangyong district to receive me." The assistant gazed out the window, hesitating. "The elders of the family are gathering soon. Would you not wish to meet them first? There is a banquet at noon in your honor for successfully navigating the S-level spirit realm. Everyone is eager to celebrate your achievement. More likely, they are waiting to strategize." Xiaolingxi replied. Xiaolingxi let out a soft hum, momentarily shedding her aloof demeanor as she assumed the guise of a delicate young girl. "I'm merely 17. What is wrong with being a little playful? My ancestors adore me and would never chastise me." The female assistant sighed in resignation. After reporting to Captain Xiang, Zhang Yuanqing changed into her pajamas, tousled her hair, and feigned weariness as she yawned. She turned the doorknob and made her way to the living room. Her grandmother was busy in the kitchen, her grandfather had stepped out, and her cousin Qin Yuanjun had already finished breakfast. At the dining table, only Jiang Yue was perched on a chair, delicately pinching a fried dough stick. She had a habit of chewing with her lips pursed, and her naturally round face made her appear akin to a small hamster at mealtime. Upon hearing the creak of a door from the guest room, Jiang Yue looked up and called out in a sweet voice, "I'm going to eat all the fried dough sticks, leaving you with only congee." Suddenly, her words faltered, and she stared blankly at Zhang Yuanqing. "What are you daydreaming about?" Zhang Yuanqing sat beside her. Jiang Yue turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. "Aunt, why are your ears so red?" "None of your business." Chapter 62. Conversations from the Past, if one were to assess solely from a monetary perspective. Selling strategies privately would undoubtedly be the most lucrative venture. The official rewards are meager, ranging from several tens of thousands to a few hundred thousand. However, many things transcend monetary value, such as merit. Merit can mobilize official resources, grant access to privileged information, enhance promotion opportunities, and facilitate requests for official assistance, none of which can be purchased with money. Furthermore, having received strategies from the authorities for his 2S-rank spiritual realms, it is only fitting that he reciprocates the favor now. Zhang Yuanqing's fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard. Jinshui Amusement Park Strategy, ID 6203, Difficulty Level S. Type: Multiplayer Spirit Realm, Death Category, Main Quest of Jinshui Amusement Park. Complete 2 or more amusement park projects. The first entertainment project I engaged in was the roller coaster. The strategy remains unchanged. One can pass through the roller coaster ride unscathed by merely closing their eyes. Yet the reality is far from the imagination, which I shall elaborate on later. Unlike the previous version, the new amusement park features a series of settings, with the roller coaster belonging to the series called Heart-Pounding Thrills. The entertainment facilities in this series include the roller coaster, the underground parking lot haunted house, ghost marriage, and the detective reasoning hall. The main task in the underground parking lot is, remember, while evading the automotive beings, it is advisable for all team members to ride in the same vehicle to minimize time loss. When drawing cards, strive to find a fortunate individual. Those with ill fate should refrain from being overly ambitious, as it may lead to total annihilation. The strategy for the detective reasoning hall is hidden tasks of Jinshui Amusement Park. After witnessing the process in the detective reasoning hall, I trust you have gained some insight into the hidden tasks. Currently, the mechanism for assigning roles in the dungeon remains uncertain, yet within this team, there exists a nefarious individual whose identity is that of a neutral party. I suspect that the distribution of traitors and villains is not based on profession, but rather on the inclinations of the human heart. After completing the strategy and meticulously reviewing it, Zhang Yuanqing sent it to Li Dong's email. Gazing at the screen that displayed a successful transmission, he was suddenly struck by a realization. The enigmatic Xiao Lingxi, this grand little girl, must have obtained the old strategy guide either through official channels or by having some profound connection with the authorities. A simple inquiry could unveil my identity, or rather, my ID. The purpose of using an ID within the spirit realm is inherently to establish a publicly recognized persona, facilitating one's presence in that world. Therefore, this aspect of identity is typically not kept secret. Just as the primordial celestial master achieved success in the Xiling Tunnel, his exploits became well known within the Five Elements Alliance and were disseminated by the Tai sect, with many regarding the primordial celestial master as possessing considerable potential. However, what relevance does this have to Zhang Yuanqing? This recent completion of an S-level mission is unlikely to be obscured by the Five Elements Alliance. Rather, they will likely celebrate his accomplishments to showcase the abundance of talent within their organization. Of course, this pertains solely to the promotion of his ID. While information related to the real world will remain classified, with just a bit of inquiry, Xiao Lingxi could easily uncover that her brother Wang Tai is, in fact, a fraud known as the Primordial Celestial Master. If she possesses any official background, such knowledge would be inconsequential. I frequently interact with official practitioners, but only in relation to the identity of the Primordial Celestial Master. Zhang Yuanqing closed the email interface and opened the official forum on his mobile device. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a post that was nothing short of shocking. Breaking news. The Jinshui Amusement Park has been conquered, and the conqueror is none other than this individual. The local authorities were immediately in an uproar, and the news spread like wildfire among the spirit realm practitioners in the city. Its fervor akin to that of a village celebrating a local student who had gained admission to a prestigious university in the capital. Time is on our side, indeed. There is no new guide available. I have just completed the database Hebo. The official realm walkers were initially filled with excitement, offering lavish praise for the river god of Salt Province. As their commendations continued, they soon realized the guide had not been updated, and the river god had not made an appearance to respond, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Consequently, some began to question the authenticity of the post. I have a malady. Are you spreading rumors in a bid for a beating? Believe it or not, I'll gather my brothers and take the high-speed train to Yincheng to confront your branch Hebo. After a round of bickering and denunciations, under persistent taggings, the river god finally appeared to clarify the situation. Hebo, I indeed completed the Golden Water Amusement Park. earning a rewarding 18 experience points. Days of hardship. Where's the guide? There isn't one. What? I merely took a blow for someone, then I perished, and subsequently, I cleared the level. Hence there is no guide for you. Perhaps you find it hard to believe. How could an S-rank realm be so simple? I can only say that this is one of the gameplay modes in the Golden Water amusement park. Specific details cannot be disclosed in the forum. The expert who assisted me in clearing the level should possess a complete guide, but he seems not to be an official member. I can tell you his name. Is the river god merely coasting through the level? Who is this benevolent soul, possessing such extraordinary prowess? Days of hardship. Who is it? Speak quickly. Days of hardship and several official walkers preparing to enter the realm were most eager. Hebo, I only know he is called Wang Tai. Our interactions have been limited, so I am not well acquainted. Li Dongza, Guanya, Qing Ting. By long? Others began to speculate about the identity of Wang Tai, astonished that they had never heard of such a person. Some attempted to Wang Tai, only to discover that such an ID indeed existed. Please call me Queen. Oh, it seems to be someone from our official team. How delightful. Under the persistent summons of the crowd, Wang Tai made his appearance. Wang Tai, it wasn't me. Don't spread rumors. But I know who it is. He is called Yuan Shi Tianzun. Too much suffering. Yuan Shi Tianzun? What a formidable name. No wonder he is so exceptional. Who exactly is he? I have an ailment. That name sounds somewhat familiar. White Dragon. I know. He is the night wanderer who cleared the Xiling tunnel. Forcibly taken by that scoundrel named Li Dongza to serve as a subordinate. I have just resolved to rescue him from his plight. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the forum recalled the newcomer who had cleared the Xiling tunnel, a notable figure from over half a month ago. Too much suffering. It's actually him? Splendid. It's good that he is one of our own. What I dread most is a rogue spirit realm walker completing the quest, or worse, someone from the Tai sect. For only those within their ranks can achieve the quest with minimal cost, as there is a significant difference between their own strategies and those devised by others. Please call me Queen. It is indeed him. Speaking of which, he is also a night wanderer. Fortunately, he has been recruited by our Five Elements Alliance. I suddenly recall a popular saying recently circulating on the Tai sect forum. Elder Son is muddled. The River Lord. So, his name is Yuan Shi Tianzun. The one afflicted. Thus, this young man, or rather, this esteemed elder, has successfully navigated the S-level spiritual realm twice. Such a figure may soon ascend as a radiant star within the Five Elements Alliance. Please spare Elder Son. No, grant mercy to Captain Yuan. Elder Son would surely obliterate him. Zhang Yuanqing, filled with satisfaction, exited the forum, tucked away his phone, pushed the table aside, and proceeded to lock the door. Subsequently, he opened the drawer and retrieved the King of Cats speaker. Brother Bing had mentioned that everything was left within the King of Cats speaker, and indeed, this artifact possesses a recording function, as previously demonstrated in the haunted house. Thus, to discern what Brother Bing had left behind, one must compel it to speak. Zhang Yuanqing, with his palm resting on the black metallic exterior of the speaker, fell into contemplation. The King of Cats speaker features only two buttons, one for drum sounds and the other for a swan horn, both of which possess a peculiar mystique and cannot be tested in a residential building, lest innocent lives be affected. Furthermore, even if one were to press the buttons, it is unlikely that any information would be gleaned. When it revealed information in the haunted house, it did so automatically. I did not press the buttons at that time. Therefore, obtaining information from the King of Cats speaker would necessitate a stroke of chance? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, suddenly recalling this rather unfortunate artifact, which exhibited an unexpected will to survive when confronted with the ghostly bride. Indeed, within the prop lies the sealed soul of the King of Cats, akin to the red shoes, a sentient artifact capable of communication. After establishing a connection, Zhang Yuanqing cleared his throat. Oh, King of Cats, you shall accompany me henceforth, indulging in the finest delights, as prosperous days await us. I now seek your assistance. Do you possess any records regarding the Demon Lord? He intended to refer to Brother Bing. But the King of Cats would surely be unaware of who that was, nor did he know Brother Bing's soul realm ID. The sleek black metal speaker remained unresponsive. Was it a case of spurning a toast and inviting punishment instead? The speaker remained silent. After several fruitless attempts at persuasion, Zhang Yuanqing, in a fit of rage, hurled it into the trash bin and loosened his belt. Very well, if you show no mercy, I shall return the favor and let you taste the broth of a young lad. Just as he prepared to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang, a buzzing sound emanated from the entangled King of Cats speaker. Hope surged. Be gentle. What transpired? Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned blank, a cascade of question marks flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pounded violently, and his grandmother's furious voice rang out. Zhang Yuanqing. What on earth are you doing in there? Your noise has reached downstairs. How shameful. Open the door, for I shall thrash you today. Ah. But the night roaming skill could silence all commotion. He quickly bent down, retrieved the King of Cats speaker from the trash, and entered a state of night roaming. The ethereal power of the lunar shadow erupted, enveloping him, and Zhang Yuanqing's figure was forcefully erased. His grandmother stubbornly knocked outside the door for quite some time. When the noise ceased, and her grandson feigned death, she threw down a harsh remark and departed, saying she would deal with him when he emerged. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuanqing felt unburdened, yet at that moment, accompanied by a man's low growl. All sounds faded into silence. Moments later, a young but hoarse voice broke the stillness. I have bedded so many women, yet none compare to those from your divine association. Truly, they embody the mastery of love and desire. My lord, it is Betty's honor to serve you. When shall you leave this country to meet with the president? She has long wished to see you. The woman's pronunciation was somewhat awkward, suggesting she was foreign. The protagonist is the demon lord and a foreign woman. Zhang Yuanqing's spirits lifted as he perked up his ears, awaiting the ensuing conversation. Chapter 63, A Tangled Web of Intrigue, Her? The demon lord scoffed. So eager to control me, are we? Betty's sweet, husky voice replied. My lord, you are the most promising night wanderer of our time. Our president admires you immensely. How could she seek to control you? Moreover, there is an ancient saying here, to die beneath the peony is to be a charming ghost. The president is the most captivating woman in the world. Do you not yearn to spend a night of passion with her? Ah. But what you do not know is that we also have an ancient saying, the whip's reach is limited. The demon lord sneered, I shall have my way with her. But the time is not yet right. Once I complete the final solo spiritual realm and step into that exalted domain, I shall naturally pay her a visit. After a moment of silence, Betty whispered enticingly, what if the president were to share a secret with you? A secret concerning the night wanderer, or rather, one of the highest secrets of the spiritual realm. Foolish woman, the demon lord replied coolly. Every gift bears a price tag. The goddess association would not divulge such profound secrets without ulterior motives. They wish to exert control over me. So, do you know this secret? I do not know. Do not fear. You are an irresistible enchantress, and I shall not slay you to extract the truth. Not until I have grown weary of you. Then came the sound of slurping. Zhang Yuanqing was a pure-hearted child, conjecturing that the foreign woman must be indulging in delectable cuisine to replenish her strength. Just then, the time for nocturnal wanderings came to an end, and Zhang Yuanqing reappeared in the room. Listening to the sounds of consumption, his brow furrowed deeply as he realized something significant. This item belongs to the demon lord. The king cat speaker could not be stored in the item pouch and could only be carried on one's person. The audio that had just played was a record of the demon lord's liaison with the foreign woman. What did this imply? It suggested that the king cat speaker had been in the demon lord's vicinity. If not the master, then why would he carry such an item? Brother Bing had instructed me to seek this item, yet it belonged to the demon lord. What connection existed between Brother Bing and the demon lord? The soldier is certainly not the demon lord. His voice is not right, and his manner of speaking does not align with that of the soldier. I have known him since he wore open crotch pants. We are far too familiar with one another. The demon lord said, Come, let us change our posture. It seemed as though both of them had reached an understanding and ceased their consumption, now engaging in deeper dialogue. Zhang Yuanqing felt compelled to once again employ the technique of night wandering to mute the sounds around him. At that moment, the muffled sounds of were suddenly replaced by a crackling electrical noise, and the next instant, a familiar, low voice emanated from the speaker of the Elvis Presley sound system. Great detective. I am your assistant, Abing. I cannot ascertain when you will hear this recording, but I know that by this time, I should have either died or gone missing. Do not inquire about my relationship with the demon lord. This truth is one you are currently ill-equipped to bear. If I am indeed missing, please refrain from attempting to find me. At the very least, you must wait until you have experienced your first large-scale massacre instance and ascended to the Saint Realm. This item will provide you with much valuable information regarding both myself and the demon lord. But remember, do not allow anyone else to hear the contents of this recording. Should it be leaked, you must ensure silence. The roll card of the demon lord is a gift I bestowed upon you. It symbolizes opportunity, but is accompanied by endless peril. Do not place excessive trust in the official organization, nor in anyone else. As I present to you the initial prompt, It is likely that the ghost-eye judge has perished by the time you listen to this recording. Should the Black Wuchang remain unfound, you must devise a means to locate him and obtain the roster. This is imperative. He suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Yuanqing on that fateful day. Although the precise moment of the Demon Lord's demise remains uncertain, it must have occurred recently, and the timing of the Ghost-Eye Judge's death aligns similarly. Thus, the simultaneous fall of the Demon Lord and the Ghost-Eye Judge appears to be interconnected. The significance of acquiring the roster, as emphasized by Bing Guo, raises the question of what crucial information it might contain. It seems that the deaths of both the Demon Lord and the Ghost-Eye Judge implicate him as well. Could it be that his disappearance is linked to these events? If one were to unravel the truth behind the deaths of the Demon Lord and the Ghost-Eye Judge, would it not lead to the understanding of Bing Guo's disappearance and current whereabouts? Seated at his writing desk for an extended period, he retrieved his notebook to organize his thoughts through writing. The Five Elements Alliance is in search of the Black Wuchang, and the Spiritual Energy Society's Eastern District branch is also on the hunt. The factions involved in this matter are numerous and diverse. I aspire to acquire the roster, ideally. I should join the search party, aligning myself with the Five Elements Alliance to facilitate my concealment. Shortly, I shall visit the unit to consult with Shi Zhang and gauge the possibility of joining the operation. I have encountered a new profession, the love and desire vocation, which seemingly originates from abroad. How intriguing and enchanting profession. I yearn to witness it firsthand. The Demon Lord had extensive dealings with foreign professions. I wonder if he ultimately met with the president of the Divine Beauty Association and whether he gleaned any secrets from her. If it exists, perhaps the King Cat speaker would record it. Considering this, could Tai's search for the heir of the Demon Lord be motivated by such reasons? Before long, he formulated a short-term plan. First, to find a way to participate in the hunt for the Black Wuchang. Second, to fulfill his father's last wishes. The long-term task is to prepare for the third spiritual realm mission, but that is still premature and need not occupy his thoughts for now. Crack! He ignited a lighter. Watching the flame lick the paper, the fire leaping high before ultimately consuming the plan. After erasing all traces, Zhang Yuanqing took his phone and the King Cat speaker, performing a nocturnal escape, leaping out of the window, and using the air conditioning unit as a springboard to land in the hallway.